Chapter 1, So. I'm a gangster? A former gangster? So. Where the hell am I? This is the only thing I can think of as I wake up in what appears to be a bedroom I don't recognize, with strange tattoos covering my body and memories that aren't mine flooding my mind. The worst thing is, everything feels wrong. I have my own memories, but now also memories of someone else. I'm not even in my own damn body. I'm in the body of Megami Fushiguro. I'm in the body of a fictional fucking character in a fictional fucking world. Since apparently because whatever brought me here just said fuck this guy in particular and threw me in a world with psycho aliens who want to breed the planet. Okay, Sam, no, it's Megami now. Fuck. Okay, Megami, calm the fuck down. I mutter to myself as I grip my head. Let's back up and check the facts. 1. I am in a fictional, who apparently isn't so fictional person's body. 2. I am apparently Sukuna, since I have his memories, also, absolutely disgusting, I remember him eating people. 3. Megami isn't in here, it's only me, thank God. 4. I am in the Invincible universe. Fuck my life. Why? I yell out in frustration. Fuck it, let's at least see for myself how I look. I push myself up and examine my reflection in a nearby mirror. The face looking back at me is young, maybe 17, with sharp features and those unmistakable markings across my forehead and body. The tattoos that once marked Sukuna now adorn my skin, giving me the appearance of someone who's been through the system, juvenile detention, probation, the works. Damn. I mutter, flexing my fingers and feeling the immense power coursing through them. Every movement feels charged with an energy, cursed energy, that is so familiar yet in a sense unfamiliar, remembering being with it for decades, yet also never having had it before. As I sort through the memories they continue to align themselves in my head. I'm a high school student at Reginald Vell Johnson High, the same school as Mark Grayson. In this world, I'm known as Megami Fushiguro, a former juvenile offender now on a strict probation program that requires community service and regular check-ins with my probation officer, Ms. Chen. The tattoos aren't just for show, they're remnants of my past, from a time when I ran with one of the local crews. According to my memories, I've been clean for almost a year, though my reputation still follows me. I attempt to calm myself by exploring the modest apartment that appears to be my home. I don't live alone, there's evidence of an adult presence. Photos show me with an older man who must be my uncle, my legal guardian according to these implanted memories. He works night shifts at the hospital, which explains his absence now. A note on the refrigerator reminds me about my meeting with Ms. Chen tomorrow and to stay out of trouble. Then I realize that there's no time to wonder about any deeper meaning, I need to get ready for school. Since I am here now, I need to adapt fast. Panic won't help. Cursing won't help. I need to return to my calm, collected, analytical self. I quickly shower and dress, opting for the school uniform but wearing it with deliberate dishevelment, shirt untucked, top buttons undone, revealing just enough of the tattoos to maintain my image. I can't just change overnight, and this reputation might be useful while I figure things out. I bowled down a quick breakfast, every movement more fluid and powerful than should be possible for a human body. The memories tell me that I've been in this world for years, growing up as Megami Fushiguro, but with a different backstory than the anime character. Here, I'm known as a former troublemaker who's trying to walk the straight path, not entirely by choice. My probation terms are clear: stay in school, complete community service hours, and avoid any connection to my former associates. But there's more to it. According to these memories, I've been using my mandatory community service to actually make a difference. The judge who sentenced me recognized something in me, potential, maybe, and assigned me to a youth outreach program run by Mr. Washington, a former cop who specializes in rehabilitation. Under his supervision, I've been helping maintain order at community events, using my street knowledge and reputation to keep things peaceful without resorting to violence. It's a delicate balance, one that keeps me out of juvie while allowing me to do some good. And somehow, this version of me became friends with Mark Grayson. I grab my backpack and head out, locking the apartment behind me. The morning air is crisp, and I can sense everything around me with supernatural clarity, a benefit of cursed energies enhancing abilities. As I walk toward school, I search through my memories for how this unlikely friendship formed. Ah, there it is. It had been during freshman year. Mark, the perpetually late, perpetually ordinary son of Omni-Man, had been cornered by some seniors looking to establish dominance. Nothing too serious, just the usual high school intimidation. But I had intervened, not out of any heroic impulse, but because I hated bullies. Always had. 4 against 1 seems unfair, I had said, stepping between them and Mark. Unless the one is me. They had backed down, my reputation already established even then. And Mark, instead of being afraid or resentful of being saved, had simply thanked me and offered to buy me lunch. You didn't have to do that, he'd said. But I appreciate it. I didn't do it for you, I'd replied. I just can't stand assholes. He'd laughed, and somehow, that had been the start. What cemented it was what happened a few weeks later. I'd been caught in a situation, some of my old crew trying to pull me back in. Outnumbered and trapped in a corner, I was preparing for the worst when Mark showed up. No powers then, just a skinny kid with more courage than sense, standing beside me. Thought you might need a hand, he'd said, trying to look tough despite being terrified. We'd managed to talk our way out of it, though it was a close call, but something had solidified between us that day. A mutual respect. He never asked about my past, and I since then never pressed him about his father, who still no one knows is Omni-Man. We were just two kids who found common ground in comic books, bad movies, and a shared hatred of bullies. Now, years later, we're still friends, despite being opposites in almost every way. Mark is the straight-laced, perpetually optimistic good guy. I'm the reformed troublemaker still walking a tightrope. But it works. As I approach the school, I spot him waiting by the entrance, checking his watch with that perpetually worried expression. Always afraid of being late, that one. Megami, he calls out, waving. Thought you might not make it today. I approach, nodding in greeting. Had a strange morning, I reply, which might be the understatement of the century. Everything okay, he asks, genuine concern in his eyes. That's Mark, always caring about others, even the school's former delinquent. Just weird dreams, I say, falling into step beside him as we enter the building. Nothing important. Well, heads up, we have that physics test today, and Ember was looking for you. Something about the community center project. Right. Ember. Mark's girlfriend in the original timeline. According to my memories, she's not with him still, though apparently, she coordinates with Mr. Washington on community projects. The current initiative is a neighborhood cleanup in a troubled area, and I'm part of the student volunteer team, not by choice, but as part of my mandated service hours. I'll find her later, I say, adjusting my backpack. How's your dad? Mark shrugs. Same as always. Busy saving the world. Yet, I know the secret about his father being Omni-Man. Can't be that good of a friend if I don't realize it. If only he knew though. The memories of Sukuna whisper in the back of my mind, reminding me of the power at my fingertips. I could tell Mark the truth about his father right now, warn him about what's coming. No, that's stupid. The hell? This isn't like me. I don't make mistakes, I'm better than that. Right now even bringing attention to Nolan about his past would make me a target that might even be killed, and besides, that might make him act sooner than in the original timeline. Okay, again, freaking out isn't the best strategy, I mutter in my mind, trying to channel some inner peace. Gotta think this through. Viltrumites are OP, but cursed energy is no joke either. As far as I know can't go against a Viltrumite head-on, but with strategy, and all these abilities, especially the 10 shadows and shrine which I instinctively know and feel having, I can make something work. I glance at my hands again, clenching and unclenching them. The cursed energy thrums beneath my skin, a feeling that grants me a bit of calmness, knowing that I at least have some capability to protect myself in this world. It's different from Sukuna's raw, destructive energy. There's a finesse to it, a control that comes with being Megami, even if Megami in canon was just a backseat driver in his own meat wagon. First things first, I continue to think, as I walk with Mark. Figure out the extent of my abilities in this world. Can I summon Mahoraga? Probably not a good idea to test that out till I am sure I can defeat him and am in a completely desolate area. The other Shikigami are also a thing, the dogs are by default tamed, but what about the others? I need practice, a lot of it and in private. Mark, oblivious to the internal war raging inside me, continues to ramble about the physics test. Seriously, Megami, you gonna be okay for this? You looked kinda out of it back there. I force a nonchalant shrug. I'll manage. Besides, physics is just applied jujitsu, right? I immediately want to facepalm. Smooth, Megami. Real smooth. Sukuna's jujitsu obsession, I need to control my damn tongue. Mark raises an eyebrow, clearly confused about what the hell I'm talking about. Sure? If that makes sense to you. We reach our lockers, the familiar clang of metal echoing in the hallway. As I spin the dial on my lock, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Not in a Viltrumite invasion level threat kind of way, but more like, teenage drama kind of way. I glance around, and my eyes land on a group of girls huddled near the water fountain, whispering and giggling. Amber is among them, and she catches my eye, offering a small, tentative smile. Crap, I mutter under my breath. Time to check in about Saturday. Mark follows my gaze. Oh, you gonna go talk to them about the cleanup? He grins, but I catch the slight tension in his voice, the way his eyes linger on Amber just a moment too long. Seems he's got a crush on her just like in canon. Great. I roll my eyes. Don't get your hopes up, Grayson. I'm just fulfilling my obligation to Mr. Washington. I need to maintain my cover and keep things as normal as possible. The last thing I need is to draw attention by suddenly changing behavior. See you later, Mark, I say, heading towards the group of girls. Gotta go check in with the volunteer coordinator. As I approach, Ember's smile widens, though there's a professional distance to it. Hey, Megami. Mr. Washington wanted me to confirm you're still on for Saturday's cleanup. He said your probation officer called to verify your hours. I nod, trying to appear interested but not too eager. Yeah, I'll be there. So, what's the plan this time? While Amber launches into a detailed explanation of the cleanup route and supply distribution, my mind races. I need information. About the Viltrumites, about the local heroes, about anything that can give me an edge in this upcoming conflict. Sounds great, I say, cutting Amber off mid-sentence. Look, I'm supposed to help with security, right? Mr. Washington mentioned something about coordination with the community liaison officer. Any updates on that? Amber's expression turns serious. Officer Rodriguez will be there, but Mr. Washington mentioned there have been some issues with the purple dragons lately. They've been trying to muscle in on some of the local businesses near the cleanup site. Purple dragons, hey? Not exactly supervillains, but a good starting point. Alright, I say, a plan forming in my mind. I'll talk to Mr. Washington about it after school. This world may be insane, but I'm not going down without a fight. And if I have to play the part of a reformed delinquent to survive, so be it. Sukuna's memories might be a curse, but this new life I've been dropped into? It might just be my saving grace. Time to get to work. Chapter 2, Integrating. The rest of the school day passes in a blur of classes, whispered conversations, and stolen glances. I struggle to focus on anything the teachers say, too busy sorting through the dual memories competing for space in my head. Sukuna's knowledge is vast and disturbing, decades of violence, manipulation, and power. My own memories of a normal life before this bizarre transmigration seem almost quaint by comparison. Physics test? Barely registered. Literature discussion? Couldn't tell you what book we're even reading. By the time the final bell rings, I've developed a pounding headache from the effort of keeping my expression neutral while internally screaming. I find myself heading toward the gym after school, drawn by an instinct that isn't entirely mine. According to my implanted memories, this is part of my routine, checking in with Mr. Washington before heading home. The man runs both the youth outreach program and coaches the wrestling team, maintaining his office in a corner of the gymnasium. The familiar smell of sweat and floor polish greets me as I push through the double doors. On the mats, the wrestling team is already warming up, Coach Davis barking orders while Mr. Washington observes from the sidelines. He spots me immediately, giving a nod of acknowledgement before excusing himself from the practice. Fushijiro, he says as he approaches, his voice carrying the gravelly quality of someone who's seen too much in his years on the force. Right on time. Terrence Washington stands about 6'2", with broad shoulders and the solid build of someone who still maintains the fitness regimen of his police days despite being in his 50s. His dark skin is marked with a few scars, souvenirs from his time on the streets, and his close-cropped hair shows more salt than pepper these days. Got your check-in form ready, he continues, gesturing for me to follow him to his office. Ms. Chen will want it at your meeting tomorrow. I follow him into the small room adjacent to the locker area. Certificates and community awards line the walls alongside team photos from years past. His desk is organized chaos, stacks of papers, schedule books, and a framed photo of what must be his family. Amber mentioned the purple dragons, I say, cutting straight to the point as he hands me the weekly progress form. Around the cleanup site. Washington's expression darkens slightly. Yet. They've been pushing into that neighborhood for the past month. Nothing major yet, just marking territory, intimidating shop owners. But it's escalating. He leans back in his chair, studying me with the careful assessment of someone who spent decades reading people. Officer Rodriguez will be there on Saturday, but you know how these things go. Official presence sometimes just pushes the trouble around the corner. I nod, understanding the implication. This is where my role comes in, the unofficial deterrent. My past connections to the street, tenuous as they may be now, still carry weight. My presence alone might prevent trouble without the need for police intervention. I'll keep my eyes open, I say carefully. Make sure things stay quiet. That's all I'm asking, Washington replies. You've been doing good work, Fushijiro. 8 months without an incident. Judge Hoffman would be pleased. I shift uncomfortably under the praise. These aren't my accomplishments, they belong to the Megami whose life I've hijacked. Still, I can't deny a certain satisfaction in knowing that even in this world, I'm, or he's, managed to turn things around. There's something else, Washington says, his tone shifting slightly. Your uncle called. Said he's picked up extra shifts this weekend, won't be around much. Wanted me to remind you about your curfew. 10 o'clock, non-negotiable. My uncle. Right. According to my memories, he's a nurse at Upstate Medical, working primarily night shifts in the ER. He became my guardian after my parents, well, that part of the memory is still fuzzy, fragmented in a way that suggests trauma. I remember, I assure him, the response automatic. I'll be home on time. Washington nods, though his expression suggests he's heard such promises before. See that you are. Last thing you need is a technical violation for missing curfew. Even with your progress, the system's just looking for an excuse. I know, I reply, pocketing the form. I'm not going back to juvie. Good. He stands, signaling the end of our meeting. See you Saturday, then. 8 a.m. sharp at the community center. I exit the gym with my mind racing. The conversation with Washington has filled in more gaps in my understanding of this world and my place in it. The probation terms are stricter than I initially realized, curfews, regular check-ins, mandatory community service. One misstep and I could find myself back in detention, which would severely limit my ability to prepare for what's coming. But more importantly, I now have a legitimate reason to be in the neighborhood where the purple dragons are making moves. If they're just standard gang members, dealing with them would be trivial with my abilities. But in a world of superheroes and aliens, I can't assume anything is standard. I need information, and I need to test my powers. The sun is beginning to set as I make my way off campus, deliberately taking a route that avoids the main streets. According to my memories, there's an abandoned construction site on the outskirts of town, a half-finished office complex whose funding dried up during the last recession. It's far enough from residential areas to provide privacy, but not so isolated that my presence there would seem suspicious if I'm spotted. Perfect for what I need to do. 30 minutes of walking brings me to the chain link fence surrounding the site. A quick glance confirms I'm alone before I leap over it with an ease that still startles me, landing silently on the other side. The skeletal framework of the building looms against the darkening sky, concrete pillars and exposed steel beams creating a labyrinth of shadows. I find a secluded corner behind what would have been the parking garage and take a deep breath, centering myself. The cursed energy within me responds immediately, flowing through my body with an eager intensity that's almost intoxicating. All right, I mutter to myself. Let's see what I'm working with. I extend my hand, focusing on the simplest technique I can recall from Sukuna's memories, a basic manifestation of cursed energy. My palm begins to glow with a dark red light, shadows seeming to coalesce around my fingers. So far, so good. Next, I attempt something more complex, calling forth one of the 10 shadows. I press my hands to the ground, channeling energy downward. Come, I whisper, and feel a surge of satisfaction as darkness pools beneath my fingers, taking shape. 2 spectral dogs emerge from the shadows, their forms solidifying as they circle around me. Divine dogs, the most basic of the Shikigami and Megami's arsenal, but useful for reconnaissance and tracking. I spend the next hour testing various techniques, careful to keep the energy output low enough to avoid detection, if these things can be detected. One can never be sure with these worlds. Especially since Damien Darkblood, a literal demon is known, who knows if they have things able to detect the spiritual. In the end, the results are promising but concerning. I have access to most of Megami's abilities, including the 10 shadows technique, but it's weaker than it should be. Something is messing with my output. Is my soul not yet integrated properly with this body? More worryingly, I can feel Sukuna's techniques lurking beneath the surface, the dismantle and cleave that made him so feared. But they're frustratingly out of reach, like words on the tip of my tongue that I can't quite articulate. As darkness fully descends, I dismiss the Shikigami and sit on a concrete slab, processing what I've learned. I have power, significant power, but not nearly what I'd need to challenge someone like Omni-Man. At least, not yet. My phone buzzes in my pocket, a text from Mark. You okay? Didn't see you after school. Video games at Williams tomorrow. I smile despite myself. Even with the apocalypse looming on the horizon, life goes on. Normal, everyday life. I'm good, I text back. Had to check in with Washington. And yet, I'm in for tomorrow. I pocket the phone and stand, brushing dust from my clothes. One day at a time, that's how I'll have to approach this. Learn what I can, build my strength, and prepare for what's coming. I check the time, 7:45 p.m. I've still got more than 2 hours before curfew, but I should start heading back soon. The last thing I need is to give my uncle or Ms. Chen a reason to restrict my movements further. For now though I need to take things slowly. One step at a time. Chapter 3, Adjusting. The walk home is uneventful, my mind still processing everything I've learned about my abilities. The cool night air helps clear my head, and by the time I reach the apartment complex, my headache has subsided to a dull throb. The building is a modest 4-story structure in a decent part of town, not upscale by any means, but far from the worst places I've seen. According to my implanted memories, Uncle Kenji managed to get us this place through a connection at the hospital where he works. The rent is reasonable, and the neighbors mind their own business, which suits our situation perfectly. I unlock the door to find the apartment dark and quiet, just as expected. Uncle Kenji won't be home until morning, after his night shift ends. The place is small but clean, a living room that flows into a kitchenette, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom that's perpetually in need of better ventilation. It's not much, but it's home. Or at least, it's supposed to be. A note sits on the kitchen counter next to a covered plate, dinner in the microwave. Don't forget your meeting with Ms. Chen tomorrow. Uncle K. I reheat the curry he's left, the man can't cook much, but what he does make is decent, and settle at the small kitchen table. As I eat, I try to piece together more of my backstory from the fragmented memories. Uncle Kenji Fushijiro, my father's younger brother. He took me in after the accident 3 years ago that claimed both my parents. The details are hazy, but I get flashes of a rainy night, screeching tires and the harsh glare of headlights. The trauma of it apparently sent me spiraling, leading to my involvement with a local crew and eventually my arrest for aggravated assault when I was 15. Judge Hoffman had seen something in me though, potential, maybe, or just a kid who'd lost his way after tragedy. Instead of sending me to juvenile detention for the full term, she'd assigned me to the rehabilitation program under Washington's supervision. 8 months clean now, with another 4 to go before my probation ends. It's a neat backstory, I think as I finish my dinner. Tragic but not uncommon. The perfect cover for someone with unusual abilities awakened who needs to maintain a low profile. After washing my dishes, I retreat to my bedroom. It's small but personalized in a way that gives me more insight into the megami of this world. Posters of Japanese rock bands cover one wall, while another features framed anatomical diagrams, the human nervous system, musculature, and pressure points. A bookshelf holds an eclectic mix of manga, medical textbooks, some in Japanese, and dog-eared paperbacks on martial arts philosophy. On the desk sits a laptop and a neatly organized stack of schoolbooks. Next to them, a framed photo catches my eye, a younger version of me standing between a stern-looking Japanese man and a smiling woman with kind eyes. My parents, I assume. I pick up the frame, studying their faces, trying to feel some connection to them. There's nothing, of course. They're strangers to me, even if they're supposed to be my family. I set the photo down and open the laptop. Might as well see what else I can learn about this world and my place in it. The password comes to me automatically, Toji Shadowfang 92, a combination of my father's name and what I assume was a gaming handle. The desktop background is a stylized image of a wolf emerging from darkness, reinforcing the impression that this version of Megami had a thing for the edgy and dramatic. I spend the next hour browsing through files and social media accounts, building a more complete picture of my life here. According to school records saved in a folder labeled Probation Docs, I'm maintaining a solid B average, not exceptional, but respectable considering my circumstances. My strongest subjects are biology and physical education, while I struggle with English literature and algebra. My social media presence is minimal, a restriction of my probation terms, according to a document from Ms. Chen. I'm allowed limited access under supervision, mainly to keep in touch with approved contacts. Mark features prominently in the few photos I have posted, along with William Clockwell, a lanky kid with thick glasses who appears to be our mutual friend. There's also a folder of medical documents, records of therapy sessions with Dr. Sarah Levine, who I apparently see bi-weekly as part of my rehabilitation. The most recent notes mention continued progress in anger management and decreased dissociative episodes. Great. So I'm not just a delinquent on probation, I'm also dealing with psychological issues. A notification pops up on the screen, a calendar reminder for tomorrow, 4:30 p.m., meeting with Ms. Chen. Bring completed form and school progress report. I close the laptop and lie back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow is Friday, which means school, followed by my probation check-in, and then video games at William's place. A perfectly normal day in the life of a reformed juvenile offender. Except I'm not Megami Fushiguro. I'm someone else entirely, trapped in his body, carrying the memories of a demonic curse king, in a world that's about to be torn apart by an alien invasion. Sleep doesn't come easily, but when it does, my dreams are a chaotic blend of my past life, Sukuna's memories, and flashes of what might be Megami's experiences. I see fragments of battles fought with cursed energy, glimpses of a normal childhood shattered by loss, and visions of Viltrumites descending from the sky, their eyes cold and merciless. I wake with a start at 6:15 a.m., drenched in sweat despite the cool morning air coming through the cracked window. The dreams fade quickly, leaving only a lingering sense of dread and a strange hunger that has nothing to do with food. The sound of the front door opening tells me Uncle Kenji is home from his shift. I hear him moving around in the kitchen, the soft clink of a mug being set down, the rustle of a newspaper. Part of me wants to stay in bed, to avoid the awkwardness of interacting with someone who thinks he knows me, but I know that would only raise suspicions. I pull on a t-shirt and sweatpants and make my way to the kitchen. Uncle Kenji is seated at the table, a steaming cup of tea in front of him, dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion after a long night shift. He looks up as I enter, offering a tired smile. "Morning," he says, gesturing to the counter. "Made some rice. There's miso soup in the pot if you want it." "Thanks," I reply, moving to serve myself. The familiarity with which I navigate the kitchen is disconcerting, muscle memory from a life I never lived. "How was school yesterday?" he asks, taking a sip of his tea. I shrug, keeping my back to him as I ladle soup into a bowl. "Same as always. Got a physics test back. Did okay. And your meeting with Washington?" "Fine," I say, turning to face him with my breakfast. "He said you called about this weekend." Uncle Kenji nods, running a hand through his short, graying hair. He's in his mid-40s, with features similar to mine but more weathered, lines of fatigue and grief edged around his eyes. "I picked up extra shifts. The hospital's short-staffed, and the overtime will help with your college fund." "College fund?" "Right. Because in this world, I apparently have a future beyond the impending apocalypse." "I'll be fine," I assure him, sitting across from him at the table. "I've got the cleanup on Saturday morning, and Mark invited me to stay over at his place tonight after we hang out at Williams." He studies me for a moment, and I can see the conflict in his eyes, the desire to trust me warring with the memory of past disappointments. "You'll make your check-in with Ms. Chen first." "Of course," I say, taking a bite of rice. 4:30. "I've got the form Washington gave me." He seems satisfied with this. "All right. But if you're staying at Mark's, I want a text when you get there. And remember, no alcohol, no drugs, no staying out past curfew," I finish for him. "I know the rules, Uncle Kenji." A small smile touches his lips. "Good to hear. I'm proud of you, Megami. You've come a long way." The praise makes me uncomfortable, both because it's not meant for me and because there's genuine affection behind it. This man cares for the nephew he believes me to be, has sacrificed to give him, me, a second chance. "Thanks," I mutter, focusing on my food to avoid his gaze. We eat in companionable silence for a few minutes before he speaks again. "I saw Omni-Man on the news last night. Stopped some kind of disaster in Malaysia." I nearly choke on my soup. "Oh. Impressive stuff." He shakes his head in admiration. "That guy makes all the other heroes look like amateurs. If only he knew." "I guess," I say carefully, focusing on my food to hide any reaction. Uncle Kenji takes a sip of his tea. "You kids ever talk about the superheroes at school? Must be exciting living in a city with the Guardians of the Globe." I shrug, keeping my expression neutral. "Not really. We've got more normal stuff to worry about." Uncle Kenji nods thoughtfully. "Fair enough. When I was your age, I had posters of heroes all over my walls. Different times, I suppose." He finishes his tea and stands, stretching with a barely suppressed yawn. I'm going to get some sleep. Wake me up before you leave for Williams, all right? Sure, I agree, watching as he rinses his mug and places it in the dish rack. He pauses at the entrance to the hallway, looking back at me with an expression I can't quite read. You know you can talk to me if something's bothering you, right? About anything. His words are kind, but I know pointless in my situation. For what if I do tell him who I really am, about Sukuna's memories, about the Viltrumite threat looming on the horizon? What good would it do? Best case, he'd think I was having some kind of psychotic break. Worst case, he'd believe me and be burdened with knowledge he couldn't act on, knowledge that he lost his nephew to an imposter. One who didn't even intend to take his place. I know, I say instead. Thanks, Uncle Kenji. He nods, seemingly satisfied, and disappears down the hallway. A few moments later, I hear his bedroom door close. I finish my breakfast in solitude, thinking about the day ahead. School, probation check-in, video games with friends. Normal activities that feel anything but normal to me now. But they're my cover, my way of maintaining the life I've inherited while I figure out what to do about the larger threats. As I wash my dishes and prepare for school, I can't shake the feeling that I'm playing a role in someone else's life, walking through scenes in a play where everyone knows their lines except me. It's disorienting, but also oddly freeing. After all, if none of this is really mine, then I have nothing to lose by trying to save it. With that thought in mind, I gather my school things and head for the shower, ready to face another day in this new life. Chapter 4, Normal Day. The hallways of Reginald Vell Johnson High buzz with the usual Friday energy. Students planning weekend activities, teachers trying to maintain order for a few more hours, and the perpetual drama of teenage social dynamics playing out at every locker. I navigate through it all with practiced ease, keeping my head down and my expression neutral, just as the memories tell me Megami would. Fushiguro. I turn to see Mark jogging toward me, weaving through the crowd with his characteristic mix of awkwardness and determination. He's wearing his usual outfit, jeans, sneakers, and a plain t-shirt under an open button-up, the quintessential everyday teenager look that helps him blend in despite being anything but ordinary. Hey, I greet him, adjusting my backpack as he falls into step beside me. You ready for Birch's history exam? Mark asks, grimacing. I was up half the night trying to memorize all those dates. I shrug. It's just memorization. Not that hard. Easy for you to say. You've got that weird memory thing. According to my implanted memories, Megami does have an unusually good recall for facts and figures. A trait that served him well both in academics and in remembering the complex social hierarchies of street life. It's one of the reasons he's maintained decent grades despite his troubled past. You'll be fine, I assure him. Just remember the major events, and the dates will follow. Mark sighs dramatically. If I fail, I'm blaming you for false confidence. We reach our lockers, which are conveniently adjacent, a result of the alphabetical assignment system that placed Grayson near Fushiguro. As we exchange books for our morning classes, I catch Mark glancing at me with a slightly concerned expression. What? I ask, more defensively than intended. Nothing, he says quickly, then reconsiders. Actually, no. Something's up with you. You've been weird since yesterday. More. I don't know, intense? Like you're somewhere else half the time. I freeze momentarily. Is my act that transparent, or is Mark just unusually perceptive? Probably the latter. Our friendship may be a construct of this reality, but the memories suggest it's a genuine one, built on years of mutual understanding. Just got a lot on my mind, I say, closing my locker. Probation stuff. Miss Chen's meeting today. Mark's expression softens. Right. The check-in. You worried about it? Not really. I've been keeping my nose clean. I hesitate, then add, my uncle's working extra shifts this weekend. House will be empty. It's the kind of comment the old Megami might make, a subtle indication of the temptation that an unsupervised home represents to a teenager with a history of poor decisions. Testing Mark's reaction seems like a good way to gauge our friendship dynamic. His response is immediate and firm. Don't even think about it, man. You're so close to finishing probation. Not worth the risk. I smile slightly, oddly touched by his concern. Relax, Grayson. I wasn't planning anything. Just stating a fact. He studies me for a moment, then nods, apparently satisfied that I'm not plotting a return to delinquency. Good. Because I already told my mom you're staying over tonight, and she's making that lasagna you like. The mention of Mrs. Grayson's lasagna triggers an unexpected flood of sensory memory, the rich aroma of tomato and herbs, the warmth of the Graysons' kitchen, the feeling of being welcomed into their home. It's like everything these days disorienting, experiencing nostalgia for events I've never personally lived through. Sounds good, I manage to say as we start walking toward our first class. William's still on for after my probation meeting. Yet, he's got the new Immortal Fighter game. Says the graphics are insane. Mark glances at his watch. We should probably hurry. Bell's gonna ring any second. As if on cue, the shrill sound of the school bell cuts through the hallway chatter, sending students scurrying toward classrooms. Mark and I quicken our pace, joining the flow of bodies heading to first period history. Mr. Birch's classroom is on the second floor, a corner room with large windows that offer a view of the football field and, beyond it, the city skyline. As we take our seats, Mark in the middle row, me toward the back as befits my semi-reformed troublemaker status. I find myself studying that distant skyline, wondering how much longer it will remain intact once the Viltrumite agenda begins in earnest. All right, people, settle down, Mr. Birch calls out, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and perpetually rolled-up sleeves. Books away, pencils out. You know the drill. The exam itself is straightforward, 50 multiple-choice questions on post-World War II American history. I breeze through it, the answers coming easily from Megami's memories, finishing with 15 minutes to spare. Mark, I notice, is still working diligently, his brow furrowed in concentration as he deliberates over each question. When the bell rings, signaling the end of the period, Mark groans as he hands in his exam. That was brutal. Question 38. About the significance of the Camp David Accords? Totally blanked. Carter, begin, Sadat, I say automatically. 1978 Framework for Peace in the Middle East. Mark gives me a withering look. Thanks, Encyclopedia Fushijiro. Super helpful now. I shrug, suppressing a smile. There's something refreshingly normal about this interaction, just two friends commiserating over an exam. For a moment, I can almost forget the surreal nature of my situation. The rest of the morning passes in a similar fashion, classes, brief exchanges in hallways, the routine of high school life. By lunchtime, I've settled into a comfortable rhythm, letting Megami's muscle memory and social instincts guide me through the day. The cafeteria is crowded and noisy, but Mark has secured our usual table near the windows. William is already there, a skinny kid with a mop of curly hair, engrossed in something on his laptop. Check this out, he says by way of greeting as we sit down. Footage from Malaysia. Omni-Man versus some kind of sea monster. He turns the laptop to show us a shaky video of the world's greatest hero battling an enormous tentacled creature emerging from the ocean. The quality is poor, clearly shot on a phone from a considerable distance, but even so, Omni-Man's power is evident in every devastating punch. Whoa, Mark says, genuinely impressed. That thing is huge. I watch with a more critical eye, noting the efficiency with which Nolan dispatches the creature. There's no wasted movement, no hesitation, just pure, calculated violence. It's the technique of someone who's been fighting for centuries, who views combat as a science rather than an art. Pretty standard day for Omni-Man, William comments, closing the video. Anyway, you guys still coming over after school? I've got the game all set up. I've got my probation meeting first, I remind him. But I'll head over after. And I promise to help my dad with something, Mark adds. But I should be done by 6. William nods, cool. My mom's ordering pizza. The conversation shifts to more mundane topics, complaints about teachers, discussions of upcoming assignments, debates about the latest movies. I participate minimally, offering occasional comments while observing the dynamic between Mark and William. There's an easy camaraderie there, built on shared interests and mutual respect. According to my memories, the three of us have been friends since freshman year, with Mark serving as the bridge between William's nerdy enthusiasm and Megami's brooding intensity. As lunch winds down, Mark turns to me with a somewhat hesitant expression. Hey, so. I was thinking. If you want, you could come to dinner at my house on Sunday? Mom specifically asked if you'd be joining us. The invitation catches me off guard. Sunday dinner? Isn't that usually just family? Mark shrugs, trying to appear casual. Yeah, but you know how my mom is. She worries about you being alone with your uncle working so much. And she makes way too much food anyway. I consider the implications. Sunday dinner with the Graysons means spending time in Nolan's presence, the very being I know will soon reveal himself as Earth's greatest threat. It's risky, but also potentially valuable. A chance to observe him up close, to look for any signs that his plans are accelerating. Sure, I say after a moment. Tell your mom thanks for the invitation. Mark breaks into a grin. Great. She'll be psyched. And my dad's actually going to be there this time. No emergency calls, he promised. Looking forward to it, I lie smoothly, while internally contemplating the surreal prospect of making small talk with Omni-Man over pot roast. The bell signals the end of lunch, and we part ways for afternoon classes. As I head to physics, I find myself reflecting on the complexity of my situation. Mark isn't just a plot point in my new reality, he's a person with his own life, his own relationships, his own future. A future that will be irrevocably altered when his father reveals his true nature. And somehow, in this twisted scenario, I've become his friend. Not just any friend, but apparently one close enough to be invited to family dinners, to be worried about by his mother, to be part of his inner circle. The weight of that realization sits heavily on me through the remainder of the school day. By the time the final bell rings, I've come to an uncomfortable conclusion: I care what happens to Mark Grayson. Not just because he's invincible, not just because he'll be crucial in the coming conflict, but because the memory fragments I've inherited show me a friendship that resonates with my empathy. It's with this unsettled mindset that I head to my probation meeting, the check-in form tucked securely in my backpack, wondering just how deep these constructed connections go, and what it will mean when the world starts falling apart around us. Chapter 5, Feeling. The Juvenile Probation Services office occupies the third floor of a nondescript government building downtown. The waiting area is a study in institutional blandness, beige walls, uncomfortable plastic chairs, and outdated magazines scattered across a central table. A water cooler gurgles in the corner, providing the only sound besides the occasional click of the receptionist's keyboard. I arrive 10 minutes early for my appointment, as required by the terms of my probation. The receptionist, a middle-aged woman with horn-rimmed glasses who knows me by name, nods in acknowledgement as I sign in. Miss Chen will be with you shortly, she says, returning to her computer. I take a seat, pulling out the completed check-in form from my backpack. The form is straightforward, a record of my activities for the past week, confirmation of my attendance at school, and a section for any incidents or concerns. I filled it out meticulously, knowing that even minor inconsistencies could trigger unwanted scrutiny. At precisely 4:30, the door to the inner offices opens, and Lin Chen emerges. She's in her early 30s, with a sleek bob haircut and the perpetually alert expression of someone who's heard every excuse in the book and believes none of them. According to my memories, she's been my probation officer since my release from juvenile detention 8 months ago, tough but fair, and genuinely invested in keeping me on the right path. Megami, she greets me with a professional nod. Come on in. I follow her through the door and down a short hallway to her office. The space is small but efficiently organized, with a desk, 2 chairs, and filing cabinets along one wall. Unlike the waiting area, Ms. Chen has personalized her workspace with a few touches, a small plant on the windowsill, a framed diploma from the University of Michigan, and a calendar featuring national parks. Have a seat, she says, gesturing to the chair across from her desk. How was your week? I hand her the check-in form as I sit down. Fine. No issues. She scans the form quickly, her eyes moving methodically down the page. School attendance is good. I see Mr. Washington signed off on your community service hours for last Saturday. And you're scheduled for another cleanup tomorrow. Yes. 8 to noon at the community center. She makes a note in my file. And how are things at home? Your uncle is working extra shifts this weekend. He is. Night shifts at the hospital. But I'm staying at a friend's tonight, and I've got the cleanup tomorrow morning. This friend would be, she asks, though I'm certain she already knows the answer. Miss Chen is nothing if not thorough. Mark Grayson, I reply. And then on Sunday, I'm having dinner with his family. Something like approval flickers across her face. The Graysons. Good. They're a stable influence. She closes my file and leans back slightly in her chair, studying me. You've been consistent these past few months, Megami. That's commendable. I nod, accepting the praise without comment. How are you feeling about the upcoming transition, she asks, shifting to a more personal line of questioning. Your probation ends in 4 months. Have you given any thought to what comes next? The question catches me off guard. What comes next? If the timeline follows the comics, what comes next is global catastrophe. Omni-Man's betrayal, the Viltrumite invasion, the reshaping of Earth's power structures. My personal plans seem laughably irrelevant in that context. But of course, Ms. Chen is expecting a normal teenager's response, thoughts about college, perhaps, or career aspirations. I've been looking at pre-med programs, I say, drawing on Megami's memories. My uncle thinks I could get into state with my grades, maybe with a partial scholarship. She nods approvingly. Medicine. Following in your uncle's footsteps. Something like that. It's a good path. Demanding, but with your academic abilities and she pauses, choosing her words carefully, your unique perspective on human behavior, you could be successful. I suppress a smile at her diplomatic phrasing. My unique perspective being that of someone who once ran with a street crew and has seen the darker side of humanity firsthand. Have you discussed this with Dr. Levine, she asks, referring to the therapist I apparently see bi-weekly. Not in detail, I admit. It's still just an idea. Well, I think you should. She can help you develop a concrete plan. Ms. Chen makes another note in my file. Speaking of Dr. Levine, your next appointment with her is Tuesday, correct? Yes. After her school. Good. She closes the file decisively. Unless you have any concerns you'd like to discuss, I think we're done for today. Same time next Friday. I'll be here. She stands, extending her hand. Keep up the good work, Megami. You're proving that people can change when they commit to it. I shake her hand, feeling a twinge of guilt at the deception. The real Megami Fushiguro might indeed have changed, might have been working toward a better future. But I'm not him, and the future I'm preparing for is far different from what Ms. Chen envisions. The meeting concludes, and I head out of the government building into the late afternoon sunshine. William's house is a 20-minute walk from downtown, in a middle-class neighborhood of modest single-family homes with well-kept lawns. According to my memories, his parents are both teachers, his father at the local community college, his mother at an elementary school. When I arrive, William is already setting up the game system in his basement rec room, a comfortable space with a worn couch, a large TV, and shelves crammed with books, games, and collectible figures. How'd the probation thing go? He asks without looking up from the tangle of cords he's sorting through. Fine. Just the usual check-in. Cool. Mark texted, he'll be here in about half an hour. Something about helping his dad move furniture. William finally gets the system connected and turns to me with a grin. Want to practice before he gets here? I've already unlocked most of the characters. We spend the next hour immersed in the game, a fighting title featuring exaggerated versions of real-world heroes like the Immortal and War Woman. It's strange seeing digital representations of people who, in this reality, actually exist, people who, if the timeline holds true, will soon be dead at Omni-Man's hands. Mark arrives eventually, letting himself in with the casual familiarity of a frequent visitor. He looks slightly disheveled, his hair windswept and his t-shirt wrinkled. Sorry I'm late, he says, dropping onto the couch beside me. Dad had me helping rearrange his study. The man has more books than a library. No problem, William says, passing him a controller. We've just been warming up. Megami's already figured out all the cheap moves with Darkwing. Mark snorts. Of course he has. He always goes for the tactical advantage. I shrug, not denying it. From what I can gather from the memories, Megami's approach to games, as with most things, is methodical and strategic, focused on efficiency rather than flash. Something we share in common, I suppose. The next few hours pass in a blur of virtual combat, pizza delivery, and the kind of easy banter that comes from years of friendship. Despite the surreal circumstances, I find myself genuinely enjoying the experience. There's something comforting about the simplicity of it all, 3 teenagers playing video games on a Friday night, with no immediate concerns beyond who's hogging the pizza or using cheap combat moves. By the time we call it quits, it's past 9, and William's parents have poked their heads in twice to check on us. Mark and I gather our things, thanking William for hosting and making vague plans to meet up again over the weekend. Remember, dinner on Sunday, Mark reminds me as we walk back to his house in the cool evening air. Mom said to be there by 5. I'll remember, I assure him, adjusting my backpack on my shoulder. Mark's home is in a nicer neighborhood than William's, larger houses, more manicured lawns. The kind of suburban prosperity that comes with having a successful science novelist for a mother and a superhero for a father, though of course, the neighbors don't know about that last part. The Grayson house is a 2-story colonial with a well-kept garden and a basketball hoop over the garage. As we approach, I can see lights on in the kitchen, and through the window, the silhouette of Debbie Grayson moving about, likely preparing a late snack for her son and his friend. Mom's still up, Mark notes unnecessarily. She always waits for me to get home, even when I tell her not to. There's a fondness in his voice that makes my chest tighten unexpectedly. Mark loves his mother deeply, and that relationship will be tested to its limits when the truth about Nolan emerges. In the comics, Debbie Grayson's world was shattered by her husband's betrayal. Will the same happen here? And if so, is there anything I can do to mitigate that pain? No, stop thinking about these things. These thoughts are a luxury. What's important now is to survive, to prosper, to set things up to eventually enjoy life, experience all its pleasures. These thoughts occupy me as we enter the house, greeted by the warm smell of baking and Debbie's cheerful welcome. There you are. I was beginning to think you'd decided sleep at Williams after all. She comes forward to give Mark a quick hug, then turns to me with a warm smile. Megami, it's good to see you. Are you hungry? I just took some cookies out of the oven. Always room for cookies, Mom, Mark answers for both of us, already moving toward the kitchen. I follow, offering a polite thank you, Mrs. Grayson, as she ushers us to the kitchen table and sets out a plate of chocolate chip cookies still warm from the oven, along with 2 glasses of milk. Your father's still in his study, she tells Mark as we dig in. He's been working on that article for the Science Journal all evening. Mark nods, mouth full of cookie. We rearranged the whole room so he could have a better view while he writes. Well, he appreciates your help, even if he doesn't always say it. She turns to me. Mark says you'll be joining us for dinner on Sunday, Megami. I'm making pot roast. Looking forward to it, I say, and am surprised to find that I mean it, at least partially. The prospect of sitting across from Nolan Grayson is both terrifying and fascinating. Debbie stays with us for a few minutes, asking about our evening and the video game tournament, before excusing herself to finish some work before bed. Once she's gone, Mark leads me upstairs to the guest room, a comfortable space with a twin bed, a desk, and a bookshelf filled with the eclectic mix of titles. Bathrooms down the hall, he reminds me, though according to my memories, I've stayed over enough times to know the layout of the house well. Mom usually makes breakfast around 8 on Saturdays, but we can grab something earlier if you need to get to the community center. 8 works, I tell him. The cleanup doesn't start until 8:30. Cool. He hovers in the doorway for a moment, as if wanting to say something else, then simply nods. Night, Megami. Good night, Mark. After he leaves, I sit on the edge of the bed, taking in the quiet normalcy of the Grayson household. Somewhere in this house, Omni-Man, Nolan Grayson, is working on a scientific article, playing the role of accomplished author and devoted family man. The perfect cover for a Viltrumite agent sent to weaken Earth for conquest. And here I am, playing my own role as reformed delinquent Megami Fushiguro, while harboring the memories of a cursed spirit king and knowledge of a future apocalypse. What a pair we make. The weekend passes in a blur of activity. Saturday morning is consumed by the community cleanup, where I work alongside Ember and other volunteers to remove trash from a local park, all under the watchful eye of Officer Rodriguez and Mr. Washington. The purple dragons make no appearance, much to my relief. I'm not ready to deal with gang complications on top of everything else. Saturday afternoon and evening are spent with Mark and William, playing more video games and watching a sci-fi movie that feels, now after everything, laughably inaccurate given what I know about actual alien civilizations like the Viltrumites. I return to my uncle's apartment that night, checking in as promised and finding him asleep after another long hospital shift. Sunday morning is quiet. I use the time to practice my cursed energy techniques in the privacy of my room, making incremental progress in controlling the flow of power. By mid-afternoon, I'm preparing for dinner at the Graysons, showering and changing into what Megami's memories suggest is appropriate attire for a family dinner. Since I've never been to one since I was a kid in my original life, dark jeans and a button-up shirt, casual but neat. I arrive at the Grayson house at 4:55 p.m., precisely 5 minutes before the invited time. Mark answers the door, looking unusually well-groomed in a collared shirt and khakis. Mom's gone full formal dinner mode, he explains in a low voice as he lets me in. Dad's actually wearing a tie. The significance isn't lost on me. This isn't just a casual meal, it's something of an occasion. I follow Mark to the living room, where Nolan Grayson stands by the fireplace, drink in hand, engaged in conversation with Debbie. He turns as we enter, and I get my first close look, my own, not Megami's memories, at Omni-Man in his civilian guise. He's tall and powerfully built, with the perfect physique of a Viltrumite warrior barely concealed by his business casual attire. His mustache is immaculately groomed, his smile practiced and charming. Only his eyes betray a hint of something else, a coldness, an alienness that I doubt most humans would notice. One that I do simply from having seen it so much in my own, Sukuna's water reflection. Megami, Nolan says, rising from his seat with a practiced smile. Good to see you again. It's been some time. I take his extended hand, acutely aware that I'm touching someone who could crush my bones to dust without effort. Thank you for having me over, Mr. Grayson. His handshake is perfectly calibrated, firm but not overpowering, the grip of someone who has spent centuries learning to mimic human social cues. Please, call me Nolan. I understand you've been quite the positive influence on Mark lately. There's something in his tone, a subtle assessment, that makes me wonder if he's genuinely pleased or merely evaluating potential threats in his son's life. Dad barely remembers Megami, Mark says with a hint of exasperation. He's met you what, twice in 3 years? 3 times, actually, Nolan corrects smoothly. Though our interactions have been regrettably brief. My work schedule has been particularly demanding these past few years. Science waits for no man, I say, echoing a phrase I've apparently heard him use before, according to Megami's memories. Nolan's eyebrow raises slightly, seemingly pleased by the recognition. Precisely. You have a good memory. Dinner's almost ready, Debbie announces from the doorway. Megami, would you mind helping Mark set the table? I follow Mark to the dining room, where he begins laying out plates and silverware with the practiced efficiency of someone who's performed this task countless times. Sorry about my dad, he says quietly as we work. He's always like this, acts like he barely knows my friends even when he's met them before. It's fine, I assure him, placing napkins beside each plate. He seems preoccupied. I don't know if Mark's told his dad that I know about him being Omni-Man, better not test it. Mark snorts softly. That's one way to put it. Usually, he doesn't even make this much effort. We finish setting the table just as Debbie brings in the pot roast, a magnificent centerpiece surrounded by roasted vegetables. Nolan follows with a bottle of wine for the adults and a pitcher of water for Mark and me. As we take our seats, Nolan at the head of the table, Debbie to his right, Mark to his left, and me beside Mark, I can't help but marvel at the surreal normalcy of it all. Here I am, having Sunday dinner with the family of Earth's greatest hero, who is secretly its greatest threat. So, Megami, Nolan says as Debbie serves the food, Mark tells me you're quite the scholar these days. Interested in medicine, I understand. I nod, accepting a plate loaded with pot roast and vegetables. I'm considering it. My uncle's a nurse, so I've grown up around the medical field. A noble profession, Nolan comments. The human body is a fascinating machine, though remarkably fragile. There's something in his tone, a clinical detachment, that sends a chill down my spine. To him, humans are indeed just fragile machines, inferior specimens to be studied and ultimately subjugated. Megami's at the top of our biology class, Mark adds proudly. Mr. Donovan says he's got the best grasp of anatomy he's seen in years. Is that so? Nolan's gaze sharpens slightly, his interest seemingly piqued. A natural aptitude, or the result of dedicated study? Both, I guess, I reply, careful to maintain the persona of a bright but troubled student. I find it interesting how systems work together, how everything connects. Indeed. Nolan takes a sip of his wine. The interconnectedness of biological systems is a principle that extends far beyond Earth. In my research, I've found similar patterns across various species. Nolan, Debbie interjects with a gentle smile, let's not turn dinner into a science lecture. I'm sure the boys would rather discuss something else. Of course, dear. Nolan shifts gears smoothly. I believe the last time we spoke at any length, Megami, you were having some difficulties at school. Mark mentioned you're involved in some sort of community service program now. The question is innocuous enough, but I sense a subtle probing. Is he genuinely curious, or is he truly as I suspected earlier assessing potential threats to his plans for Mark, cataloging the humans in his son's life? It's part of my probation requirements, I answer honestly, seeing no reason to hide what he could easily discover. I help with neighborhood cleanups, community center events, that sort of thing. Probation. Nolan's eyebrow rises slightly. I wasn't aware it had gone that far. Dad, Mark says, a warning note in his voice. It's okay, I tell Mark before addressing Nolan directly. I made some bad choices a while back. Got involved with the wrong crowd. I'm working to move past it. Nolan studies me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nods. Rehabilitation rather than punishment. A sensible approach for young offenders. On Viltrum. He catches himself, clearing his throat. In some of the Scandinavian countries I've studied, they've found similar approaches to be quite effective. The slip catches me completely off guard. Did Nolan Grayson, the most calculating being on the planet, just make a careless error? Or was it deliberate, a test to gauge my reaction? I keep my expression neutral, taking a bite of pot roast to cover any momentary surprise. No, this simply confirms it, Mark must have already told him about me knowing. No way he, a man of his experience, would make such a blunder. Scandinavian countries are ahead of us in many ways, I say smoothly, maintaining the flow of conversation. Their rehabilitation rates are impressive. Nolan's eyes linger on me for a fraction too long before he nods. Indeed. Their social systems are built on different foundations than ours. More cohesive. The way he says cohesive carries an undertone I can't quite place, admiration, perhaps, or a hint of the Viltrumite ideology that values unity through strength and obedience. Speaking of different systems, Debbie interjects, clearly sensing the strange tension. Mark tells me you've been helping him with biology. His grades have improved significantly this quarter. Mom, Mark groans, embarrassed. I'm not failing anymore. That's hardly significant improvement. Not failing is better than the alternative, Nolan comments dryly, his attention shifting to his son. Though I'd prefer to see you excelling, not merely scraping by. I watch the family dynamic unfold, fascinated by the layers of meaning. To an outside observer, this is just a father pushing his son to achieve more. But knowing what I do about Nolan's true nature, every expectation he places on Mark carries the weight of a 1,000-year-old eugenic program designed to produce the perfect Viltrumite warriors. Or, the theories from my previous life are true, that Nolan didn't wish for Mark to develop his abilities, wanting to wait for them to die of old age before he committed his conquest. I should keep both in my mind, and prepare for both cases. Mark's doing fine, I say, feeling a strange protectiveness toward my friend. The material gets more complex this semester. Everyone's struggling a bit. Nolan turns his gaze back to me, and for a moment, I feel like I'm being assessed on a molecular level. You seem to manage well enough. Different strengths, I reply with a shrug. Mark helps me with English Lit. I can analyze biological systems, but ask me to interpret Steinbeck, and I'm lost. This earns a genuine laugh from Debbie. That's what friendship should be, complementary skills. When Nolan and I first met, he couldn't cook to save his life. I was hopeless with technology. Still are, dear, Nolan says with surprising warmth, reaching over to squeeze her hand. The gesture is so natural, so human, that it momentarily throws me. Despite wishing to take option 2 into consideration, everything I know about what's coming, everything I know he will do, seeing him like this, that there's genuine affection there. It makes the inevitable betrayal all the more tragic. The conversation shifts to safer topics after that, school events, local news, a charity fundraiser Debbie is helping organize. Throughout it all, I remain hyper-aware of Nolan's presence, cataloging every gesture, every inflection, searching for clues about his timeline, all while not making it obvious. Despite my desire for separation of it, in some ways I am still Sukuna, I know when to hide my observation. It is after all how I learned jujutsu so well, since I never had a teacher, I had to observe sorcerers I killed at a young age. After the main course, Debbie brings out an apple pie for dessert, served with vanilla ice cream. As we eat, Mark regales his parents with stories from our video game tournament at Williams, complete with dramatic reenactments of particularly impressive victories. You should have seen Megami, he says enthusiastically. He figured out this combo move with Darkwing that nobody could counter. Even William was impressed, and he's been playing that game since the beta. Strategy and timing, I say modestly. It's just pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is a valuable skill, Nolan comments. In combat especially, the ability to anticipate an opponent's next move can mean the difference between victory and defeat. There it is again, that subtle shift from civilian conversation to warrior perspective. I wonder if Mark notices these slips, these glimpses of his father's true nature, or if they're so woven into the fabric of their relationship that they seem normal to him. Is that how you approach your science writing, Mr. Grayson? I ask, deliberately steering the conversation back to his cover identity. Looking for patterns across different fields. He seems pleased by the question. Precisely. The universe operates on fundamental principles that repeat at various scales. My current article examines how certain biological adaptations mirror astronomical phenomena, a kind of cosmic symmetry. Sounds fascinating, I say, and mean it. Despite everything, Nolan Grayson is genuinely brilliant. His scientific insights, even those filtered through the lens of human understanding, represent knowledge accumulated across centuries of interstellar experience. Perhaps you'd like to read it when it's published, he offers. I could have Mark bring you a copy. I'd like that, I reply, surprised by the offer. The meal concludes with coffee for the adults and more casual conversation. Throughout it all, I maintain the persona of Megami. Respectful, intelligent, with occasional flashes of the street smart edge that would be expected from someone with my background. But beneath that facade, my mind is still racing, analyzing every interaction, every nuance of Nolan's behavior. When it's time for me to leave, Debbie insists on packing leftovers for my uncle, and Nolan surprises me by walking me to the door alongside Mark. It was good to have a proper conversation with you, Megami, he says as we reach the entryway. I'm pleased to see the positive direction you've taken. Mark benefits from having focused friends. There's a weight to his words that goes beyond simple approval. Is he genuinely impressed by my rehabilitation, or is he merely categorizing me as a non-threat to whatever plans he has for Mark? Thank you for having me, sir, I reply, defaulting to formality. Dinner was excellent. You're welcome here anytime, he says, and though the invitation is standard politeness. There's something assessing in his gaze that makes me wonder if he's detected something unusual about me, some hint that I'm not quite what I appear to be. Mark walks me the rest of the way to the door, both of us carrying containers of leftovers that Debbie has packed. So, he says as we step onto the porch, that wasn't too painful, right? Dad was actually being social for once. It was nice, I assure him. Your parents are great. Mark smiles, though there's a hint of something wistful in his expression. Yeah, they are. Even if Dad can be intense sometimes. If only he knew just how intense his father truly is. See you at school tomorrow, he asks. I nod. Bright and early. As I walk home through the quiet suburban streets, container of leftover pot roast in hand, I replay the dinner conversation in my mind. Nolan's slip about Viltrum was concerning, if indeed he does not know I know. I at first categorized it as him knowing because of his experience making such a blunder unsuitable for him, but what if there was more to it? What if he's becoming less careful about maintaining his cover? It might indicate that he's preparing to move forward with whatever timeline the Viltrumites have established for Earth. Or perhaps I'm looking too much into it and it was simply a momentary lapse. I have to acknowledge that he isn't perfect. Even a being as disciplined as Nolan Grayson might occasionally let his guard down in the comfort of his home, among family and a guest he's met several times before. Either way, I need to accelerate my own preparations. The cursed energy techniques I've been practicing are coming more easily now, but they're still far from what I'd need to face a Viltrumite. Not that I plan to confront Nolan directly, that would be suicide at my current expected level. But when the chaos begins, I'll need every advantage I can muster just to survive. I reach my uncle's apartment building and make my way up to our unit. The lights are off, he's working another night shift, but there's a note on the kitchen counter, hope dinner went well. Leftovers in the fridge if you're still hungry. Don't forget your therapy appointment Tuesday. Uncle K. I add Debbie's containers to the refrigerator and settle at the kitchen table, suddenly feeling the weight of the day. Playing my role as Megami, navigating the complexities of his life while carrying the knowledge of what's to come, it's exhausting in ways I hadn't anticipated. And now there's this new complication, I genuinely like the Graysons. Debbie's warmth, Mark's friendship, even Nolan's brilliant mind, all of it makes what's coming feel more personal, more tragic. I rest my head in my hands, allowing myself a moment of vulnerability in the empty apartment. The memories are exhausting. Sukuna's memories remain vivid but separate, a dark archive I can access without being consumed by it. The ones from my own original life before this bizarre transmigration feel still personal, but Megami's memories, his experiences, his relationships, his daily life, those are becoming more integrated with my own consciousness. I'm not becoming him, exactly, but the boundaries are blurring. His memories with Mark and the others are influencing my own perceptions, rising my empathy, complicating what should be simple strategic calculations. I push away from the table and head to my room, determined to regain my focus. Tomorrow is Monday, another day of school, of maintaining my cover, of gathering information and building my strength. I can't afford to be distracted by emotional entanglements, no matter how genuine they might feel. As I prepare for bed, I catch sight of myself in the mirror, Megami's face, with its sharp features and serious expression, looking back at me. For a moment, I wonder what the real Megami Fushiguro would make of all this, his body inhabited by a stranger, his life repurposed for survival in a coming apocalypse. Would he understand? Would he approve of how I'm using his connections, his reputation, his second chance at a decent life? It doesn't matter, I tell myself firmly. He's gone, and I'm here, and all that matters now is surviving what's coming. But as I drift off to sleep, I can't quite shake the feeling that I'm becoming invested in this borrowed life in ways I never intended, and that those attachments might ultimately prove either my salvation or my downfall. Chapter 6, Situation. The field trip to Upstate Science Museum wasn't my idea. In fact, when Mr. Donovan announced it in biology class on Wednesday, I initially considered skipping it altogether. A day spent shepherding teenagers through exhibits on space exploration and natural history seemed like a waste of valuable preparation time. But Mark and William were excited, especially William, who wouldn't stop talking about the new quantum physics exhibit, and Ms. Chen had made it clear that school attendance was non-negotiable under my probation terms. So here I am, Friday morning, standing in the museum's cavernous main hall with 30 other students from Reginald Vell Johnson High. This is gonna be awesome, William says, practically vibrating with enthusiasm as he adjusts his glasses. They've got a working model of the Large Hadron Collider that actually visualizes particle collisions. Fascinating, I mutter, scanning the room out of habit. 2 exits visible from our position, security guards stationed near the entrance, cameras in the corners. Old instincts die hard. Mark nudges me. Try to contain your excitement, Megami. You might pull a muscle. I roll my eyes but can't help a small smile. Sorry. Museums aren't really my thing. That's because you haven't seen the medical history exhibit, Mark says. They've got this whole section on ancient surgical tools that looks like a medieval torture chamber. Right up your alley. Before I can respond, Mr. Donovan claps his hands for attention. All right, people, listen up. You have your assignment sheets. Groups of 3 or 4, stay together, and meet back here at 1 o'clock for lunch. Remember, this isn't just a day off, I expect detailed observations for Monday's discussion. The students break into prearranged groups, and I find myself with Mark, William, and Samantha Eve Wilkins, known to everyone as Eve. She's one of the top students in our grade, with a focused intensity that rivals my own. According to Megami's memories, she's been Mark's lab partner in chemistry since sophomore year. But I know as well from my previous life memories that she is Adam Eve, the girl who I believe is supposed to end up with Mark. The latter parts of the series were sadly, extremely so given my situation, parts I don't have quite the many details of. Where should we start? Eve asks, consulting the museum map with methodical precision. Quantum physics, William says immediately. Medical history, Mark counters, glancing at me. I shrug. Let's just work our way through systematically. Start on the ground floor and move up. We begin with the Earth Sciences exhibit, making our way through displays on geology, meteorology, and oceanography. William dutifully takes notes for our assignment, while Mark and Eve discuss the interactive volcano simulation. I follow along, contributing occasionally but mostly observing, both the exhibits and my companions. It's strange how comfortable this feels, just being a normal teenager on a school trip. For brief moments, I almost forget about Viltrumites and apocalypses, about cursed energy and probation officers. Almost. I can't let myself get too comfortable as my inclinations want me to. It would be foolish. By mid-morning, we've made our way to the second floor and the medical history exhibit. As Mark predicted, I find myself genuinely interested in the evolution of surgical techniques and anatomical understanding. There's something fascinating about how humans have gradually unlocked the secrets of their own bodies, despite their inherent fragility. Check this out, Mark calls, pointing to a display of early surgical instruments. They used to perform amputations with basically a handsaw and no anesthesia. Brutal but efficient, I comment, studying the implements. Though the survival rate must have been abysmal. That's your takeaway? Eve asks, raising an eyebrow. Not thank goodness for modern medicine. I catch myself, remembering to respond as Megami would. Well, that too, obviously. The medical exhibit transitions into the biology section, with its impressive collection of preserved specimens and anatomical models. As we examine a detailed cross-section of the human brain, I notice William has wandered ahead to the adjacent physics hall, drawn inexorably to his beloved quantum mechanics. We should probably follow him before he gets lost in theoretical dimensions, Mark jokes. We find William already deep in conversation with a museum docent, a middle-aged man with a neat beard and an enthusiastic manner, about the particle acceleration display. And that's why the visualization uses color to represent different energy states, the docent is explaining as we approach. It's a simplification, of course, but it helps convey the basic principles. William nods eagerly. What about quantum entanglement? Does the exhibit address that? The docent smiles. It does, actually. Follow me, it's just around the corner. We trail after them into a room dominated by a large, complex apparatus at its center, presumably the model of the Large Hadron Collider that William had mentioned. Around the perimeter are various interactive displays, currently being operated by students from another school group. As the docent leads William to the quantum entanglement exhibit, Mark, Eve, and I spread out to explore the room. I find myself drawn to a display on cosmic radiation, reading about the particles that constantly bombard Earth from space. According to the information panel, most are deflected by our magnetic field, while others pass harmlessly through our bodies every second. Except they wouldn't pass harmlessly through a Viltrumite, I think. They'd be vulnerable to certain types of radiation, if I remember the comics correctly. Or was it a specific type or radiation? Either way, useful information to file away. I'm so absorbed in my thoughts that I almost miss the subtle change in the atmosphere, a shift in the ambient noise, a tension in the air. My instincts, honed by Sukuna's decades of battle awareness, snap to attention before my conscious mind even registers why. Looking up, I scan the room and immediately spot the source of my unease. 3 men have entered from a side door, maintenance access, based on the signage. They're dressed in what appear to be museum staff uniforms, but their body language is all wrong, too tense, too deliberate. One remains by the door, while the other 2 move deeper into the exhibit area. My eyes narrow as I take in additional details. Slight bulges under their jackets. The careful way they're surveying the room. The communication devices in their ears. These aren't museum staff. I catch Mark's eye across the room and make a subtle gesture, a warning signal we've developed during our years at school together, according to Megami's memories. Something's wrong. He frowns, not immediately understanding, but his posture straightens as he picks up on my tension. Before I can move toward him, one of the men reaches into his jacket and pulls out a gun, pointing it at the ceiling. Everyone stay calm and nobody gets hurt, he shouts, firing a single shot into the air. The sound echoes through the exhibit hall, followed immediately by screams and cries of alarm. Students drop to the floor or freeze in place, while the docent moves protectively in front of William. This is a robbery, the man continues, his voice steady and controlled. We're only interested in one thing, and it's not in this room. Stay down, stay quiet, and you'll all be going home today. The second armed man begins herding students and staff toward one corner of the room, while the third remains at the door, gun now visible in his hand as well. I assess the situation rapidly. 3 armed men, at least a dozen students plus staff in the room. More students in adjacent exhibit areas who might wander in unknowingly. Security will respond to the gunshot, but how quickly? Mark has dropped to the floor near a display case, pulling a younger student down with him protectively. William and the docent are against the far wall, partially obscured by the collider model. Eve is across the room, her posture tense but controlled. I need to make a decision quickly. These men are too well organized for this to be an ordinary robbery. Their positioning, the way they're controlling the room, they're professionals, possibly mercenaries. And whatever they're after in the museum, it can't be good. The leader gestures to the third man. Secure the hallway. We have 4 minutes until security override kicks in. As the third man moves to check the corridor, I catch a glimpse of something on his wrist, a tattoo peeking out from under his sleeve. Some kind of military or mercenary insignia, nothing I recognize. These indeed aren't random criminals, they're, as my suspicions already suggest, now confirmed, professionals, well-trained and well-equipped. I make eye contact with Mark across the room. He's tense, but unlike me, completely powerless in this situation. In the timeline I remember, his abilities wouldn't manifest for weeks. I shift my attention to Eve, who's positioned near the emergency exit. If anyone besides me has a chance of handling this, it's her with her molecular manipulation powers. I catch her eye briefly, giving her the slightest nod. Since she's Adam Eve, with me handling the how I know later, if she suspects that is, she'll understand what needs to be done. I'll create a distraction, she'll neutralize the threat. Simple, efficient, with minimal risk to the hostages. The leader moves toward the quantum entanglement display, where a small, cylindrical device sits on a pedestal. This is it, he says to his partner. Get it and let's go. The second man approaches the display, pulling out what looks like a specialized tool to bypass the security system. I need to give Eve an opening, but I need to be careful. Direct confrontation would endanger everyone in the room. I need a distraction that will create enough chaos for her to act without drawing attention to herself. Slowly, I start to edge along the wall, using the other students as cover. If I can trigger the fire alarm near the exit, it might provide enough confusion for Eve to use her powers discreetly. But before I can move much further, the situation escalates. William, ever the science enthusiast, speaks up from his position near the docent. That's experimental quantum technology. You can't just take it, it's unstable. The leader turns sharply. Shut up, kid. Nobody asked you. But it's true, William persists, his voice tight with fear but determined. That device contains experimental quantum particles. If it's removed from the containment field without proper protocols. I said shut up. The leader strides toward William, gun raised threateningly. I glance at Eve, expecting her to make her move now that attention is focused away from the device. But she remains frozen, her eyes wide with fear. This isn't the confident superhero I expected, she looks like any other terrified teenager. A cold realization washes over me. Her powers may or may not have manifested yet either. The timeline may be too different here. I'm on my own. In that split second, I make my decision. I grab a heavy fire extinguisher from a nearby wall mount and hurl it with precise force at the overhead sprinkler system. The impact triggers the sprinklers, sending water cascading down throughout the exhibit hall. Screams erupt as cold water drenches everyone. In the confusion, I move quickly toward William and the leader, who's momentarily distracted by the sudden downpour. The second gunman has already removed the quantum device from its housing, triggering alarms that add to the chaos. The third man rushes back in from the hallway. Security's coming. We need to move now. The leader grabs William by the collar. This one comes with us. Insurance. That's when something shifts inside me. The careful calculation of Megami Fushiguro falls away, replaced by something older, colder, and infinitely more arrogant. A presence that views these armed men not as threats, but as insects who've wandered into the wrong garden. Let him go. My voice cuts through the chaos with unnatural clarity, carrying a weight that doesn't belong to a high school student. The leader turns, gun swinging toward me. Stay back. I don't stay back. I advance with deliberate steps, water streaming down my face, my eyes locked on his. There's no fear in my movement, only the inexorable confidence of a predator approaching cornered prey. You dare point a weapon at me. The words emerge in a tone I barely recognize as my own, imperious, dismissive, amused. Know your place. There's something in my voice, in my posture, that makes the man hesitate. Even through the water and chaos, he senses something wrong, something dangerous radiating from the teenager before him. Shoot him, yells the man with the device. The leader fires, but I'm already moving. With inhuman speed, I sidestep the bullet's path and close the distance between us. My hand strikes out, fingers curled in a precise formation that channels cursed energy in a way that feels both foreign and intimately familiar. Dismantle, I whisper, the word coming unbidden to my lips. A thin, invisible line of cursed energy extends from my fingertips, slicing through the gun with surgical precision. The weapon falls apart in the man's hands, cut so cleanly it seems to disintegrate. The leader stares in shock at his ruined weapon, then at me. I grab William and shove him toward the docent, never taking my eyes off the armed men. You stand before a king, I say, my voice resonating with a power and authority that isn't mine, or rather, isn't entirely Megami's. It's Sukuna's essence, his absolute conviction in his own superiority. And yet you fail to kneel. The three men exchange glances, clearly reassessing the situation. They hadn't counted on encountering something beyond their understanding. This isn't worth it, the third man says, backing toward the door. We need to go. Now. The leader hesitates, looking between me and the exit, calculating his options. I can see the moment he decides to cut his losses. Fall back, he orders. Plan B. As they retreat toward the maintenance door, the man carrying the quantum device suddenly hurls it toward the center of the room, directly at a group of huddled students. Without thinking, I extend my hand again. Dismantle. The device splits in half mid-air, its internal components separating harmlessly before clattering to the floor in pieces. No explosion, no quantum catastrophe, just broken technology. The gunmen use the distraction to escape through the maintenance door. I could pursue them, but my priority is ensuring everyone in the room is safe. The sprinklers shut off as suddenly as they started, leaving everyone soaked and confused. Security guards burst into the room moments later, followed by museum staff. Mark is at my side instantly. "What did you do?" he whispers, eyes wide. I blink, the cold, regal presence receding as quickly as it had come. I don't know. Instinct, I guess. That wasn't instinct, Megami. That was. He trails off, unable to find the words. I shake my head slightly. Not now. Later. The next hour is a blur of police statements, paramedic checks, and concerned teachers counting heads. I stick to a simple story. I threw the fire extinguisher to trigger the sprinklers, creating confusion that allowed William to escape. The gun must have malfunctioned when the water hit it. The police seem skeptical but have no reason to doubt me, especially when the museum security footage from that room turns out to be corrupted by what they assume was an electrical surge from the sprinkler system. In reality, a subtle application of cursed energy had ensured those particular cameras would capture nothing useful. By the time we're cleared to leave, the field trip is officially cancelled, and students are being sent home early. Mr. Donovan looks exhausted as he arranges transportation. Mark, William, Eve, and I end up in the same group heading back to school. William hasn't stopped thanking me since we left the exhibit hall. I still don't understand what happened to his gun, he says for the third time. It just fell apart. Water damage, probably, I say dismissively. Cheap hardware. Mark gives me a look that says we'll be discussing this later, but says nothing. Eve, however, has been watching me with a calculating expression that makes me uneasy. She's too perceptive, too analytical. If anyone in our group might piece together what really happened, it's her. Quick thinking with the sprinklers, she says finally. Not many people would stay that calm with guns pointed at them. I shrug. Not my first rodeo. Right. Your troubled past. There's no judgment in her tone, just careful assessment. Still, it was impressive. As we arrive back at school, students are already being picked up by worried parents who've heard about the incident on the news. Mark's mother is waiting, her face tight with concern. I should go, Mark says. My mom's freaking out. But we need to talk. Tonight. I nod. Your place. After dinner. As he walks away, William gives me one more grateful look before heading to his own mother's car. Eve lingers for a moment. Whatever you did in there, she says quietly, thank you. Before I can respond, she's walking away, leaving me to wonder just how much she noticed. I check my phone to find several missed calls from Uncle Kenji and a text from Ms. Chen asking if I'm alright. The news travels fast. As I wait for my uncle to arrive, I reflect on what happened in the museum. For a moment, I had slipped back into what it is like to be Sukuna, allowed the rise of his arrogance, his casual disregard for human threats, his absolute certainty that he stands above all others. It had felt natural. Empowering. And that's what worries me. The line between who I am and who Sukuna was is blurring in ways I hadn't anticipated. I had used his technique, dismantle, with an ease that suggests it's becoming more integrated with my abilities. But I hadn't lost control. I had protected William, neutralized the threat without killing anyone, and maintained my cover. No one except possibly Mark suspects anything beyond quick thinking and good luck. No police involvement beyond routine statements, no reason for Ms. Chen to revoke my probation. I had walked the line perfectly. As Uncle Kenji's car pulls up, I take a deep breath and prepare to play the role of the shaken but brave teenager who helped save his classmates. Another performance in this increasingly complex life I've found myself living. But beneath the performance, a question lingers: how much of Sukuna am I willing to let surface when necessary? And will I always be able to push those impulses back down when the moment passes? Only time will tell, I suppose. Chapter 7, Explanation. The Grayson household is quiet when I arrive at 8 o'clock. Debbie answers the door with a warm smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, the residual worry of a mother whose son was in danger earlier that day. Megami, come in. Mark's upstairs. He said you two have a project to work on. I nod, accepting the convenient excuse Mark must have provided. Biology assignment. Thanks for having me over, Mrs. Grayson. You're always welcome here, she says, ushering me inside. Especially after what happened today. Mark told us you helped keep everyone safe. I shift uncomfortably under her grateful gaze. I just reacted. Anyone would have done the same. Not everyone would have thought to trigger the sprinklers, she counters. You have good instincts, Megami. If only she knew what kind of instincts had actually surfaced in that moment. Is Mr. Grayson home? I ask, glancing around the living room. No, he's in Malaysia again. Some kind of follow-up to that incident last week. Her expression clouds briefly. He should be back tomorrow. I nod, relieved. Facing Mark's questions will be challenging enough without Omni-Man's perceptive gaze to contend with as well. Mark's in his room, Debbie continues. I've made some snacks if you boys get hungry. Just help yourselves. I thank her and head upstairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. I've spent the afternoon rehearsing explanations, crafting a narrative that will satisfy Mark's curiosity without revealing too much of the truth. I knock on Mark's door, hearing a muffled come in from the other side. Mark is sitting at his desk, a textbook open in front of him, though I doubt he's been reading it. He looks up as I enter, his expression a mixture of concern, curiosity, and something else, a wariness that wasn't there before. Hey, I say, closing the door behind me. Hey. He gestures to the chair by his bed. So. I sit down, maintaining a casual posture despite the tension in the room. So. You want to tell me what happened at the museum? He keeps his voice low, mindful of his mother downstairs. Because I know what I saw, Megami, and it wasn't normal. I take a deep breath. This is it, the moment of truth, or at least, a carefully curated version of it. I have abilities, I begin, watching his reaction carefully. I haven't had them for a while. Like superpowers. He leans forward, his eyes widening. Not exactly like the heroes on TV, I say, choosing my words carefully. It's more like energy manipulation. I can focus my energy to affect things around me. Like cutting a gun in half. His tone is incredulous but not disbelieving. I nod. That was an extreme case. I don't usually have that kind of precision. And what was that thing you said? Dismantle. I tense slightly. He'd heard that. It's just a word I use to focus. Like a mental trigger. Where did these powers come from? How long have you had them? This is where I need to be careful. I discovered them very recently, I say, deciding on honesty rather than a fabricated timeline. It happened suddenly, almost like they were waiting to emerge. How recently are we talking? Just a few weeks ago, I admit. I was alone in my room when it first happened. I got frustrated with a homework problem and the textbook just split in two. Clean cut, like it had been sliced with a razor. This much aligns with what he knows about me, the occasional flashes of temper, the intensity I sometimes display. It's a plausible origin story while staying close to the truth. Is that why you've been acting different lately? More. I don't know, controlled. I nod, surprised by his perceptiveness. I've been trying to understand what's happening to me. Trying to keep it contained. And you never told anyone? Not even me. There's hurt in his voice, and I feel a genuine pang of regret. In the short time I've known him, truly known him, not just through Megami's memories, I've come to value Mark's friendship. I couldn't risk it, Mark. My probation, my uncle's situation, if anyone found out I was different, who knows what would happen. I'd probably end up in some government lab. He winces, and I wonder if he's thinking about his own secret, the heritage he shares with his father, the powers that haven't yet manifested. I get keeping secrets, he says finally. But what you did today, you saved William. You could have been shot. I reacted on instinct, I say, which is at least partially true. When I saw him grab William, something just clicked. And that voice. Mark presses. The way you spoke to them? That wasn't you, Megami. It was like someone else was talking. I tense. This is dangerous territory. What do you mean? You said something about them standing before a king and failing to kneel. It was intense. I force a self-deprecating smile. Did I? It's kind of a blur. Sometimes when I use a lot of energy at once, it affects my mind. Makes me say weird things. Mark studies me for a long moment, and I can see him weighing my explanation against what he witnessed. So these powers, he says finally. What exactly can you do? This is safer ground. I can give him a simplified version of my abilities without revealing their true nature. I can manipulate energy, focus it into different forms. What you saw today was the most precise I've ever managed. Usually it's just pushing things, breaking things. Like telekinesis. Not exactly. It's more direct. I have to be close to what I'm affecting. And it takes concentration. Can you show me? I hesitate. It's not a party trick, Mark. I know that, he says quickly. But I want to understand. You trusted me enough to tell me this much. After a moment's consideration, I nod. All right. But something small. I look around his room, spotting a pencil on his desk. I extend my hand toward it, channeling a minimal amount of cursed energy, just enough to be visible as a faint shimmer around my fingers. Dismantle, I whisper, focusing on precision. The pencil splits cleanly in half, both pieces rolling slightly on the desktop. Mark's eyes widen. Holy shit. Like I said, small scale. That's incredible, Megami. He picks up the pencil halves, examining the perfectly smooth cut. And no one else knows about this. No one, I confirm. And it needs to stay that way. Of course, he agrees quickly. I wouldn't tell anyone. I believe him. Whatever else has changed in this world, Mark Grayson's loyalty to his friends seems constant. So what now, he asks. Are you going to use these powers to help people? Like, become a superhero or something? I shake my head firmly. Absolutely not. The last thing I need is attention. I'm on probation, remember? My goal is to keep my head down, finish school, and figure out what these abilities mean for my future. But you could do so much good. Mark, I cut him off gently. I'm not like the Guardians of the Globe. I don't have their super strength or invulnerability. If I get shot, I die. What happened today was a fluke, I acted without thinking. All true. I don't have their strength and invulnerability, I have potential for greater. I did act without truly thinking it all through. Currently if I do get shot in the right spot, I'd die. He looks disappointed but nods in understanding. I guess that makes sense. It's just, not many people get the chance to make a difference like that. The irony of Mark Grayson, future Invincible, saying this to me isn't lost on me. Maybe someday, I concede. But right now, I need to focus on staying out of trouble. Miss Chen would have a field day if she knew I was involved in anything unusual. Yeah, I get it. He sighs, then gives me a small smile. Thanks for trusting me with this. You're my friend, I say simply. And you saw what happened. I owed you an explanation. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of shared secrets creating a new layer to our friendship. So, Mark says finally, you want to actually work on that biology assignment? We might as well make use of the excuse. I smile, relieved at the change of subject. Sure. As we spread our textbooks across his bed and begin discussing cell structures, I can't help but reflect on what just transpired. I've given Mark a heavily edited version of the truth, enough to satisfy his curiosity without revealing the full extent of my situation. He doesn't know about Sukuna's memories, or my knowledge of his father's true nature, or the coming catastrophe that will reshape both our lives. But he knows I have powers, and he's accepted that reality with remarkable ease. Perhaps it's because, deep down, he's always suspected he might be different too. I know he hopes for it. The son of Omni-Man, carrying Viltrumite DNA that will soon manifest in ways that will change him forever. For now, though, we're just two teenagers doing homework on a Friday night, pretending that the strangest thing in our lives is high school biology. And for a few hours at least, I can almost believe it. The weekend passes quietly. Saturday is once again consumed by the community cleanup, where I work alongside Ember and other volunteers, all while fielding concerned questions about the museum incident. Sunday brings a quiet day at home with Uncle Kenji, who's unusually attentive following the scare at the museum. By Monday morning, I've almost convinced myself that things might return to normal, at least, as normal as they can be given my circumstances. That illusion shatters the moment I step into the school hallway and spot Eve waiting by my locker. She straightens when she sees me, her expression unreadable. We need to talk. About. I keep my tone casual as I open my locker. Not here. She glances around at the crowded hallway. Lunch period. Meet me behind the gym. Before I can respond, she walks away, leaving me with a knot of apprehension in my stomach. Eve noticed something at the museum, something she's had the weekend to think about. The morning classes drag by, each minute bringing me closer to a confrontation I'm not sure how to handle. Mark catches my eye during history, raising an eyebrow in silent question. I give him a subtle nod, indicating everything's fine. When the lunch bell finally rings, I make my way to the designated meeting spot, finding Eve already waiting, arms crossed. Thanks for coming, she says as I approach. You didn't give me much choice, I reply. What's this about? She studies me for a moment, her analytical gaze uncomfortably perceptive. What happened at the museum? What you did? I maintain a neutral expression. I threw a fire extinguisher at the sprinklers. Created a distraction. No, she says firmly. What you really did? I saw you, Megami. That gun didn't just fall apart, you did something to it. I consider my options. Denial seems pointless, Eve is too observant, too intelligent to be easily fooled. But I can't reveal everything either. You're right, I admit finally. I did something. But I'm not sure you'd believe me if I told you what. Try me. Her posture relaxes slightly, encouraged by my honesty. I've seen some pretty unbelievable things. Have you? I wonder. You are already Adam Eve in this timeline, I looked that up, but you didn't react as I expected. What is there different about you compared to the original? I have certain abilities, I say, echoing the explanation I gave Mark. Energy manipulation. I can focus it to affect objects around me. Like cutting a gun in half with invisible energy. I nod. Among other things. How long have you had these abilities? Very recently, I say, maintaining consistency with what I told Mark. It's all still new to me. Eve uncrosses her arms, her expression softening slightly. And what you did at the museum, that was control. I hesitate. Not entirely. It was more instinct than precision. I saw William in danger and just reacted. That's not what I meant, she says, her voice dropping lower. I heard what you said to them. About being a king. About them kneeling. I tense. I don't remember saying that. You did. And it wasn't just what you said, it was how you said it. Like you were someone else entirely. Damn it. Why did they both notice that? Do they have that good of a hearing? Sometimes when I use a lot of energy at once, it affects my mind, I repeat the explanation I gave Mark. Makes me say things I don't remember later. She doesn't look convinced. That's convenient. It's the truth, I insist, then soften my tone. Look, Eve, I don't fully understand these powers myself. All I know is that I use them to help our friends, and I'd prefer to keep them secret. Why tell me, then? Why not just deny everything? Because you're too smart for that, I say honestly. And because I respect you enough not to lie to your face. This seems to resonate with her. After a moment, she nods. Fair enough. Does anyone else know? Mark. That's it. And you want to keep it that way? I have to. I'm on probation, Eve. If word gets out that I'm different, who knows what happens next? Best case scenario, I'm back in juvie for violating some obscure term of my release. Worst case, I disappear into some government facility. She winces slightly at this. Exactly what I want. This could be an opportunity. I know Eve has had her own fair share of problems after revealing her powers to her friends. Becoming close allies with her as well as Mark will be very useful in the future. Besides that, I have already taken precautions for such a situation, it is why I am so calm despite everything. I am not a fool, I already made contingencies in case a situation arises where I am forced to use my abilities, and they become public. I understand discretion, she says finally. Your secret is safe with me. Thank you. She studies me for another moment. You know, there are others like you. People with abilities who use them to help others. I'm not looking to be a superhero, Eve, I say firmly. I just want to graduate high school without any more complications. A small smile touches her lips. Sometimes complications find us whether we want them or not. Don't I know it, I think grimly. If you ever need to talk about these abilities, she continues, or if you ever find yourself in over your head, let me know. I might be able to help. The offer is intriguing. Is this Eve reaching out as a fellow powered individual? Or simply as a concerned classmate? I appreciate that, I say carefully. Same goes for you. If you ever need help with anything unusual. Something flickers in her eyes, recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of a suspicion. But she simply nods. We should get to the cafeteria before lunch ends, she says, glancing at her watch. People will wonder where we are. Chapter 9, Friends. The week following my conversations with Mark and Eve passes with a strange new normalcy. I maintain my routine classes, check-ins with Mr. Washington, community service hours, but the dynamics have shifted subtly. Mark watches me with a mix of fascination and concern, while Eve's analytical gaze follows me in the hallways, calculating and curious. By Friday, I've almost convinced myself that things might settle down. That illusion shatters when Ms. Jacobs, our chemistry teacher, announces a special project. For the next 3 weeks, she says, tapping a stack of papers on her desk, you'll be working in pairs on an advanced chemical analysis project. This will count for 30% of your final grade, so I suggest you take it seriously. I glance around the room, mentally cataloging potential partners. Mark isn't in this class, and William's already making eye contact with his usual lab partner. To save time, Ms. Jacobs continues, I've already assigned the pairs based on your academic strengths and areas for improvement. A collective groan rises from the class. Oh, come on, she chides. A little diversity in working styles will be good for you all. She begins reading names from her list. I tune out, staring at the periodic table on the wall and contemplating the irony of studying chemical elements when Eve can manipulate them at will. Fushiguro and Wilkins, Ms. Jacobs announces, bringing my attention sharply back to the present. Eve turns in her seat to look at me, one eyebrow raised. I give her a slight nod, acknowledging our new partnership. After class, Eve approaches my desk as I'm gathering my books. So, partners, she says, her tone carefully neutral. We should probably set up a schedule. I've got community service tomorrow morning, I reply. But I'm free in the afternoon. She nods. My place at 3? I have access to some equipment that might be useful. I hesitate, weighing the implications. Spending time alone with Eve means more opportunities for her to observe me, to ask questions I might not want to answer. But refusing would seem suspicious. Works for me, I agree finally. Text me your address. Already have your number from the class directory, she says, pulling out her phone. A moment later, my phone buzzes with a text. See you tomorrow. As she walks away, I can't help but notice the subtle confidence in her movements, the precision of her steps. Eve carries herself like someone who knows exactly who she is and what she's capable of, a stark contrast to the uncertain teenagers around us. I check my phone, finding her address and a brief message, bring your notes on molecular binding. We'll need them for the first phase. Saturday arrives with clear skies and unseasonably warm weather. After completing my community service hours at the local park picking up trash alongside other probationers under Mr. Washington's watchful eye, I head home to shower and change before meeting Eve. Uncle Kenji is working a day shift at the hospital, so the apartment is empty. I take the opportunity to practice my cursed energy techniques, focusing on precision and control rather than raw power. The dismantle technique comes more easily now, allowing me to slice through objects with increasing accuracy. By the time I leave for Eve's house, I feel more centered, more in control of both my abilities and my life. Eve's home is in a quiet neighborhood of well-maintained single-family houses, not quite as upscale as the Grayson's area, but comfortable and respectable. Her house is a 2-story colonial with a neatly trimmed lawn and flower beds showing the first signs of spring growth. She answers the door before I can knock, as if she sensed my approach. Right on time, she says, stepping aside to let me in. My parents are at a faculty retreat for the weekend. Dad's department at the university hosts it every year. The house is tastefully decorated in a style that speaks of academic sensibilities, bookshelves lined with scientific texts and literature classics, walls adorned with framed botanical prints and geological maps. It feels like a place where knowledge is valued above all else. We can work in the basement, Eve says, leading me through the living room. I've converted part of it into a lab. I follow her down a carpeted staircase to a finished basement that's been divided into 2 sections. One half contains the standard fare: a couch, television, and game console. The other half, however, is anything but standard. A long workbench runs along one wall, equipped with what looks like professional-grade scientific equipment: microscopes, a small centrifuge, various testing apparatus, and a computer setup with dual monitors. Glass cabinets hold neatly labeled chemicals and supplies. Impressive, I say, genuinely surprised. School budget couldn't afford half of this. Eve shrugs, but I catch a hint of pride in her expression. Science scholarships have their perks. Plus, my parents believe in fostering educational interests. She gestures to a stool at the workbench. Make yourself comfortable. I'll get us some drinks before we start. As she heads back upstairs, I take the opportunity to examine the lab more closely. Everything is meticulously organized, with labeled containers and color-coded notebooks. One shelf holds a collection of academic journals, many featuring articles on molecular biology and quantum physics reading material far beyond high school level. A corkboard above the desk displays various notes and diagrams, including what appears to be a complex molecular structure drawn with precise attention to detail. Near it, partially hidden behind other papers, I glimpse what looks like a costume design sketch pink and white with a distinctive atom symbol. I quickly look away, not wanting to be caught examining it too closely. Eve returns with 2 glasses of iced tea, setting one beside me. Find anything interesting? Just admiring your setup, I say, turning away from the corkboard. You're serious about science. It comes naturally to me, she replies with a small smile. Now, about this project. She pulls out a folder containing the assignment details and spreads them on the workbench. For the next hour, we discuss approach and methodology, dividing tasks based on our strengths. The conversation flows easily, focused on the work at hand. As we begin setting up the initial experiments, Eve breaks the academic rhythm. So, she says casually, measuring a chemical into a beaker, your energy manipulation. Is it limited to cutting things, or can you do more? I pause, considering my response. I'm still exploring the limits. She adjusts the flame under the beaker with practiced precision. And what have you discovered so far? That precision is harder than raw output, I admit, deciding that limited honesty is the best approach. And that it's tied to my emotional state. Like when you went all kneel before your king at the museum. There's no judgment in her tone, just curiosity. I wince slightly. That was an anomaly. Was it? She looks up from her work, meeting my eyes directly. Or was it something else emerging? Something that's part of these new abilities. Her perception is uncomfortably accurate. I busy myself with adjusting the microscope to avoid her gaze. It's complicated. I understand complicated, she says softly. More than you might think. There's something in her voice of vulnerability beneath the confident exterior that makes me look up. Is she trying to slowly reveal her powers to me? If so, then this is going far faster and better than I expected. Without these barriers she can become a formidable ally in the future. These powers, I say carefully, they make me feel different. When I use them, especially under pressure, it's like accessing a part of myself I didn't know existed. A more confident, more commanding part. Eve watches me with interest. And that part of you spoke at the museum. I nod, keeping my explanation vague but plausible. I think it has to do with control. Before my probation, I had a certain position in my old crew. People listened when I spoke. I was used to authority. This much is true from Megami's memories. He had been a leader among his delinquent peers, respected and feared for his tactical mind and unflinching resolve. And when these powers emerged, that aspect of your personality came with them, Eve suggests, following my reasoning. Something like that, I agree, relieved she's accepting this explanation. The powers make me feel in control again. Maybe too much so. Eve considers this, absently twirling a pencil between her fingers. That makes sense. Power dynamics can be deeply ingrained in our psychological responses. But it could be dangerous if that part of you takes over in stressful situations. Hence the practice, I say, gesturing to the notebook where I've been recording my progress with cursed energy techniques. I need to understand what I can do and how to control it. Maybe I could help, she offers, setting down the pencil. With the scientific aspects, at least. Energy manipulation has to follow some kind of physical laws, even if they're not conventional ones. I raise an eyebrow. And why would you want to help me? Professional curiosity, she says with a slight smile. And maybe because I know what it's like to have questions about yourself that science might help answer. An interesting choice of words, vague enough to maintain her cover, but specific enough to suggest personal experience. I wonder how much she's willing to reveal about herself. I'd appreciate the perspective, I say. You clearly know your science. I do, she agrees without false modesty. And unusual phenomena are particularly interesting to me. For a moment, I'm tempted to let her know that I'm aware of her secret identity to create a foundation of mutual understanding. But revealing that knowledge would raise too many questions about how I obtained it. Saying she looks the same isn't sufficient, after all many others haven't connected the dots. She's smart enough to know there would be a different cause. Better to let her maintain her privacy while we build trust naturally. So what kind of experiments did you have in mind? I ask instead. Controlled conditions, she says, her eyes lighting up with scientific enthusiasm. Documenting your abilities under different parameters, analyzing energy patterns, testing limits and applications. That sounds remarkably thorough. Science usually is, she replies with a smile. But we can start simple. Show me something basic, something you have good control over. I hesitate, then extend my hand toward a pencil on the desk. Focusing my cursed energy, I whisper, dismantle. The pencil splits cleanly in half, both pieces rolling slightly on the desktop. Eve leans forward, fascinated. No visible energy discharge, but definite molecular separation along a precise plane. She picks up the pencil halves, examining the perfectly smooth cut. Did you feel resistance? Energy expenditure. Minimal, I admit. A pencil is easy. Denser materials require more focus, more energy. And living tissue. I tense at the question. I haven't tried. And don't plan to. Not yet. She nods, seemingly relieved. Good. That's a boundary worth maintaining. She sets down the pencil halves and retrieves a notebook from a drawer. Let's document what we know so far, then design some basic tests. For the next 2 hours, we alternate between working on our chemistry project and exploring my abilities. Eve approaches both with the same methodical precision, taking notes, asking insightful questions, suggesting refinements to my techniques. Her scientific perspective is illuminating. She helps me understand the relationship between visualization and energy flow, suggesting that my mental focus acts as a channel for the cursed energy. It's like the word dismantle creates a conceptual framework, she theorizes, sketching a diagram in her notebook. Your mind defines the outcome, and the energy conforms to that definition. That, actually makes sense, I state, acting surprised. Well, I am indeed surprised by her insight. For it is something I of course already knew, but that she realized it from so little information is remarkable. I've been thinking of it as a technique to be mastered, but it's more about intent and visualization. I continue. Exactly. The technique is just the vehicle for your intent. Her eyes are bright with intellectual excitement. Try this instead of focusing on cutting, visualize separating the molecular bonds. I pick up a small glass beaker, concentrating on the molecular structure as Eve described. Dismantle, I whisper. The beaker separates along a perfect horizontal line, the two halves settling gently onto the table without a single jagged edge. That was cleaner than before, I observe, intentional. It would help to show some improvement. I at first wished not to show her the extent of the cutting ability since she should be able to sense how it cleaves through the bonds, but this much should be all right. It is not the full capacity of what I have mastered. Because you were working with the material's structure rather than against it, Eve explains. Energy follows the path of least resistance when properly directed. As the afternoon progresses, our conversation drifts from abilities to more personal topics. Eve tells me about her childhood as a science prodigy, carefully avoiding any mention of her superhero activities but sharing her struggle to fit in with peers who couldn't understand her interests. In return, I share modified versions of Megami's memories, the loss of his parents, the spiral into delinquency, the intervention that set him on a better path. It's strange, Eve says as we clean up the lab. When you first transferred to our school, I thought you were just another tough guy with an attitude. Now I realize there's a lot more beneath the surface. Most people don't look beneath the surface, I reply, packing my notes into my backpack. Their loss, she says simply. There's something refreshing about Eve's directness, her intellectual curiosity that extends beyond textbooks to the world around her. In another life, I might have shared my knowledge of her secret identity, formed an alliance based on mutual understanding of what it means to harbor extraordinary abilities. But in this life, with its complex web of secrets and survival imperatives, I need to maintain certain boundaries even as others begin to blur. As I prepare to leave, Eve walks me to the door. The setting sun casts long shadows across her front yard, painting the world in amber and gold. Same time next weekend, she asks. For the project and the other research. I nod. I'd like that. She hesitates, then adds, you know, there's a physics lecture at the university next Friday evening. On quantum entanglement. Might be relevant to understanding energy transfer principles. Sounds interesting, I say. We could grab dinner before, if you want. A smile touches her lips. I'd like that. Chapter 10, Acceleration. The week following my initial study session with Eve passes with surprising speed. Our chemistry project progresses steadily, her scientific approach complementing my analytical mindset in ways that make the work both efficient and, unexpectedly, enjoyable. By the time Friday arrives, I find myself looking forward to our planned evening, the physics lecture and dinner beforehand. It's a strange feeling, this anticipation for something so normal, so disconnected from my larger concerns about Viltrumites and survival. I spend the afternoon at my mandatory therapy session with Dr. Levine, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a penetrating gaze that always makes me, well, original Megami, feel she can see through the carefully constructed persona he presented. Today's topic is future planning, ironically appropriate given how uncertain the future actually is. Have you given more thought to college applications? She asks, pen poised over her notepad. Your uncle mentioned you were considering pre-med. I'm exploring options, I reply noncommittally. Science has always interested me. That's good, she says, making a note. Focusing on long-term goals is an important part of your rehabilitation process. It gives you something positive to work toward. I've also been spending time with some new friends, I offer, knowing she values social connections as signs of progress. Working on a chemistry project with Eve Wilkins. Dr. Levin's eyebrows rise slightly. Eve Wilkins? The science prodigy? That's an interesting partnership. Ms. Jacobs assigned us as partners, I explain. But it's been educational. In what way? I choose my words carefully. Eve approaches problems differently than I do. More methodically. It's helping me see other perspectives. Dr. Levine smiles, clearly pleased. That's excellent, Megami. Broadening your social circle beyond Mark and William, especially with someone who challenges you intellectually, is a positive step. The rest of the session continues in this vein, discussing school, my community service, my relationship with Uncle Kenji. I provide enough genuine details to satisfy her professional curiosity while keeping my true circumstances carefully hidden. By the time I leave her office, I have just enough time to return home, change, and meet Eve for dinner before the lecture. We've agreed to meet at a small Thai restaurant near the university campus. When I arrive, Eve is already waiting outside, dressed more formally than I'm used to seeing her at school, dark jeans, a fitted blazer over a simple top, her hair pulled back in a way that accentuates her features. You clean up nice, Fushijiro, she says with a slight smile as I approach. You too, I reply, suddenly aware that this evening has taken on layers beyond mere academic collaboration. Is this a date? No, that's impossible. We don't know each other well enough to even think of such a thing, besides that the reputation I have is that of a former gangster. I don't think a hero would see that as prospective relationship material. I'm just looking too much into it. The restaurant is cozy and dimly lit, popular with university students but not overcrowded. We're seated at a corner table that offers both privacy and a view of the entire space, a tactical advantage I appreciate automatically. After ordering, Eve leans forward slightly. So, how's your control coming along? Any practice since our session? I nod, keeping my voice low. Some. I've been working on precision with smaller objects. Your visualization technique helped. Good, she says, looking genuinely pleased. The lecture tonight might give us some new ideas. Professor Zhang is a leading researcher in quantum mechanics. His work on particle entanglement has implications for energy transfer that could be relevant to your abilities. You seem to know a lot about his research, I observe. Eve shrugs, but there's a hint of pride in her expression. I've read all his published papers. He's brilliant, approaches quantum physics from angles most researchers don't consider. Our food arrives, momentarily pausing the conversation. As we eat, the discussion shifts to more mundane topics, school, the chemistry project, mutual complaints about Mr. Birch's history exams. Mark mentioned you're having dinner with his family again this Sunday, Eve says, twirling noodles around her fork. His mother invited me, I confirm, wondering how much Mark has told her about me. She worries about me being alone when my uncle works weekends. The Graysons seem nice, Eve comments. I've only met Mrs. Grayson at school functions, but she always makes a point to talk to all the students. She is, I agree, thinking of Debbie's genuine warmth. Mr. Grayson is, more reserved. Eve's expression shifts subtly. I imagine he would be. Being Omni-Man probably keeps him busy. I freeze, my fork halfway to my mouth. Did she just? Eve continues eating calmly, as if she hadn't just dropped a bombshell. After a moment, she looks up, meeting my startled gaze with a steady one of her own. What? She asks innocently. Did you think I wouldn't know you had figured it out? Or that I wouldn't figure it out myself? I set my fork down carefully. Most people haven't. Did she know this in canon so soon? Damn it, why wasn't I one of those obsessed people who made a story their entire lives? If I knew I would end up in this world, I would have watched the show and read the comics 100 times over. I'm not most people, she says simply. Mark and you are far too close for that secret to be, especially since you have your own abilities. Besides that, the physical resemblance between Mr. Nolan and Omni-Man is obvious once you're looking for it. Plus, the two are never seen in the same place, and Mark's always making excuses for his father's absences that coincide with Omni-Man's appearances. Her deductive reasoning is impressive, if concerning. If she's pieced this together, what else might she have deduced? Does Mark know that you know? I ask. She shakes her head. We've never discussed it directly. I think he assumes I don't know. She takes a sip of her water. I respect his privacy. It's not my place to bring it up unless he does. I nod, appreciating her discretion even as I recalibrate my understanding of her awareness. That's considerate. It's basic decency, she counters. Everyone's entitled to their secrets. The irony of her statement hangs between us. I study her for a moment, weighing my next words carefully. Including you? I ask quietly. Her eyes meet mine, unflinching but guarded. What do you mean? I could press the issue, acknowledge that I know she's Adam Eve, create a foundation of mutual disclosure. But something holds me back, perhaps the same respect for boundaries she's just expressed, or perhaps the strategic value of maintaining some asymmetry in our knowledge of each other. Nothing specific, I say instead. Just that everyone has things they keep to themselves. She seems to relax slightly, though her gaze remains assessing. True enough. Though I think you have more than most, Megami Fushijiro. My life's an open book, I reply with a slight smile. Juvenile record and all. Right, she says, not buying it for a second. The reformed delinquent who can cut objects in half with invisible energy and speaks like royalty when threatened. When you put it that way, it does sound unusual. She laughs, a genuine sound that lightens the tension between us. Just a bit. We finish our meal with the conversation returning to safer topics. As we walk to the university for the lecture, Eve brings up the subject again, her tone casual but her words deliberate. You know, I've been thinking about your abilities, she says. The way you manipulate energy, it's not unlike what some of the heroes can do. I suppose, I reply noncommittally. Have you ever thought about using them that way? I glance at her, trying to read her intent. Is she recruiting? Testing me? The question warrants careful consideration. My initial instinct is to dismiss the idea. My primary focus has always been survival and preparation for the Viltrumite threat. But as I think about it more deeply, I realize there might be strategic value in establishing connections within the hero community. From my knowledge of the comics, many of these heroes possess remarkable abilities that could be invaluable against the coming threats. Rex Splode, for instance, despite his abrasive personality, his power to charge objects with explosive energy had proven capable of harming even Viltrumites in certain timelines. His kamikaze attack killed an alternate version of Mark if I remember correctly. The original Monster Girl's transformation abilities, Robot's genius, all potentially useful allies. If controlled, of course. I would need to establish my authority just like I did 1,000 years ago in the Heian era when I made the Fujiwara clan head prostrate before me in a pool of his own son, daughter, and wife's blood. Not that dramatic of course, but the point still stands. Besides them there's the Global Defense Agency, with its resources and intelligence networks. Cecil Stedman might be a manipulative bureaucrat, but his organization has access to technology and information that could prove crucial. I've considered it, I admit finally. Though not for the usual reasons. Eve raises an eyebrow. What reasons would those be? Again, lying is foolish. I need Eve and Mark to eventually see me as their best friend, one they seek guidance from, and respect the authority of. Such a bond can only be developed on perfect honesty, though that doesn't mean I need to reveal much. Honesty doesn't mean being an open book. Strategic alliances, I say, the world is full of threats, some we know about, others we don't. Having connections to people with different abilities and resources seems prudent. That's an unusually pragmatic view of heroism, she observes. I shrug. I'm a pragmatic person. My past experiences taught me the value of having the right allies. So you see it as building a network? Not about helping people. The two aren't mutually exclusive, I counter. Building connections with capable individuals means more effective responses to threats. That helps people by extension. She studies me for a moment, her expression thoughtful. You have an interesting perspective, Megami. Most people who consider hero work are driven by more idealistic motives. Idealism without strategy leads to wasted potential, I say. Look at the teen team, talented individuals who could accomplish so much more with better use of their abilities, coordination, and resource sharing. Eve's eyes widen slightly at my mention of the superhero group. You know about the teen team. They're hardly a secret. They've been in the news, and Mark talks about superheroes all the time. I explain. This is a good way to make her begin to question, to perhaps by herself reveal her identity and seek my perspective that way. She seems to accept this explanation. Fair enough. And you're not wrong about the coordination issues. Heroes tend to operate independently, which isn't always the most effective approach. We reach the physics building before the conversation can continue further. The lecture hall is already filling with students and faculty, creating a welcome diversion from the increasingly complex territory we've been navigating. Professor Zhang's presentation is as enlightening as Eve promised. His theories on quantum entanglement and energy transfer across spacetime offer intriguing possibilities for understanding, and potentially enhancing, my cursed energy techniques. Throughout the lecture, I'm acutely aware of Eve beside me, her focus intense as she takes detailed notes, occasionally glancing my way when a particularly relevant point is made. There's something almost intimate about sharing this intellectual experience, both of us finding different applications in the same information. When the lecture concludes, we join the crowd filing out of the hall, discussing the implications of Zhang's research for my abilities. The way he described quantum coupling could explain how your energy maintains coherence during the cutting process, Eve suggests as we step into the cool evening air. It's not just force being applied, it's a precise manipulation of molecular bonds. That would explain why different materials require different levels of concentration, I agree. I'm not just pushing harder, I'm adapting to more complex molecular structures. Exactly. Her eyes light up with scientific enthusiasm. We should test this with various compounds, see if the difficulty correlates with molecular complexity rather than density. Her excitement is contagious, and I find myself genuinely engaged in the theoretical exploration. It's been a long time, perhaps ever, since I've allowed myself to simply enjoy the process of discovery without calculating its immediate strategic value. Our discussion is interrupted by a distant explosion that shatters the evening calm. Both our heads snap toward the sound, coming from downtown. A plume of smoke rises against the darkening sky. Eve tenses beside me, her posture shifting subtly. I recognize the change immediately, it's the transition from civilian to combatant, a physical readiness I know intimately. That doesn't look good, she says, her voice carefully neutral despite the alert focus in her eyes. No, I agree, already mapping the quickest route downtown in my mind. She glances at her phone, then back at me with a too casual expression. I just remembered I promised my mom I'd help with something tonight. I should probably get going. Of course, I reply, accepting the transparent excuse. I should head back too. Curfew and all. We stand there for a moment, both aware of the pretense, neither willing to be the first to drop it. Thanks for coming tonight, she says finally. I had a good time. Me too, I reply, and find that I mean it. We should do this again. Definitely. She hesitates, then surprises me by stepping forward for a quick hug. Get home safe, okay. The brief contact is unexpected, and I find myself momentarily caught off guard by the casual intimacy. By the time I recover, she's already stepping back. You too, I manage. Text me when you get home. She nods and turns to leave, walking quickly toward the campus parking lot. I watch her go, noting how she chooses a route with plenty of concealment opportunities once she's out of my sight. I wait until she's disappeared from view before moving myself, but instead of heading home, I make my way toward downtown. Whatever's happening there warrants investigation, both for strategic information and to ensure it's not the beginning of something larger. As I navigate through side streets and alleyways, I reflect on the evening's revelations. Eve is more aware than I'd given her credit for. She knows about Nolan, and her questions about heroics suggest she might be probing to see if I've deduced her own secret identity. The smoke plume grows larger as I approach downtown. Emergency vehicles wail past, their sirens echoing off the buildings. I stick to the shadows, moving with practiced stealth toward the center of the disturbance. The source becomes clear as I draw closer. A mid-sized research facility with quantum dynamics emblazoned on its facade is partially collapsed, flames licking from shattered windows on the upper floors. Police have established a perimeter, keeping onlookers at bay while firefighters battle the blaze. And there, hovering above the chaos, is a familiar pink-tinged figure, Adam Eve, using her powers to contain debris and support structural elements that threaten to collapse further. I observe from the shelter of an alleyway across the street, assessing the situation. This doesn't appear to be villain-related, more likely an accident or possibly industrial sabotage. But it's an opportunity to see Eve in action, to understand her capabilities in a crisis. She works with impressive efficiency, coordinating seamlessly with emergency responders while using her molecular manipulation to prevent further collapse and contain hazardous materials. This isn't a novice hero, this is someone with experience and training. Which makes one still wonder what was different that day in the museum. As I watch, I consider the potential of my plan of forming an alliance with her and potentially other heroes. With my foreknowledge of coming threats and their individual capabilities, I could help coordinate a more effective defense than what occurred in the original timeline. I think back once more to how Rexplode had managed to significantly damage an alternate universe version of Mark, a feat that required his sacrifice in that timeline. It is an incredible feat no matter how many times one thinks about it, since Mark has the potential of becoming the strongest of them. Hell, he became the Emperor of the Viltrum Empire in the comics. With proper preparation and strategy, such desperate measures might be avoided. The right combination of powers, deployed with tactical precision, could be far more effective than the disjointed resistance of the original timeline. Cecil Stedman and his Global Defense Agency would inevitably be a complication. His paranoia and controlling nature would make him view my sudden emergence with suspicion. But even that could be managed with careful positioning and selective disclosure of information. I watch for nearly 20 minutes, gathering what intelligence I can. From overheard police communications, it seems the explosion originated in a high-security lab on the 3rd floor. No fatalities reported, but several researchers have been hospitalized with injuries. When I'm satisfied there's nothing more to learn, I slip away, taking a circuitous route back toward my neighborhood. As I walk, my phone buzzes with a text from Eve, home safe. Saw the news about the explosion downtown. Hope you got back okay. Maintaining our shared fiction, even through text. I can appreciate the commitment to her cover. Just got in, I reply. Heard about the explosion. Looks serious. Yeah, she responds a moment later. Saw on the news that Adam Eve was helping. Good thing we have heroes in this city. I smile slightly at her third-person reference to herself. Good timing on her part. There's a pause before her next message appears. The lecture gave me some ideas for your energy control. Let's talk tomorrow. Sounds good, I text back. Good night, Eve. Good night, Megami. I pocket my phone and continue home, my mind processing the evening's events. The lecture had indeed been illuminating, both scientifically and in terms of my understanding of Eve Wilkins. She's more perceptive, more capable than I initially gave her credit for. And perhaps more valuable as a potential ally than I'd anticipated. Sunday arrives with clear skies and mild temperatures, perfect spring weather for the dinner at the Graysons. I spend the morning practicing with my cursed energy techniques. I arrive at the Grayson house at precisely 5 o'clock, a bottle of sparkling cider in hand, Uncle Kenji's suggestion for a proper dinner guest contribution. Debbie answers the door with her usual warm smile. Megami. Come in, come in. Mark's helping his father in the backyard, and I'm just finishing up in the kitchen. The house smells of roasting meat and herbs, making my stomach growl appreciatively. Even before being Sukuna I always loved food. I follow Debbie to the kitchen, where she accepts the cider with genuine thanks. This is thoughtful of you, she says, placing it in the refrigerator. Dinner's almost ready, would you mind telling the boys to come in and wash up? I nod and head through the house to the back door, stepping onto a well-maintained patio that overlooks a spacious yard. Mark and Nolan are at the far end, apparently engaged in some kind of physical training. I pause, observing. Mark is attempting to lift what appears to be an enormous weight, something that would be impossible for a normal human. Nolan stands nearby, arms crossed, watching with a critical eye. You're still not focusing your strength properly, he says as Mark struggles. It's not about the muscles, it's about channeling your power through your entire body. I'm trying, Mark grunts, his face red with exertion. I realize I'm witnessing something significant. Mark's powers have manifested, and Nolan is training him in their use. This aligns with the timeline I remember from the comics, but seeing it in person sends a chill down my spine. Events are progressing toward the inevitable confrontation. Nolan notices me first, his head turning with the alertness of a predator sensing movement. Ah, Megami. Didn't hear you come out. Mark drops the weight with a heavy thud, looking both embarrassed and relieved. Hey! Is it dinner time already? Your mother sent me to get you both, I say, keeping my expression neutral despite the scene I've just witnessed. She says it's almost ready. Great. Mark says with forced casualness. We were just, doing some yard work. Of course, I reply, playing along with the obvious fiction. Heavy lifting. Nolan studies me with that penetrating gaze that always makes me feel he can see more than he should. Mark's been helping me with some landscaping projects. Building his strength. Dad thinks I should try out for the football team next year, Mark adds, the lie coming easily to him. I wonder how long he's planning to keep this secret, how many excuses he's mentally invented. He should know I will find out, I already found out about his dad after all. You'd be good at it, I say, which is true enough. With Viltrumite's strength, he'd dominate any human sport. The three of us head inside, Mark and Nolan washing up while I help Debbie set the table. Dinner is served family style, a perfectly roasted beef tenderloin, garlic mashed potatoes, fresh vegetables, and warm rolls. It's the kind of wholesome, abundant meal that speaks of American domestic comfort, a stark contrast to the cosmic drama unfolding beneath the surface. So, Megami, Nolan says as we begin eating, Mark tells me you've been spending time with Eve Wilkins recently. I glance at Mark, who shrugs apologetically. We're partners on a chemistry project, I explain. And we attended a physics lecture together on Friday. Eve's the science prodigy, right? Debbie asks. I've met her parents at school functions. Lovely people. Really? Is it different here or are they just that good at public appearances? She's really smart, Mark adds. Like, scary smart. She helps me with biology sometimes. A physics lecture. Nolan raises an eyebrow. That sounds rather advanced for high school students. It was at the university, I say. Professor Zhang on quantum entanglement. Eve follows his research. Ambitious, Nolan comments, his tone suggesting approval. It's good to see young people taking initiative with their education. The conversation flows from there to more general topics, school events, local news, Debbie's work with a community garden project. Throughout it all, I as always observe the family dynamics with careful attention. Mark seems more confident than in previous interactions, perhaps empowered by his newly manifested abilities. Debbie is as warm and engaging as ever, clearly delighting in having her family together for a meal. And Nolan. Nolan is harder to read. He plays the role of devoted husband and father with convincing skill, but I catch moments, a distant look, a slight pause before responding to domestic matters, that hint at his true nature. His attention to Mark has intensified, though subtly. He's preparing his son, grooming him perhaps to join his conquest. After dinner, while Debbie serves dessert, a homemade apple pie that smells magnificent, Nolan steers the conversation in an unexpected direction. I heard about that explosion at Quantum Dynamics the other night, he says, his tone casual but his eyes alert. Nasty business. I was out of town, but the news coverage showed significant damage. Yeah, it looked bad, Mark agrees. Adam Eve was there helping, though. Indeed, Nolan says thoughtfully. These powered individuals are becoming more prevalent. Some with impressive abilities. His gaze shifts to me. What do you think about that, Megami? This rise of superhumans in our society. The question feels like a test, though of what I'm not certain. Does he know about my abilities somehow? I consider my response carefully. I think power always exists, I say finally. Throughout history, there have been individuals with advantages, whether that's strength, intelligence, wealth, or political influence. What matters is how they use those advantages. Nolan's expression remains neutral, but something in his eyes sharpens. And how should they use them, in your view? Responsibly, I reply, meeting his gaze steadily. With an understanding that greater power brings greater impact, for better or worse. A diplomatic answer, he says with a slight smile. But surely you must have an opinion on whether these powered individuals should be operating independently, outside traditional authority structures. Now I see where he's going, probing my views on superhero autonomy versus government control. It's a political question with personal implications for everyone at this table. Is he trying to subtly use me, as someone Mark trusts as eventual support of his own views? I think systems exist for a reason, I say carefully. But systems can be flawed, corrupt, or simply inadequate for new challenges. Sometimes individuals need to act according to their own judgment. Even if that judgment conflicts with established laws. Nolan presses. Laws aren't always just, I counter. They're made by people with limited perspectives and often serve those already in power. Dad, are we really having a political debate over dessert? Mark interjects, looking uncomfortable. Debbie laughs lightly. Your father can't help himself. Once a topic interests him, he's like a dog with a bone. Nolan smiles, the intensity in his expression receding. Just engaging in philosophical discussion. Megami has interesting perspectives. The conversation shifts to lighter topics after that, but I'm left with the distinct impression that I've revealed more to Nolan than I intended, or perhaps exactly what I needed to. The exchange feels significant, though I'm still not yet exactly sure how. As the evening winds down, Mark suggests showing me a new video game in his room, an obvious ploy to speak privately. Once upstairs with the door closed, he turns to me with an anxious expression. Sorry about my dad's interrogation, he says in a low voice. He gets like that sometimes. It's fine, I assure him. He's just curious. Mark hesitates, then says, there's something I need to tell you. Something big. Ah, I may have overestimated Mark's desire to hide his new situation from me. I have powers now, he says finally, his voice a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Like my dad. They started manifesting a couple weeks ago. I feign surprise, though not shock. That explains the yard work I saw earlier. He nods eagerly. Dad's been training me. It's intense, but amazing. I can fly, Megami. And I'm super strong, and nearly invulnerable. Viltrumite heritage, I say, nodding in understanding. Yet, Mark confirms, a hint of pride in his voice. Dad's always been talking about how it will be like being a Viltrumite, but it's different actually having the powers myself. It's interesting how the world accepts Nolan's narrative so completely. Everyone knows Omni-Man is a Viltrumite from the planet Viltrum, sent to Earth as a protector and guardian. The public image is one of noble aliens with a mission to help less developed worlds, a story Nolan has carefully cultivated over decades. No one suspects the truth, that Viltrumites are conquerors, not saviors, and that Earth is just another target for their empire. An important target at that, a breeding ground, since their race has dwindled to less than 100, Mark's compatibility with their DNA is proof that Earth is the best planet for their species to repopulate. What's it like? I ask, genuinely curious about Mark's experience. Having that kind of power suddenly manifest. It's wild, he admits. One day I'm normal, the next I'm lifting cars and flying. Dad says I'll get used to it, that it'll become second nature. What are you going to do with them? I ask, genuinely curious about his intentions at this stage. His face lights up. I want to be a hero, like my dad. Help people, save lives. He's going to help me design a costume and everything. The innocence in his enthusiasm is both touching and tragic. He has no idea what's coming, no concept of his father's true mission or the conflict that awaits them. That's big, I say, unsure how else to respond. I know. He sits on the edge of his bed, suddenly serious. I haven't told anyone else. Not even William. But since you already know about my dad, and you have your own abilities. I wanted you to know. I'm touched by his trust, even as I recognize the strategic value of being in his confidence during this critical period. I appreciate that, I tell him sincerely. And I'm here if you need to talk about it. Just don't rush anything. New abilities will take time to get familiar with, believe me. That's basically what Dad says, though he's pushing pretty hard with the training. Mark glances at the door, lowering his voice further. Between you and me, I think he's got big plans. He keeps talking about legacy and responsibility to the greater good. That sounds ominous, though not unexpected. I wonder, if the immortal didn't get in the way, Cecil didn't find out, what exactly was the narrative Nolan would have constructed for his son, how much truth mixed with how many lies. Just make sure whatever you do with these powers is your choice, I say carefully. Not anyone else's. Mark looks at me curiously. That's an odd thing to say. I shrug, trying to appear casual. Power attracts people who want to direct it for their own purposes. Even people who care about you might have their own agendas. You mean my dad? He sounds defensive now. I mean anyone, I clarify, backpedaling slightly. Parents, teachers, governments. Everyone has their own idea of how power should be used. He considers this, then nods slowly. I guess that makes sense. But my dad's Omni-Man. He knows what he's doing. Of course, I agree, letting the subject drop. Pushing further would only raise suspicions. So when do you make your debut as, what's your hero name going to be? The conversation shifts to lighter territory, costume designs, potential names, the logistics of balancing superheroics with high school. Mark is full of excitement and plans, and I listen with a mixture of genuine interest and strategic assessment. The more I know about his development, the better prepared I'll be when everything falls apart. As we talk, a new idea begins to form in my mind. Perhaps I should consider a more active approach to building alliances, not just with Eve, but potentially with other heroes as well. If Mark is going to enter the hero community, having a presence there myself could provide valuable insights and connections. The thought of dealing with Cecil Stedman and his bureaucratic machinations is once again not appealing, but the potential strategic advantages might outweigh the annoyances. With my foreknowledge and abilities, I could truly potentially guide events in a more favorable direction than they took in the original timeline. Eventually, Debbie calls up that it's getting late, and I should probably head home before curfew. I say my goodbyes, thanking the Graysons for their hospitality. Nolan shakes my hand at the door, his grip like always firm but carefully modulated, the control of someone who could crush bones to powder with minimal effort. Always good to have you, Megami, he says. Our discussions are stimulating. Thank you for having me, sir, I reply, maintaining the respectful demeanor expected from a teenager addressing an adult. Perhaps next time we can continue our conversation about power and responsibility, he suggests with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. I find your perspective refreshing. The comment feels loaded with unspoken meaning, but I simply nod. I'd like that. As I walk home through the quiet suburban streets, I process the evening's revelations. Mark's powers have manifested, and Nolan is actively training him, which means the timeline is accelerating. The confrontation between father and son, the revelation of the Viltrumite agenda, the violence that will tear this family apart, all of it is approaching faster than I'd anticipated. I need to accelerate my own preparations. The cursed energy techniques are developing well, but I need more power, more strategic advantages before the crisis breaks. And I need allies, People who might stand with me when the world starts falling apart. The hero community, with all its flawed and complex individuals, represents a potential resource that I simply can't afford to ignore anymore. Rex Splode, Monster Girl, Black Samson, Robot, Duplicate, Shrinking Ray, each with unique abilities that could be leveraged more effectively with proper coordination and strategy. In the original timeline, many of these heroes died needlessly, their potential wasted due to lack of preparation and coordination. I truly might be able to change that outcome, to harness their abilities in ways that maximize their effectiveness against the Viltrumite threat. My thoughts turned to Eve. With her molecular manipulation abilities and her obvious intelligence, she could be a valuable first connection to this community. But that would require trust, disclosure, a level of vulnerability I'm not sure I'm prepared to risk. As I reach my apartment building, my phone buzzes with a text. It's from Eve. Hope dinner with the Graysons went well. Still on for our study session tomorrow. I smile slightly at the timing. Dinner was interesting. And yes, still on for tomorrow. I have some new insights from the lecture to discuss. Her reply comes quickly, looking forward to it. Good night, Megami. Good night, Eve, I text back. I enter the quiet apartment, finding a note from Uncle Kenji saying he's been called in for an emergency shift at the hospital. The solitude is welcome, I have much to consider, plans to adjust, strategies to develop. As I prepare for bed, I can't shake the feeling that I'm balancing on the edge of a precipice. Events are accelerating, pieces moving into position for a confrontation that will reshape this world. And somehow, I've become a player in this cosmic drama rather than merely an observer. I suppose I need to accept my title once more. The people will whisper it once more. The Honored One. Chapter 12, My might is mine, none can withhold it from me. The morning after Eve's revelation dawns bright and clear. I wake before my alarm, my mind already racing with plans for the day ahead. Tonight will be my introduction to the teen team, a significant step in building the network of allies I'll need for what's coming. But before that can happen, there's something more urgent I need to address. After a quick breakfast, I leave a note for Uncle Kenji explaining that I'll be at the library all day studying for finals, a plausible excuse that will cover my absence until evening. Then I make my way to the abandoned construction site that has become my training ground. The place is eerily silent this early in the morning, the skeletal framework of unfinished buildings casting long shadows across the dusty ground. I find my usual secluded spot, a half-completed basement level, sheltered from view on all sides by concrete walls. I sit cross-legged on the ground, taking deep, measured breaths to center myself. What I'm about to attempt is dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous thing I've tried since arriving in this world. For months now, I've been frustrated by the limitations of my power. Despite my growing control over cursed energy, despite my ability to use techniques that should be devastating, my output remains a fraction of what I once commanded as Sukuna. The 10 Shadows technique has become more accessible, yes, but even that feels muted, restrained. I've been pondering the cause, and after long months of careful examination of my own soul I've identified the problem. My soul and this body are not fully aligned. I thought it would be something temporary in the beginning, but it has not fixed itself, at least not at the speed I would prefer. It's ironic, really. The very technique that the brat planned to use against me in Shinjuku after I killed Gojo, separating my soul from its vessel, is essentially what's happening naturally. My soul, with all its power and memories, is not fully integrated with this physical form. But now I have a solution. With the mastery of reversed curse technique that I've recently regained, I have the means to address this disconnect. RCT is typically used for healing, for restoring what's damaged. But at its core, it's about reversing cursed energy's natural destructive tendency, making it constructive instead. And what is Shrine, my most devastating technique, but the ultimate expression of cursed energy's destructive nature? Conceptual cutting that can slice through anything, even the limitless. If I can reverse Shrine, turn cutting into binding, I should be able to forge a stronger connection between my soul and this body, integrating them more completely. In theory, this would allow me to access more of my true power. In theory. The risk is considerable. If I lose control of the process, I could damage my soul irreparably, or tear it from this body entirely. I would cease to exist in any meaningful way. But as I've always believed, as Sukuna has always known, to achieve one's goal, one must be willing to burn everything else away. Doubt, fear, hesitation, all must be consumed in the flame of ambition. And my goal is clear, I need power. Real power. Not just to survive in this world of superhumans and aliens, but to shape events to my advantage. To ensure that when Nolan Grayson makes his move against the Guardians of the Globe, I'm positioned to influence what follows. The thought of the Viltrumites' plans solidifies my resolve. According to the timeline I remember, the slaughter of the Guardians should occur soon, perhaps within weeks. Without intervention, Earth will lose its greatest defenders in a single night, leaving it vulnerable to whatever comes next. I need to present Nolan with a deterrent, a reason to reconsider his timing, if not his ultimate goal. And for that, I need to be more than just a teenager with unusual abilities. I need to be what I truly am, Sukuna, the king of curses, the honored one. I close my eyes and begin to gather cursed energy, feeling it flow through every cell of my body. The familiar sensation of power building within me is both comforting and exhilarating. I direct the energy inward, focusing it on the boundary between soul and flesh. Reversed curse technique. I murmur, feeling the energy transform, becoming pure and constructive rather than malevolent. Positive. Now comes the difficult part. I must adapt Shrine, a technique designed purely for destruction, into something that binds rather than severs. I visualize the conceptual cutting edge of shrine turning inward, becoming a suture that joins rather than divides. Curse technique reversal, unite, I whisper, the words feeling strange on my tongue. For a moment, nothing happens. Then pain, white hot and all-consuming, erupts throughout my body. It feels as though I'm being torn apart and compressed simultaneously, my very essence stretched to its breaking point. I grit my teeth, fighting the instinct to terminate the technique. This is the critical moment, the binding is occurring, forcibly aligning my soul with this physical form in ways that nature never intended. Blood begins to trickle from my nose, my ears, the corners of my eyes. The ground beneath me cracks as cursed energy radiates outward in uncontrolled pulses. I taste copper in my mouth and realize I've bitten through my tongue. Still, I persist. I can feel it working, the boundaries between soul and flesh blurring, merging, becoming one integrated whole. My consciousness expands, memories from all three of my lives, my original existence, my time as Sukuna, and my current life as Megami, flowing together more seamlessly than ever before. And with that integration comes power. Real power. Cursed energy surges through me in quantities I haven't felt since my height as the king of curses. The sensation is intoxicating, a rush of pure capability that makes my previous state seem like a half-sleep. Just as I feel I might lose control, that the power might overwhelm me entirely, the process completes itself. The pain recedes, leaving behind a humming energy that permeates every fiber of my being. I open my eyes and see the world anew. Colors are sharper, details more defined. I can sense the cursed energy within and around me with unprecedented clarity. When I extend my hand, cursed energy flows from my fingertips effortlessly, forming a red aurora before dissipating. Experimentally, I whisper, dismantle. A wave of cutting force erupts from my hand, slicing through a concrete pillar 20 feet away as if it were paper. The top half slides off at a perfect angle, crashing to the ground with a sound that echoes through the abandoned site. I smile. This is more like it. Rising to my feet, I test my enhanced abilities further. The divine dogs materialize at my command without the slightest strain, larger and more substantial than before. I summon new next, the massive bird-like Shikigami appearing in a swirl of shadows, its form more detailed and powerful than in previous manifestations. I consider calling forth Mahoraga but decide against it. Even with my increased power, that particular Shikigami would require a ritual and preparation I'm not ready for today. Besides, it would require a more open area, one far from civilization. Instead, I focus on my core techniques. Dismantle and cleave respond to my will with precision and power that approaches what I remember from my days as Sukuna. The sacred flame forms in my palm with ease, ready to be shaped and launched. For nearly an hour, I test the limits of my restored abilities, careful to contain the more destructive aspects within the confines of the construction site. By the time I finish, I'm sweating but exhilarated. I haven't regained all of my former power, perhaps 70% of what I once commanded as Sukuna, but it's a vast improvement over my previous state. Most importantly, I now have access to the full range of my techniques, not just the limited subset I could manage before. And with continued practice, I should be able to approach my former levels of power. As I prepare to leave, I pause to consider the implications of what I've done. With this level of power, I could potentially challenge even a Viltrumite, not in direct physical combat, perhaps, but through strategic application of techniques. The thought is satisfying, but I remind myself to remain cautious. Power is meaningless without the wisdom to apply it properly. Nolan Grayson has centuries of combat experience, that even dwarf my own, and the raw physical might to crush planets. I must not underestimate him. The best time for confrontation is on that alien planet, the one called Flaxens if I remember well. There I can defeat him, subdue him with force, and attempt to convince him from his mission. I have plausible enough excuse for my knowledge of his intentions of conquest with my ability to see the soul, the fact that his conflicted, bloodlust spiritual energy is rousing above the planet like a death cloud. Enough of that for now. Tonight's meeting with the team will be the first step in the direction of my plans. With Eve's support and my newly enhanced abilities, I can begin to establish myself within the hero community, building connections that will prove valuable when the crisis breaks. I clean away the blood from my face using a water bottle from my backpack, checking my reflection in a shard of broken glass. Despite the internal changes, I look much the same externally, perhaps a slightly harder set to my jaw, a more confident posture. As I make my way back toward the city, I feel a sense of satisfaction I haven't experienced since arriving in this world. For the first time, I feel truly prepared for what's coming, not just reacting to events, but positioned to shape them. The King of Curses has returned. And just in time. I spend the remainder of the day recovering from the morning's exertion and preparing for the evening's meeting. The integration process, while successful, has left me physically drained. I rest in a quiet corner of the public library, ostensibly studying for finals while actually allowing my body to adjust to the enhanced flow of cursed energy. By late afternoon, I feel sufficiently recovered to head home and change before meeting Eve. I choose my clothing carefully, dark jeans, a fitted black t-shirt, and a lightweight jacket. Casual enough not to seem like I'm trying too hard, but well fitted enough to allow freedom of movement if a demonstration of my abilities is requested. At precisely 6:45 p.m., I arrive at Eve's house. She answers the door immediately, as if she's been waiting by it. "You came," she says, relief evident in her voice. "I said I would," I reply simply. She's dressed in casual clothes, but I notice she's wearing her costume beneath them, the pink collar just visible at her neckline. Nervous? I ask as she leads me inside. A little, she admits. This is new territory for me. Bringing someone from my civilian life into my hero world. I appreciate the trust, I tell her, and mean it. Despite all my calculations and strategic thinking, I've come to genuinely value Eve's friendship. Something as Sukuna I never would have. Friendship as Sukuna was impossible. None was my equal, which makes me wonder, if Satoru Gojo and I were to have been born in the same era, could we have become friends? An interesting thought, though in the end, completely pointless. The headquarters isn't far, she says, checking her watch. We can walk there in about 20 minutes. It's in an abandoned subway station beneath the old Parkview Mall. Sounds appropriately clandestine, I observe with a slight smile. She returns the smile, some of her tension easing. Rex's idea. He has a flair for the dramatic. As we walk through the quiet residential streets toward the more commercial district where the mall is located, Eve briefs me on what to expect. Rex can be abrasive, she warns. He's talented but has an ego to match. Duplicate is more level-headed, though she tends to defer to Rex on most matters. Shrinking Ray is the tech expert, brilliant but socially awkward. And Mark? I ask, curious about how she perceives him in his hero persona. Invincible. She shrugs. Still finding his footing. Powerful, obviously, being Omni-Man's son. But inexperienced. Eager to prove himself. Her assessment aligns with my own observations of Mark's development. Despite his Viltrumite heritage, he's still very much a teenager learning to navigate his newfound abilities. What have you told them about me? I ask as we approach the abandoned mall. Just the basics, she replies. That you can manipulate energy in unique ways, primarily for cutting and destruction. That you're highly intelligent with good tactical instincts. And that you're trustworthy. The last part catches me slightly off guard. You vouched for my character. She nods without hesitation. I did. I believe in you, Megami. The simple statement carries more weight than she likely realizes. In all my lives, original, Sukuna, and current, few people have expressed such uncomplicated faith in me. We enter the mall through a service entrance, Eve using a keycard to bypass the security lock. The interior is dark and dusty, retail space is long since emptied of merchandise, leaving only the skeletal remains of display fixtures and signage. Eve leads me to what was once a maintenance corridor, then to a service elevator that surprisingly still functions. We descend 2 levels below the mall's main floor, emerging into a dimly lit tunnel that must have been part of the planned subway expansion that was abandoned years ago. After a short walk, we reach a heavy steel door with a sophisticated electronic lock. Eve places her palm on a scanner, and the door slides open to reveal a surprisingly well-appointed space beyond. The Teen Team headquarters is a converted subway station, its original architectural features preserved but enhanced with modern technology. The main platform has been transformed into a combination of training area, lounge, and command center, with computer stations, comfortable seating, and what appears to be state-of-the-art exercise equipment. 3 individuals are already present when we enter. Rex Splode, recognizable by his distinctive red and yellow costume, is lounging on a couch, feet propped up on a coffee table. Duplicate stands nearby, multiple copies of herself engaged in different activities, one reading a magazine, another checking something on a computer, a third practicing what looks like martial arts moves. Shrinking Ray sits at a workstation, tinkering with some device I can't identify. They all look up as we enter, their expressions ranging from curiosity to wariness. Hey, guys, Eve says, her voice taking on a confidence I haven't heard before, her hero persona emerging. This is Megami, the friend I told you about. Rex stands, eyeing me with undisguised assessment. So you're the energy manipulator. Don't look like much. If only you knew. If you met me before this life I would have fed you your own tongue and strangled you with your intestines for such insolence. Yet, currently, I don't have the drive for such effort. Rex, Kate admonishes, her duplicates merging back into a single form as she approaches. Ignore him. He's like this with everyone new. She extends a hand. I'm Kate. Nice to meet you. I shake her hand, likewise. Ray approaches next, adjusting his glasses nervously. Your energy manipulation, Eve says it operates on a molecular level? Fascinating. I'd love to run some tests if you're amenable. Maybe later, Eve interjects before I can respond. Let's not overwhelm him right away. Rex circles me slowly, his posture deliberately intimidating. So what can you actually do? Eve was pretty vague on the details. I meet his gaze steadily. I can manipulate an energy within me for various effects. Primarily cutting, but other applications as well. What kind of energy? Rex scoffs. Sounds like mystical bullshit to me. I'm not sure what to call it, I explain calmly. It's a form of energy that seems to exist within living beings. Most humans have it in small amounts. I can generate and control it in much larger quantities. Prove it, Rex challenges. This insolent brat. If your challenge benefited not my own plans. Maybe I should cut off his tongue later, and heal it after a week. It would benefit him greatly to know how not to speak with his betters. No, that wouldn't beneficial for my future plans right now. I'll put him in his place and humble him eventually. I know he has valuable potential after all. With careful precision, I extend my hand toward an empty soda can on the coffee table. Dismantle, I say softly. The can splits perfectly in half, both pieces remaining exactly where they were, the cut so clean it looks like it was done with a laser. Rex's eyebrows rise slightly, the first sign of genuine interest. Okay, that's something. What else? Before I can respond, the door slides open again, and a familiar figure enters, Mark in his invincible costume, the blue and yellow design bright against the subdued colors of the headquarters. He stops short when he sees me, his eyes widening behind his mask. Megami? What are you doing here? He's Eve's guest, Rex explains before I can answer. Apparently, he's got some kind of energy-cutting power. Just demonstrated on a soda can. Mark looks between Eve and me, confusion evident in his expression. You two know each other? Like, know each other. Eve steps forward, her posture slightly defensive. We've been working together on understanding his abilities. Similar to how I've been helping you adjust to yours. But Mark gestures between us, struggling to find words. How long has this been going on? A couple of months, I answer honestly. Eve has been incredibly helpful in providing a scientific perspective on my energy manipulation. Mark turns to Eve, his expression shifting from confusion to something closer to hurt. You knew about his powers all this time? And you never mentioned it. It wasn't my secret to share, Eve replies firmly. Just like I wouldn't tell him about your abilities without your permission. Mark processes this, then turns back to me. And you knew she was Adam Eve? Since when? Dad just told me like, today. I suspected for some time, I admit. She confirmed it yesterday. The tension in the room is palpable, the other team members watching this exchange with varying degrees of interest and discomfort. Well, this is awkward, Rex comments, seeming to enjoy the drama. Sounds like everyone's been keeping secrets from everyone. Not helping, Rex, Kate mutters. Mark takes a deep breath, visibly collecting himself. Okay. So you both know about each other's powers. And now you're here because... Because I invited him, Eve says. His abilities are unique and potentially valuable. I thought he should meet the team. And what, join up? Mark asks, his tone skeptical. That would be up to all of us, Eve replies. Including Megami. This is just an introduction. I observe Mark carefully, noting the conflict playing across his features. He's struggling with multiple revelations, that Eve and I have been working together, that we've both been keeping secrets from him, that his two separate worlds are suddenly colliding. I think a demonstration is in order, Rex announces, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Let's see what the new guy can really do. Training room, 5 minutes. Without waiting for a response, he strides toward a doorway at the far end of the platform. Kate follows, giving me an apologetic look as she passes. Is that really necessary? Eve asks, but Ray is already nodding enthusiastically. Actually, a controlled environment would be ideal for observing his energy manipulation capabilities, the scientist says, gathering a tablet and what looks like sensing equipment. I can take baseline readings during the demonstration. As Ray hurries after the others, Mark, Eve, and I are left alone in an awkward triangle of unspoken questions. I should probably explain, I say, breaking the tension. My abilities weren't fully manifested when we first discussed them, Mark. What you saw at the museum was just the beginning. Mark crosses his arms, his posture defensive. And you didn't think to mention that you were working with Eve? Or that your powers were developing? Just like you didn't mention you were meeting with the team, I counter calmly. We all have our reasons for discretion. Yeah, okay, that is hypocritical on my part, I admit it, but man, I have a blueprint on my powers. What if yours were dangerous? You should have given me a heads up, maybe I could have asked Dad to help and see if you wouldn't get hurt. You yourself said your powers are destructive, so them changing could have been destructive too. Mark retorted, concern evident in his voice. Eve steps between us before I can reply. This isn't the time for this. Megami's here because I believe his abilities could be valuable to the team, and because I trust him. She turns to me. Are you ready for this demonstration? Rex won't go easy on you. I smile slightly, thankful for the change of topic. I'm counting on it. We follow the others to the training room, a large, reinforced chamber with high ceilings and walls lined with what appears to be impact-resistant material. Various training equipment is arranged around the perimeter, with a clear space in the center for combat practice. Rex stands in the middle, arms crossed, with Kate and Ray positioned at observation points. Several monitoring devices have been set up around the room. Finally, Rex says as we enter. Thought you might have chickened out. I ignore the taunt, taking in the room's dimensions and features with a tactical eye. Adequate for a controlled demonstration, though not for my full capabilities. Before we begin, a deep voice announces from the doorway, I'd like to observe this demonstration as well. I turn to see Nolan Grayson, Omni-Man, entering the training room, his white and red costume immaculate, his presence immediately dominating the space. Mark's posture straightens instinctively at his father's arrival. Dad, he says, surprise evident in his voice. I thought you were handling that situation in the Netherlands. Resolved more quickly than anticipated, Nolan replies, his gaze fixed on me. When I heard Mark was meeting a friend with unusual abilities, I thought it prudent to assess the situation personally. The room's dynamic shifts instantly. What was to be a simple demonstration for the team has suddenly become an evaluation by Earth's most powerful hero, and secret threat. Mr. Grayson, I say, keeping my tone respectful despite the sudden tension in my muscles. I wasn't expecting you. Clearly, he replies with a slight smile that doesn't reach his eyes. I hope my presence doesn't unsettle you. Not at all, I lie smoothly. An experienced perspective is always valuable. Nolan moves to the side of the room, positioning himself where he can observe everything. The team members exchange glances, clearly not accustomed to having Omni-Man supervise their activities so directly. Well, Rex says, recovering quickly, let's see what you've got, new guy. Standard assessment, display of abilities followed by light sparring. I step into the center of the room, centering myself. With Nolan present, I need to be particularly careful about what I reveal. Enough to impress, not enough to threaten. I'll start with the basics, I announce, extending my hand toward a training dummy positioned against the far wall. Dismantle. A thin line of cursed energy extends from my fingertips, manifesting as a slight distortion in the air. The dummy splits cleanly in half, the cut so precise that the two pieces remain standing for a moment before sliding apart. Molecular separation, Ray murmurs, staring at his readings. The energy signature is unlike anything I've recorded before. That's the same thing you did to the soda can, Rex points out, unimpressed. Just bigger. I smile slightly. That was a controlled application. The technique can be less precise. I turn toward a rack of weighted training equipment, focusing my cursed energy differently, extending it to touch it. Cleave. A broader wave of destructive force erupts from my hand, tearing through the equipment rack and leaving a jagged path of destruction. Metal bends and warps, weights split apart, the entire structure collapsing in a controlled demolition. The difference, I explain as the dust settles, is that dismantle cuts with fixed parameters. Cleave adapts to the target's durability and resistance. I notice Nolan's posture shift slightly, the first indication that he's genuinely interested in what he's seeing. Good, it is going as expected for now. And those are just words you say to focus. Kate asks, having moved closer to examine the destruction. Mental triggers, I confirm. They help channel the energy appropriately. What else can you do? Mark asks, his earlier frustration giving way to curiosity. I consider how much more to reveal. With Nolan watching, I need to establish myself as valuable and also a little threatening. The 10 Shadows technique is my ace in the hole, despite wishing to be seen as a threat, it is better to keep it hidden and focus on my physical enhancements. The energy also allows me to enhance my physical capabilities, I explain. Strength, speed, reflexes, durability, all can be amplified significantly. Rex looks skeptical. How significantly? We talking Olympic athlete or superhuman? Why don't you find out? I suggest, maintaining a neutral expression despite the challenge in my voice. Rex grins, clearly eager for the opportunity. Now we're talking. Actually, Nolan interjects, I'd be more interested in seeing how these enhancements compare to Viltrumite abilities. He turns to his son. Mark, why don't you test Megami's capabilities? Mark looks startled. Dad, I don't think that's a good idea. I could hurt him. I notice the subtle shift in Nolan's expression, a flicker of assessment, perhaps even disappointment at Mark's hesitation. Your friend may surprise you, Nolan says. From what I've observed, his abilities are substantial. Mark glances at me uncertainly. Megami? Are you okay with this? I nod, understanding the opportunity this presents. I'm willing if you are. We can keep it controlled, basic strength and speed assessment. I'll monitor the energy output, Ray offers eagerly, adjusting his equipment. This could provide valuable comparative data. Mark still looks hesitant, but steps forward into the center of the training area. Just, tell me if I'm going too hard, okay? I will, I promise, though I have no intention of doing so. This is my chance to demonstrate capabilities that will make both Mark and Nolan reassess their assumptions about me. We face each other in the center of the room, the others backing away to give us space. I can sense Mark's discomfort, he's never had to control his newfound strength against a friend before. Start with basic strength assessment, Nolan instructs from the sidelines. Push against each other, gradually increasing force. Mark and I position ourselves, palms raised to meet in the middle. As our hands connect, I channel cursed energy throughout my body, focusing particularly on enhancing my physical strength. Ready? Mark asks. Ready, I confirm. We begin pushing against each other, slowly at first. I can feel Mark deliberately holding back, afraid of hurting me. I maintain a neutral expression, allowing him to believe he has the advantage. More pressure, Mark, Nolan calls out. He can handle it. Mark increases the force slightly, still well below his capabilities. I match it easily, the cursed energy flowing through my muscles. More, Nolan instructs, his voice sharper now. Mark reluctantly applies more strength, enough that a normal human would be struggling. I remain steady, my feet planted firmly on the ground, my posture relaxed despite the increasing pressure. You can push harder, I tell him quietly. I won't break. Something in my tone, confidence without arrogance, seems to reassure him. He increases the pressure significantly, now using strength that would crush concrete. I channel more cursed energy, my muscles hardening with supernatural resilience. Our hands remain locked in position, neither giving ground. Full strength, Mark, Nolan commands, his voice carrying an edge of authority that brooks no argument. I want to see what he's truly capable of. Mark hesitates only briefly before complying. The pressure against my palms increases exponentially as he finally unleashes his Viltrumite strength, force that could shatter moons. I pour more cursed energy into my body, drawing deeply from the well of power that my soul integration has unlocked. A faint red aura shimmers around me momentarily as I match Mark's full strength, our hands remaining perfectly stationary. The floor beneath our feet fractures, cracks spider-webbing outward in a 6-foot radius. The air between us seems to vibrate with tension. Mark's eyes widen in disbelief. How are you? I maintain my position, not yielding an inch. The effort is tremendous, requiring more cursed energy than I've channeled since arriving in this world, but I refuse to show any strain. From the corner of my eye, I see Nolan's reaction. His composed expression barely changes, but I catch the slight narrowing of his eyes, the almost imperceptible straightening of his posture. It's the look of a predator reassessing potential prey, or perhaps a potential rival. Enough, he says after several seconds, his tone perfectly controlled despite what must be considerable surprise. We break apart, both unharmed despite the tremendous forces we've just exerted. The others stare in stunned silence at the destroyed floor beneath us. Remarkable, Nolan says, his voice carrying a careful neutrality that contrasts with the intense calculation in his eyes. I've never seen a human match Viltrumite's strength before. There's something in the way he studies me now, a new quality of attention that goes beyond mere curiosity. It's the focused assessment of someone categorizing a potential asset, or threat. All according to plan. The energy enhances my physical capabilities significantly, I explain modestly. Though maintaining this level of output is taxing. Indeed. Nolan circles us slowly, his movements deliberately casual yet somehow still dangerous. Most enhanced humans show specialized abilities, super strength or speed or durability. Rarely all three, and never at levels comparable to Viltrumite physiology. He stops directly in front of me, meeting my gaze with an intensity that would intimidate most beings. You're quite the anomaly, Megami. I'm still learning the extent of my abilities myself, I reply, maintaining a respectful tone while returning his gaze steadily. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. Let's test your speed and reflexes next. Mark looks at me with new respect. You're a lot stronger than you look. So are you, I reply with a slight smile. For the next test, we position ourselves at opposite ends of the training area. Mark will move at increasing speeds, Nolan explains. Megami, your task is to track and react to his movements. We'll start at human baseline and escalate. I nod, centering myself and channeling cursed energy to enhance my reflexes and perception. Mark begins moving across the room at normal human running speed, easy to track. Then he accelerates to Olympic sprinter velocity, still well within my enhanced capabilities. Faster, Nolan instructs, his voice carrying an undertone of anticipation that wasn't there before. Mark blurs into superhuman speed, moving faster than any normal human could possibly track. To the others, he must appear as little more than a colored streak. But with my cursed energy enhancing my senses and reflexes, I can still perceive his movements, not with perfect clarity, but enough to react. As he passes by me, I reach out and lightly tap his shoulder, demonstrating that I can track him. Mark stops, looking genuinely shocked. How did you? Again, Nolan interrupts, and there's no mistaking the intensity in his voice now. Maximum speed this time. Mark hesitates only briefly before complying. This time he moves at true Viltrumite velocity, a speed that would be invisible to normal human perception. I channel cursed energy to, not its limit per SE, but still a significant amount compared to what I can currently do, pushing my reflexes and perception to near their absolute peak. The world seems to slow around me, though not enough to fully track Mark's movements. It seems Viltrumites exceed me in speed still. As he approaches, I can perceive only a faint distortion in the air. I react on instinct, enhanced by decades of battle experience as Sukuna, and manage to shift just enough to brush my fingers against his costume as he passes. Not a direct hit, but enough to demonstrate capabilities far beyond anything conventional. Mark skids to a stop, staring at me with undisguised astonishment. That's impossible. No one can track me at that speed except Dad. I allow myself a small, satisfied smile. The energy enhances perception as well as physical capabilities. Extraordinary, Ray mutters, frantically recording data. His neural response time is orders of magnitude beyond human baseline. Nolan has gone very still, his expression carefully neutral but his eyes calculating. When he finally speaks, his voice is measured, controlled. One final test, I think. Durability. Mark immediately shakes his head. No way. I'm not hitting him. A controlled impact, Nolan clarifies. Just enough to assess resilience. I meet Nolan's gaze, understanding the real purpose of this test. He wants to know if I could survive a Viltrumite attack, information that could be valuable to him for very different reasons than the others might assume. I'm willing, I say calmly. With appropriate limitations. Mark still looks uncomfortable. I don't like this. It's necessary to understand the full scope of his abilities, Nolan insists, his tone carrying that subtle note of authority that seems to compel obedience. For proper team integration and tactical planning. There's something more in his voice now, a clinical detachment that reminds me of a scientist preparing to test a hypothesis. Or perhaps a general evaluating a weapon's capabilities. Eve steps forward, concern evident in her expression. This has gone far enough. We've established that Megami has enhanced physical capabilities. We don't need to risk injury. I agree with Eve, Kate adds. This is supposed to be an introduction, not a combat trial. Nolan's expression hardens slightly, but before he can respond, I speak up. A compromise, perhaps, I suggest. I'll demonstrate my durability against a non-living target. I turn to Rex. Charge something with moderate explosive force. I'll absorb the impact. Rex looks to Nolan, who nods after a moment's consideration. There's a hint of disappointment in the Viltrumite's eyes. He wanted to see me tested against Mark's strength directly, but he conceals it quickly. Fine, Rex says, picking up a small metal sphere from a training equipment rack. He charges it with glowing energy. This would normally dent reinforced steel. Ready. I position myself in the center of the room, channeling cursed energy throughout my body to create a protective layer just beneath my skin. Ready. Rex throws the sphere directly at my chest. I make no attempt to dodge or deflect it. The impact is decent. The sphere detonates on contact, creating a small explosion that momentarily engulfs me in smoke and flame. When the smoke clears, I'm still standing in the same position, my clothing not even singed, my body unharmed. The floor beneath my feet has cracked from the force I absorbed and redirected downward. Holy shit, Rex mutters, clearly impressed despite himself. I brush some debris from my shoulder, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the exertion required to withstand the blast. As I said, the energy provides significant defensive capabilities as well. Nolan studies me with an intensity that's no longer disguised. Most impressive, young man, he says, his voice carrying a weight of consideration that wasn't there before. You've demonstrated capabilities far beyond what I expected to see today. There's something in his tone, not quite suspicion, but a deeper curiosity that borders on wariness. Good, he must be wary. I need to delay his killing of the Guardians. Nolan is no fool, he must realize that he can get substantially injured during his act of killing, but in canon never cared since even in such a weakened state no one could hurt him. No one, but Mark, who is his son and would never believe anything bad about him till he sees it before his very eyes. Now it's different. I exist. If Cecil or anyone found out about his actions, and wanted him dead, and showed it to me then with proper motivation I could easily kill him at his weakest. Mark approaches, concern evident in his expression. Are you really okay? Perfectly fine, I assure him. Though I'll need to clean my shirt. This draws a small laugh from the group, breaking some of the tension. I believe we've seen enough for an initial assessment, Nolan announces, his authoritative tone bringing the demonstration to a close. Megumi's abilities are clearly substantial and versatile. Energy projection, physical enhancement, precise control, all valuable assets for a hero team. He turns to address the entire group. I believe he would make a valuable addition to your team, on a trial basis of course. His tactical mind and unique abilities would complement your existing capabilities. Rex looks like he wants to object but knows better than to contradict. Omni-Man Kate and Ray seem genuinely pleased, while Mark appears conflicted. Eve steps forward. That was our hope in bringing him here today. To introduce him to the team and assess potential compatibility. Then it seems we're in agreement, Nolan says with a finality that brooks no argument. He turns back to me, and for a brief moment, the mask of the benevolent hero slips just slightly. His eyes meet mine with a penetrating intensity that communicates volumes. I look forward to seeing how you develop, young man, he says, his voice carrying layers of meaning. Your potential is intriguing. The word hangs in the air between us, loaded with implication. This is the strategic assessment from a being who has conquered worlds. What does he see me as right now besides a threat? A potential asset? A potential breeding horse for Viltrumite women? A human male that evolved to the point of rivaling Viltrumites. With that though, he moves toward the door. Mark, I'll see you at home. We have training scheduled for tomorrow morning. After Nolan leaves, the room erupts in excited chatter. Ray rushes over with his monitoring equipment, babbling about energy readings and neural response times. Kate congratulates me on holding my own against both Rex and Mark, while Rex himself maintains a sullen distance. Mark approaches me, his expression serious. That was not what I expected. Which part? I ask. Any of it. My dad doesn't usually take such an interest in new heroes. And I've never seen anyone move that fast or hit that hard except for him. I shrug, downplaying my performance. The energy enhances my physical abilities significantly. I pushed myself harder than usual because, well, it was an important demonstration. He studies me for a moment, then nods. I guess that makes sense. Still, he seemed really impressed. Your father is difficult to read, I say truthfully. Tell me about it, Mark sighs. Anyway, welcome to the team, I guess. This is weird, my school friend and my superhero colleagues mixing. Life is full of unexpected intersections, I reply. We'll adjust. Eve joins us, her expression a mixture of relief and concern. That went differently than I anticipated. I didn't expect Nolan to show up, let alone take such an active role in testing you. It worked out, I say reassuringly. Though I'll be feeling that workout tomorrow. You matched Mark's strength, she says, lowering her voice. Do you realize how significant that is? He has Viltrumite genetics. I channeled a lot of energy, I explain. More than I've ever attempted before. It's not something I could maintain indefinitely. Still, she insists, it was impressive. And a little concerning, honestly. I've never seen you display that level of enhancement during our practice sessions. I meet her gaze steadily. As I explained to Mark earlier, my abilities weren't fully manifested when we began working together. They've been awakening gradually. Awakening, she repeats, her scientific mind clearly processing the implications. We should run some comparative tests, establish new baselines. Always the scientist, I say with a small smile. The rest of the evening is spent discussing logistics, training schedules, communication protocols, equipment needs. Rex gradually warms up after his initial sullenness, even offering tactical suggestions for how my abilities might complement the team's existing capabilities. By the time Eve and I leave headquarters, it's well past 10 o'clock. The night air is cool and refreshing after the intensity of the training room. So, Eve says as we walk back toward her neighborhood, official team member, with Omni-Man's personal endorsement. Not bad for your first hero meeting. It wasn't what I expected, I admit. Nolan's presence changed the dynamic considerably. He seemed very interested in you, she observes. More than I've ever seen him show interest in a new hero. I consider this. Perhaps because my abilities are unusual. Different from most powered individuals. Maybe, she says, though she doesn't sound entirely convinced. Or maybe he sensed something in you that the rest of us haven't fully recognized yet. Her perception is uncomfortably accurate. I change the subject slightly. How do you think Mark feels about all this? His friend suddenly joining his superhero team. Confused, probably. But he'll adjust. Mark's good at rolling with unexpected developments. We walk in companionable silence for a while, each lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, Eve speaks again. That was quite a demonstration today, she says. I don't think I've ever seen Rex so impressed, though he'd never admit it. I smile slightly. He does seem the type to guard his approval carefully. The team's dynamics take some getting used to, she admits. Rex likes to position himself as the leader, Kate mediates, and Ray gets so caught up in the scientific aspects that he sometimes misses the social cues. And where do you fit in this arrangement? I ask, genuinely curious about how she perceives her role. She considers this for a moment. I suppose I'm the pragmatist. I try to keep everyone focused on what actually matters, helping people, solving problems efficiently. A valuable perspective, I note. Teams need that grounding influence. We continue walking, the conversation shifting to more practical matters, communication protocols, the logistics of balancing hero work with our academic responsibilities. Speaking of balance, Eve says as we near her neighborhood, how are you planning to manage all this with your probation requirements? You still have community service hours, right? For 2 more months, I confirm. But Mr. Washington's program is flexible enough. And my uncle works so many hospital shifts that my schedule is fairly open. She nods thoughtfully. Just don't overextend yourself. Even with enhanced abilities, everyone has limits. The statement carries more weight than she likely realizes. I've spent decades pushing past what others considered limits, redefining the boundaries of power and possibility. But in this new context, with this body still acclimating to my soul, prudence has value. I'll pace myself, I assure her. And I shall, for there is much at stake here. Chapter 13, Through the Eyes of a Conqueror. Nolan's POV. I stand at the window of my study, gazing out at the night sky, my thoughts far from the peaceful suburban landscape below. The stars above hold the truth of my existence, my origins, my purpose, my destiny. Tonight, they seem to mock me with their distant indifference to the conflict raging within. The boy, Megami Fushiguro, has complicated matters considerably. I replay the demonstration in my mind, analyzing every detail with the precision honed through centuries of combat experience. The way he matched Mark's strength without visible strain. The impossible reflexes that allowed him to track movement at Viltrumite speed. The durability that shrugged off an explosion that would cripple most enhanced humans. This was no ordinary power set. No random mutation or scientific accident. What I witnessed today was something unprecedented in my centuries of life before Earth, a being with physical capabilities approaching those of a Viltrumite. I move to my desk, where a glass of bourbon sits untouched. The house is quiet, Debbie asleep upstairs, Mark in his room, likely still processing the events of the evening. My family, unaware of the true nature of my thoughts. The irony doesn't escape me. For years, I've searched Earth for signs that humans might be compatible with Viltrumite genetics. Mark's existence proved this compatibility beyond doubt, a half-human, half-Viltrumite hybrid with the full range of our abilities. But Megami represents something different, something potentially more significant. If his abilities are natural, if they represent an evolutionary advancement in human potential, then the implications for Viltrum's plans are profound. Our numbers have dwindled catastrophically. Once a mighty race that dominated an entire galaxy, we now count fewer than a couple hundred pure-blooded Viltrumites in existence. The Scourge virus and our own brutal civil war saw to that. Our conquest of Earth isn't merely about expanding our empire, it's about survival. About finding compatible breeding stock to rebuild our population. Mark's existence confirmed Earth's suitability for this purpose. But Megami. Megami suggests possibilities I hadn't considered. If humans are evolving toward Viltrumite-level capabilities naturally, they could produce offspring with our men and women that maintain or even enhance our strengths while potentially eliminating weaknesses. Selective breeding with the most advanced specimens could accelerate our recovery, perhaps even elevate our species beyond its former glory. Megami would be invaluable in such a program. His genetic material, combined with that of our remaining females, could produce a generation of hybrids with extraordinary capabilities. The thought is coldly practical, befitting a Viltrumite officer tasked with ensuring his species' survival. Yet something in me recoils from it. I take a sip of bourbon, letting the burn distract me from the uncomfortable direction of my thoughts. When did I begin having these hesitations? These moments of doubt that would be considered treason on Viltrum? I know precisely when. It began with Debbie. With the unexpected depth of connection I formed with this fragile, temporary human woman. It grew with Mark's birth, watching my son develop, slowly at first, then with the sudden emergence of his heritage. And now these doubts gnaw at me when I contemplate Megami's fate in a conquered Earth. I've seen the boy at my dinner table, engaged him in philosophical discussions, observed his interaction with my son. There's a quiet intelligence there, a dignity that reminds me of myself, perhaps, before centuries of following orders hardened me into the perfect Viltrumite weapon. For a brief, treasonous moment, I allow myself to imagine an alternative. What if I had never received the order to prepare Earth? What if I had been allowed to live out my cover identity in peace, to watch Debbie age and die naturally, to guide Mark without the shadow of my true mission hanging over us? I could have waited. Viltrumites live for thousands of years. I could have delayed the conquest until after my human family was gone, sparing them the trauma of betrayal. Sparing myself the necessity of destroying what I've come to value. The admission, even in the privacy of my own thoughts, feels dangerous. Viltrumites do not form attachments. We do not hesitate. We do not question orders. Yet here I stand, questioning. And now there's Megami. Another variable I hadn't anticipated. Another human who has demonstrated qualities worthy of respect. Who might, under different circumstances, have been someone I could mentor rather than subjugate. I drain the bourbon and pour another, a human habit I've adopted that provides momentary distraction from uncomfortable thoughts. The alcohol doesn't affect me, Viltrumite physiology processes it too efficiently, but the ritual itself has become soothing. My orders are clear. Prepare Earth for conquest. Eliminate potential resistance. Assess human compatibility for breeding purposes. I've delayed the first phase, the elimination of this planet's primary defenders, the guardians of the globe, longer than I should have already. Every day of delay increases the risk of discovery, of intervention from the coalition of planets, of some unforeseen complication. Like Megami Fushiguro. I need to move forward with the plan. The guardians must be eliminated, and soon. With Earth's primary defense force removed, the transition to Viltrumite control can begin. Mark will need to be brought fully into the fold, made to understand his heritage and his responsibility to our species. And Megami. He will need to be carefully handled. His power makes him too valuable to eliminate, too dangerous to ignore. Whether he becomes an ally through persuasion or a resource through conquest will depend on his adaptability. I find myself hoping, against all Viltrumite training, that he chooses alliance. That he recognizes the inevitability of our victory and accepts a place of privilege in the new order. It would be preferable to the alternatives. The thought of forcing him into a breeding program, of reducing someone of his evident capability to a genetic resource, continues to sit uncomfortably with me. It's the most logical course of action from a purely Viltrumite perspective, but logic has become increasingly difficult to separate from these emotions I've absorbed during my time on Earth. I move away from the window, pacing the confines of my study. My reflection catches in the glass of a framed photograph, Debbie, Mark, and myself at the beach last summer. The perfect image of a human family. My cover identity made flesh. Except it's no longer merely a cover. That's the problem. I pick up the photograph, studying the faces. Debbie's smile, so open and trusting. Mark's adolescent awkwardness, unaware of the heritage flowing through his veins. And my own face, wearing an expression of contentment that would be unrecognizable to my Viltrumite commanders. For a moment, looking at this image, I allow myself to imagine a different outcome. One where I reveal the truth to Debbie and Mark, but not as prelude to conquest. Instead, as a confession, an unburdening. Where I explain my mission but declare my intention to defy it. To protect this world rather than subjugate it. The fantasy is brief, extinguished by centuries of conditioning and the cold reality of Viltrumite power. They would simply send another. And another. Until Earth fell. And my family, my human family, would be among the first casualties of my betrayal. No. There is only one path forward. I must complete my mission. Prepare Earth for Viltrumite occupation. Ensure that Mark embraces his heritage and takes his rightful place in our hierarchy. And Megami. I must determine whether he represents an evolutionary advancement or a genetic anomaly. Whether his abilities can be replicated or are unique to him. Whether he can be persuaded to serve willingly or must be controlled through other means. The coldly practical part of my mind, the Viltrumite officer who has conquered worlds without hesitation, calculates the most efficient approach. Observe him further. Test the limits of his abilities. Determine his weaknesses. Assess his psychological profile for vulnerabilities that could be exploited. If he proves as valuable as I suspect, he would indeed become a primary breeding candidate. Our remaining Viltrumite women would ensure his genetic material is preserved and propagated. He would father a generation of hybrids that might represent the future of our species. The fact that such a fate would likely be against his will is regrettable, but necessary for the survival of my people. I replace the photograph on the shelf, my decision made. The Guardians will be eliminated within the coming months. Earth's defenses will crumble. The conquest will begin. Mark will be given the choice to join us willingly, though I have no illusions about his initial reaction. He's been raised with human values, human attachments. He will resist at first. But he is my son, a Viltrumite by blood. In time, he will understand his place in the natural order. And the boy. He will be carefully monitored in the coming days. His relationship with Mark and the teen team provides the perfect opportunity to assess his capabilities more thoroughly, to understand the source and limits of his power. When the time comes, he too will be given a choice. Serve willingly as an ally and genetic contributor to Viltrumite restoration, or serve unwillingly in a more restricted capacity. His power makes him too valuable to waste, but also too dangerous to allow complete freedom if he opposes us. I finish my bourbon and set the glass down with finality. My path is clear, despite these uncomfortable human emotions that have infected my thinking. I am Nolan Grayson to this world, but I am Omni-Man to the universe. A Viltrumite officer with a mission that supersedes all personal considerations. Earth will fall. The Viltrumite Empire will endure. And those humans worthy of preservation, Mark, Megami, perhaps a few others, will serve the greater purpose of rebuilding our glorious civilization. As I prepare to join Debbie in bed, maintaining the charade of the devoted husband for a few months, I push aside the treasonous whisper that suggests I've made the wrong choice. That there might be another way. There is no other way. There is only the Viltrumite way. Yet as I climb the stairs, that whisper persists, carrying with it images of Sunday dinners, of Mark's first steps, of Debbie's laughter. Of philosophical discussions with a reformed delinquent whose intelligence and power have earned my reluctant respect. I am a soldier. I have my orders. I will complete my mission. But for the first time in centuries, I find myself wishing those orders had never come. Chapter 14, Debut. The city at night pulses with a different energy than during daylight hours. From my vantage point atop the Wilkins Financial Building, I observe the patterns of movement below, the flow of traffic, the clusters of pedestrians, the occasional police cruiser making its rounds. All of it forming a living tapestry of urban existence, unaware of the figure watching from above. It's been 3 weeks since my demonstration for the teen team and my subsequent induction as a provisional member. 3 weeks of training sessions, patrol rotations, and strategic planning meetings. 3 weeks of careful observation and preparation for what I know is coming. My communicator, a sleek device provided by Ray, vibrates against my wrist. I tap it once to activate. Sukuna here, I respond, using the codename I'd chosen for myself. He team had been curious about its meaning, and I'd explained that the last kanji in my name meant driving out evil spirits, a fitting moniker for a hero. What I didn't share was its deeper significance, the double-faced specter, the imaginary demon, a part of my true identity. The irony of adopting my own name as a hero alias amuses me still. Hidden in plain sight, a truth disguised as fiction. Armed robbery in progress at First National, corner of Madison and ATH, Rex's voice comes through, clipped and professional. Police responding, but hostage situation developing. Eve and I are en route from the west. Invincible's handling an incident uptown. Understood. I'm 2 blocks east. Will approach from the rear entrance. Remember protocol, Rex adds, unable to resist giving instructions even after weeks of successful operations. Assessment first, then coordinated entry. Copy that. I end the transmission, already moving across the rooftop. With a surge of cursed energy enhancing my muscles, I leap to the next building, covering the distance in a single bound. Another leap takes me to street level, landing in an alley with barely a sound despite the force of my descent. I move toward the bank, keeping to shadows. My costume is minimalist compared to the others, black tactical pants and a fitted long-sleeve shirt of the same color, with the stylized red symbol across the chest, reminiscent of ancient Japanese characters. A simple black mask that conceals my identity, though with my abilities, disguise feels almost redundant. Who would connect the reformed delinquent Megami Fushiguro with the hero who can slice buildings in half? Especially in a world where they don't connect Eve and Nolan to Adam Eve and Omni-Man. The bank comes into view, a neoclassical structure with wide stone steps leading to its main entrance. Police cruisers form a perimeter, their lights painting the scene in alternating red and blue. Officers crouch behind vehicle doors, weapons drawn. I circle to the rear of the building, noting security cameras and alarm systems with practiced ease. A service entrance provides the access point I need. The electronic lock is no obstacle, a precisely controlled application of dismantle separates the internal mechanism without triggering failsafes. Inside, I move through the darkened back offices, senses heightened by cursed energy. I can hear voices from the main floor, agitated, threatening. 4 distinct male voices, 1 female. The latter sounds like a bank employee, likely being forced to access the vault. I tap my communicator twice, sending a silent signal to Rex and Eve that I'm in position. A single vibration in response confirms they're ready at the front. Peering through a doorway, I assess the situation. 4 armed men, wearing tactical gear and ski masks. 2 guarding hostages, approximately 12 civilians kneeling with hands behind their heads. 1 watching the front entrance. The 4th escorting the female employee toward the vault. The leader, distinguishable by his more authoritative posture and the way the others defer to his gestures, speaks into a radio. Perimeter secure. We have 5 minutes before SWAT mobilizes. Get the vault open. I note their weapons, semi-automatic rifles, military grade. Their movements suggest training, possibly ex-military or mercenaries. This is no ordinary bank robbery. The precision, the timing, the equipment, all indicate a professional operation. My communicator vibrates 3 times, the signal for synchronized action. I step from the shadows, channeling cursed energy through my body. I suggest you reconsider your timeline, I say, my voice carrying across the marble floor with unnatural clarity. The effect is immediate. All 4 men swing their weapons toward me, the leader barking orders. Take him down. The first burst of gunfire erupts, bullets streaking toward me with lethal intent. I don't move. Instead, I channel cursed energy into a barrier just inches from my skin, not enough to be visible, but sufficient to deflect the projectiles. I'd rather not have holes in my clothes. The bullets drop harmlessly to the floor around me, their momentum nullified by the energy field. The robbers' eyes widen behind their masks. Before they can adjust their strategy, I extend my hand. Dismantle. A wave of invisible force slices through their weapons, cutting each rifle neatly in half. The severed barrels clatter to the floor, rendering the firearms useless. In the same moment, the front doors burst open. Eve enters in a swirl of pink energy, immediately creating a barrier between the hostages and the now disarmed robbers. Rex follows, hands glowing with potential explosive energy. It's over, I state simply, walking forward with measured steps. Surrender now. 3 of the robbers raise their hands, recognizing the futility of resistance. But the leader reaches for a secondary weapon, a pistol holstered at his ankle. Before he can bring it to bear, I'm beside him, moving with cursed energy-enhanced speed. My hand closes around his wrist, applying precisely calculated pressure to the nerve cluster there. The gun falls from suddenly numb fingers. I said, it's over. Something in my tone, perhaps an echo of my true authority, makes him freeze. He looks into my eyes, and I see the moment fear overcomes his training. Okay, he says, raising his hand slowly. Okay. Eve secures the hostages, creating a safe passage for them to exit the building. Rex handles the 3 subordinates, binding their hands with zip ties from his utility belt. I maintain my grip on the leader, studying him more closely. There's something familiar about his tactics, about the operation itself. This wasn't just about money, I say, not a question but an observation. A flicker of surprise crosses what little I can see of his face. You were after something specific in the vault. Something worth risking a high-profile robbery with hostages. He says nothing, but his pulse quickens under my fingers. The quantum storage device stolen from the museum 2 months ago, I continue, connecting dots that have been nagging at me since I entered. That was your team as well, wasn't it? Different masks, same tactical approach. His eyes widen slightly, confirmation enough. Whatever you're collecting these components for, it ends tonight. I release his wrist, stepping back as police officers enter to take custody of the suspects. Rex approaches, eyeing the leader with interest. You got something out of him. Just confirmation of a theory, I reply. These aren't ordinary bank robbers. They're collecting specific technological components. The museum heist, now this. They're building something. Rex's expression sharpens. Building what? That's what we need to find out. Eve joins us as the last of the hostages are escorted outside. Everyone's safe. No injuries. She glances at the neatly severed weapons on the floor. Clean work as usual, Sukuna. I nod in acknowledgement. We should investigate what they were after in the vault. This bank handles secure storage for several research facilities in the area. Already on it, Rex says, moving toward the vault where police technicians are examining the door. I've got contacts at the police department who can get us inventory lists. As Rex coordinates with the authorities, Eve moves closer to me, speaking quietly. You handled that perfectly. No excessive force, no collateral damage. Just clean, efficient neutralization of the threat. That's the objective, isn't it? I respond, watching as the robbers are led away in handcuffs. For some, she says with a slight smile. Others get caught up in the theatrics. The spectacle of heroism. I understand her meaning. In the weeks I've worked with the teen team, I've observed the different approaches to heroics. Rex craves attention, making each intervention as flashy as possible. Mark, Invincible, is still finding his balance, sometimes using excessive force out of inexperience. Eve herself is practical but compassionate, always prioritizing civilian safety over apprehending criminals. My approach is different, clinical, precise, economical. I use exactly as much force as needed, no more, no less. It's earned me a reputation among the team and, increasingly, among the criminal elements we encounter. The spectacle serves no purpose, I say. Results are what matter. Spoken like a true strategist, she replies, but there's warmth in her voice rather than criticism. Our conversation is interrupted as Rex rejoins us, his expression serious. Just got word from the bank manager. They were trying to access a secure container belonging to Quantum Dynamics, the same research facility that had the explosion a few months back. What was in the container? I ask, already suspecting the answer. Technical specifications for something called a harmonic resonance amplifier. Apparently, it's the theoretical design that would make the quantum device from the museum actually functional. The pieces click into place. They're collecting components for a weapon. Or a power source, Eve suggests. Quantum harmonics could potentially generate enormous energy if properly channeled. Either way, we need to identify who's behind this, I say, my mind already mapping potential connections. These aren't random crimes. There's a pattern, a purpose. Rex nods, for once in complete agreement. I'll run the leader's biometrics through our database, see if we get any hits. Ray can analyze the tactical patterns, maybe find matches with known mercenary groups. We should also secure any remaining components, Eve adds. If they need multiple pieces to complete whatever they're building, we can predict their next target. As we exit the bank, the night air cool against my face, I find myself satisfied with the evening's work. Not just the prevention of a robbery, but the discovery of a larger pattern. A puzzle to solve, a threat to neutralize before it fully materializes. I've been bored after all. If it were the me from before, I would have been slaughtering a village or taken a beautiful woman to bed, or would have eaten some of Urum's cooked humans, or all three. But now things are different. I don't exactly blame myself for my previous actions. I may feel some guilt and remorse, occasionally, but that part of my life, that isn't the current me. I didn't have my current knowledge, my current understanding, and blaming myself is redundant. I still after all wish to experience as much pleasure as possible. I am not going to ruin that for myself by wallowing in misery. Besides this, I am still busy establishing myself within the hero community, building alliances, gathering intelligence. All preparation for the coming crisis. Because I know what the others don't, Nolan Grayson is planning to eliminate the Guardians of the Globe. And I need to prevent that. I just hope that those Flaxons invade soon to grant me the opportunity to fight him. Foregoing the necessity of subduing him, I am excited to fight a being of his power. I didn't get my chance to fight against Satoru Gojo before all this went down. Omni-Man will have to do. The media soon arrived, cameras and microphones thrust toward us as we emerged. Rex immediately stepped forward, assuming his practiced hero pose. Eve stood slightly behind him, professional but less eager for the spotlight. I remain in the background, observing. Let Rex have his moment with the press. My goals don't require public adulation. Rex explode. Can you tell us what happened inside? The situation is under control, Rex announces with practiced authority. The teen team responded to an armed robbery in progress and successfully neutralized the threat without casualties. All hostages are safe, and the perpetrators are in police custody. Was Invincible involved in this operation? Another reporter calls out. Invincible was handling another incident elsewhere in the city, Rex explains. The teen team operates as a coordinated unit, deploying members as needed to address multiple situations simultaneously. A woman pushes to the front, microphone extended. We've been hearing about a new member on your team. Is that him? She points toward me. Rex hesitates momentarily, unused to sharing the spotlight. Yes, that's Sukuna. He's been a valuable addition to our team. The reporters immediately redirect their attention, cameras swiveling toward me. I remain still, allowing the scrutiny but offering nothing in return. Sukuna. Can you tell us about your powers? What does your name mean? Where did you come from? I step forward just enough to be clearly heard, but not enough to suggest eagerness for attention. I'm here to help maintain order and protect civilians, I state simply. That's all that matters. My brevity seems to intrigue them further, but Eve smoothly intervenes. We need to complete our official report with the authorities. Thank you for your time. She creates a subtle energy barrier, not forceful but clear enough to indicate the interview is over. We move away from the press, toward a side street where we can depart discreetly. Not one for publicity, are you? Rex remarks as we walk. It serves no tactical purpose, I reply. He laughs. Maybe not, but it builds public trust. Makes the job easier when people are on your side. I'll leave that aspect to you, I say, without sarcasm. You're better suited to it. The compliment, simple as it is, seems to please him. Over the weeks, I've learned that Rex responds well to acknowledgement of his strengths, making him more receptive to collaboration. We should meet at headquarters to debrief, Eve suggests. This connection between the museum heist and tonight's robbery could be significant. Agreed, Rex says. I'll contact Ray and Kate. Mark 2, once he's finished uptown. We separate to make our way to headquarters individually, standard protocol to avoid drawing attention to our base location. I take to the rooftops again, moving with enhanced speed across the urban landscape. As I travel, I reflect on my progress. The teen team has accepted me more readily than I anticipated, even Rex, who initially viewed me with annoyance. My abilities have proven valuable in multiple operations, establishing my credibility without revealing my full capabilities. More importantly, I've gained access to intelligence networks and monitoring systems that track superhuman activities across the city. Through these, I've been able to keep closer tabs on the Guardians of the Globe and, by extension, on Nolan's movements. So far, he hasn't made his move against them. But the signs are there, subtle patterns in his behavior, changes in his patrol schedule, increased interest in Guardian activities. He's preparing, just as I am. The question is, who will act first? I arrive at headquarters to find Ray already at the main computer terminal, analyzing data from the bank robbery. Kate is creating multiple copies of herself to simultaneously organize evidence, prepare refreshments, and set up the briefing area. Sukuna, Ray greets me without looking away from her screens. Fascinating work with those weapons. The molecular separation was even cleaner than your previous applications. Are you refining your technique? Constant improvement is necessary, I reply, moving to observe his analysis. Indeed, she mutters, adjusting her glasses. I've been comparing the tactical patterns from tonight with the museum incident. The similarities are statistically significant, 95.7% correlation in movement patterns, communication protocols, and equipment specifications. Same team, different mission, I confirm. But working for whom? Kate, one of her copies, at least, asks as she sets down a tray of energy drinks. Mercenaries this well equipped don't come cheap. I have some theories, I say, just as Rex and Eve arrive together. Let's hear them, Rex says, grabbing an energy drink and dropping into his chair at the central table. I move to the digital display board, activating it with a touch. Based on the components they've targeted, we're looking at someone with advanced scientific knowledge, specifically in quantum physics and energy amplification. I pull up images of the stolen device and the technical specifications they attempted to take tonight. These aren't random high-value items. They're specific components that, when combined, could theoretically create a quantum energy source of unprecedented power. A power source for what? Kate asks. That's the question, I acknowledge. But the list of individuals with both the scientific knowledge to understand these components and the resources to hire military-grade mercenaries is relatively small. I bring up profiles of several potential suspects, corporate CEOs, rogue scientists, known technological arms dealers. My primary suspect is this man. I highlight one profile. Dr. Thaddeus Wexler. Former quantum physicist for the Department of Defense, dismissed 5 years ago for ethical violations involving unauthorized experiments in energy weapons development. Ray leans forward, interest piqued. I've read his papers on harmonic resonance. Brilliant but deeply unethical in his methodologies. After his dismissal, he disappeared from public view, I continue. But financial records show he maintained connections with several private military contractors. And 3 months ago, he made a significant withdrawal from an offshore account, approximately the amount needed to hire a specialized tactical team. How did you access those financial records? Rex asks, suspicious. I have my methods, I reply simply, not elaborating on the fact that I'd utilized a combination of my own learning ability on hacking and some strategic persuasion of a banking official. The timing aligns with the museum heist, Eve notes, studying the timeline I've displayed. And Wexler would certainly have the knowledge to utilize these components. But what's his endgame? Rex asks. What's he building? Based on his previous research, I explain, I believe he's attempting to create a quantum destabilizer, a device capable of disrupting the molecular cohesion of matter at a fundamental level. The implications hang in the air, understood by all present. A weapon that could disintegrate buildings, Kate says quietly. Or people. Precisely, I confirm. And if my analysis is correct, they still need one more component to complete it, a quantum synchronization module. Only 3 exist in the country, all under heavy security. Where? Rex demands. I bring up a map with 3 locations highlighted. LexCorp Research Division in Metropolis, Stark Industries Advanced Physics Lab in New York, and the Global Defense Agency's Science Division, right here in our city, Eve finishes, recognizing the implications immediately. The GDA facility is the most logical target, I confirm. Closer proximity means less risk during transport of the stolen component. And their security, while formidable, lacks the superhuman elements of the other locations. Rex stands, energy drink forgotten. We need to alert the GDA, set up surveillance on the facility. Already done, I say, earning surprised looks from the others. I sent an encrypted warning to their security division while en route to headquarters, highlighting the potential threat and suggesting enhanced protocols. Rex looks momentarily annoyed at being preempted, then nods grudgingly. Good call. But we should still establish our own monitoring. If Wexler's team makes a move, we need to be ready. Agreed, I say. I suggest rotating surveillance shifts, 2-person teams to maintain coverage without depleting our response capability for other incidents. The planning continues for another hour, schedules arranged, contingencies discussed, intelligence shared. Throughout it all, I maintain my role as strategic advisor, offering insights while carefully avoiding revealing too much about my methods. As the meeting concludes, Mark finally arrives, still in his Invincible costume, looking tired but satisfied. Tanker truck accident uptown, he explains, dropping into a chair. Potential chemical spill. Got it contained, no civilians exposed. He looks around at our serious expressions. What did I miss? Eve brings him up to speed on the bank robbery and our subsequent investigation, while I observe his reactions. Mark has grown noticeably in the weeks since his powers manifested, more confident in his abilities, more comfortable in his role as a hero. But there's still an innocence to him, an optimism that will be shattered when his father reveals his true nature. So we're talking about a quantum weapon that could potentially disintegrate matter. Mark summarizes. That sounds bad. Very bad, Rex confirms. Which is why we're setting up surveillance on the GDA facility. You're on the rotation with Kate tomorrow night. Mark nods, accepting the assignment without complaint. Should we inform the Guardians about this? It seems like something they might want to know about. The question creates a momentary pause. The team, while respected, operates largely independently from the more established Guardians of the Globe. Coordination between the groups is limited, often hampered by Rex's competitive attitude toward the senior heroes. I've included the potential threat in my report to the GDA, I say before Rex can respond with his usual dismissal. They'll determine whether to brief the Guardians based on their threat assessment protocols. This diplomatic answer satisfies Mark while allowing Rex to maintain his perceived autonomy. It's a delicate balance, managing the team dynamics while advancing my own agenda. As the meeting breaks up, Eve approaches me. That was impressive work tonight, she says quietly. Both the bank intervention and the investigation afterward. You've got a mind for connecting dots that others miss. Pattern recognition, I say modestly. It's just a matter of seeing the relationships between seemingly unrelated events. She studies me for a moment. You know, when you first suggested Sukuna as your hero name, I was curious about the choice. Driving out evil spirits is fitting, but there's something more to it, isn't there? Something personal. Her perception is uncomfortably sharp. Names have power, I say carefully. They connect us to our nature, Our purpose. And what's your purpose, Sukuna? She asks, her tone light but her eyes searching. I offer a small smile. For now, preventing quantum weapons from falling into the wrong hands. She accepts the deflection with grace. Well, whatever your deeper motivations, I'm glad you're with us. The team is stronger with you on it. Her words carry genuine warmth, and I find myself appreciating her support more than I might have expected. Eve has become not just an ally in my strategic planning, but something closer to a friend, a concept that would have been foreign to me in my days as the king of curses. Especially as she is a woman. I may have respected some female sorcerers simply because of their capabilities with cursed energy, Kenjaku and Urum being primary ones, but the normal ones. I looked down on them even more than men since they were simply biologically less meant for battle. Past me would have fought with Eve, forced her into her true savage potential and then later either turned her into a plaything or ate her. The thought of me doing such things to her now makes my heart feel constricted. Thank you, I reply simply. The sentiment is mutual. We part ways, each heading home via different routes, another security protocol to maintain our civilian identities. As I traverse the city one final time, moving through shadows with cursed energy enhancing my speed and agility, I reflect on the evening's developments. The quantum weapon investigation provides a useful focus for the team, keeping them engaged and building their trust in my analytical abilities. Somewhere, after all in this city, a rogue scientist assembles a weapon of potentially devastating power. But it's merely a subplot in the larger drama unfolding. Nolan is watching, waiting for his moment to strike against the Guardians. I am watching him in turn, preparing for the aftermath of his betrayal. All pieces on a board, moving toward an inevitable collision. As I approach my apartment building, I detect a presence on the roof, a figure waiting in stillness that suggests superhuman patience. I change direction, ascending the fire escape with silent efficiency. Nolan Grayson stands at the edge of the roof, his white cape billowing slightly in the night breeze. He turns as I emerge onto the rooftop, his expression unreadable in the moonlight. Megami, he greets me, using my civilian name despite my costumed appearance. Or should I say, Sukuna? An interesting choice of alias. I remove my mask, recognizing the futility of maintaining pretenses. Mr. Grayson. This is unexpected. Is it? He asks, stepping closer. I've been following your activities with interest. Your name particularly caught my attention. The Japanese folklore figure, the double-faced specter, if I'm not mistaken. An unusual choice for a hero. His knowledge surprises me slightly. Few in this country would recognize the deeper meaning behind the name. The last kanji in my name means to drive out evil spirits, I explain, offering the same partial truth I'd given the team. It seemed appropriate. And yet in the original tales, Sukuna was himself a demon, Nolan observes. A being of great power who could be both destroyer and protector, depending on circumstance. The duality is intriguing. I meet his gaze steadily. Most powerful entities contain such dualities, wouldn't you agree? A subtle smile touches his lips. Indeed. Which is why I wanted to speak with you directly, without the complications of our respective teams. About the future, he says simply. And your place in it. The weight of his words hangs between us. Is this the moment? Is he about to reveal his true nature, to attempt to recruit me before making his move against the Guardians? I'm listening, I say, maintaining a calm exterior despite the tension coiling within me. Nolan studies me for a long moment, his eyes reflecting the city lights. You're not like the others, he says finally. Not just in power, but in perspective. You see beyond the immediate, calculate the long game. It's a rare quality. Experience teaches caution, I reply. Indeed. He turns slightly, looking out over the city again. The world is changing, Megami. Forces are in motion that will reshape the existing order. When that happens, choices will need to be made. What kind of choices? His gaze returns to me, penetrating and assessing. About allegiance. About survival. About which side of history you wish to stand on. The implication is clear, though carefully veiled. He's testing the waters, gauging my potential receptiveness to his true agenda. I've always believed in backing the winning side, I say, deliberately ambiguous. Provided it aligns with my interests. A smile touches his lips, approval, perhaps, or satisfaction at confirming a suspicion. A pragmatic approach, he notes. One that has served many well throughout history. He steps closer, his presence commanding the space between us. I see great potential in you, Megami. Potential that could be fully realized with the right mentorship. Are you offering such mentorship? I ask directly. Perhaps, he says. In time. For now, I simply wanted to establish a direct line of communication. Events may unfold rapidly in the coming days. It would be beneficial for us to understand each other. I consider my response carefully. This conversation is a dangerous balancing act, revealing enough interest to keep Nolan engaged while not committing to anything that might compromise my position later. I appreciate directness, I tell him. And I'm always open to expanding my understanding of the larger picture. He nods, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Good. We'll speak again soon. He turns to leave, then pauses. One more thing. The quantum weapon your team is investigating, it's more dangerous than you realize. If successfully deployed, it could destabilize matter at an atomic level across a significant radius. This new information sharpens my attention. You have intelligence on Wexler's project. Let's just say I've encountered similar technology before, Nolan replies cryptically. It's not something that should exist on this planet. I trust you'll ensure it doesn't. With that, he launches into the air with the effortless power of a Viltrumite, disappearing into the night sky in seconds. I remain on the rooftop, processing the interaction. Nolan's visit serves multiple purposes, assessing my potential as an ally, establishing a connection independent of Mark or the team, and providing information about the quantum weapon that simultaneously aids me while demonstrating his superior knowledge. It's a calculated approach, designed to position him as a potential mentor figure while subtly testing my loyalty parameters. More importantly, it confirms my suspicion, he's preparing to make his move against the Guardians soon. This conversation is part of his preparation, identifying potential allies or threats in the aftermath. I enter my apartment through the window, moving silently to avoid waking Uncle Kenji. As I remove my costume and store it in its secure hiding place, I consider my next steps. The quantum weapon investigation must continue, both because the threat is real and because it provides cover for my preparations. But now I must accelerate my monitoring of the Guardians, perhaps find a way to warn them without revealing too much. And I need to prepare Mark for what's coming, though he won't believe the truth about his father until forced to confront it directly. As I lie in bed, sleep elusive despite the night's exertions, I reflect on the irony of my situation. In using the name Sukuna, I've placed my true identity in plain sight, hidden behind a veil of apparent heroism. The double-faced spectre indeed, playing the role of protector while harboring the soul of one of the greatest evils. Yet perhaps this duality serves a purpose beyond mere irony. Perhaps in this new life, I can embody both aspects of the myth made about me, the destroyer when necessary, the protector when possible. I was worshipped as a god once, for my presence banished curses from my territory, causing the people in it to prosper so long as they bestowed upon me food, women, sacrifices and entertainment. It is one of the reasons I was bestowed the title Ryuman Sukuna, my own given name long since forgotten even by myself. If I was even bestowed a name, that is. My mother always hated me, an unwanted wretch I was, as she was the womb that begot a demon child. What is the point of these useless thoughts? I mutter to myself as I run my hand down upon my face. I should just sleep, I need my rest, there is much to still do. Chapter 15, Obsession. Eve's POV. The molecular structure of obsession isn't so different from that of water. Both appear transparent at first glance. Both can sustain life or destroy it, depending on their application. Both can change states, from liquid calm to frozen stillness to vapor that permeates everything, invisible yet omnipresent. God, I'm even thinking in scientific metaphors now. That's what happens when you spend 16 hours a day in a basement lab with nothing but quantum equations for company. I've been studying obsession lately. Not academically, though I could totally frame it that way if anyone asked, but as personal research. Self-observation, you might say. A phenomenon I never expected to experience firsthand. My lab has become my sanctuary over the past weeks. The familiar equipment, the meticulously organized samples, the data charts covering the walls, they provide a comforting structure to my increasingly chaotic thoughts. Tonight, I sit before my primary workstation, supposedly analyzing energy readings from our latest encounter with Wexler's mercenaries. But my attention keeps drifting to the secondary monitor, where a different kind of data streams in real time. Megami is on patrol tonight. Alone. I designed the tracking system myself, a network of nanoscale transmitters incorporated into our team communicators. For safety purposes, I explained when I introduced the technology. So we can locate each other in emergencies. Everyone agreed it was sensible, practical. No one questioned why the trackers also monitor vital signs, or why the data feeds directly to my private terminal. Honestly, people will accept any invasion of privacy if you wrap it in enough technical jargon and a veneer of practicality. It's almost disappointing how easy it was. The glowing dot representing Megami moves methodically across the city grid, his vital signs stable, his movements purposeful. Watching him like this brings a sense of security? No, that's not right. Satisfaction. Knowledge is control, after all. And I need to know he's safe. I minimize the tracking window as my phone buzzes with a text from Mark. Hey Eve, you coming to training tomorrow? Rex wants to run that new tactical formation. My fingers hover over the keyboard. Mark. Always Mark. It's not that I dislike him. He's earnest and good-hearted, if somewhat naive. But lately, I've found myself cataloging the hours Megami spends with him versus the hours he spends with me. The data is unsatisfactory. I'll be there, I reply, keeping it brief. Working on something important right now. I return to the energy analysis, trying to focus on the actual work at hand. The readings from Megami's, Sukuna's, energy output during our last mission show patterns I still can't fully explain with conventional physics. The energy itself defies classification, not electromagnetic, not nuclear, not any known fundamental force. It's beautiful in its complexity. Like him. Ugh, listen to me. That's embarrassingly poetic for a scientist. Maybe I should get more sleep. Or less. I'm not sure which would help at this point. My mind drifts back to that day in the museum, when I froze. When panic paralyzed me while civilians were in danger. When Megami acted with decisive clarity, his movements precise and controlled while I stood helpless. I've replayed that moment countless times in my mind. The shame of my failure. The awe at his capability. The realization that he saw me at my weakest and didn't judge me for it. No one has ever seen me fail like that and still valued me afterward. Not my parents with their relentless academic expectations. Not my best friend in middle school who exposed my powers the moment I trusted her. Not even the teen team, who only see Adam Eve, never the scared girl beneath the molecules. But he saw. And he stayed. The tracking dot changes direction suddenly, moving with increased speed toward the financial district. Something's happening. I switch screens, accessing the police band frequencies. Armed suspects at Quantum Dynamics corporate headquarters. Security breach in progress, requesting immediate backup. Quantum Dynamics. The same company targeted in the previous incidents. This must be Wexler's team making their move for the final component. Protocol dictates I should alert the entire team. Instead, my finger hovers over the individual communication channel. Just to Megami. He's already responding, already closest to the scene. We could handle this together. Just the two of us. Oh my god, Eve, get a grip. The mission is too important for your weird, whatever this is. I hesitate, then reluctantly activate the team-wide alert. Quantum Dynamics under attack, I transmit. Likely Wexler's team after the synchronization module. Sukuna already en route. Converge on location. I grab my jacket and head for the stairs, my molecules already rearranging beneath my clothing to form my costume. By the time I reach the back door, Adam Eve is ready to take flight. The night air rushes past as I soar toward the financial district, pink energy propelling me forward. The rational part of my brain focuses on tactical considerations, entry points, potential hostage situations, containment strategies. But beneath that professional analysis runs a different current of thought. I'll see him soon. I'll fight alongside him. He'll see my competence this time, not my failure. I sound like a teenager with a crush. Except normal crushes don't involve detailed surveillance systems and molecular-level analysis of the subject's biological responses. This is something else. Something I don't have a scientific classification for yet. I arrive at Quantum Dynamics to find chaos. The sleek corporate headquarters is partially damaged, a section of the eastern wall blown open. Police have established a perimeter but are maintaining distance, smart, given the presumed capabilities of Wexler's technology. Megami, Sukuna in his hero persona, is already there, a dark figure moving with lethal grace through the shadows near the breach. I descend to join him, creating a small platform of energy beneath my feet to hover just above the ground. Situation? I ask, keeping my voice professionally detached despite the acceleration of my pulse at his proximity. Thank God for molecular control that lets me modulate my voice perfectly, hiding the ridiculous flutter in my chest. 6 armed operatives, military precision, advanced tech, he replies without looking away from the building, his voice carrying that distinctive calm authority. They've neutralized the security systems and have control of the main laboratory on the 5th floor. No confirmed hostages, but the night shift would have at least 3 researchers on duty. His analysis is flawless, as always. No wasted words, no unnecessary emotion. Just pure tactical efficiency. It's like watching a perfect chemical reaction unfold, every element in its place, nothing extraneous. The others are 3 minutes out, I inform him. Do we wait? Now he turns to me, his expression unreadable behind his mask. The longer we wait, the more likely they secure the module and escape. A slight pause. Your call. My call. He's deferring to me despite having seniority in this situation. The trust implicit in that gesture sends a warm current through my chest. It shouldn't mean this much to me, but it does. We go in, I decide. I'll create diversionary pressure at the main breach while you infiltrate through the ventilation system on the north side. If you can locate the hostages, prioritize their safety. I'll focus on containing the technology. He nods once, approving my strategy. Efficient. Let's move. We separate, each heading to our designated entry points. As I prepare to create a flashy display at the breach site, something to draw attention while Megami slips in unnoticed, I find myself already calculating how to maximize our time alone before the rest of the team arrives. The thought brings me up short. This is a mission. Lives are at stake. The quantum technology in play could devastate the city if weaponized. My focus should be absolute. And yet, I create a brilliant surge of pink energy, directing it through the breach in a display that would make Rex proud in its theatricality. Shouts of alarm echo from inside as the mercenaries react to this new threat. Attention Quantum Dynamics intruders, I project my voice with energy manipulation, making it seem to come from multiple directions at once. You are surrounded by the teen team. Surrender the technology and release any hostages. The response is immediate, gunfire erupts from the breach, bullets dissolving harmlessly against my molecular shield. I return fire with precise energy blasts, careful to disable rather than harm. Through our communicator link, I hear Megami's steady breathing as he navigates the ventilation system. The sound is oddly intimate in my ear, and I find myself synchronizing my own breathing to his rhythm. In, out. In, out. Our molecules exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide in perfect tandem, separated by distance but connected by technology. In position, he murmurs after a minute. 3 hostages confirmed, bound but unharmed. 6 operatives, heavily armed. The module is being removed from its housing now. Can you secure the hostages without being detected? I ask. Yes. His voice carries absolute certainty. But I'll need a more significant distraction to extract them safely. Understood. On my mark. I gather energy, preparing for a more aggressive entry. My molecules sing with potential energy, eager to be unleashed. 3, 2, 1. Mark. I unleash a controlled explosion of energy that blows the damaged wall section inward, creating a storm of debris and pink light. Simultaneously, I hear Megami moving through the comms, the soft sound of his technique, dismantle, barely audible as he presumably cuts through the hostage's restraints. The next few minutes are a blur of coordinated action. I engage the mercenaries directly, using my powers to create barriers, deflect weapons, and generally command their complete attention. Meanwhile, Megami extracts the hostages with silent efficiency, getting them to safety before rejoining the fight. When he reappears, it's like watching a shadow gain substance. One moment the mercenaries are focused on me, the next they're falling to precisely applied strikes as Megami moves among them with supernatural speed. Such tedious opposition, I hear him mutter under his breath as he disables 2 mercenaries with what appears to be minimal effort. There's something almost dismissive in his tone. Like a chess master annoyed by an amateur's predictable moves. The efficiency of our teamwork is exhilarating. We anticipate each other's movements without needing to communicate, creating openings for each other with practiced ease. It's like a dance where both partners instinctively know the next step. I've never experienced synchronicity like this with anyone else on the team. Not with Rex's ego always demanding center stage. Not with Kate's sometimes scattered focus. Certainly not with Mark's well-intentioned but often clumsy approach. This is different. This is perfect. 5 of the 6 mercenaries are subdued within minutes. The 6th, clearly the leader, makes a break for the laboratory's far exit, clutching what must be the synchronization module. I've got him, I call, moving to intercept. No, Megami counters, already in motion. Secure these 5. I'll retrieve the module. He disappears through the doorway in pursuit before I can respond. Something tight and uncomfortable coils in my chest at being left behind, at being assigned the cleanup while he handles the critical component alone. Did I do something wrong? Was my performance inadequate? The questions spiral through my mind, unwelcome and intrusive. I push the feeling aside, focusing on restraining the subdued mercenaries with energy constructs. By the time Rex and Kate arrive moments later, I've secured the area and am examining the laboratory equipment for additional clues about Wexler's plans. Situation. Rex demands, always needing to reassert authority when he's not first on scene. God, his ego is exhausting sometimes. Hostages secure, 5 suspects contained, I report professionally. Sukuna is in pursuit of the 6th, who has the synchronization module. Rex scowls slightly at having missed the main action. We'll secure the perimeter. Where's Mark? Handling another incident uptown, Kate reminds him, her duplicate's already moving to take custody of the mercenaries. My communicator activates. Module secured, Megami's voice reports. Suspect subdued. East stairwell, 2nd floor. I'll go, I say immediately, moving toward the exit before Rex can volunteer. My molecules practically vibrate with eagerness to rejoin him. We've got this covered, Rex calls after me, but I'm already gone, flying down to the 2nd floor with perhaps more speed than strictly necessary. I find Megami in the stairwell as reported, the unconscious mercenary leader at his feet and a small metallic device, the synchronization module, in his hand. He stands untouched, not a hair out of place, exuding that effortless control that fascinates me so deeply. The mercenary, by contrast, looks like he's been through a natural disaster, unconscious, clothing torn, a perfect demonstration of the gap between ordinary humans and whatever Megami truly is. You handled him easily, I observe, unable to keep the admiration from my voice as I approach. He was unprepared for my capabilities, Megami replies with a slight curl of his lip. These mercenaries overestimate themselves. The module is intact. I move closer, drawn to him like a molecule seeking its most stable bond. May I? I ask, gesturing to the device. He hands it to me, our fingers brushing momentarily. Even that fleeting contact sends a rush of data to my senses, his body temperature slightly elevated from exertion, his energy signature pulsing with controlled power, his molecular structure unlike anything I've ever analyzed. I examine the module, focusing on its construction to distract myself from my inappropriate fascination with his biometrics. The quantum entanglement matrix appears undamaged. This would have been the final component Wexler needed. With this secured, his weapon can't be completed, Megami notes, his tone carrying that distinctive blend of confidence and dismissal. Unless he has another way to acquire one, I point out. Always consider alternative hypotheses, basic scientific method. Unlikely. There are only 3 in existence, and the other 2 are now under heightened security after our warning. He adjusts his stance slightly, a subtle shift that somehow commands more space. Wexler lacks the resources to overcome such obstacles. I nod, studying the device. We should get this to Ray for analysis. She might give us insight into exactly what Wexler was planning. Agreed. He takes back the module, his movements precise and efficient as he secures it in a specialized compartment of his utility belt. Shall we join the others? We return to the main laboratory, where Rex is coordinating with police for the transfer of prisoners while Kate secures evidence. The efficiency of the cleanup operation allows us to depart within the hour, the module safely in our possession and Wexler's operation effectively dismantled. Back at headquarters, Ray practically vibrates with excitement as she examines the synchronization module, muttering technical specifications and theoretical applications while the rest of us debrief. Her enthusiasm for technology is endearing, if sometimes overwhelming. At least she appreciates the beauty of quantum mechanics. So that's it? Mark asks, having joined us after completing his own mission uptown. Wexler's plan is stopped. The immediate threat is neutralized, Megami confirms, leaning against the wall with casual grace. But Wexler himself remains at large. We should celebrate anyway, Rex declares. Stopping a quantum weapon from being assembled counts as a win in my book. The suggestion of a team celebration would normally appeal to me, but tonight I find myself calculating how to create a more exclusive interaction. Just Megami and me, discussing the implications of the technology without Rex's bombastic interruptions or Mark's well-meaning but simplistic questions. Before any celebrating, we should analyze the module thoroughly, I suggest. I can help Ray with the technical aspects. I'll assist as well, Megami offers. There may be tactical insights to be gained from its design. Mark looks between us, something like suspicion flickering across his features. Since when are you two so interested in the technical details? Usually you leave that to Ray. My heart rate accelerates slightly. Is he noticing the pattern? The way I've been orchestrating situations to work more closely with Megami? I need to be more careful. Professional development, I reply smoothly. Expanding my knowledge base. Mark doesn't look entirely convinced, but he shrugs. Well, while you three are geeking out over quantum tech, the rest of us will be at Krusty's Pizza celebrating like normal people. Join when you are done. We'll see, I say noncommittally. The probability of me voluntarily cutting short time with Megami to eat greasy pizza with Rex and Kate is approximately 0%, but no need to make that obvious. The team disperses, Rex, Kate, and Mark heading out for celebration while Ray, Megami, and I remain with the module. It's exactly the arrangement I'd hoped for. Ray is so absorbed in the technology that she barely registers our presence, creating a functional privacy despite her physical presence. As Ray hunches over her workstation, muttering excitedly to herself, I move closer to Megami. Your technique today was flawless, I observe quietly. The way you neutralized that mercenary leader without even exerting yourself, it was remarkable. He posed no significant challenge, he replies, something almost like boredom in his tone. Mercenaries rely too heavily on their weapons, neglecting to develop their own inherent capabilities. Still, I persist, the precision of your movements, the economy of force, it's fascinating from a scientific perspective. His eyes shift to me, a flicker of interest replacing the dismissal. And your barrier work has become more sophisticated. The way you contained the explosive force while still allowing visibility was impressive. The compliment sends a warm current through me, more satisfying than it should be. My cheeks heat slightly, and I'm grateful for the dim lighting of the lab. I've been experimenting with selective molecular permeability. Different vibrational frequencies allow for I catch myself before launching into a full technical explanation. Sorry. I get carried away with the science sometimes. No need to apologize, he says, and I swear there's the faintest hint of amusement in his voice. Precision in understanding leads to precision in application. We fall into a comfortable silence, observing Ray's analysis while occasionally offering technical suggestions. After about an hour, she looks up as if suddenly remembering we're there. This will take all night, she announces, pushing her glasses up her nose. The quantum entanglement properties alone require extensive mapping. You two might as well join the others. I'm not particularly in a celebratory mood, Megami says, his tone making it clear that pizza with the team ranks somewhere below dental surgery on his list of preferred activities. Neither am I add quickly, too quickly. But I am hungry. We could grab something more substantial than pizza. Megami considers this for a moment, then nods. That would be acceptable. My pulse quickens at his agreement. A perfect experimental condition, just the two of us, away from the team's watchful eyes. There's a good Thai place a few blocks from here. Still open late. We leave Ray to her enthusiastic analysis, changing out of our costumes in the separate locker rooms before meeting at the exit in civilian clothes. The night air is cool as we walk, the streets relatively quiet at this late hour. You were thinking several moves ahead tonight, Megami observes as we walk the distraction, the hostage extraction plan, the containment strategy. All of it precisely calibrated. I've been studying your tactical approach, I admit. The efficiency of it appeals to me. That's an understatement. I've been analyzing his every move, creating spreadsheets of his tactical choices, looking for patterns I can incorporate into my own methodology. You've always been efficient, he counters. But lately there's been a different quality to your strategy. More comprehensive. Is he noticing the changes in me? The way my thinking has been evolving, becoming more focused on certain priorities? I'm not sure if this pleases or concerns me. I don't want to be transparent, but I do want him to see me. Really see me. I've been reconsidering my approach to problem solving, I say carefully. Looking at longer-term patterns rather than immediate solutions. He nods, seeming to approve. A valuable perspective. Most humans, he pauses, correcting himself, most people focus too narrowly on immediate outcomes. We reach the restaurant and are seated in a quiet corner booth. After ordering, I find myself studying him more openly than usual, cataloging the precise angle of his jawline, the way his eyes scan the room in a habitual security assessment, the controlled economy of his movements. I could watch him for hours. Days. The data set never stops being interesting. You're observing me, he notes without looking directly at me. Caught. I don't look away. Yes. May I ask why? I consider several possible answers, weighing their potential impact. The truth feels too revealing, too soon. Professional curiosity. Your physical capabilities exceed normal human parameters, yet you move with more natural fluidity than Mark, despite his Viltrumite genetics. Different energy source, different application, he explains, a hint of pride entering his voice. Mark's strength comes from his cellular structure. Mine comes from channeling and directing energy through existing pathways. Brute force versus refined technique. Like my molecular manipulation, I suggest, leaning forward slightly. The parallel between our abilities is something I've been considering extensively. We're more alike than different, fundamentally. Similar in concept, different in execution. He studies me with those intense eyes. Your control is exceptional for one so young. The compliment catches me off guard, sending a flush of pleasure through my system that's embarrassingly strong. I've had my abilities since childhood. Lots of practice. Our food arrives, temporarily pausing the conversation. As we eat, I find myself noting his preferences, the order in which he samples different dishes, which flavors he seems to favor, how he holds his chopsticks with precise control. Each detail gets filed away in my mental database, adding to my understanding of him. The team dynamic has shifted since you joined, I observe after a while. More focused, less chaotic. Rex still enjoys his theatrics, Megami points out with the barest hint of amusement, though there's something dismissive in the way he says Rex's name. Yes, but even he's become more strategic. Your influence has been significant. Not just on the team, but on me specifically. He's changed how I think, how I approach problems, how I view the world. Like a catalyst in a chemical reaction, accelerating transformations without being consumed himself. He studies me for a moment. You've been the most receptive to tactical refinement. The others follow your lead more than they realize. The observation pleases me more than it should. The idea that he's noticed my influence, that he sees me as distinct from the others, it feeds something hungry inside me. Something that's been starved for recognition, for connection, for someone who truly sees. We work well together, I say, the understatement deliberate. We do, he agrees. Our capabilities complement each other effectively. Unlike some partnerships where abilities merely exist in parallel, ours enhance each other. I want to pursue this line of conversation further, to explore the unique connection I feel forming between us, but his communicator buzzes. He checks it with a slight frown. Mark, he explains, and I swear there's a note of irritation in his voice. Wondering if we're joining them at Krusty's. Something cold and sharp twists inside me. Mark. Always Mark, inserting himself between us. Always wanting Megami's attention, his time, his friendship. As if he doesn't already have everything else, loving parents, innate powers, universal popularity. Are we? I ask, keeping my tone neutral despite the sudden tension in my body. Megami considers for a moment. It would be the socially expected choice. But not your preference, I observe, reading his subtle expressions with increasing accuracy. I've been cataloging his micro-expressions, correlating them with context and outcomes. I'm getting better at predicting his responses. I find I prefer more substantive conversation, he admits, his eyes meeting mine with unexpected directness. The cold feeling dissolves, replaced by a warm satisfaction. As do I. He texts something brief in response to Mark, then puts his communicator away. I informed him we're otherwise engaged. Otherwise engaged? With me. Not with the team, not with Mark. The exclusivity of it sends a pleasant current through my system. It's a data point that supports my hypothesis. He values our interactions, seeks them out, chooses them over alternatives. We should discuss the Wexler situation further, I suggest, providing a professional justification for extending our time together. Even with the module secured, he remains a threat. Agreed. His resources are substantial, and his determination has been demonstrated repeatedly. Megami leans forward slightly. Such persistence is almost admirable, in its way. Misguided, but not without a certain resolve. We spend the next hour in deep conversation about potential next steps, contingency plans, and preventative measures. Throughout, I find myself noting how rarely I need to explain my reasoning to him, how quickly he grasps concepts that I would have to break down extensively for the others. It's exhilarating, this mental synchronicity. Like finding a perfect resonance frequency after years of discordant interactions. Like discovering a molecule that bonds perfectly with your own atomic structure, forming something stronger than either could be alone. When we finally leave the restaurant, it's past midnight. The streets are nearly empty, the city quiet under a canopy of stars partially obscured by light pollution. I'll walk you home, he offers, surprising me slightly with the conventional courtesy. That's not necessary, I say automatically, then immediately regret it. Stupid. More data collection opportunities. But I wouldn't object to the company. We walk in comfortable silence for several blocks. I'm acutely aware of his presence beside me, the precise distance between us as we move, the way other late-night pedestrians give him a slightly wider berth without seeming to realize they're doing it. His energy signature affects others subconsciously, another fascinating variable to study. You never explained the full meaning of your hero name, I say as we near my neighborhood. Sukuna. You mentioned the last kanji of your name means driving out evil spirits, but there's more to it, isn't there? He glances at me, something like appreciation in his expression. You've researched it. I research everything that interests me, I admit, perhaps revealing too much. But the slight widening of his eyes suggests he's pleased by my interest, not alarmed by it. Good. In Japanese folklore, Sukuna is a complex figure, he explains after a moment, his voice taking on a different quality, deeper, more resonant. Sometimes depicted as a two-faced specter, sometimes as a demon, sometimes as a protective deity. The duality appealed to me. The protector with the capacity for destruction, I observe. It suits you. Does it? There's a genuine question in his tone, but also something else, a hint of amusement, as if at a private joke. You contain multitudes, I say simply. I've seen your precision in combat, the calculated application of force. But I've also seen the restraint, the protection of innocence. The duality is compelling. We reach my house, stopping at the front gate. The porch light casts soft shadows across his features, highlighting the angular perfection of his face. I could study those shadows for hours, the interplay of light and dark, the way they emphasize the complexity of his features. Thank you for the conversation, he says. It was refreshing. We should do this again, I suggest, trying to keep the eagerness from my voice. There are other tactical matters we could discuss more efficiently without the full team present. He nods. A logical approach. Perhaps after the surveillance shift tomorrow. Perfect. The word comes out more intensely than I intended. I need to maintain better control. Can't let him see how much this means to me. Not yet. He studies me for a moment longer than necessary, something unreadable in his expression. Good night, Eve. Good night, Megami. I watch him walk away, tracking his movement until he turns the corner and disappears from sight. Only then do I enter my house, moving silently through the darkened rooms to my basement laboratory. The tracking system shows me his progress home, the steady movement of the glowing dot across the city grid, his vital signs calm and regular. I watch until the dot stops at his apartment building, until his heart rate slows to the rhythm of sleep. Only then do I turn to my workbench, pulling out a special project I've been developing in private. A network of nanoscale sensors, more sophisticated than the trackers in our communicators. These can monitor not just location and vital signs, but proximity to others, conversation patterns, even rudimentary emotional indicators through biochemical analysis. For the team's safety, I'll tell them when I eventually implement this system. For tactical efficiency. For mission success rates. That's what I'll tell them, anyway. But as I calibrate the primary sensor, the one designed specifically to monitor Megami, I acknowledge to myself that my motivations have become more complex than mere team safety. I need to know where he is at all times. Who he's with. What he's doing. Not just for tactical reasons, but because the thought of not knowing creates an uncomfortable hollow sensation in my chest. Like a chemical imbalance I can't correct, a molecular structure missing a crucial element. The rational part of my mind recognizes this as problematic. As a potential vulnerability in my psychological architecture. As something that could compromise my effectiveness if not properly managed. But another part, growing stronger each day, whispers that this is simply the natural evolution of my understanding. That Megami represents something unique and valuable that must be studied, protected, preserved. Kept. For it's just good science after all. Chapter 16, Invasion. The Flaxons came on a Tuesday. Not that the day of the week mattered to interdimensional invaders, but there was something especially offensive about violating the mundane middle of the workweek with their green-skinned, goggle-wearing troops and scuttling war machines. Mark Grayson was in English class when the first portal tore open above downtown, a swirling vortex of sickly green energy that belched forth legions of alien soldiers. By the time the school's emergency alert system began blaring, 3 more portals had opened across the city. This is not a drill, crackled the principal's voice over the intercom. All students are to proceed to designated shelter areas immediately. This is not. The announcement cut off as the power failed, plunging the hallways into semi-darkness relieved only by emergency lighting. Mark was already moving, ducking into an empty classroom to change into his costume. His heart hammered in his chest, not from fear, but from a strange mix of excitement and dread. His first major crisis as Invincible. His chance to prove himself alongside the Guardians of the Globe. Across the school, in AP Chemistry, Eve was having similar thoughts. The moment the lights flickered, she'd excused herself with a hurried explanation about a bathroom emergency. Now, in a maintenance closet, she transformed her clothes into her Adam Eve costume, her mind already calculating the fastest route downtown. Neither of them noticed the third student making an equally hasty exit from the building, Megami Fushiguro, slipping away with practiced stealth while chaos consumed the hallways. Unlike his superhero classmates, Megami didn't bother with a costume change. There wasn't time. The moment he reached the school's rear exit, he leaped upward, cursed energy enhancing his muscles as he bounded from rooftop to rooftop toward the nearest portal. From his elevated vantage point, he could see the invasion unfolding across the city. The Flaxons' strategy was immediately apparent, multiple entry points, each one disgorging both troops and heavy artillery, creating widespread chaos that would divide Earth's defenders. A classic tactic. Effective, but unimaginative. Megami's communicator buzzed against his wrist. Rex's voice came through, tense but controlled. All team members, converge on the downtown portal. Guardians are handling the western and northern breaches. Invincible, respond if you're en route. On my way, Mark's voice replied, slightly breathless. Adam Eve here, Eve added. 3 minutes out. Megami, now Sukuna in all but costume, considered his options. The downtown portal would be well covered with the team responding. The eastern portal, however, had no assigned defenders yet. Sukuna here, he transmitted. I'm redirecting to the eastern breach. No response teams visible from my position. Negative, Rex countered immediately. We stick together as a team. That's an order. Megami didn't bother responding. He had already changed direction, bounding eastward across the city skyline. Rex's authority was a fiction he tolerated when convenient, nothing more. The eastern portal hovered above a commercial district, its sickly green light casting an alien pall over office buildings and shopping centers. Below it, chaos reigned as civilians fled screaming from advancing Flaxen troops. The aliens moved with eerie synchronization, their green skin contrasting with the metallic sheen of their armor and weapons. Megami landed atop a parking garage overlooking the scene, quickly assessing the situation. Approximately 50 Flaxen soldiers, 3 larger mechanized units that resembled armored centipedes, and what appeared to be a command officer directing operations from a hovering platform. Pathetic. In my prime, I would have slaughtered them all with a single technique. But even now, this will hardly qualify as exercise. He extended his hand toward the nearest mechanized unit, which was cornering a group of civilians against a storefront. Dismantle. The invisible line of cursed energy sliced through the machine with surgical precision. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen, then the alien construct split perfectly in half, both sections sliding apart before crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks and viscous fluid. The Flaxen troops froze, their goggled faces turning upward in unison to locate the source of the attack. Megami stepped to the edge of the rooftop, allowing himself to be seen. No point in stealth now. These creatures needed to understand the nature of their mistake in coming here. You chose the wrong planet to invade, he stated calmly, his voice carrying an authority that made several of the alien soldiers take involuntary steps backward. The command officer barked something in their chittering language, and the troops raised their weapons, elongated rifles that glowed with the same sickly green energy as the portal. Energy beams erupted toward Megami's position. He didn't bother dodging. Instead, he channeled cursed energy throughout his body, creating a barrier just millimeters from his skin. The alien weapon's fire dissipated harmlessly against it. Is that all? He asked, his tone almost disappointed. Then he leaped from the rooftop, descending into the midst of the Flaxen forces with devastating precision. No wasted movement, no unnecessary flourish. Just the perfect application of force exactly where needed. Dismantle. A wide arc of cursed energy swept outward, adapting to the varying densities of Flaxen armor and flesh. 10 soldiers fell in that single motion, their bodies bisected with surgical precision. The others opened fire at point-blank range, a desperate fusillade that might have troubled a lesser opponent. Megami moved through them like a shadow between raindrops, each step placing him exactly where no fire would land. When he reached the second mechanized unit, he didn't bother with dismantle or cleave. Instead, he simply drove his fist through its central control node, cursed energy enhancing his strength to the point where alien metal crumpled like tissue paper. The command officer was shouting now, its voice rising to a panicked pitch as it directed all remaining forces to focus fire on this single, terrifying human. Megami allowed himself a small smile. The expression would have chilled the blood of anyone who knew the being whose soul resided within him. It was the smile of a predator who had been denied proper hunting for far too long. Divine dogs. Shadow pooled at his feet, then erupted upward, forming into 2 massive canine shapes that lunged toward the Flaxen troops. The Shikigami tore through the alien ranks with savage efficiency, their shadowy forms immune to the energy weapons. As Megami continued his methodical destruction of the invasion force, a familiar red and white blur streaked across the sky above, Omni-Man, arriving to assess the situation. Nolan Grayson hovered briefly, observing the carnage below. His expression was unreadable as he watched Megami dispatch the alien forces with effortless brutality. Then, without a word, he accelerated toward the portal itself, disappearing into its swirling depths. Interesting, Megami thought, dismissing the divine dogs as the last of the ground forces fell. Nolan's response was atypical. Across the city, similar scenes were unfolding. The Guardians of the Globe had contained the western and northern breaches, while the teen team, minus their wayward member, battled the downtown invasion force. Mark, in his blue and yellow invincible costume, was proving his worth, his Viltrumite strength allowing him to tear through Flaxen war machines with his bare hands. Eve provided tactical support, using her molecular manipulation to create barriers protecting civilians and trapping alien soldiers. But it was at the southern portal where the most significant development occurred. There, the Immortal and War Woman found themselves overwhelmed by a particularly large contingent of Flaxen elite guards, until a dark figure descended from above, unleashing waves of cursed energy that cleaved through the alien ranks like a scythe through wheat. Sukuna, the Immortal acknowledged, his tone a mixture of relief and wariness. I thought you were with the teen team. I go where I'm needed, Megami replied simply, flicking alien blood from his fingertips with a casual gesture. War Woman studied him with professional assessment. Rex mentioned you. Said you were powerful but undisciplined. Rex, Megami said, overestimates his own importance. Before the conversation could continue, their communicators crackled with an emergency broadcast from Cecil Stedman, head of the Global Defense Agency. All heroes, be advised, Omni-Man has entered the Eastern Portal. Repeat, Omni-Man has entered the Flaxen dimension. We have no communication capabilities across dimensions. Guardians, continue containment operations. Teen Team, assist with civilian evacuation. The Immortal frowned. That's not protocol. We're supposed to repel the invasion, not pursue them home. Perhaps Omni-Man sees an opportunity to end this permanently, War Woman suggested. Megami said nothing, but his mind was racing. Nolan's decision aligned with something he'd been sensing for weeks, a growing impatience, a barely restrained violence in the Viltrumite's demeanor. The spiritual miasma surrounding him had been thickening, visible to Megami's soul perception as a dark cloud that clung to Nolan like a second skin. Bloodlust. Anticipation. The spiritual signature of a predator preparing to strike. I'm going in after him, Megami announced abruptly. The immortal's head snapped toward him. That's not your call to make. Cecil's orders were clear. I don't answer to Cecil, Megami cut him off. An Omni-Man shouldn't be in there alone. He didn't wait for a response, already moving toward the eastern sector of the city where Nolan had disappeared. As he traveled, he activated his private channel to Eve. The eastern portal. Meet me there if you can break away. Her response came quickly, her voice tight with tension. Why? What's happening? Omni-Man went through. I'm following. A pause. That's not like him. He usually stays to protect the city. Exactly. Another pause, longer this time. Be careful, Megami. Something feels wrong about all this. You have no idea, but that's the plan. I know. That's why I'm going. By the time Megami reached the eastern portal, the area was largely secure. The Flaxen forces he'd decimated earlier lay scattered across the commercial district, their bodies and machines being cordoned off by GDA agents in hazmat suits. The portal itself still hung in the air, a swirling vortex of green energy that pulsed with otherworldly power. Beneath it, GDA technicians were setting up monitoring equipment, likely trying to determine how to close the breach. Megami didn't hesitate. With a single powerful leap, he propelled himself upward toward the portal. He heard shouts from below, GDA agents ordering him to stop, but they were meaningless noise. The sensation of passing through the dimensional barrier was peculiar. A moment of disorientation, a feeling of being stretched and compressed simultaneously, then a sudden shift as gravity reasserted itself from a different direction. He landed in a crouch on what appeared to be a vast plaza of purple stone. Around him rose bizarre structures, buildings that defied Euclidean geometry, twisting spires that seemed to bend in impossible directions, all constructed from the same purple material. And everywhere, destruction. Bodies of Flaxens littered the plaza. Not dozens, but hundreds. Buildings had been sheared in half, streets cratered by impacts of tremendous force. In the distance, something massive burned, sending columns of oily black smoke into an amber sky. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. Efficient, though tasteless. I would have savored it more. Sukuna thought to himself. Megami tracked the path of destruction with his eyes, following it to a distant point where flashes of light and the sounds of continuing devastation indicated Omni-Man's current position. He bounded across the alien cityscape, covering ground with inhuman speed. As he traveled, he noted the strange temporal difference, his movements felt slightly different, as if the dimension itself had a different relationship with time. Interesting. This is just like he expected. It explained how the Flaxens could mount repeated invasions despite being repeatedly defeated. Time moved faster here. What might be years for them could be days on Earth. The trail of devastation led to what appeared to be a government complex, a massive structure surrounded by defensive fortifications, all now in ruins. At its center, a figure in white and red moved with blinding speed, tearing through ranks of increasingly desperate Flaxen defenders. Nolan Grayson, Omni-Man, Earth's greatest hero, was systematically dismantling an entire civilization. And he was enjoying it. Even from a distance, Megami could see the smile on Nolan's face as he pulverized alien soldiers, the casual cruelty in the way he deliberately prolonged certain kills. This wasn't justice or even tactical necessity. This was a predator reveling in the hunt. I stand corrected. He is savoring it in his own way. The spiritual miasma surrounding Nolan had intensified, now visible to Megami's enhanced perception as a churning aura of malevolence. Whatever restraint the Viltrumite maintained on Earth had been abandoned here in this alien dimension. Megami approached steadily, dispatching the few Flaxen soldiers who attempted to intercept him with dismissive efficiency. He reached the central courtyard of the complex just as Nolan finished dealing with what appeared to be the Flaxen High Command, a group of larger aliens with more elaborate armor and insignia. Or what remained of them, now scattered in pieces across the ornate purple stones. Megami, Nolan acknowledged without turning, his hearing acute enough to detect Megami's approach despite the chaos. I didn't expect company on this little excursion. Clearly, Megami replied, his tone neutral as he surveyed the carnage. You've been thorough. Now Nolan did turn, and the expression on his face would have sent a chill through anyone else's soul. There was something primal in the Viltrumite's eyes, something ancient and terrible barely contained behind the veneer of civilization. Something that reminded Megami of himself. They needed to learn, Nolan said, casually crushing the skull of a still-moving Flaxen underfoot. This is the 7th time they've invaded Earth in the past 10 years. Each time we repel them, each time they regroup and try again. The definition of insanity, wouldn't you say? And your solution is genocide? Megami asked, still keeping his tone conversational, no judgment in it. Nolan laughed, the sound devoid of humor. Hardly genocide. I'm just making an impression. Time moves differently here, what's a few hours of violence to teach a lesson that will last them centuries? He gestured around at the devastation. Look at what one Viltrumite can do to their civilization in an afternoon. Do you think they'll be eager to invade Earth again after this? For a moment, neither spoke. The ruins of the Flaxen government complex smoldered around them, purple stone cracked and blackened, alien bodies scattered like discarded toys across what had once been a grand plaza. In the distance, the wailing of survivors provided a macabre soundtrack to the devastation. Megami studied Nolan with calculating eyes. The Viltrumite stood amid the carnage, his white costume spattered with alien blood, his cape billowing in the hot wind that carried the scent of burning flesh and melted metal. Despite hours of slaughter, he showed no signs of fatigue, only a terrible satisfaction. Effective, Megami acknowledged, stepping over a fallen flaxen soldier without sparing it a glance. But unnecessary. They were already retreating. Retreating to regroup, Nolan corrected, his eyes narrowing slightly. To plan their next invasion. I'm simply being efficient. That word. Efficient. The same quality Nolan had praised in Megami's own approach to combat. The parallel was not lost on either of them. You're enjoying this, Megami observed, taking a step closer. The destruction. The killing. Nolan's smile returned, colder now. And you don't? I've seen you fight, Sukuna. The precision, the control, yes, but also the satisfaction. You understand the pleasure of exercising power. I understand the necessity of power, Megami countered. Not indulgence in it against the weak. Ironic coming from him, who seconds ago contemplated a more enjoyable way to commit this genocide. A flicker of something, annoyance. Respect? Crossed Nolan's face. You sound like the Guardians. All that power, all that potential, constrained by arbitrary moral codes. He turned away, launching himself into the air to smash through another flaxen structure, one that appeared to be some kind of communications array. The entire complex collapsed in a shower of purple debris and screaming aliens. When Nolan returned, landing with enough force to crack the stone beneath his feet, Megami was waiting. Why now? He asked directly. Why what? Nolan replied, though his eyes suggested he understood the question perfectly. Why this level of violence now? The Flaxens have invaded before. You've repelled them before. What's changed? Nolan's expression hardened. Perhaps I've simply grown tired of half measures. No, Megami said, taking another step forward. His cursed energy gathered around him, not aggressively, but ready. It's more than that. I can see it. See what, exactly? Nolan's tone had taken on a dangerous edge. The spiritual energy surrounding you. For months now, it's been building, a cloud of bloodlust and anticipation hanging over Earth like a storm about to break. Whatever you're planning, whatever you're preparing for, it's coming soon, isn't it? For a long moment, Nolan was perfectly still, a stillness more threatening than any movement could have been. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but filled with a cold intensity that made the air between them seem to crystallize. You see more than you should, Megami Fushiguro. Or should I say? Sukuna. The name hung in the air between them, a challenge and a recognition of his dual face. Megami didn't flinch. We all have our true natures, he replied evenly. The question is what we choose to do with them. So I'll ask again, Nolan Grayson, what are you planning to do with yours? The silence that followed was broken by a distant explosion as another section of the Flaxen city collapsed. Around them, the few surviving aliens had fled, leaving the two powerful beings alone in the midst of apocalyptic destruction. You speak of spiritual signatures, Nolan said, his tone shifting to something almost conversational as he casually crushed a piece of alien technology underfoot. An unusual perspective. Not technological, not biological. Spiritual. His eyes narrowed, studying Megami with new intensity. You're human, yet you perceive what should be imperceptible to your kind without technological assistance. I was under the impression that only angels and demons possessed such natural sight. A hint of genuine curiosity entered his voice. How is it that you can see such things? This, ability to perceive spiritual energy. Is it connected to your other powers? There are forces beyond the physical, Megami replied. Beyond what your Viltrumite science can measure. Nolan's eyebrow raised slightly. So you know of Viltrum. I know enough. Megami took another step forward, his red aura intensifying. I know you're not what you claim to be. Not Earth's protector. Something else. A calculating look crossed Nolan's face. And yet you haven't shared these insights with your teammates. With the Guardians. With Cecil Stedman and his Global Defense Agency. Interesting choice. I prefer to verify my observations directly, Megami replied. To understand the full scope of a situation before acting. Efficient, Nolan noted again, that word like a recurring motif between them. And cautious. Qualities I've come to appreciate in you. His eyes narrowed. Which makes me wonder why you're confronting me now, in this dimension, away from potential allies. Perhaps I'm offering you an opportunity, Megami suggested. To explain yourself before I draw my own conclusions. A laugh escaped Nolan, genuine this time, though tinged with something darker. An opportunity? That's unexpected. He gestured at the devastation around them. Most would look at this and already have their conclusions firmly in place. I'm not most, Megami stated simply. No, Nolan agreed, studying him with renewed intensity. You're not. Which brings us back to my question, what are you, Sukuna? A human with powers that defy explanation, including this ability to perceive spiritual energy, something that has always been a limitation for my kind. The cursed energy around Megami pulsed, briefly taking on shapes that resembled ancient, malevolent faces before settling back into a steady aura. I am what I am. Nothing more, nothing less. Evasive, Nolan observed, his tone sharpening. After a moment of silence Nolan spoke up once more. Fascinating, he murmured, his gaze still fixed on Megami. A human who can perceive spiritual energy, a feat beyond even the most advanced Viltrumite technology. You truly are an anomaly. He paused, a calculating glint entering his eyes. But anomalies must be accounted for. And power, such as yours, must be controlled or destroyed. The pleasant facade dropped completely, replaced by the cold, ruthless demeanor of a Viltrumite warrior. The hand that wasn't bloodstained clenched into a fist, ready to strike. It seems our philosophical discussion has reached its end, Nolan said, his voice devoid of warmth. And since you refuse to see reason, I have no choice but to eliminate you as a threat. Megami met his gaze, his own expression hardening. Cursed energy surged around him, his red aura burning brighter. The ground cracked further beneath their feet. You're right about one thing, Megami suddenly said, I'm not like those heroes you speak of. Those well-meaning fools who believe in justice and compassion. He raised his hands, the air around them distorting with the force of his cursed energy. I don't care about Earth. I care about what's mine. And you've made the mistake of threatening it. Nolan smirked, a predatory glint in his eyes. Brave words for someone about to face a Viltrumite. Let's see if you can survive what comes next, Megami said as his cursed energy became a storm. The two in an instant charged towards one another, clashing arms, a shockwave erupting from them that cratered the ground beneath them. The battle between King and Conqueror has begun. Chapter 17, King vs. Conqueror. The collision was cataclysmic. Fist met forearm with a shockwave that pulverized the ground beneath them, sending cracks radiating outward through the purple stone like lightning across the alien sky. For a fraction of a second, they remained locked in that position, Nolan's fist against Megami's blocking arm, both slightly surprised at the other's power. Then physics reasserted itself, and the surrounding air rushed back to fill the vacuum created by their impact, generating a thunderclap that shattered what few intact windows remained in the vicinity. Impressive, Nolan acknowledged, genuine surprise flickering across his features. Few beings can withstand a direct strike from me. Megami didn't waste breath on a response. Instead, he channeled cursed energy into his legs and pushed off, creating distance between them. Against a Viltrumite, close combat without proper preparation was suicide. Nolan's smile widened, predatory and eager. Running already. Tactical repositioning, Megami corrected, his voice calm despite the throbbing in his arm where he'd blocked Nolan's strike. Even with cursed energy reinforcement, the impact had nearly shattered his bones. Nolan launched himself forward with blinding speed, closing the distance faster than any normal human could perceive. But Megami wasn't normal. With cursed energy enhancing his reflexes, he could track the Viltrumite's movement, not perfectly, but enough to react. Dismantle. The cutting technique sliced through the air where Nolan had been a millisecond earlier. The Viltrumite appeared behind him, his speed overwhelming even Megami's enhanced perception. Too slow, Nolan said, driving his fist toward Megami's back. At the last possible instant, Megami merged himself with a shadow, using a technique he'd refined from the 10 shadows. Nolan's fist passed through empty darkness as Megami reappeared 10 meters away. Interesting trick, Nolan observed, already moving again. But you can't dodge forever. He was right. In terms of raw speed, the Viltrumite held an overwhelming advantage. Each exchange would bring Megami closer to exhaustion while Nolan remained fresh. He needed to change the parameters of the fight. As Nolan charged again, Megami slammed his palm to the ground. Come forth, Nu. Shadow pooled beneath his hand, then erupted upward, forming into a massive bird-like creature with a monkey's face and a snake's tail. The Shikigami materialized just as Nolan reached them, forcing the Viltrumite to veer off course to avoid collision. What manner of creature is that? Nolan demanded, hovering above them, his expression a mixture of disgust and fascination. Instead of answering, Megami commanded Nu to attack. The Shikigami released a deafening shriek as electricity crackled across its feathers, then discharged in a massive bolt aimed directly at the floating Viltrumite. Nolan dodged with casual ease, but his eyes widened slightly as the lightning scorched the air where he'd been hovering. Elemental manipulation as well? Your abilities are more diverse than I realized. Megami didn't waste time on conversation. While Nu continued to discharge electricity, keeping Nolan at a distance, he prepared his next move. The cursed energy within him surged as he extended both hands toward the Shikigami. In a move that would have shocked any Jujutsu sorcerer, Megami grasped the lightning itself, cursed energy allowing him to physically manipulate the electrical discharge. The sensation was excruciating, even with his enhanced durability, handling raw lightning sent waves of agony through his nervous system, but the tactical advantage was worth the pain. What are you? Nolan began, then fell silent as Megami hurled the concentrated lightning bolt directly at him. This time, the Viltrumite couldn't dodge completely. The edge of the electrical discharge caught his left side, scorching his costume and eliciting a grunt of pain, the first sign that Nolan could be hurt. That, Nolan said, his voice hardening, actually stung. He accelerated downward with devastating force, aiming to eliminate the Shikigami first. Nu attempted to dodge, but Viltrumite's speed was too great. Nolan's fist connected with the creature's center mass, the impact so powerful it would have killed the Shikigami were it not for Sukuna at the last moment dispersing it, sending it back to shadow. Megami had anticipated this, however. The moment Nolan committed to attacking Nu, he executed his real strategy. Dismantle. The conceptual cutting technique manifested as invisible lines of force extending outward from Megami in all directions. Even Nolan, with his superhuman speed, couldn't avoid something that existed everywhere simultaneously within the technique's range. The Viltrumite's expression shifted from confidence to shock as dozens of cuts appeared across his body, none deep enough to be fatal to his Viltrumite physiology, but enough to draw blood and, more importantly, to demonstrate that he wasn't invulnerable. Impossible, Nolan snarled, blood trickling from a particularly nasty cut across his cheek. No human technique should be able to penetrate Viltrumite's skin. I told you, Megami replied, his voice steady, there are forces beyond the physical. Nolan's eyes narrowed, reassessing the threat before him. Then, with a roar of fury, he charged directly at Megami, moving so fast he became a blur even to enhanced perception. The impact was devastating. Despite Megami's attempt to block with cursed energy reinforcement, Nolan's fist connected with his chest with enough force to shatter ribs and rupture internal organs. The blow sent him flying backward, crashing through several alien structures before coming to rest in a crater of his own making nearly 100 meters away. Pain exploded through Megami's consciousness, the kind of pain that would have killed an ordinary human instantly. Blood filled his mouth as he struggled to breathe through punctured lungs. But even as his vision darkened at the edges, he was already implementing his contingency. Cursed energy flowed through his broken body in a different pattern, not the destructive force he'd been wielding, but something constructive, healing. Reversed curse technique. The effect was immediate. Shattered bones began to knit, ruptured organs sealed themselves, damaged tissue regenerated. Within seconds, injuries that would have been fatal were reduced to mere discomfort. Nolan landed beside the crater, looking down at Megami with a mixture of surprise and grudging respect as the young man rose to his feet, blood still staining his clothes but his body whole again. Regeneration, Nolan observed. That explains your confidence. But it won't save you. Every technique has its limits, and I can hit you faster than you can heal. Perhaps, Megami acknowledged, wiping blood from his mouth. But can you hit what you can't touch? He slammed both palms to the ground, and darkness erupted around him. 10 Shadows Technique, Divine Dogs. The canine Shikigami materialized from the shadows, larger and more substantial than when he'd summoned them earlier against the Flaxons. They circled him protectively, their spectral forms rippling with cursed energy. Nolan scoffed. More shadow beasts? They couldn't touch me before, and they won't now. They're not meant to touch you, Megami replied. They're a distraction. As the divine dogs lunged at Nolan, forcing him to dodge and weave, Megami prepared for his most dangerous gambit. The cursed energy within him gathered, concentrated, focused on a single purpose. 10 Shadows Technique, 8th Form. The ritual circle appeared beneath his feet, glowing with eldritch power. The summoning of this particular Shikigami was different from the others, more formal, more dangerous, bound by ancient rules that even Sukuna had respected. Nolan, sensing the shift in energy, dispatched the divine dogs with 2 precise strikes and turned his attention back to Megami. Whatever you're attempting, it won't be fast enough. He launched himself forward, but just before he could reach Megami, the ritual completed. Come forth, Divine General Mahoraga. The summoning circle erupted with blinding light, and from within emerged a massive figure, humanoid but clearly not human, enormous, with a large wheel balanced above its head. Nolan pulled up short, momentarily startled by the appearance of this new entity. What manner of creature is this? Megami didn't answer. Instead, he leaped backward, putting distance between himself and both Mahoraga and Nolan, before either attacked him. His hand extended, cursed energy gathering at his fingertips in a way he hadn't displayed before. Sacred Flame. A mighty fire formed within his palm that he immediately shaped into a single arrow. An arrow made of not ordinary fire, but something more fundamental, more conceptual. It burned with an intensity that made even the air around it seem to warp and distort. Its light illuminated Megami's face, his red eyes, gleaming with excitement. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Another elemental attack? You should know by now that I can dodge. Sukuna without a word hurled the sacred flame, not at Nolan, who was next to Mahoraga, but at Mahoraga. Nolan easily flew away, a smirk forming on his lips. You missed. But Megami was already smiling, a cold, knowing expression that would have been familiar to anyone who had faced Sukuna at the height of his power. I never aimed for you. The sacred flame struck Mahoraga directly in the center of its wheel. For a moment, nothing happened, then the flame expanded explosively, engulfing the divine general in a conflagration of supernatural fire. The world seemed to warp, the air crackling with heat and energy. Time itself seemed to slow, the moment stretching into an eternity as the sacred flame consumed the divine general. All was silent. Then, the sound came. A low, guttural scream. The scream of one considered a god dying. And then, the explosion. The explosion was cataclysmic, dwarfing anything Megami had unleashed thus far. The force of it ripped through the ruined Flaxon city, vaporizing buildings, melting metal, and scouring the very stone from the ground. The shockwave that radiated outward was enough to knock even Nolan off balance, sending him tumbling backward through the air. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, Mahoraga was gone. Vaporized. Nothing but scattered ashes in the wind. The wheel on its head tumbled to the ground, clattering against the purple stone before dissolving into shadow. A hush fell over the battlefield, broken only by the crackling of residual flames and the distant wails of the few surviving Flaxons. Nolan righted himself in the air, his costume torn and singed, his face edged with a mixture of shock and disbelief. He stared at the spot where Mahoraga had stood, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. What did you just do? Nolan demanded, his voice carrying a note of genuine concern for the first time. His instincts were screaming at him, warning him that something is seriously wrong. Sukuna landed gracefully some distance away, his expression triumphant despite the exhaustion evident in his posture. He had pushed himself to his limits, channeling every ounce of cursed energy he possessed into that single, devastating attack. I completed the ritual, he explained, as the wheel clattered to the ground and disappeared into shadow. Mahoraga is the divine general, the strongest of the 10 shadows Shikigami. To control it, one must first destroy it. Nolan stared at him, a storm brewing in his eyes. Destroy it? You destroyed a spiritual familiar of that magnitude just to control its power. To tame it, Megami corrected. To make it subservient to my will. Only by destroying it can I truly command it, and the only way to destroy it is such as with the sacred flame. A calculating look crossed Nolan's face. I am not yet completely understanding, but I am impressed. Seriously though, what are you implying? That its power is now yours to use. Megami smirked in a way. Now that the ritual is complete. He raised both his hands in an open manner as his shadows shifted. 10 Shadows Technique, 8th Form, Divine General Mahoraga. The summoning was different this time, faster, more controlled. The shadow behind him rose and then manifested Mahoraga, now fully under Sukuna's command. The wheel on its head rotated slowly, and its posture was alert, ready for battle. But there was something new as well, a faint red aura surrounding its form, a hint of the cursed energy that now bound it to Megami's will. Making it far more powerful than before. Nolan's eyes widened slightly, understanding dawning. I see now. So this is what you meant when you said you tamed it. A spirit that can die and be resurrected. Incredible. Indeed, Megami confirmed, a hint of the old Sukuna's arrogance entering his voice. The divine general Mahoraga, a Shikigami no one has successfully tamed. Until now. Until my existence. He stepped forward, Mahoraga moving in perfect synchronization with him. So, Nolan Grayson, Megami said, his voice carrying the weight of decades of battle experience, are you ready for round 2? Chapter 18, Round 2. The purple landscape of the flaxen world trembled as two titans squared off. Mahoraga stood imposingly behind Megami, its wheel spinning with hypnotic precision, while Nolan hovered several feet above the shattered ground, reassessing his opponent with newfound wariness. Round 2. Nolan's mustache twitched with a humorless smile. You've shown impressive abilities, I'll grant you that. But you're still human, enhanced, evolved perhaps, but human nonetheless. Megami's eyes gleamed battle-thirst. You keep using that word. Human. As if it's a limitation rather than something with its own strengths and potential. Without warning, Mahoraga launched forward with impossible speed, its massive fist aimed directly at Nolan's chest. The Viltrumite dodged, but barely, the Shikigami's attack clipping his shoulder with enough force to send him spiraling through the air. Nolan righted himself, genuine surprise registering on his face. Faster than before. Adaptation, Megami explained, to strengthen Mahoraga's ability, advancing steadily as Mahoraga circled back to his side. The Divine General learns from every encounter, every phenomenon it experiences. You've shown it your speed, now it understands. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Interesting. But understanding isn't matching. He disappeared in a blur of white and red, reappearing behind Megami with his fist already in motion. But Megami had anticipated this, sinking into his shadow at the last possible moment. Nolan's strike passed through empty air as Mahoraga pivoted, its wheel spinning faster as it launched a counterattack. The Viltrumite caught Mahoraga's massive arm, straining visibly against the Shikigami's strength. Impressive construct, he grunted, before hurling the Divine General into a distant structure. But still just a puppet. Is that what you think? Megami emerged from shadow 30 meters away, cursed energy swirling around his hands. Dismantle. The cutting technique sliced through the air, and this time Nolan wasn't quite fast enough. A deep gash opened across his chest, Viltrumite blood spattering the purple stones beneath him. Nolan touched the wound, examining his blood with something like fascination. Few beings can harm a Viltrumite. Your energy, it bypasses our cellular density somehow. As I said, for the third time now, Megami replied, there are forces beyond the physical. You really have trouble accepting that, don't you? Nolan's expression hardened. Perhaps he began, ignoring Sukuna's taunt, but physical force still has its uses. He launched forward again, this time moving in an unpredictable zigzag pattern that even Sukuna's perception struggled to track. The impact when it came was devastating, Nolan's fist connecting with Megami's midsection, driving the air from his lungs and sending him crashing through multiple structures. Pain exploded through Megami's body, but even as he flew backward, he was already channeling reversed curse technique, healing the worst of the damage like earlier. He crashed through a final wall and rolled to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth but otherwise intact. Mahoraga appeared beside him, having traversed the distance with uncanny speed. The Shikigami's wheel spun rapidly, and Megami felt its adaptive energy resonating with his own cursed energy. You heal quickly, Nolan observed, hovering above the rubble. But each healing depletes your reserves, doesn't it? I can hit you indefinitely. How long can you repair yourself? Instead of answering, Megami placed his hand on Mahoraga's leg. Cursed energy flowed between them, and the Shikigami's form seemed to solidify further, its red aura intensifying. Let me show you something interesting, Megami said, his voice carrying that distinctive blend of arrogance and anticipation that had once made sorcerers tremble. Mahoraga doesn't just adapt to phenomena it experiences directly. The Divine General's wheel spun faster, glowing with ethereal light. It adapts to phenomena I understand as well. Nolan's eyes widened slightly as Mahoraga suddenly accelerated, moving with Viltrumite-like speed. The Shikigami's fist connected with his chest before he could dodge, the impact sending him hurtling into the amber sky. Megami didn't waste the opening. Dismantle. The cutting technique sliced through the air where Nolan was tumbling. This time, the cuts that appeared across Nolan's body were deeper, drawing more blood. Having had more cursed energy in them than before. Nolan stabilized himself in midair, his white costume now stained with crimson. His expression had shifted from confident to calculating, the look of a warrior who has unexpectedly encountered a worthy opponent. Adaptation through proxy, he mused, wiping blood from his face. Fascinating. Your abilities are more sophisticated than I initially assessed. You have no idea, Megami replied, the cursed energy around him pulsing. Nolan descended slowly, his cape billowing in the hot wind that carried the scent of destruction. I'm curious, Megami. With such power at your disposal, why align yourself with Earth's defenders? Why play at being a hero when you could rule? Who says I'm playing? Megami countered, circling slowly as Mahoraga mirrored his movements. I've seen your true nature, Nolan pressed. In combat, when the restraints fall away. There's something ancient in your eyes, something that understands dominance, hierarchy. Something not unlike a Viltrumite. Megami's lips curled into a cold smile. Perhaps. But unlike you, I choose my path rather than following orders blindly. Nolan's expression hardened. You know nothing of my choices. I know enough, Megami replied. I know you're preparing to betray Earth. To eliminate its defenders and prepare it for conquest. For your precious Viltrum Empire. The words hung in the air between them, a challenge and an accusation. For a moment, Nolan seemed almost surprised at the directness of the statement. Then his posture shifted, becoming more predatory, more alien. And if I am, he asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. What then? Will you try to stop me? Alert the Guardians? Tell my son. That depends, Megami said, maintaining his calm despite the tension crackling between them. On whether you're capable of reconsidering. Nolan's laugh was harsh, devoid of humor. Reconsidering? My mission has been in progress for 20 years. Earth's evaluation is complete. The time for action approaches. And your family? Megami pressed. Debbie? Mark? Are they just collateral damage in your grand mission? Something flickered across Nolan's face, a momentary hesitation, quickly suppressed. They are, complications. But ultimately irrelevant to the greater purpose. Are they? Megami took a step forward, Mahoraga moving with him. Is that why you've delayed your mission? Why you've played the devoted husband and father for 2 decades instead of simply conquering Earth upon arrival? Nolan's eyes narrowed dangerously. You presume much. I observe, Megami corrected. The spiritual conflict within you is visible to my perception. You care for them, despite your conditioning. Despite your mission. Enough. Nolan roared, launching forward with renewed fury. The clash that followed was cataclysmic. Nolan's fist met Mahoraga's, the impact generating a shockwave that leveled what few structures remained standing in the vicinity. The ground beneath them cratered further, purple stone pulverized into dust. Megami used the momentary distraction to execute his own attack. Sacred Flame. The supernatural fire erupted from his palm, not as an arrow this time but as a wave that engulfed Nolan before he could dodge. The Viltrumite roared in pain as the flame seared his supposedly invulnerable skin, though they were weaker, as he reversed the binding vow of using them only as an arrow. Yet still they were enough to harm Nolan. But Omni-Man was far from defeated. With a burst of speed, he flew upward, breaking free of the flames, then dive-bombed directly at Megami. The impact was devastating, driving Megami deep into the ground and creating a crater nearly 50 meters wide. Blood filled Megami's mouth as several ribs shattered, his internal organs rupturing once again from the force. Even with reversed curse technique, the damage was severe enough that healing took precious seconds, seconds in which Nolan pressed his advantage. The Viltrumite grabbed Megami by the throat, lifting him from the crater. Your abilities are remarkable, but you lack the physical resilience comparable to mine. One solid hit is all it takes. Megami's response was to direct Mahoraga with a thought. The Divine General appeared behind Nolan, its massive arms wrapping around the Viltrumite in a crushing bear hug. Physical resilience isn't everything, Megami gasped as Nolan's grip loosened. Strategy counts too. He placed his palm against Nolan's chest. Cleave. The adaptive cutting technique at such close range should have been a near-killing blow, if Sukuna intended Nolan's death, but he twisted at the last moment, the invisible force slicing through his shoulder rather than his heart. He roared in pain but managed to break free of Mahoraga's grip with a burst of strength, blood streaming from the deep wound. For a moment, both combatants separated, each assessing the damage they'd sustained. Nolan's white costume was now more red than white, torn in multiple places to reveal lacerated Viltrumite flesh beneath. Megami's clothing was similarly shredded, though reversed curse technique had closed his wounds, leaving only blood-stained skin as evidence of the damage he'd taken. You fight well, Nolan acknowledged, his breathing slightly labored. Better than any human I've encountered. But you must realize the futility of your resistance. Even if you somehow defeated me, the Viltrum Empire would send others. Earth's fate is sealed. Nothing is sealed until it happens, Megami replied, wiping blood from his mouth. And you haven't answered my question about your family. Nolan's expression darkened. What would you have me say? That I care for them? Perhaps I do, in my way. But they are temporary. Fragile. Debbie will age and die in a handful of decades. A blink in a Viltrumite lifetime. And Mark? Megami pressed. Your son? He has your heritage, your potential longevity. Mark will understand, eventually, Nolan said, though a hint of uncertainty entered his voice. He is a Viltrumite. Once he embraces his heritage, he'll see the necessity of our mission. Will he? Megami took a step forward, cursed energy swirling around him. Will he understand when you tell him his mother was just a tool? When you explain that the world he loves must be subjugated for the glory of an empire he's never seen? Rage flashed across Nolan's face. You know nothing of Viltrum, of our greatness, of our purpose. I know enough, Megami countered. I know it's a dying empire clinging to outdated ideologies. I know you're not here to protect Earth but to evaluate its breeding potential. To replenish your dwindling numbers with half-breed offspring. Nolan's eyes widened slightly. How could you possibly? As I said, Megami interrupted, I see more than most. The Viltrumite's expression hardened into something truly alien, the facade of humanity dropping away completely. Then you understand why resistance is pointless. Viltrum has conquered thousands of worlds. Earth is just one more. And yet, here you are, Megami observed, hesitating. Delaying. Still finding excuses to postpone the inevitable. Why? Enough talk. Nolan snarled, launching himself forward once more. This time, Megami was ready. He and Mahoraga moved in perfect synchronization, their attacks coordinated. As Nolan approached, Megami dropped into shadow while Mahoraga pivoted, its massive fist connecting with the Viltrumite's jaw. The impact sent Nolan careening sideways, directly into the path of Megami's emerging attack. Dismantle. The technique sliced across Nolan's back, drawing a roar of pain and fury. The Viltrumite spun in midair, blood spraying from his wounds, and charged again, only to meet another devastating blow from Mahoraga. The battle escalated, both combatants moving with such speed and ferocity that the very air around them seemed to warp and distort. Nolan's raw physical power was matched against Megami's tactical precision and Mahoraga's adaptive capabilities. Buildings crumbled, the ground shook, and the few remaining Flaxons fled in terror as their world became the battlefield for powers beyond their comprehension. Throughout it all, Megami continued to press Nolan psychologically as well as physically. You've built a life here, he said between exchanges. A real life, not just a cover. Are you truly willing to destroy it all for an empire that sees you as nothing more than a tool? I am Viltrumite. Nolan roared, his fist connecting with Megami's face despite Mahoraga's attempt to intercept. Our purpose is conquest, expansion, perfection. Personal attachments are weakness. Megami went flying backward, blood erupting from his mouth, but even as he tumbled through the air, he continued his psychological assault. Is that why you've maintained those attachments for 20 years? Because they're weaknesses. He crashed through a partially standing structure, immediately channeling reversed curse technique to heal the damage. The effort was becoming more taxing, his reserves of cursed energy dwindling with each major healing. Nolan pursued, his expression a mask of fury. You understand nothing. My mission. Your mission has become your excuse, Megami interrupted, rising from the rubble. Your justification for eventually destroying what you've come to value. Debbie is a pet. Nolan bellowed, the words echoing across the ruined landscape. A temporary diversion. Nothing more. Then why protect her? Megami demanded. Why maintain the charade for decades when you could have completed your mission in months? Why give her a child if she means nothing? Why only have Mark and not go and test out many other descendants to see if they would have developed what you sought earlier? Nolan's response was a wordless roar as he charged again, his attacks becoming less precise, more fueled by emotion than tactical consideration. It was exactly what Megami had been aiming for. As the Viltrumite approached, Megami and Mahoraga executed their most coordinated attack yet. The Divine General intercepted Nolan from above while Megami attacked from below, both landing devastating blows simultaneously. The impact sent Nolan crashing into the ground with enough force to create yet another crater in the already devastated landscape. Before he could recover, Megami was on him, hands glowing with cursed energy. Dismantle. The cutting technique sliced across Nolan's chest, deeper than before, drawing a howl of pain. The Viltrumite lashed out blindly, his fist connecting with Megami's shoulder and shattering the joint. Both combatants separated again, each wounded, each struggling to recover. Nolan's breathing was labored, blood streaming from multiple deep cuts across his body. Megami's right arm hung useless at his side until reversed curse technique could repair the damaged joint. You're stronger than you should be, Nolan gasped, genuine respect entering his voice despite his fury. What are you, truly? Megami's smile was cold, ancient. I told you. I am what I am. No human should be able to challenge a Viltrumite like this, Nolan insisted. Your abilities, they represent something I've never encountered before. A different evolutionary path, perhaps. Not just physical enhancement, but spiritual. Perhaps, Megami acknowledged. Or perhaps I'm just the first of my kind you've encountered. Nolan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully despite the pain of his wounds. A spiritual evolutionary path, it affects the biology, which means it could be replicated in descendants. The calculation in his gaze was clear, and Megami laughed coldly. Already thinking of breeding applications? How very Viltrumite of you. Our species survives through adaptation, Nolan replied unapologetically. Incorporating beneficial traits is logical. And that's all that matters to you? Megami asked, his shoulder finally healed enough to move normally again. The survival of your species? At any cost. What else is there? Nolan countered, rising unsteadily to his feet. Individual lives are temporary. Species endure. Some individuals leave marks that outlast species, Megami replied. Some choices echo through eternity. Their eyes met across the battlefield, two beings of immense power recognizing something of themselves in the other. For a moment, there was almost understanding between them, two predators acknowledging each other's nature. Then Nolan charged again, and the moment passed. The final phase of their battle was brutal, primal. Both had exhausted their reserves, both were wounded beyond what most beings could endure. Nolan's Viltrumite physiology was pushed to its limits, while Sukuna's cursed energy reserves were nearly depleted. They exchanged blows that would have shattered moons, techniques that defied physical laws. Mahoraga fought alongside Megami, its adaptive capabilities allowing it to match even Nolan's desperate fury and in some ways surpass him. The landscape around them was transformed, no longer recognizable as a city or even as a habitable environment. Buildings were reduced to dust, the ground cratered and scorched, the very air superheated by the forces they unleashed. In the end, it came down to a single, decisive exchange. Nolan, bleeding from dozens of wounds but still terrifyingly powerful, gathered the last of his strength for one final charge. Sukuna, equally bloodied but coldly determined, prepared his counter. Mahoraga dispersed, as it could no longer be sustained. As the Viltrumite approached, Megami dropped into shadow one last time, not to dodge, but to position himself. He emerged directly in Nolan's path, cursed energy concentrated in his fist. Dismantle. The adaptive cutting technique met Nolan's charge head-on, the invisible force slicing through Viltrumite flesh even as Nolan's fist connected with Megami's chest. Both warriors were sent flying backward by the impact, both grievously wounded. They crashed to the ground meters apart, neither able to rise immediately. Blood pooled beneath them, Viltrumite and human alike pushed beyond normal endurance. Megami recovered first, channeling his remaining cursed energy into one final healing. It wasn't enough to repair all the damage, his body was a mass of partially healed wounds and exhausted muscle, but it was enough to allow him to move. He crawled to where Nolan lay, the Viltrumite's white costume now completely red with blood, his breathing labored but his eyes still defiant. With the last of his strength, Megami positioned himself above Nolan, pinning the wounded conqueror to the ground. It's over, Megami gasped, blood trickling from his mouth. You've lost. Nolan stared up at him, his expression a mixture of pain, fury, and something like respect. Have I? Or have you merely delayed the inevitable? Perhaps, Megami acknowledged. But delay can become defeat with the right strategy. For a long moment, they remained locked in that position, Megami barely maintaining his hold, Nolan too wounded to break free. Around them, the ruined flaxen world burned, a testament to the scale of their conflict. Do you truly believe, Nolan asked finally, his voice quiet, almost contemplative, that you can stand against the entire Viltrum Empire? That any force on Earth could resist when they come in full strength? Sukuna's laugh was soft, pained, but carried an edge of genuine amusement. This isn't even my full power, Nolan. I just need more time to access all my potential. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Together with you and Mark, with what we know, what we can prepare. Earth can win. Nolan's eyes widened slightly. Together? You think I would betray my people? I think, Megami replied, that you already have, in your heart. Why else delay your mission for 20 years? Why else build a life you knew you'd have to destroy? The Viltrumite said nothing, but something flickered in his eyes, doubt, perhaps, or recognition of a truth he'd been avoiding. You have a choice, Nolan, Megami continued, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. Complete your mission, destroy everything you've built, everything you've come to value, or help us find another way. There is no other way, Nolan insisted, though with less conviction than before. Viltrum's will is absolute. Nothing is absolute, Megami countered. I've lived long enough to know that. Even I, the strongest, who nearly brought down the heavens would have lost after all. To that brat, Itadori Yuji, my blood nephew, spiritual son of all people. Sukuna thought to himself. Four twins were in spirit, in the eyes of cursed energy, the laws of heaven, a single entity, and Itadori Yuji was his twin son. They fell silent then, two broken warriors on a burning world, each contemplating choices that would reshape worlds. Above them, the red sky of the flaxen dimension swirled with smoke and ash, while around them, the ruins of a civilization stood as mute testament to the price of conquest. The king won, now the conqueror only needed to admit it and submit. Chapter 19, Decision. Hours passed on the devastated flaxen world. The twin sons of this dimension had completed nearly a dozen rotations across the amber sky since the battle's conclusion, casting long shadows across the ruined landscape. In the center of what had once been the governmental district, two figures sat in silence, their backs against a fallen pillar of purple stone. Both were bloodied and exhausted, their bodies pushed beyond normal endurance, yet slowly recovering through vastly different means. Nolan Grayson's Viltrumite physiology worked to knit his wounds, cellular regeneration gradually closing the countless lacerations that had penetrated his supposedly invulnerable skin. Beside him, Megami Fushiguro periodically channeled small amounts of cursed energy through his battered form, accelerating his own healing process. Neither had spoken for some time, each lost in contemplation of what had transpired between them. The battle had been more than physical, it had exposed truths both had been avoiding, questions neither wished to confront. We need to return to Earth, Megami said finally, breaking the silence. For us, it's been days here, but on Earth, barely hours have passed since the invasion began. The Guardians, the teen team, they'll still be dealing with the aftermath. Time dilation, Nolan nodded, wincing slightly at the movement. One of the Flaxen's natural advantages. It's why they can rebuild and regroup so quickly between invasions. What might be years for them is only days on Earth. And for Viltrum? Megami asked, watching Nolan's expression carefully. Time is consistent there with Earth. Standard galactic measurement. Nolan's voice carried a hint of the academic he pretended to be on Earth. They'll expect my regular reports. If those cease, they'll investigate. How long? Nolan considered this. 6 months, perhaps a year. Viltrumite resources are stretched thin. They won't divert assets for a routine check without cause. Megami nodded, absorbing this information. Then we have time. Not much, but some. Time for what, exactly? Nolan asked, his tone carefully neutral. I haven't agreed to anything. No, Megami acknowledged. But you haven't rejected the possibility either. Another silence fell between them, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the few surviving Flaxons, scurrying through the ruins of their civilization. We'll need the Flaxons to create a portal, Megami continued. Neither of us has the ability to traverse dimensions independently. Nolan laughed, a harsh sound that held no humor. After what we've done to their world, they'll be more likely to hide than help. They're pragmatic, Megami replied. They'll understand that cooperation is preferable to further destruction. The Viltrumite studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Perhaps you're right. Though neither of us is in condition to be particularly threatening at the moment. We don't need to threaten, Megami said, pushing himself to his feet with visible effort. Just persuade. It took them nearly a day to locate a group of surviving Flaxons. The aliens had retreated to underground shelters, hiding from the catastrophic battle that had demolished their capital. When Megami and Nolan descended into one such shelter, the green-skinned beings cowered in terror, their goggled eyes wide with fear. Nolan started to step forward, but Megami placed a restraining hand on his arm. Let me handle this, he said quietly. You're the one who's been systematically destroying their world for the past several days. The Viltrumite frowned but stepped back, allowing Megami to approach the trembling aliens. We require passage back to Earth, Megami stated, his voice calm but carrying authority. Create a portal, and we will leave your world in peace. One of the Flaxons, distinguished by more elaborate goggles and what appeared to be insignia of rank, chittered something in their language. They want assurances we won't return, Nolan translated, his knowledge of alien language is another benefit of his centuries of experience. Megami nodded. Tell them they have my word. No further incursions to Earth, no further retribution from us. As Nolan relayed this in the Flaxon language, the alien leader seemed skeptical, gesturing emphatically at the Viltrumite. He says my word means nothing, Nolan explained, a hint of dark amusement in his voice. Given the circumstances, that's not unreasonable. Megami considered this, then stepped forward again. Tell them that I defeated you, he said to Nolan. That I am now the one who decides whether their world lives or dies. Nolan's eyebrows rose slightly, but he translated the message. The effect was immediate, the Flaxons' chittering increased in volume and urgency, their gestures becoming more animated. They're discussing it, Nolan murmured. The concept of someone defeating me seems to have made an impression. After several hours of intense debate among themselves, the Flaxon leader approached cautiously, making a series of gestures toward what appeared to be a technological installation at the far end of the shelter. They'll create the portal, Nolan confirmed. But they need time to prepare the equipment. Their primary dimensional gateway was destroyed in our disagreement. How long? Several hours, by their estimate. Which would be mere seconds on Earth. Megami nodded. Then we wait. They retreated to a corner of the shelter, maintaining enough distance from the Flaxons to allow the aliens to work without the constant terror of their presence. As the green-skinned beings scurried about, connecting equipment and making adjustments to their technology, Nolan and Megami resumed their conversation. You still haven't answered my question, Megami said quietly. About what happens when we return to Earth. Nolan's expression hardened. What would you have me do? Abandon my mission? Betray my people? 20 years of preparation, discarded because of one battle. One battle that proved you can be defeated, Megami pointed out. One battle that showed there are forces on Earth capable of challenging even Viltrumite power. You are an anomaly, Nolan countered. A single individual with abilities that defy conventional understanding. The rest of humanity remains inadequate. Mark isn't, Megami said simply. And he won't be the last. If my theory is correct, Earth represents not just one evolutionary path, but multiple. Physical, like the Viltrumites. Spiritual, like myself. Perhaps others we haven't yet identified. Nolan fell silent, considering this. When he spoke again, his voice had lost some of its certainty. Even if what you say is true, the Viltrum Empire won't simply abandon its plans for Earth. They'll send others. Then we prepare, Megami replied. We build defenses, train defenders, create alliances. With your knowledge of Viltrumite strategies and weaknesses, we'd have advantages no other world has had. You speak of betraying my people, Nolan reiterated, though his tone was more thoughtful than accusatory now. I speak of choosing your family, Megami corrected. The family you've built here, not the empire that sees you as merely a tool for expansion. Nolan's eyes hardened again. Debbie is. Don't, Megami interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp. Don't say she's just a pet. Not again. Not when we both know it's a lie you tell yourself to make your mission palatable. For a moment, it seemed Nolan might lash out again, his muscles tensing despite his injuries. But then, unexpectedly, the fight seemed to drain from him. 20 years, he said quietly. 20 years I've lived among humans. Watched them, studied them, prepared for their eventual subjugation. And in that time, he trailed off, his gaze distant. In that time, you found things worth preserving, Megami finished for him. Worth protecting. Nolan didn't confirm this verbally, but his silence was answer enough. Tell me about Viltrum, Megami said, changing tactics. Not the empire it is now, but what it was. Before the conquest, before the expansion. Surprise flickered across Nolan's face at the unexpected question. Why? Because I want to understand what you're fighting for, Megami replied simply. What this mission really means to you. Nolan studied him for a long moment, then began to speak, his voice taking on a quality Megami hadn't heard before, something almost wistful. Viltrum was magnificent once. A world of achievements, of art and science advancing in perfect harmony with physical perfection. We didn't begin as conquerors. We were explorers, philosophers, builders of wonders. His eyes grew distant, seeing not the ruined flaxen shelter but memories of a world light years away and centuries past. The scourge virus changed everything. Half our population, gone in months. The civil war that followed claimed more. What remained was harder. More focused on survival at any cost. Thrag's ascension to Grand Regent solidified the new direction, conquest as the path to restoration. And you believe in this path? Megami asked quietly. Nolan's expression grew complex. I was born after the change. Raised to be a warrior, a conqueror. It's all I've ever known. Until Earth, Megami observed. Until Debbie. Until Mark. Another long silence fell between them, each lost in their own thoughts. Around them, the Flaxens continued their work, the dimensional portal gradually taking shape under their skilled manipulations. If I were to... Nolan began, then stopped, recalibrating his words. Hypothetically, if I were to consider an alternative to my mission, what would that look like? Practically speaking. Megami recognized the significance of the question, not a commitment, but an opening. A willingness to at least discuss possibilities. First, we'd need to address the immediate issue, he replied carefully. The Guardians of the Globe. Your original plan involved eliminating them, correct? Nolan nodded reluctantly. They represent the most organized defense Earth has. Without them, resistance would be fragmented, ineffective. Instead, they could become the core of Earth's defense against Viltrum, Megami suggested. Trained with your knowledge of Viltrumite tactics, equipped with technology designed to counter your species' advantages. They wouldn't trust me, Nolan pointed out. Not without explanation. Which brings us to the second point, Megami continued. The truth. Mark and Debbie deserve to know. All of it. Who you are, why you came to Earth, what choices you are facing now. Nolan's expression darkened. Debbie would never understand. She'd see only the deception, the years of lies. You underestimate her, Megami countered. She's stronger than you give her credit for. And she loves you, the real you, not just the cover identity you've maintained. And if she doesn't? Nolan's voice carried a note of vulnerability that seemed alien coming from the powerful Viltrumite. If she sees me as a monster. Then that's her choice to make, Megami said simply. But hiding the truth from her is making that choice for her. Denying her agency in her own life. Nolan fell silent again, absorbing this. When he spoke next, his voice was quieter. And Mark. Mark will struggle, Megami acknowledged. His worldview will be shattered. But he's your son, Viltrumite and human both. He has your strength and Debbie's compassion. Given time, he'll understand the complexity of your position. You seem very confident in your assessment of my family, Nolan observed, a hint of his usual dry humor returning. I've observed them, Megami replied. And I've observed you with them. The connection is real, Nolan. Whatever you tell yourself about pets and temporary diversions, the bond you formed with them is genuine. Sukuna as he said this himself still felt a bit of wonder at the words coming off his tongue. At trying to convince one so much alike to his previous self in view of love. In his original life he himself was a person who quite believed in connection, especially the one of family. Yet being the tyrannical king of curses for decades, having forgotten during it his first life made him believe any form of love worthless. Weakness. Yet. It is that brat again. Sukuna thought to himself as he looked at the sky. Yorozu for all her words an attempt to make me understand love. Be it through connection, emotional or physical thinking me incapable of understanding love was foolish. I always understood love. I never saw it as something valuable. As something worthy of possessing. But my loss proved otherwise. Though I experienced it not physically, I read it, I know what I would have done, I saw the truth behind it. And I am not fool enough to deny reality, to deny when I was wrong. Before Nolan could respond, the Flaxen leader approached cautiously, making a series of gestures toward the now completed portal device. It's ready, Nolan translated, rising to his feet with visible effort. They can open the gateway to Earth whenever we're prepared to depart. Megami stood as well, his movements equally strained. Both were still far from fully recovered, though their respective healing abilities had closed the worst of their wounds. Before we return, Megami said, fixing Nolan with an intense gaze, I need to know your decision. Not a commitment to every detail of what might come, but a direction. Are you with us, or against us? Nolan held his gaze for a long moment, the weight of centuries of conditioning and duty visible in his eyes. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady but quiet. I've spent 20 years on Earth, Megami. I've watched humanity with the detached assessment of a Viltrumite officer, cataloging strengths and weaknesses, preparing for eventual conquest. But I've also... He paused, seemingly struggling with the admission. I've also lived among them. Built a life I never intended to value. Found connections I never expected to form. Another pause, longer this time. I don't know if Earth can stand against Viltrum. I don't know if I can betray everything I was raised to believe. But I do know that I'm not ready to destroy what I've built there. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. It wasn't a complete commitment, but it was honest, and for now, it was enough. Megami nodded. Then we returned together. And we face what comes next together. The Flaxen leader, sensing they had reached a decision, activated the portal device. A swirling vortex of green energy formed in the center of the installation, identical to the gateways that had opened above Earth during the invasion. As they approached the portal, Nolan spoke again. When we return, Mark will have questions. About what happened, about why I entered the Flaxen dimension, about why we're returning together injured like this. We tell him the truth, Megami replied. Or at least, the beginning of it. That we encountered each other here, fought the Flaxens together, and found common ground. The rest can come later, when you're ready to have that conversation with him and Debbie. Nolan considered this, then nodded slowly. A partial truth, then. For now. For now, Megami agreed. They stood before the swirling portal, two beings of immense power who had fought each other to a standstill and emerged with an understanding neither had anticipated. After you, Nolan said, gesturing toward the gateway with a slight nod of respect. And so Sukuna stepped through, with Nolan soon following after him. The Conqueror has submitted to the king. Chapter 20, Attracting Annoying Women. The Global Defense Agency headquarters buzzed with activity. Technicians monitored screens displaying the aftermath of the Flaxen invasion, agents coordinated with emergency services across the city, and Cecil Stedman, director of the GDA, stood at the center of the command room, his expression grim as he reviewed damage reports. Status on the Guardians, he asked, not looking up from the tablet in his hand. All accounted for, sir, an aide replied. The Immortal is coordinating cleanup in the western sector. Warwoman and Darkwing are handling civilian evacuation in the north. Red Rush and Martian Man are assisting emergency services downtown. Cecil nodded. And the teen team? Still at their headquarters. They sustained minor injuries during the downtown engagement but nothing serious. They're debriefing now. An Omni-Man. The aide hesitated. Still no contact, sir. He entered the eastern portal approximately 3 hours ago and hasn't returned. Cecil's expression darkened. Omni-Man's decision to pursue the Flaxens into their dimension had been unexpected and concerning. It deviated from established protocols and left Earth temporarily without its most powerful defender. What about the other one? The new hero who followed him in. Sukuna, the aide supplied. Also no contact. The teen team reports he entered the eastern portal shortly after Omni-Man. Cecil removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. Two of our most powerful assets, in an unknown dimension, with no communication capability. Wonderful. Before the aide could respond, alarms blared across the command center. Screens flickered as sensors detected a new dimensional disturbance. Portal activity detected, a technician called out. Eastern sector, same coordinates as the previous breach. Cecil replaced his glasses, his posture straightening. Full alert. Deploy containment teams. If this is another wave of Flaxens. Sir, the technician interrupted, the energy signature matches outgoing portal activity, not incoming. Something's coming back through. The command center fell silent as all eyes turned to the main screen, displaying real-time footage from surveillance drones positioned over the eastern sector. A swirling vortex of green energy had formed in midair, identical to the portals from the invasion but smaller, more controlled. Then, two figures emerged. Even through the drone footage, their condition was immediately apparent. Both were bloodied and battered, their clothing torn, their movements stiff with barely healed injuries. Omni-Man's pristine white costume was stained crimson, while Sukuna's dark attire was shredded in multiple places, revealing lacerated skin beneath. My God, someone whispered. What happened to them? Cecil studied the footage intently, noting not just their injuries but their body language. They descended together, side by side, with none of the hostility that might be expected if they'd been adversaries. Instead, they moved with a strange synchronicity, as if having reached some kind of understanding. Alert the teen team, Cecil ordered. They'll want to know their member has returned. And get me a direct line to Omni-Man. I want to know exactly what happened in that dimension. At the teen team headquarters, the mood was tense. Rex paced the central platform, occasionally glancing at the monitors displaying citywide damage assessments. Kate sat nearby, her duplicates merged back into a single form as she treated a gash on her arm. Ray hunched over her workstation, analyzing data from the invasion with intense focus. Mark and Eve stood apart from the others, their conversation hushed but urgent. He shouldn't have gone in alone, Eve said, her voice tight with worry. Following Omni-Man into the Flaxen dimension without backup, what was he thinking? He's been acting differently lately, Mark replied, his own concern evident. More independent. Ever since that night at the bank, he's been making tactical decisions without consulting Rex or anyone else. That's not the point, Eve insisted. The Flaxens are dangerous enough here, where we have the advantage. In their dimension, with different physical laws, different time flow. She broke off as their communicators buzzed simultaneously. Rex answered first, his expression shifting from irritation to surprise. "They're back," he announced to the room. Omni-Man and Sukuna just emerged from a portal in the eastern sector. Mark's relief was immediate. "Dad's okay? And Megami too?" Rex's expression grew more complex. "They're alive. But the GTA footage shows they're both pretty messed up. Looks like they went through hell in there." Eve didn't wait for further details. She was already moving toward the exit, her molecules rearranging beneath her clothing to form her costume. "Where exactly?" "Coordinates coming through now," Rex replied, checking his communicator. "Looks like they're descending near Uptown Park." "I'm going," Eve stated, not a request but a declaration. "We all are," Rex countered. "Team response protocol." "There's no time for that," Eve interrupted, already creating a platform of pink energy beneath her feet. "They need medical attention now." Before anyone could object further, she was airborne, flying through the exit at a speed that left papers swirling in her wake. Mark looked between the exit and the remaining team members, torn between protocol and personal concern. "She's right. My dad and Megami need help. I'm going to." Without waiting for Rex's approval, he activated his own costume and followed Eve, accelerating into the sky with the burgeoning confidence of his still new Viltrumite abilities. Rex watched them go, his expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation. "So much for team coordination," he muttered. "Kate, Ray, suit up. We'll follow standard protocol, even if half the team can't be bothered." Eve reached the coordinates first, her molecular propulsion pushing her to speeds that strained the limits of her control. The scene below came into focus as she descended, a small park in the eastern sector, relatively undamaged by the invasion, with two figures standing in a clearing. Nolan and Megami looked up as she approached, both clearly recognizing her distinctive pink energy signature. She landed a few meters away, her momentum sending leaves scattering across the grass. For a moment, she simply stared, the full extent of their injuries becoming apparent at close range. Nolan's costume was torn in dozens of places, dried blood caking the once pristine fabric. His face bore multiple lacerations that were only partially healed, and he stood with a slight stiffness that suggested deeper injuries. But it was Megami's condition that truly shocked her. His clothing was in tatters, barely hanging onto his frame. Blood, both dried and fresh, covered much of his visible skin. A particularly nasty wound across his chest had only partially closed, and his right arm hung at a slightly unnatural angle, as if recently dislocated and improperly reset. "My God," she whispered, her scientific detachment momentarily abandoned in the face of such devastation. "What happened to you?" Before either could answer, Mark arrived, landing with less grace beside Eve. His reaction mirrored hers, shock followed by immediate concern. "Dad. Megami. He broke off, taking in their battered state. "What happened in there?" Nolan and Megami exchanged a brief glance, some unspoken communication passing between them. "The Flaxons were more prepared than anticipated," Nolan said finally, his voice rougher than usual. "They had weapons designed specifically to counter Earth's defenders. Technology they've been developing over centuries of their time. We encountered resistance," Megami added, his own voice steady despite his injuries. "Significant resistance." Eve moved forward, her training reasserting itself as she assessed their wounds more clinically. "You need medical attention. Both of you. The GTA has facilities." "No," Nolan interrupted. "No GTA. Not yet. We need to debrief privately first." Eve frowned, looking between them. Something about this explanation felt incomplete, the injuries too severe for a simple encounter with Flaxon forces, no matter how well armed. "You fought each other," she said suddenly, the realization crystallizing in her mind. "Didn't you?" Another glance between them, another silent exchange. "Yes," Megami admitted finally. "Initially." Mark's expression shifted from concern to confusion. "What? Why would you?" "A misunderstanding," Nolan interjected smoothly. "We entered the portal separately, encountered each other in the midst of Flaxon resistance. In the confusion of battle, in an alien dimension with different temporal properties. We each mistook the other for an enemy," Megami finished. Briefly. Eve's eyes narrowed, her analytical mind rapidly processing this explanation against the evidence before her. The severity of their injuries suggested far more than a brief misunderstanding. This had been a serious confrontation, one that had pushed both of them to their limits. "And after this misunderstanding," she pressed. "We came to an understanding," Nolan replied, his tone making it clear the subject was closed for now. "And worked together to secure our return." Mark looked between his father and his friend, clearly struggling to reconcile their explanation with their condition. "You both look like you went through a meat grinder. If this was just a misunderstanding." "Time moves differently in the Flaxon dimension," Megami reminded him. "What was ours here was days there. We had multiple encounters with their forces while finding a way back." Eve's focus remained fixed on Megami, cataloging every injury, every sign of strain in his posture. Her molecules vibrated with suppressed emotion, concern, yes, but also something deeper, more intense. The sight of him so damaged triggered responses she hadn't anticipated, hadn't prepared for. "You shouldn't have gone in alone," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You should have waited for backup. For the team." For she cut herself off, but the unspoken word hung in the air. "For me." Megami met her gaze directly, something shifting in his expression as he registered the intensity of her reaction. It was a tactical decision made in the moment. There wasn't time for consultation. There's always time, she countered, her composure cracking slightly. There's always a choice. To everyone's surprise, tears began to well in her eyes, though she blinked them back with fierce determination. Her hands clenched at her sides, pink energy crackling around her fingertips as her emotional state affected her molecular control. Eve, Mark said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. They're back now. They're okay. They're not okay, she snapped, shrugging off his touch. Look at them, Mark. Really look. These aren't minor injuries. They nearly died in there. The raw emotion in her voice caused both Nolan and Megami to study her more carefully. Nolan's expression remained neutral, though something calculating entered his eyes. Megami, however, seemed to realize something, a recognition dawning that made him suddenly very still. I need to examine those wounds, Eve continued, regaining some composure as she shifted into scientific mode. Some of them aren't healing properly. I can see molecular destabilization at the cellular level. Before anyone could respond, the rest of the team arrived, Rex, Kate and Ray touching down nearby, their expressions a mixture of relief and concern as they took in the scene. What the hell happened to you two? Rex demanded, approaching with his characteristic lack of tact. You look like you went 10 rounds with a black hole and lost. Something like that, Nolan replied dryly. As Rex began peppering them with questions about the Flaxen dimension, Eve moved closer to Megami, ostensibly to examine his injuries more closely. Her hands hovered near his wounded chest, pink energy emanating from her fingertips as she assessed the damage at a molecular level. You could have died, she whispered, her voice too low for the others to hear. Do you understand that? You could have died, and I wouldn't have known. Wouldn't have been able to help. Megami studied her face, the intensity in her eyes, the slight tremble in her usually steady hands, the faint pink glow that seemed to emanate from her very skin as her emotions affected her powers. I'm more resilient than I appear, he replied quietly. Everyone has limits, she countered. Even you. There was something in her tone, in the way her eyes tracked every movement he made, that triggered a memory in Megami, a recollection from his time as Sukuna. A woman with similar devotion, similar intensity. Yorozu, the sorcerer who had loved him with an obsession that transcended reason, who had followed him into darkness without hesitation. Not another Yorozu, he thought, a chill running through him despite the warmth of Eve's healing energy. The recognition of that particular pattern, devotion mixing with fascination, concern blending with possessiveness, was unmistakable. Eve was developing feelings for him. Not the casual interest of a colleague or the simple affection of a friend, but something deeper, more consuming. Something that, if left unchecked, could evolve into the kind of obsession he'd seen before. The realization was complicated by his own response to her concern. In his previous incarnation as Sukuna, he would have either exploited such devotion or dismissed it entirely. But now, with the integration of his various lives and experiences, he found himself, touched. Concerned, even. Not just for the strategic implications, but for Eve herself. Eve, he said, his voice gentler than usual. I'm fine. Truly. She blinked rapidly, composing herself. Your cellular structure shows significant trauma. The healing process has begun but it's incomplete. You'll need specialized care. Before he could respond, Nolan approached, having extricated himself from Rex's interrogation. We should continue this discussion somewhere more private, he said, his gaze taking in the growing crowd of onlookers at the park's edge. The Grayson house would be suitable. Debbie should be informed of our return anyway. Mark nodded eagerly. Mom's been worried sick. And we have first aid supplies at home. Eve straightened, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. I'll come too. To monitor their recovery. Rex started to object, something about team protocols and debriefing procedures, but Eve cut him off with a look that brooked no argument. Their injuries require specialized attention. I'm the most qualified to provide it. The intensity of her insistence caused Rex to back down, though he exchanged a puzzled glance with Kate. Fine. But I expect a full report later. As the group prepared to depart for the Grayson residence, Megami found himself watching Eve more carefully. The way she positioned herself near him, the frequency with which her eyes darted to his injuries. The subtle molecular manipulation she was already performing to stabilize his damaged tissue, all of it spoke to a level of attention that went beyond professional concern. He would need to address this development carefully. Eve was a valuable ally, a brilliant scientist, and potentially a key figure in Earth's defense against the coming Viltrumite threat. But if her feelings were developing along the lines he suspected, it could complicate matters significantly. Not another Yorozu, he thought again. I'll need to handle this with more care than I did the first time. As they took to the air, Mark supporting Megami while Nolan flew under his own power, Eve remained close, her pink energy platform keeping pace with them. Her eyes never left Megami's form, her attention unwavering, her molecules humming with an intensity that only someone with his perception could detect. Please not another Yorozu. Sukuna muttered under his breath once more. Yet as he continued to look at Eve, at her very soul, he knew that was wishful thinking. Damn him for attracting the annoying part in women. This one he couldn't kill, god damn it. Chapter 21, The Truth. Mark's POV. I've always thought I understood my dad. Strong, reliable, principled, the perfect father and the perfect hero. Omni-Man, Earth's greatest defender. My role model. The standard I've been trying to live up to since my powers manifested. A perfect person. Flawless, all-powerful. But as I sit in our living room, watching him pace with that strange tension in his shoulders, I'm not so sure anymore. Mom bustles around, gathering first aid supplies with the efficiency of someone who's patched up a superhero husband for years. She's worried, I can see it in the tight lines around her eyes, the way she keeps glancing at Dad's torn costume, the dried blood still visible despite his Viltrumite healing. Nolan, sit down and let me clean those wounds properly, she insists, her voice carrying that mix of exasperation and concern that's so uniquely Mom. Dad stops pacing, his expression softening as he looks at her. They'll heal on their own, Debbie. Viltrumite physiology. I don't care about Viltrumite physiology, Mom interrupts, pointing firmly at the couch. I care about infection and proper wound care. Sit. To my surprise, Dad complies without further argument, something almost like amusement flickering across his face. It's a look I've seen 1,000 times, the mighty Omni-Man, defeater of alien armadas and natural disasters, yielding to my 5'5" mother with a dish towel over her shoulder. Except today, there's something different about it. Something sad. My attention shifts to Megami, who sits in the armchair across from Dad, looking even worse than when we found them. The adrenaline of their return seems to have worn off, leaving him pale and drawn, the partially healed wounds stark against his skin. Eve hovers near him, literally hovers, her feet barely touching the ground as she uses her powers to examine his injuries at a molecular level. She hasn't moved more than 3 feet from him since we arrived at the house. I've never seen her like this, so intensely focused on one person, her scientific detachment replaced by something more personal. The damage to your cellular structure is extensive, she's saying, her hands glowing with pink energy as she passes them over a particularly nasty gash on his arm. I can accelerate the healing process, but you'll need to remain still. Megami nods, his eyes meeting hers with an unreadable expression. Thank you, Eve. There's a weird tension between them that I can't quite figure out. It's not romantic exactly, but it's definitely not just professional concern either. Something happened while I wasn't paying attention, some shift in their dynamic that I missed. Mark, Mom calls, breaking my train of thought. Can you get the extra bandages from the upstairs bathroom? The ones in the blue box. Sure, Mom. I'm halfway to the stairs when Dad's voice stops me. Wait, Mark. Before you go. He exchanges a look with Megami, some silent communication passing between them. There's something we need to discuss. All of us. The seriousness in his tone makes me pause. What is it? It should wait until Debbie has finished, Megami suggests quietly, wincing slightly as Eve's energy probes a particularly deep wound. Dad shakes his head. No. We've waited long enough. He turns to Mom, his expression gentle but resolute. Debbie, I need you to sit down for this. Mom's hands freeze in the middle of unwrapping a bandage. Nolan, what's going on? You're scaring me. Please, just sit. The room falls silent as Mom slowly takes a seat beside Dad on the couch. Eve pauses her ministrations, though her hands remain near Megami's wounds, pink energy still flowing softly. I find myself standing awkwardly by the stairs, suddenly unsure where I should be. You too, Mark, Dad says, gesturing to the space beside Mom. This concerns all of us. As I sit, a knot of anxiety forms in my stomach. Whatever happened in the Flaxen dimension, it was clearly more significant than a simple misunderstanding followed by fighting aliens. The way Dad and Megami keep exchanging glances, the tension in the room, something big is coming. What I'm about to tell you, Dad begins, his voice taking on a formality I rarely hear at home, will change how you see me. It will change everything. But it's the truth, and you deserve to hear it. Mom reaches for his hand instinctively, but Dad doesn't take it. Instead, he clasps his hands together, staring at them as if gathering his thoughts. I am not who you think I am, he says finally. Or rather, I am not only who you think I am. What does that mean? I ask, confusion mixing with growing unease. Dad looks up, his eyes meeting mine directly. I came to Earth with a purpose, Mark. A mission. One I've been carrying out for the past 20 years while living among humans. A mission. Mom echoes, her voice small. From Viltrum, you mean? Yes. Dad takes a deep breath. But not the mission I've claimed. Not to protect and guide humanity toward advancement. The knot in my stomach tightens. Then what? To evaluate Earth for conquest. The words hang in the air, simple and devastating. For a moment, I think I've misheard him. Dad, Omni-Man, Earth's greatest hero, here to prepare for conquest? That's not funny, Nolan, Mom says, her voice shaking slightly. If this is some kind of joke. It's not a joke, Debbie, Dad replies quietly. Viltrum is not the benevolent civilization I've described. It's an empire, built on conquest and subjugation. I was sent here to determine Earth's suitability for incorporation into that empire. I feel like I'm falling, like the ground has disappeared beneath me. But, all these years, saving people, protecting Earth. Part of my cover, Dad explains, though there's a strange hesitation in his voice. And a way to establish myself as this planet's dominant protector. To learn its defenses, its weaknesses. No. The word escapes me before I can stop it. No, that can't be right. You're Omni-Man. You're a hero. You're my dad. Dad's expression softens as he looks at me. I am your father, Mark. That part is real. You are my son, Viltrumite and human both. But the rest. He shakes his head. The persona of Omni-Man, Earth's selfless protector, that was a fabrication. A means to an end. Mom has gone very still beside me, her face pale. 20 years, she whispers. Our entire marriage, was it all a lie? For the first time, Dad looks genuinely pained. Not all of it, Debbie. Not the important parts. The important parts. Mom's voice rises, anger beginning to break through the shock. What parts would those be, Nolan? The part where you pretended to love me? The part where you fathered a child with me as part of some alien evaluation process? It wasn't supposed to be like that, Dad says, a note of frustration entering his voice. The mission was simple, live among humans, assess their potential, prepare for eventual conquest. But then? Then what? I demand, my own anger rising to match Mom's. Then you decided to play house for 2 decades? To raise a son you were planning to, what? Turn over to your empire. No. The vehemence in Dad's voice startles all of us. No, Mark. You were never part of the original plan. You were. He struggles visibly with the words. You were unexpected. A complication. A complication, I repeat, the word bitter in my mouth. Great. Glad to know where I stand. That's not what I meant. Dad runs a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration I've seen 1,000 times, but now it seems like it belongs to a stranger. Viltrumite human compatibility wasn't certain. Your birth was significant. It proved that our species could interbreed successfully. So I'm what? A successful experiment. The hurt in my voice is raw, undisguised. You're my son, Dad insists, and for a moment he sounds like the father I've always known. Whatever else is true, whatever my original mission, that fact has never changed. Throughout this exchange, Megami has remained silent, watching with that calculating intensity that sometimes makes him seem older than his years. Now, he speaks up. Your father's mission has evolved, Mark, he says quietly. That's what happened in the Flaxen dimension. We didn't just fight each other and then the Flaxens. We came to an understanding. I turned to him, betrayal stinging fresh. You knew about this? For how long? I suspected, Megami admits. The spiritual energy surrounding your father has been conflicted. It suggested a hidden purpose, a deeper agenda. Spiritual energy. Mom asks, momentarily distracted from her own shock. A aspect of my abilities, Megami explains briefly. I can perceive certain energies that others can't. Including the kind of conflict that comes from a divided purpose. Eve, who has been silent until now, looks between Megami and my father. So in the Flaxen dimension, you confronted him about this? That's what the fight was really about. Megami nods. I challenged his mission. His intentions toward Earth. And I reconsidered them, Dad adds, his gaze returning to Mom and me. For the first time in centuries, I questioned my orders. My purpose. Because of us. Mom asks, her voice small but steady. Dad's expression softens in a way I've only ever seen when he looks at her. Yes, Debbie. Because of you. Because of Mark. Because after 20 years of living as Nolan Grayson, husband and father, the thought of destroying what we've built became unacceptable. There's a rawness in his admission that catches me off guard. This doesn't sound like the calculated deception of an infiltrator. It sounds like truth. Painful, complicated truth. So what now? I ask, trying to process everything I'm hearing. You just decided not to conquer Earth anymore? Will your people accept that? No, Dad replies grimly. They won't. Which is why we need to prepare. Prepare? For what? For war, Megami says simply. The Viltrumite Empire won't abandon their plans for Earth just because one agent has reconsidered his mission. They'll send others. We need to be ready when they come. The enormity of what he's suggesting hits me like a physical blow. War. Against an empire of beings with powers like Dad's. Like mine. How? I ask, the word barely audible. How do we fight an entire empire of Viltrumites? Together, Dad says, and there's a determination in his voice I recognize, the same resolve he shows when facing impossible odds. With preparation, with strategy, with every advantage we can create. Earth has resources and defenders the Viltrumites don't fully understand. Like Megami, Eve interjects, her scientific mind clearly already calculating possibilities. His abilities operate on principles entirely different from Viltrumite physiology. They were effective against you, weren't they? Dad nods, a hint of respect in his expression as he glances at Megami. More than effective. In all my centuries, I've rarely encountered power like his. It's one of the reasons I've reconsidered Earth's potential. And there are others, Megami adds. The Guardians of the Globe, the Teen Team, other heroes and powered individuals across the planet. With proper training, proper equipment, proper strategy. We can resist, Dad finishes. It won't be easy. The odds are not in our favor. But it's possible. Mom, who has been silent through this exchange, suddenly stands. Her face is pale but composed, her eyes hard as she looks at Dad. You lied to me, she says, her voice steady despite the tears gathering in her eyes. For 20 years, you lied about who you are, why you're here. You married me as part of a mission. Dad rises to face her, his expression pained. Debbie. I'm not finished, she interrupts, holding up a hand. You lied, and that's something I'll have to process. But you're here now, telling us the truth. Choosing us over your mission, your people. That has to mean something. The surprise on Dad's face is genuine. He clearly expected a different reaction, more anger, more rejection. It means everything, he says quietly. You and Mark, you've become more important to me than an empire I was born to serve. That's not supposed to happen to a Viltrumite. We're trained from birth to value conquest above all else. But somehow. We got through, Mom finishes for him, a single tear escaping despite her control. Somehow, we became real to you. You've always been real to me, Dad insists, reaching for her hand. This time, she lets him take it. More real than anything in my centuries of existence. The moment between them is so raw, so intimate that I have to look away. My emotions are a tangled mess, anger at the deception, fear of what's coming, confusion about who my father really is. But beneath it all, there's a strange thread of relief. The sense that a puzzle piece that never quite fit has finally been replaced with the right one. It explains so much, Dad's occasional aloofness, his sometimes alien perspective on human affairs, the way he can shift from warm father to cold tactician in the blink of an eye. He's been living a double life, and the strain of it has been showing in ways I never recognized until now. I need some air, I mutter, standing abruptly. No one tries to stop me as I head for the back door, stepping out onto the porch that overlooks our suburban yard. The normalcy of the scene, the carefully maintained lawn, the basketball hoop over the garage, the neighbor's cat stalking through the flower beds, seems surreal after what I've just learned. How can the world look so ordinary when everything has changed? I hear the door open behind me and turn, expecting Mom or Dad. Instead, it's Megami, moving stiffly but with determination, his injuries clearly still paining him despite Eve's treatment. Shouldn't you be resting? I ask, the question automatic despite everything. Probably, he acknowledges, coming to stand beside me at the railing. But I thought you might want to talk. About how my dad's been lying to us for my entire life. About how he was planning to help conquer Earth until you supposedly changed his mind. About how we're now facing war with an empire of superpowered aliens. I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. Megami doesn't flinch at my tone. Yes. About all of that. For a moment, we stand in silence, looking out at the yard. Then I turn to face him directly. How long have you known? Suspected, not known, he corrects. And only for a few months. The spiritual conflict within him became more pronounced recently, as if he was approaching some kind of decision point. And you didn't think to mention this to me. I can't help the accusation in my voice. We're supposed to be friends, Megami. We are friends, he says, his expression serious. Which is why I needed to be certain before bringing this to you. Imagine if I'd been wrong, Mark. If I'd told you your father was planning Earth's conquest based on a misinterpretation of spiritual energy patterns. Put that way, it makes a certain sense, though it doesn't entirely soothe the sting of being kept in the dark. So what happened in the Flaxen dimension? Really? Megami's expression grows distant, as if revisiting the battle. We fought. Seriously fought. I challenged him directly about his intentions, and he didn't deny them. Not at first. It escalated from there. You fought my dad, I repeat, trying to process this. And you're still standing. How is that possible? A flicker of something, pride? Amusement? Crosses Megami's face. My abilities operate on principles your father hasn't encountered before. They bypass certain Viltrumite advantages. Like invulnerability, I guess, remembering the deep cuts I'd seen on Dad's body. Among others, Megami confirms. It was educational for both of us. And after you fought? How did you convince him to change his mind about his entire mission? Megami's expression softened slightly. I didn't, not really. I just made him confront what he already knew but wasn't admitting to himself. That he cares about his life here. About you and your mother. That the thought of destroying that life, even for the empire he was raised to serve, had become unthinkable to him. I try to reconcile this with the father I've known all my life, strong, certain, sometimes distant but always principled. It's hard to believe he would change his entire worldview just like that. It wasn't just like that, Megami corrects. It was the culmination of 20 years of living among humans. Of building a family, a life. The conflict has been growing in him for a long time, Mark. Our confrontation just forced him to finally choose a side. The door opens again, and this time it's Eve who steps out, her expression concerned. Your mother's talking with your father, she says, coming to stand on my other side. I thought it best to give them some privacy. How's she taking it? I ask, worried about Mom despite my own turmoil. Better than expected, Eve replies. She's hurt, obviously, but also. I don't know. Relieved, in a way. Like some things that never made sense to her suddenly do. That resonates with my own feelings. As shocking as Dad's revelation is, it explains so much about him that I've never quite understood. What happens now? I ask, the question directed at both of them. We prepare, Megami says simply. We gather allies, develop strategies, create defenses. The Viltrumite Empire won't abandon their plans for Earth easily, but with your father's knowledge of their tactics and weaknesses, we have advantages no other world has had. And we need every advantage, Eve adds, her mind clearly already calculating possibilities. I've been analyzing your father's injuries, the ones you inflicted, she says to Megami. The molecular disruption patterns are fascinating. If we could replicate that effect in weapons technology. Wait, I interrupt, a realization hitting me. The Guardians of the Globe. Dad's original mission, was he planning to? Megami and Eve exchange a glance, and I know I've hit on something significant. Yes, Megami confirms quietly. The first phase of his mission would have been eliminating Earth's primary defenders. The Guardians would have been his initial targets. The thought makes me physically ill. My father, planning to murder the Guardians, heroes he's worked alongside for years, people I've looked up to my entire life. But he's abandoned that plan, Eve adds quickly, seeing my expression. That's the whole point, Mark. He's chosen a different path. Because of you, Megami says, his gaze direct. You and your mother. The connection he's formed with you both was strong enough to overcome centuries of Viltrumite conditioning. I want to believe that. I need to believe that. But the revelations of the past hour have shaken my trust in everything I thought I knew. I need time to process all this, I admit, running a hand through my hair in a gesture I suddenly realize I inherited from Dad. It's a lot to take in. Of course, Megami nods. But time is also something we may not have much of. Your father believes we have months, perhaps a year before Viltrum investigates his lack of reports. We need to use that time wisely. Which means bringing the Guardians into this, Eve adds. And the rest of the teen team. Cecil and the GDA too, eventually. We need a coordinated defense strategy. The scale of what they're suggesting is overwhelming. Not just personal revelations but planetary defense, preparation for an invasion by beings with powers like mine and Dad's. What if we can't stop them? I ask, voicing the fear that's been growing since Dad's revelation. What if they're too strong, too many? Then we make them pay so dearly for Earth that they question whether it was worth the cost, Megami replies, his voice carrying a cold certainty that reminds me of the moments I've seen him in combat, calculating, precise, ruthless when necessary. We're not without resources, Eve adds more gently. Earth has defenders with diverse abilities, technologies that can be adapted, strategies that can be developed. And now we have your father's inside knowledge of Viltrumite weaknesses. And we have you, Mark, Megami says, surprising me. Half Viltrumite, half human. You represent something new, something with potential beyond either parent species. Me. I can't keep the doubt from my voice. I barely know how to use my powers. I'm still learning. And you'll continue to learn, Megami says. Faster now, with focused training. Your father can teach you Viltrumite combat techniques. I can help you develop strategies against opponents with similar abilities to your own. Eve can provide scientific insights into the limits and possibilities of your physiology. The confidence in his voice is steadying, a counterpoint to my own uncertainty. We're stronger together, Eve agrees, all of us, combining our different perspectives, abilities, knowledge. I look between them, Eve with her brilliant scientific mind and molecular powers. Megami with his mysterious abilities and tactical precision, and inside the house, my father with his centuries of experience and Viltrumite strength. An unlikely alliance, formed in the shadow of an approaching threat. Okay, I say finally, straightening my shoulders. I'm in. Whatever it takes to protect Earth. To protect my mom, my friends, everyone. Megami nods, a hint of approval in his expression. That's the Mark Grayson I know. Eve smiles, her relief evident. We should go back inside. Your parents will need support too. As we turn toward the door, I pause, one last question nagging at me. Megami, I say, why did you follow my dad into the Flaxen dimension in the first place? Did you already know what you'd find? He considers the question carefully before answering. I knew something was coming. Something significant. The spiritual conflict within your father was reaching a breaking point. When he entered the portal alone, I sensed opportunity. Opportunity. To confront him away from Earth, away from potential collateral damage. To force the issue before his original plan could be implemented. The implication is clear, he followed Dad to protect Earth, to prevent the attack on the Guardians that might have already been in motion. Thank you, I say simply. For stopping him. For giving us this chance. Megami nods, accepting the gratitude without comment. As we re-enter the house, I steel myself for the difficult conversations ahead, for the painful process of rebuilding trust with my father, for the task of preparing Earth for what's coming. Everything has changed. My father isn't who I thought he was. The future isn't what I imagined. But as I look at the people gathered in our living room, Mom and Dad sitting close together despite everything. Eve and Megami with their different but awesome strengths, I feel something unexpected. Hope. It's not much. But for now, it's enough to take the next step forward. Chapter 24, Date. The restaurant was small, tucked away on a side street that most people would walk past without noticing. Its unassuming exterior gave no hint of the culinary treasures within, precisely why Megami had suggested it when Eve had proposed dinner as her form of apology. How did you even find this place? Eve asked as they were seated at a corner table, the soft lighting casting gentle shadows across the pristine white tablecloth. Research, Megami replied simply. I make it a point to locate exceptional food wherever I go. Eve smiled, a genuine warmth in her expression that momentarily masked the intensity that had concerned him during their last encounter. I should have guessed. You always seem to know where the best meals are hiding. It was true. Since arriving in this world, Megami had methodically catalogued every noteworthy restaurant within a 50-mile radius. Food had always been one of his great pleasures, a constant across all his lives. As a young man in his first life, as the king of curses, and now in this new existence, his appreciation for exquisite flavors remained unchanged. The waiter approached, a middle-aged man with the quiet confidence of someone who knew his craft well. May I recommend the chef's tasting menu this evening? 7 courses, each highlighting seasonal ingredients. Perfect, Megami nodded, not bothering to look at the menu. And a bottle of the Yamazaki single malt. Excellent choice, sir, the waiter said, clearly approving. And for the lady? I'll have the same, Eve replied, watching Megami with that familiar studying gaze. I trust his judgment. Once the waiter departed, Eve leaned forward slightly. So, whiskey instead of wine. Didn't peg you for a hard liquor guy. Japanese whiskey pairs surprisingly well with a variety of cuisines, Megami explained. It has complexity without overwhelming the palate. Eve nodded, absorbing this information with focused attention. Look, I'm really sorry about the other day, she said, changing subjects with practiced casualness. I totally crossed a line. Your past is your business, and I had no right to dig into it like that. Megami studied her for a moment. The apology seemed sincere, though he could detect the undercurrent beneath it. Her curiosity remained undiminished, merely redirected. Apology accepted, he said simply. We all have boundaries that should be respected. Yeah, Eve agreed, her fingers absently tracing patterns on the tablecloth, molecular structures, he realized, watching the subtle pink glow that briefly outlined her fingertips. Though I hope you know my interest comes from a place of genuine care. I understand, Megami replied neutrally. And I appreciate your insights into my abilities. Your perspective has been valuable. The waiter returned with the whiskey, pouring 2 glasses with practiced precision. Eve waited until he had departed again before continuing. It's more than just science stuff, she admitted, lifting her glass. Though that's definitely part of it. You're different, Megami. In ways that go beyond your powers. Megami took a sip of his whiskey, savoring the complex notes of oak and fruit that bloomed across his palate. We're all unique in our own ways, he deflected gently. Your molecular manipulation is just as remarkable. That's different, Eve countered. My powers make sense, they follow rules, physics, all that so-called boring stuff. Yours. She paused, her eyes briefly glowing pink as she studied him at a level beyond normal perception. Yours break all the rules. They shouldn't even be possible. The first course arrived, a delicate arrangement of raw fish, each slice treated differently, one lightly seared, another cured, a third marinated in citrus. Megami's attention shifted immediately, his appreciation for culinary artistry momentarily overriding all other concerns. He took a bite of the seared fish, closing his eyes briefly as the flavors registered. Perfect temperature, he murmured, almost to himself. The searing enhances the natural oils without cooking the flesh. Eve watched him with fascination, her own food momentarily forgotten. You really do love food, don't you? It's one of the few times I see you totally in the moment. Megami opened his eyes, realizing he had let his guard down in his appreciation of the dish. It's a pleasure worth savoring, he acknowledged. Few things in life are as consistently rewarding as a well-prepared meal. What other pleasures do you enjoy? Eve asked, her tone casual but her eyes intent as she finally tasted her own portion. Her expression shifted to surprise, then appreciation. Oh wow, that is crazy good. Megami considered the question, weighing his usual caution against a more direct approach. For a moment, the integrated aspects of his nature, the strategic restraint of Megami, the hedonistic honesty of Sukuna, seemed to reach an unusual consensus. Food, certainly, he replied with unexpected directness. Control. Sex. He paused, then added with a hint of self-reflection, and more recently, emotional connections. Eve's fork paused halfway to her mouth, her cheeks flushing visibly in the restaurant's soft lighting. The blush spread rapidly across her face as she processed his uncharacteristically blunt response. For several seconds, she seemed unable to formulate a reply. Then, almost imperceptibly, her expression shifted. The embarrassment remained, but it was joined by something else, a possessive, almost dangerous look that darkened her eyes. Sex, she repeated, her voice dropping to ensure the neighboring tables couldn't overhear. Have you? I mean, have you ever been with anyone? Before I've known you. The question carried a weight beyond mere curiosity. Megami could sense the tension beneath it, the barely restrained intensity of her interest. He considered his response. He has indeed been with many women, Yorozu certainly being one despite her obsession. Many times actually, he may not have reciprocated her love, but he was quite possessive of her when he took her. The Emperor's daughter was one as well, she offered herself in request for him to spare her father after he foolishly declared war on him with the Void Generals and the Fujiwara clan. He remembers in fact taking her with the daughter of the Fujiwara clan head as well at the same time, though if he remembers correctly as well, she tried to assassinate him to which he killed her. He gave her enough respect for her courage by not eating her body. He burned her with the sacred flame as she was quite the decently strong sorcerer. Though despite what one might believe, he didn't sleep with just any women that caught his fancy because of their beauty. They needed to at least be worth something to be able to touch his flesh. He had quite the high standards. He of course knew that he couldn't state all this, but he wasn't one ashamed of his hedonistic lifestyle. He maintained eye contact, his expression neutral despite the intimate nature of the conversation. Yes, he said simply. With a couple of women. Eve's fingers tightened around her fork, the metal subtly bending as her molecular powers responded unconsciously to her emotional state. The dangerous look in her eyes intensified briefly before she seemed to remember their public setting. With visible effort, she relaxed her grip and took a careful sip of her whiskey. I see, she said, her voice carefully controlled. That's interesting. Megami noticed the slight tremor in her hand as she returned her glass to the table, the way her eyes darted briefly to the other diners before returning to him with renewed focus. She was jealous, intensely, possessively jealous, but maintaining her composure through sheer force of will. Isn't it? Megami replied, deliberately redirecting the conversation back to safer territory. The chef understands balance, acidity, fat, texture, temperature. All in perfect harmony. Eve blinked, momentarily disoriented by the shift before realizing he was referring to the food. Right, she said, her voice steadying as she followed his lead. You talk about food the way I talk about molecules. Like it's the most fascinating thing ever. Food is honest, Megami said after a moment. It either satisfies or it doesn't. There's a purity to that simplicity. They continued through the early courses in companionable conversation, discussing the dishes, the restaurant's design, the other diners, safe topics that maintained a comfortable distance between personal revelation and casual exchange. Yet occasionally, Megami would catch Eve's gaze lingering on him with that same possessive intensity, quickly masked whenever he met her eyes directly. By the fourth course, a perfectly cooked piece of Wagyu beef with a sauce that made Megami pause in genuine appreciation. The whiskey had created a pleasant warmth between them, and Eve's posture had relaxed noticeably, though a certain tension remained in her movements. You know, she said, cutting a small piece of the beef, I've been thinking about that quantum destabilizer. The targeting is extremely tricky. Viltrumite DNA has these weird markers, but making a weapon that only hits those specific bits without messing up everything else is complicated, Megami finished for her. Exactly. She took a bite, her eyes briefly closing in appreciation before continuing. Plus there's Mark to worry about. His mixed-up DNA makes the targeting even harder. Megami nodded, pleased by the shift to strategic matters. This was Eve at her best, brilliant, focused, applying her unique perspective to their shared challenge. Have you considered a dual-phase approach, he suggested. Rather than targeting Viltrumite DNA directly, perhaps focus on the unique way their cells process energy. Create a weapon that disrupts that process specifically. Eve's eyes widened slightly. That's, actually brilliant. Their cellular metabolism is what gives them their super strength and other capabilities. If we could mess with that specific pathway. Her fingers began tracing molecular structures on the tablecloth again, her mind clearly racing with new possibilities. Megami allowed himself a small smile. This was the collaboration he valued, her scientific genius complementing his strategic thinking, creating solutions neither would have developed alone. The fifth course arrived, a palate cleanser of sorbet infused with herbs that made Megami nod in approval. The chef understands progression, he commented. Clearing the palate before the richness to come. Eve took a spoonful, then paused, studying him again with that penetrating gaze. You talk like you've been eating fancy meals for decades, she observed. There's something old about how you appreciate food. Not like old-fashioned, but ancient. The comment was too perceptive for comfort. Megami took another sip of whiskey, considering his response carefully. Some sensibilities transcend time, he said finally. The appreciation of flavor is one of humanity's oldest pleasures. Eve's gaze remained fixed on him, her mind clearly cataloguing his response against some internal theory. You know what I find most fascinating about you, she asked, not waiting for an answer. It's not just your abilities, fascinating as they are. It's the contradiction you've got going on. What contradiction is that? Megami asked, genuinely curious about her perception. You're here but not here at the same time, she explained, leaning forward slightly. You're totally present when you taste something amazing, but there's always a part of you that seems elsewhere. Watching, calculating, remembering. The accuracy of her observation was unsettling. Megami maintained his neutral expression, but internally, he reassessed Eve's perceptiveness yet again. We all contain multitudes, he replied, deliberately echoing a phrase he'd used before. Yet, but yours seem more literal, Eve pressed, her curiosity momentarily overriding her earlier promise not to pry. Like you're not just one person with different sides, but multiple people somehow squished into a single body. Megami felt a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature in the restaurant. She was too close to a truth she shouldn't be able to perceive, the reality of his existence as a composite of multiple lives. An interesting analysis, he said, keeping his tone light. But maybe a bit overthinking it. I'm just a man with incredible abilities and a delight for good food. Eve smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Right. Just like I'm just a science nerd who can play with molecules. The sixth course arrived, a duck preparation with a sauce so complex that Megami temporarily forgot his concern over Eve's probing questions. The first bite drew an involuntary sound of appreciation from him. This, he said with unusual emphasis, is exceptional. Eve's smile became genuine as she watched his reaction. I've never seen anyone enjoy food the way you do, she said softly. It's beautiful to watch. Like seeing someone experience their first sunset or hear their favorite song. Megami realized she was studying him again, but this time with a different quality to her attention, less analytical, more appreciative. Almost reverential. Food is one of life's most accessible pleasures, he said after savoring another bite. Available to everyone, regardless of circumstance. Even in the darkest times, a good meal can remind us of what makes life worth living. Is that what it does for you? Eve asked quietly. Reminds you why life is worth living. The question carried weight beyond its simple phrasing. Megami looked up from his plate to find Eve watching him with an expression of such intense focus that it momentarily startled him. Among other things, he acknowledged carefully. What are the other things? She pressed, her voice still soft but insistent. What else makes life worth living for you, Megami Fushiguro? Or should I say? Sukuna. He refrained from reiterating what he told her earlier. About the earlier pleasures he mentioned. My hero name is a separate identity, he explained smoothly. A persona I adopt when working with the team. Is it? Eve's head tilted slightly, her eyes never leaving his face. Sometimes I wonder if it's the other way around. If Megami is the mask, and Sukuna is who you really are. We all wear different faces in different contexts, Megami replied, deliberately keeping his tone philosophical rather than defensive. With friends, with colleagues, with enemies. It doesn't make any one of them less real. Eve considered this, taking a sip of her whiskey. Fair enough, she conceded, though her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. But I hope someday you'll trust me enough to show me all your faces. Not just the ones you think I should see. The statement carried that now familiar undercurrent of possessive fascination that continued to concern him. Before he could formulate a response that would neither encourage nor offend, the final course arrived, a dessert of such artistic presentation that even Eve's attention was momentarily diverted. Whoa, this is gorgeous, she said, examining the intricate construction of chocolate, fruit, and delicate sugar work. It's like someone built a tiny edible sculpture. The chef understands that we eat first with our eyes, Megami noted, grateful for the interruption. Visual appeal enhances flavor perception. They ate in silence for a few moments, the exceptional quality of the dessert providing a natural focus for their attention. When Eve spoke again, her tone had shifted back to something more casual. Thanks for suggesting this place, she said. It's been eye-opening. The food is exceptional, Megami agreed, deliberately focusing on the culinary aspect rather than any deeper meanings she might be implying. Not just the food, Eve clarified. The company. The conversation. I feel like I get you a little better now. Sukuna doubted that very much. What she understood was a carefully curated version of himself, enough truth to seem authentic, enough omission to protect his deeper secrets. I'm glad you enjoyed it, he said simply. As they finished their meal and waited for the check, Eve's expression grew more serious. I meant what I said earlier, about my apology. I won't bug you about your past again. At least, not directly. A small smile played at the corners of her mouth. But I can't help watching and wondering. It's who I am. Meaning? Megami asked, though he suspected he already knew. Meaning I'll keep studying you, Megami Fushiguro. Not by asking nosy questions, but by paying attention. She leaned forward slightly. Like how your eyes light up when you taste something amazing. Or how you stand differently when you are using your powers. Or how sometimes, just sometimes, you talk like someone who's used to giving orders and having them obeyed. The check arrived before Megami could respond. He reached for it automatically, but Eve's hand covered his, her touch light but deliberate. This was my apology dinner, she reminded him. I'm paying. He acquiesced with a slight nod, withdrawing his hand. Eve handled the payment efficiently, and soon they were stepping out into the cool evening air. Need a lift home? Eve offered, molecular energy already beginning to form a platform beneath her feet. I prefer to walk, Megami declined politely. The evening air helps clear my mind. Eve studied him for a moment, then nodded. Sure thing. Thanks again for tonight. She hesitated, then added, maybe we could do this again sometime? There's this crazy molecular gastronomy place that just opened downtown. I bet you'd love their weird science approach to food. The invitation was casual on the surface, but Megami could detect the underlying eagerness in her voice. He considered his response carefully. Refusing outright might damage their working relationship, which remained essential to their preparations against the Viltrumite threat. Accepting too enthusiastically might encourage her growing fixation. Perhaps, he said noncommittally. When our schedules allow. Eve's smile dimmed slightly at his lack of enthusiasm, but she maintained her composure. Of course. We've all got stuff to do. She rose a few inches on her energy platform, preparing to depart. Night, Megami. Good night, Eve. He watched as she ascended into the night sky, a pink streak against the darkness. Only when she had disappeared from view did he allow his shoulders to relax slightly. The evening had been complicated. Eve's apology seemed genuine, and their collaboration on the quantum destabilizer project had been productive. But beneath the scientific exchange and culinary appreciation, her fascination with him had remained palpable, redirected, perhaps, but not diminished. He's begun to notice that she has begun to speak far more informally to him, no longer the complicated word use he himself uses, or the scientific way of speaking she normally does. He did not know if that was simply a personal choice moving forward, or whether it has to do with her believing they are closer than they are in reality. Besides this, his candid admission about his pleasures, particularly regarding his past relationships, had clearly intensified something within her, something possessive and potentially dangerous. As he began walking toward his apartment, Megami reflected on the meal itself. The food had been exceptional, among the best he'd found in this new world. For brief moments, while savoring particularly outstanding dishes, he had allowed himself to be fully present, to experience the simple pleasure of exquisite flavors without strategic calculation or constant vigilance. Those moments of culinary appreciation had been genuine, a connection to the hedonistic aspects of his nature that had defined him for as his name for centuries. The love of fine food, of sensory pleasure, remained a constant across all his lives. Perhaps that was why Eve had noticed it so acutely, because in those moments, the integration of his various selves was most complete. When appreciating exceptional food, he wasn't Megami pretending to be someone else, or Sukuna hiding behind a facade. He was simply himself, in all his complexity. The realization was both comforting and concerning. Such moments of authentic presence were rare and valuable, but they also created vulnerabilities, openings through which perceptive observers like Eve could glimpse deeper truths. Perhaps not the actual truth, as it is too far-fetched for anyone to simply guess, but it may lead to unfavorable theories. As he continued his walk home through the quiet streets, Megami made a mental note to be more guarded in the future, even during moments of culinary appreciation. The stakes were too high, the coming conflict too important, to risk exposing his true nature because of something as simple as an exceptional duck sauce. Yet even as he resolved to be more careful, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered a contradictory thought. Perhaps it was precisely those moments of authentic pleasure, of genuine presence, that made this new life worth living. Perhaps denying them entirely would be its own form of defeat. Balancing strategic necessity against the pursuit of pleasure had always been his challenge, across all his incarnations. Now, with the integration of his various lives, that balance had become even more complex. But complexity, like the layers of flavor in a well-prepared dish, could be appreciated for its own sake. And as he walked through the night, Megami Fushiguro, once Sukuna, once someone else entirely, found himself smiling slightly at the thought of the next exceptional meal he might discover. Some pleasures, after all, transcended even the greatest of efforts. Chapter 25, Different Selfishness. The training room beneath the Grayson house shook with the impact of two bodies colliding at superhuman speed. Mark went flying backward, crashing into the reinforced wall with enough force to crack the specialized material designed to withstand Viltrumite's strength. "You're telegraphing your movements," Megami said calmly, lowering his hand. "Dropping your left shoulder before you charge gives away your intention." Mark peeled himself from the wall, wincing slightly. "I wasn't telegraphing anything. You're just impossibly fast." "Both can be true," Megami replied with a slight smile. "But your father would say the same thing. Viltrumite combat relies on speed and overwhelming force, but proper technique multiplies effectiveness." It was Saturday morning, and they had been training for nearly 3 hours. Nolan was away, something about its tsunami in the Philippines, leaving Megami to continue Mark's combat instruction. What had begun as a casual sparring session had evolved into an intensive training regimen over the past few weeks. "Again," Megami said, taking a ready stance. "This time, keep your shoulders level until the moment of commitment." Mark nodded, determination replacing frustration on his face. He circled Megami cautiously, looking for an opening. When he moved, it was with explosive speed, straightforward this time, no telegraphing. Megami sidestepped at the last possible moment, allowing Mark to pass him by millimeters. As Mark's momentum carried him forward, Megami pivoted and delivered a precise strike to the back of Mark's neck, pulled just enough to avoid serious injury but hard enough to make his point. "Better," he acknowledged as Mark stumbled but managed to keep his feet. "Your speed is improving. But you're still thinking like a human fighter with super strength, not a Viltrumite warrior." Mark turned, rubbing his neck. "What's the difference?" "Intent," Sukuna explained. "Human fighters, even exceptional ones, subconsciously hold back. There's a psychological barrier to causing serious harm. Viltrumites don't have that limitation. They commit fully to each attack, each movement. So I need to be more ruthless." Mark frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the concept. "You need to be more committed," Megami clarified. "There's a difference between ruthlessness and total commitment to action. One is about cruelty, the other about efficiency." Mark considered this, then nodded slowly. "I think I get it. Like when Dad flies through a storm, he doesn't hesitate or flinch from the lightning. He just goes." "Exactly," Megami said, pleased by Mark's understanding. "Now, try again. But this time, don't think about hitting me. Think about moving through me, as if I'm not even there." Mark took a deep breath, centering himself. When he attacked this time, the difference was immediately apparent. His movement had a fluidity it had lacked before, something that made his already impressive speed seem even more devastating. Megami barely managed to deflect the strike, cursed energy flaring around his forearm as he redirected Mark's momentum. Even so, the force sent him sliding backward several feet. "Good," he said, genuine approval in his voice. "That's what I'm talking about." Mark grinned, the expression transforming his face from serious combatant to excited teenager in an instant. "I felt the difference. It was like, everything got clearer." "That's the Viltrumite combat mind state," Megami explained. "Total focus, total commitment. Your father has been trying to teach you this, but he's so accustomed to it that he struggles to articulate the concept to someone who hasn't experienced it." They continued training for another hour, Mark improving noticeably with each exchange. By the time they finally called a halt, both were covered in sweat, though Megami considerably more so than his Viltrumite student. He was not as used to holding back in battle, let alone teaching, without harming. "Water," Mark offered, tossing a bottle from the small refrigerator in the corner. Megami caught it with a nod of thanks, taking a long drink before speaking again. "You're progressing faster than I expected. Your father will be impressed." "Maybe," Mark said, his expression turning contemplative as he sat on a bench against the wall. Sometimes I think nothing I do will ever be enough to impress him. He's been doing this for centuries, you know? Everything I'm just learning is basic to him. Megami joined him on the bench, considering his response carefully. The relationship between Mark and Nolan was complex, more so now that Mark knew the truth about his father's original mission. Despite Nolan's choice to side with Earth, the revelation had created inevitable tension. Your father sees more in you than you realize, Megami said finally. He may not express it well, but your progress matters to him. Not just as a Viltrumite, but as his son. Mark looked up, surprise evident in his expression. He talks to you about me. Sometimes, Megami acknowledged. Usually in the context of training, but yes. He's proud of how quickly you're adapting to your heritage. A small smile touched Mark's lips. Really? He never says anything like that to me. Viltrumite culture doesn't emphasize verbal affirmation, Megami explained, drawing on what he'd learned from Nolan. They express approval through increased responsibility, greater challenges. When your father pushes you harder in training, that's his way of acknowledging your growth. That's messed up, Mark said, though his tone was more thoughtful than accusatory. It's different, Megami corrected. Neither better nor worse than human expressions of approval, just adapted to a different cultural context. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. Then Mark spoke again, his voice quieter. Thanks for this, by the way. The extra training, I mean. And for everything else. Megami raised an eyebrow. Everything else. You know, Mark gestured vaguely. Stopping my dad from killing the Guardians. Giving him a chance to choose differently. Helping prepare for the Viltrumites when they come. He paused, then added, being my friend through all of it. The simple sincerity in Mark's voice caught Megami off guard. For all his strategic planning and careful manipulation of events, he hadn't anticipated the genuine bond that had formed between them. What had begun as a tactical alliance had evolved into something that felt remarkably like friendship, perhaps even brotherhood. You'd have done the same, Megami replied, somewhat awkwardly. Expressions of gratitude and affection still felt foreign to him, remnants of his life as Sukuna, being in isolation for years. Only allowing Urum to truly accompany him, she was the only one whose continued presence he tolerated. Mark snorted. No way. I'd have been clueless. If you hadn't confronted my dad, he would have killed the Guardians, and I would have believed whatever story he told me afterward. His expression grew somber. You saved more than just their lives, you know. You saved my family. My mom, she would have been devastated if she'd learned what Dad was planning the hard way. Megami nodded, acknowledging the truth in Mark's words. Debbie Grayson had indeed taken the revelation of her husband's true nature better than anyone might have expected, largely because Nolan had chosen to tell her himself, to explain his change of heart, rather than having his deception exposed after a violent act. Your father made the hard choice, Megami said. I just created the circumstances where that choice became clear to him. Still, Mark insisted, I owe you. Big time. You don't owe me anything, Megami replied, uncomfortable with the direction the conversation had taken. We're preparing for a common threat. Cooperation is logical. Mark laughed. See, this is what I've noticed, that's such a Sukuna thing to say, when you're all in that hero persona. All cold and logical on the surface, but I know better now. He punched Megami's shoulder lightly, though lightly for a Viltrumite still carried enough force to make Megami brace himself with cursed energy. You care. You just don't like admitting it. Before Megami could formulate a suitably deflective response, the door to the training room opened, and Debbie Grayson appeared, carrying a tray laden with sandwiches and drinks. I thought you boys might be hungry after all that training, she said, setting the tray on a small table near the door. I could hear the impacts from upstairs, you know. My poor house. Sorry, Mom, Mark said, not sounding particularly apologetic as he zipped across the room to inspect the food. Oh, awesome. You made the spicy chicken ones. Debbie smiled indulgently at her son before turning her attention to Megami. Thank you for working with him. His father's training methods are a bit intense sometimes. Nolan understands power, Megami said diplomatically. But teaching requires a different approach. Exactly, Debbie agreed, surprising Megami with her perceptiveness. Nolan expects Mark to learn the way he did, through centuries of experience and trial by fire. He forgets that Mark is still growing into his abilities. She watched as her son devoured a sandwich with typical teenage enthusiasm, affection evident in her expression. Then, more quietly, she added, he's lucky to have you as a friend, Megami. Someone who understands both worlds he's straddling. Before Megami could respond, she turned back toward the door. Don't train too much longer. Mark has homework, and I suspect you have other commitments today as well. After she left, Mark returned to the bench, carrying the tray with him. Mom's right, you know, he said, offering Megami a sandwich. About understanding both worlds. You get the superhero stuff, but you also get what it's like to be different. I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel like you do. Maybe it's because you also have a secret identity, I guess. Megami accepted the sandwich, considering Mark's words. There was truth in them, though not in the way Mark imagined. He did indeed understand living between worlds, maintaining separate identities, but on a far more profound level than Mark could guess. It's a common experience among powered individuals, he said finally. The division between public and private selves. Mark nodded, his mouth full of sandwich. After swallowing, he asked, So what's on your agenda today? More mysterious Sukuna business, since you apparently can know things by seeing the spiritual. Meeting with Eve, Megami replied, ignoring the skepticism in Mark's tone. We're continuing work on the quantum destabilizer project. Just the two of you? Mark asked, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Megami gave him a sharp look. It's a technical consultation, not a social engagement. Right, Mark said, his tone suggesting he believed otherwise. It's just. Eve's been different lately. Especially around you. Haven't you noticed? Different how? Megami asked, though he knew precisely what Mark meant. I don't know. More intense? Like, she's always been super focused, but now it's like she's got this, laser focus on you specifically. Mark took another bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. William thinks she has a crush on you. Megami maintained his neutral expression with effort. William should focus on his own social life rather than speculating about others. Mark laughed. That's not a denial. Oh man, wait till I tell William he was right. There's nothing to be right about, Megami said firmly. Eve and I are colleagues working on a critical project. Nothing more. If you say so, Mark replied, clearly unconvinced. But just so you know, she's never invited any of the rest of us to fancy restaurants for apology dinners. Megami narrowed his eyes. How did you know about that? Eve mentioned it to Kate, who told William, who told me, Mark explained with the casual air of someone accustomed to the high school gossip network. The team isn't exactly great at keeping secrets from each other. Evidently, Megami muttered, making a mental note to be more cautious about public interactions with Eve. If their dinner had already become team gossip, her behavior was likely attracting more attention than he'd realized. Mark, misinterpreting Megami's concern, raised his hands placatingly. Hey, no one's judging. Eve's great. Smart, pretty, superpowered, you could do worse. There is nothing between Eve and me, Megami stated, his tone making it clear the subject was closed. Mark wisely dropped the topic, though the knowing smirk remained on his face as he finished his sandwich. So, he said after a moment, clearly searching for a safer subject, when do we tell the Guardians about the quantum destabilizer? The Immortal's been asking for updates on our anti-Viltrumite measures. When we have something concrete to show them, Megami replied, grateful for the change in conversation. Theoretical progress won't satisfy them, and premature disclosure risks Cecil getting onsty before we're ready. Mark nodded, his expression growing more serious. Yet, he's been asking questions. About Dad, about you, about what really happened in the Flaxen dimension. He's suspicious. Cecil is always suspicious, Megami said dryly. That's his job. But without evidence, he'll maintain his distance. He's too pragmatic to antagonize potential assets without cause. I guess, Mark agreed, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Still, it feels like we're juggling a lot of secrets. Not the big stuff, everyone knows about Dad's original mission now, but the details. Like how much of your power you're really holding back. Or exactly what happened between you two in the Flaxen dimension. You said you don't want anyone to know about Mahoraga besides us five. Cecil keeps pushing for more information, and I can tell he doesn't trust that we've told him everything. That's the nature of preparation, Megami said with a shrug. Information control is as important as technological development or combat training. The right knowledge in the wrong hands can be more dangerous than any weapon. Mark sighed. Sometimes I miss when life was simpler. When all I had to worry about was keeping up my grades and hiding my powers from my friends. Simplicity is a luxury rarely afforded to those with power, Megami replied, his voice carrying a hint of the ancient wisdom that occasionally slipped through his careful facade. With ability comes complexity, always. That's deep, man, Mark said, a small smile returning to his face. You should put that on a poster or something. Megami allowed himself a slight smile in return. I'll consider it. They finished their meal in companionable silence, the easy camaraderie between them a testament to how far their friendship had evolved since Megami's arrival in this world. What had begun as strategic positioning had become genuine connection, a development that both surprised and occasionally concerned Megami. Attachments were vulnerabilities, after all. Caring made one predictable, exploitable. Yet he couldn't deny the value of having Mark's trust, nor the strange satisfaction he found in having friends. As they cleaned up and prepared to end the training session, Mark spoke again, his tone casual but his words carefully chosen. You know, whatever happens with the Viltrumites. I'm glad you're on our side, Megami. I can't imagine facing this without you. The simple sincerity in Mark's voice struck an unexpected chord within Megami. For a moment, the strategic calculations and careful manipulations that had defined his approach to this new life fell away, leaving only the recognition of a truth he hadn't fully acknowledged until now. He wasn't just preparing Earth for the Viltrumite threat out of self-preservation or strategic necessity. He was doing it, at least in part, because he had found something worth protecting. People worth protecting. Mark, with his earnest optimism and unwavering loyalty. Debbie, with her quiet strength and remarkable resilience. Uncle Kenji with his effortless kindness. Even Nolan, with his complex struggle between duty and desire. And Eve, with her. His feelings towards Eve were complicated. He knows he cares about her as a friend, certainly, but despite his own verbal denial, she has been growing on him with her continued shows of acceptable affection. I'm on the right side, Megami replied after a moment, his voice carrying a certainty that surprised even him. Mark nodded, understanding the weight behind the simple statement. See you tomorrow for patrol. As planned, Megami confirmed. Northeastern Quadrant, 8 p.m. As they exited the training room, Megami found himself reflecting on the strange path that had brought him to this moment. From the king of curses to a mentor for a half-alien teenager. From a being of pure selfishness to someone who now found himself caring. It was an uncomfortable realization, yet not an entirely unwelcome one. Perhaps integration wasn't just about merging his various lives and memories, but about finding a new balance between the hedonistic self-interest of his past life and the potential for connection that his new life offered. The thought was still unsettling, still foreign to decades of solitary existence. Still, he has already grown to understand that it is not the weakness he believed it to be. He simply needs to live with it more and more as time passes. For that's all there was left for him. Acceptance. Chapter 26, Through the Eyes of Madness. Angstrom Levy POV. I never wanted these powers. Unlike my counterparts across the multiverse, I wasn't one with grand ambitions of fixing my world or accumulating knowledge for some greater purpose. Ironic considering I am the one version whose capability is beyond all the others. To the casual observer, I'm just Angstrom Levy, dimensional researcher, unremarkable save for my intellect. My colleagues at the Institute for Interdimensional Studies see me as brilliant but unassuming, the quiet scientist who publishes groundbreaking papers on theoretical physics and keeps to himself. None of them know what I see when I close my eyes. It happened during my first dimensional jump. A miscalculation, or perhaps something more sinister, a cosmic joke at my expense. The equipment functioned perfectly, the calculations were flawless, but something went wrong inside my head. Not wrong enough to destroy my body, just wrong enough to curse my mind. I can see through their eyes. All of them. My counterparts across infinite dimensions. Their experiences flood into me without warning, without consent. Their knowledge becomes mine, their terror becomes mine, their deaths become mine. At first, it was fascinating, a revolutionary breakthrough in multiversal research. I could observe other realities without physically traveling to them, gathering data from the safety of my laboratory. My papers on dimensional variance were praised as visionary, though none of my colleagues knew my insights came from direct observation rather than theoretical models. Then the nightmares began. 3 weeks ago, while sleeping, my consciousness drifted. Instead of dreams, I found myself looking through the eyes of another Angstrom Levy, one who had traveled to feudal Japan for research. What he witnessed, what I witnessed through him, defies description. A village burning with unnatural black and red flames that consumed everything yet never seemed to diminish. The sky above, crimson like freshly spilled blood. People prostrating themselves before a figure that barely resembled a human, tall, marked with strange patterns across his skin, possessing 4 arms instead of 2. Eyes that burned with malevolent amusement as he surveyed the destruction. Ryuman Sukuna, the villagers chanted, foreheads pressed to the ground. The honored one. Begging for mercy that never came. I watched, trapped in my counterpart's perception, as this honored one casually flicked his wrist, sending invisible force through a line of supplicants, bisecting them as cleanly as a laser. Their bodies fell apart, blood painting the ground, while he laughed, a sound that resonated with such casual cruelty that I felt my counterpart vomit in terror. When I finally broke the connection, I was shaking, drenched in sweat, my sheets tangled around me like restraints. A nightmare, I told myself. Just a glimpse of some horror dimension, the kind that exists in the infinite tapestry of reality. But the visions didn't stop. They came randomly, while working, while eating, while trying to sleep. Flashes of the same entity across different times, different worlds. Sukuna devouring humans for pleasure, consuming their flesh with methodical appreciation like a connoisseur at a fine restaurant. Sukuna battling others with powers similar to his own, laughing as he dismembered them piece by piece, prolonging their suffering for his entertainment. Sukuna taking women as his possessions, some willing in their terror, others not, all ultimately discarded when he tired of them. I began keeping a journal, documenting each vision with scientific precision, trying to maintain some semblance of sanity through methodical recording. The pages filled with horrors, my handwriting growing more erratic with each entry. Day 4, witnessed Sukuna destroy an entire city after its lord refused to provide him with a particular delicacy he desired. The death toll must have been in the tens of thousands. Day 7, Sukuna battled what appeared to be a monk with extraordinary abilities. Before killing him, Sukuna forced the man to watch as he slaughtered the monk's entire family, including young children. Day 12, Sukuna in another dimension, modern era. Using his abilities to systematically eliminate a group of individuals with similar powers. He referred to them as sorcerers. He consumed their hearts after killing them. I vomited for an hour after this vision. Patterns emerged. This wasn't just some dimensional variant, this entity existed across hundreds, perhaps thousands of realities. Always powerful. Always cruel. Always viewing humans as beneath him, as playthings for his amusement. In some dimensions, he was sealed away by powerful enemies. In others, he ruled openly as a god king. In a few, he was known as King of Curses, a title that seemed to please him greatly. The visions became more frequent. More targeted. As if my initial glimpse had created a connection that strengthened with each viewing. I began seeing through the eyes of Angstrom Levies who sought him out deliberately, who studied him, who tried to understand what he was. Most died horribly for their curiosity. One was flayed alive, his skin peeled from his body inch by inch while Sukuna discussed the properties of pain receptors. Another was bisected vertically, from crown to groin, then kept alive through some terrible power while Sukuna examined his internal organs with cruel interest. A third was forced to eat his own research notes before having his jaw torn from his face. I experienced each death as if it were my own. Felt the pain, the terror, the final desperate thoughts before oblivion. Each time I emerged from these visions, I found new grey hairs in my mirror, new lines etched into my face. I learned he could manipulate some kind of energy, cursed energy, my counterparts called it. He could cut anything, control shadows, manifest flames that burned other energies. He was functionally immortal in many dimensions, living for centuries, his power growing with age. The visions were destroying me. I couldn't sleep without seeing villages burning, couldn't eat without tasting the fear of his victims, couldn't close my eyes without seeing his smile, that terrible, knowing smile that suggested he understood exactly how much suffering he was causing and reveled in it. My research suffered. My colleagues noticed my deterioration but attributed it to overwork. Dr. Michaels suggested I take a vacation. Professor Joe recommended meditation. Director Collins threatened to revoke my lab privileges if I didn't pull myself together. How could I explain that I was being traumatized by events happening to other versions of myself across dimensions? That I was drowning in the collective horror of 1,000 angstrom levies who had encountered a monster beyond human comprehension? Then, 1 week ago, everything changed. I was inadvertently connected to an alternate version of myself who was in a dimension similar to mine, collecting scientific data. Following his movements through the city, experiencing his observations. He was watching a battle between the teen team and some generic villain, nothing remarkable. Until I saw him. Not in the ancient past. Not in some distant different modern dimension. There. Now. Fighting alongside the teen team. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes, moving with impossible precision, cutting through debris with invisible force, manipulating shadows to restrain enemies. The costume was different. The name was different. But the energy signature, that cold, ancient power, was unmistakable. Sukuna. The king of curses. The honored one. There, he called himself Megami Fushiguro. There, he played at being a hero. I broke the connection violently, blood erupting from my nose, eyes, and ears. The strain was enormous, but the terror was greater. I crawled to my bathroom, leaving a trail of crimson across my apartment floor, and vomited until there was nothing left but bile. Impossible. It couldn't be the same entity. Not here. Not now. Not as a hero. But once the thought took root, I couldn't dislodge it. What if he existed in my world too? I researched frantically, pulling up news reports, hero registries, social media, sources I'd previously ignored as trivial compared to my dimensional studies. And there he was. He literally calls himself by his true name here, Sukuna. A new hero who appeared recently, working with the teen team. The news footage shows him clearly, moving with that same deadly grace, wielding an invisible cutting force. The same powers, the same presence, barely concealed behind a thin veneer of heroism. My hands trembled so violently I could barely operate my computer. This wasn't some distant threat in another dimension. This was here. In my world. Walking among us. I spent days gathering information, hacking into security cameras, following news reports. I watched him fight alongside Invincible, saw him meeting with the Guardians of the Globe. I observed him walking the streets in his civilian identity, a teenage boy named Megami Fushiguro, supposedly a reformed delinquent. The disguise is masterful. He's integrated himself perfectly, creating a backstory that explains his unusual abilities while giving him access to Earth's greatest heroes. None of them suspect what walks among them. How could they? They haven't seen what I've seen. Last night, the visions took me somewhere hatefully familiar. I found myself looking through the eyes of an angstrom levy who had managed to capture footage of Sukuna in his prime, ruling over feudal Japan as a god king. The recording showed him seated on a throne made of human bones, casually dismembering a man who had displeased him while courtiers watched in terrified silence. The man's screams echoed through the palace hall, but none dared intervene. Some even smiled, hoping their apparent enjoyment of the spectacle would spare them from being next. Remember, Sukuna told the assembled crowd, his voice resonating with power, your lives are mine to take or spare as I see fit. Your flesh exists for my pleasure, your blood to slake my thirst when I desire it. Your women to warm my bed, your children to serve or feed me as I choose. This is the natural order, the strong ruling the weak. The crowd prostrated themselves, murmuring, yes, Son of Heaven, even as their fellows' entrails were splayed across the palace floor. I forced myself to watch the entire recording, again and again and again, needing to understand what we face. When the vision finally released me, I found myself on the floor of my laboratory, shaking uncontrollably, having clawed bloody furrows into my own arms without realizing it. Another vision struck immediately, no reprieve, no time to recover. This time I witnessed Sukuna battling what appeared to be an entire army of sorcerers. They came at him with incredible powers, shadows that moved like living things, blue flames that froze rather than burned, weapons that changed size and shape at will. He slaughtered them all, laughing throughout the battle. Not the laughter of someone enjoying a challenge, but the laughter of a predator toying with prey that foolishly believed it had a chance. Is this all? He taunted as he held a man's still beating heart before the dying sorcerer's eyes. Is this the best humanity can offer? Pathetic. The vision shifted again, another dimension, another time. Sukuna seated in what appeared to be a modern apartment, a woman kneeling before him, her eyes vacant with terror and something else, devotion? You understand, don't you? He asked her, his voice almost gentle as he stroked her hair. What it means to belong to me. Yes, honored one, she whispered, trembling. And if I asked you to kill for me? To die for me? Without hesitation, she replied, and I could feel the truth in her words, the complete surrender of will to this monster who had broken her and remade her in his image. Good, he said, and there was that smile again, the one that never reached his eyes. Then bring me your sister. The one you told me about. The one with the special abilities. The woman's face betrayed a moment of hesitation, just a flicker, and Sukuna's expression hardened. You disappoint me, he said softly, and before she could respond, she was in pieces on the floor, her blood pooling around her dismembered limbs. Sukuna sighed, looking at the mess with mild annoyance. Such a waste. I'll have to find the sister myself. I came back to myself screaming, my voice raw as if I'd been screaming for hours. Perhaps I had been. The visions were coming faster now, more intense, bleeding into one another. Sukuna devouring a child while the parents watched. Sukuna battling a creature that seemed made of pure shadow. Sukuna teaching a group of followers his techniques, only to slaughter them when they failed to meet his standards. It was as if I no longer needed to see through the eyes of another version of myself. That I became so connected to this nightmare that I saw him always. Anyone, please, tell me, how do you fight a god? How do you stop someone who has conquered worlds? How do you stop one who has lived for centuries perfecting the art of evil? The answer came to me through another vision, brief but clear. An angstrom levy in another dimension had discovered that cursed energy, while immensely powerful, could be countered by something equally ancient and terrible, demonic power from hell itself. That levy had formed a pact with infernal forces, learning forbidden rituals that could summon a being known as Spawn, a hell spawn with necroplasmic powers that could match Sukuna's cursed energy. The dimensional barriers between our world and hell are thin in certain places, allowing such entities to be called forth by those with the right knowledge. I watched as this levy drew complex symbols in blood, chanted in languages that hurt my ears even through the vision, lit candles made from human fat that burned with green flame. The air in his laboratory seemed to thicken, to pulse with malevolent anticipation. A tear formed in reality itself, not a dimensional portal like I study, but something older, something wrong. Through it, I glimpsed a realm of fire and torment, of twisted landscapes and impossible architecture. And emerging from that tear, a figure wrapped in chains and a tattered red cape, its body seeming to shift between solid and smoke, its eyes glowing with green fire. Spawn. The Hell Spawn. A general in Hell's army, now bound to serve the one who summoned it. That levy died before completing the binding ritual, torn apart by Sukuna's invisible blades that came from nowhere and everywhere. But his research, his preparations, the ancient texts he had collected, all of it remained, burned into my mind through our connection. I've spent the last 3 days gathering the necessary components for the ritual. Ancient symbols drawn in my own blood across my laboratory floor, the blood of a dimensional traveler carries special properties, according to the texts. Candles made from human fat, thankfully available through certain black market medical suppliers who ask no questions when enough money is offered. Incantations in languages so old they were never meant for human tongues, languages that make my mouth bleed when I practice them. It's heresy against everything I believe as a scientist. I've spent my career searching for rational explanations, for mathematical models to explain the multiverse. Now I find myself dealing in blood magic and demonic pacts, in rituals that predate recorded history. The multiverse has shown me that science has its limits. Some threats require older remedies. Another vision strikes as I prepare the final components, this one showing me Sukuna in what appears to be our world, our time. He's fighting alongside Invincible against some generic villain, his movements precise and controlled. To anyone else, he would appear heroic, a powerful ally using his abilities to protect the innocent. But I see the look in his eyes when no one is watching him. The same cold calculation, the same predatory assessment. He's evaluating them. Learning their strengths, their weaknesses. Positioning himself at the center of Earth's defense network. For what purpose? To destroy it from within when the time is right? To set himself up as this world's god king when he tires of playing hero? The vision shifts, showing me Sukuna, no, Megami in this world, sitting in a restaurant with Adam Eve. They're talking, and she's watching him with an intensity that borders on obsession. She doesn't see the monster beneath the mask. She sees only what he wants her to see. What other pleasures do you enjoy? She asks him, her cheeks flushing slightly at her own boldness. And he answers with a directness that startles her, food, certainly. Control. Sex. A pause. And more recently, emotional connections. The last part is a lie, it must be. The being I've witnessed across thousands of dimensions is incapable of emotional connection. He uses people, consumes them, discards them. He doesn't connect with them. Unless this version is different somehow? The thought is too dangerous to contemplate. Tomorrow, I'll approach Cecil Stedman at the Global Defense Agency. If anyone will listen to warnings about a potential threat hiding among the hero community, it's him. I've prepared my evidence carefully, nothing that reveals my dimensional viewing ability, just enough concrete data to raise serious concerns. If Cecil dismisses me, I'll have no choice but to act alone. The summoning ritual should give me a weapon against Sukuna, a Hellspawn champion who can match his godlike might. I'll need to control Spawn carefully, direct his rage toward the right target. As I finalize my preparations, a new vision washes over me, more intense than any before. I feel blood trickling from my eyes, my ears, my nose as my consciousness is violently pulled into another dimension. This time, I see through the eyes of an angstrom levy watching Sukuna, no, again, Megami, sitting alone on a rooftop, staring at the night sky with an expression I've never seen on his face across any dimension. Regret. I can't undo what I've done, he says softly to himself, unaware he's being observed. The blood doesn't wash away. But perhaps I can choose differently now. He looks down at his hands, hands I've seen tear people apart, hands that have ended countless lives across countless dimensions. I was a monster, he continues, his voice barely audible. Perhaps I still am. But here, in this life, I can be something else. I can protect instead of destroy. I can build instead of ruin. He closes his eyes, and for a moment, his face is completely unguarded. The arrogance, the cruelty, the cold calculation, all gone, replaced by something that looks almost like humanity. They trust me, he whispers. Mark, Eve, the others. They see something in me worth believing in. And maybe they're right. The vision fades, leaving me confused, uncertain, blood streaming down my face and staining my shirt. Could this version of Sukuna truly be different? Could the monster I've witnessed across thousands of dimensions actually be attempting redemption? I stagger to my bathroom, vomiting violently into the sink. The very idea feels like a betrayal of everything I've witnessed, of all the suffering I've experienced through my counterpart's eyes. Another vision hits immediately, this one from a dimension where Sukuna ruled as an emperor, where humans were kept as cattle for his amusement. I watch through another Levy's eyes as Sukuna casually disembowels a child for spilling wine on his robes. Did you think your tears would move me? He asks the dying child, genuine curiosity in his voice. Did you think I would care? I dismiss the earlier vision immediately. It's a trick, a deception. The evidence across the multiverse is overwhelming. One doesn't simply abandon a nature cultivated over centuries of cruelty and domination. The monster I've seen butcher entire villages, consume human flesh with delight, torture for pleasure, that being cannot change. No, he's playing a longer game. And I may be the only person in this dimension who can stop him before it's too late. I check the ritual circle one final time, making minor adjustments to the sigils drawn in blood. My hands shake so badly I can barely hold the brush, but the work must be perfect. The summoning of a hellspawn is not something to be attempted with errors. Tomorrow, I meet with Cecil. Tomorrow, I begin the process of exposing the monster hiding among our heroes. And if necessary, tomorrow I take the first step toward summoning a demon to fight a demon. The irony isn't lost on me, combating one monster by unleashing another. But Spawn can be controlled, can be banished back to hell once his purpose is served. Sukuna cannot. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror, bloodshot eyes, grey hair where there was brown just weeks ago, skin pale and waxy from lack of sleep. I barely recognize myself. But it doesn't matter. Nothing matters except stopping him. As night falls, I sit in the center of the ritual circle, surrounded by candles that cast grotesque shadows across my laboratory walls. In my lap rests an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, its text written in a language that shifts and changes as I look at it. I will stop you, I whisper to the empty room, to the monster who doesn't know I exist yet. Whatever it takes. Whatever it costs me. Another vision flickers at the edges of my consciousness, Sukuna in yet another dimension, standing amid a field of corpses, his forearms spread wide as if embracing the destruction he's wrought. This is what I am, he says to no one, to everyone. This is what I will always be. I close my eyes, embracing the vision, letting it strengthen my resolve. Sukuna must be stopped. No matter the cost. Chapter 27, Pragmatism. Cecil Stedman's POV. People think running the Global Defense Agency is about power. It's not. It's about information and the willingness to make decisions nobody else can stomach. I've been doing this job for 27 years. I've authorized assassinations of potential world-ending threats. I've negotiated with beings who could level cities with a thought. I've buried evidence that would cause mass panic if it ever saw daylight. All to keep this fragile blue marble spinning for another day. My office at GDA headquarters is deliberately unimpressive, standard government issue furniture, bland artwork, nothing to suggest I command resources that rival some nations' entire military budgets. The less attention I draw to myself, the better I can do my job. Sir, your 4 o'clock is here, my assistant announces through the intercom. Dr. Engstrom Levy from the Institute for Interdimensional Studies. I check my tablet, reviewing the brief file we have on Levy. Brilliant physicist, specialized in theoretical dimensional research, no known political affiliations or security concerns. Until yesterday, when he contacted my office requesting an urgent meeting regarding a grave threat to planetary security. Send him in, I reply, closing the file. The man who enters isn't what I expected. Levy's personnel photo showed a well-groomed academic in his mid-30s. The individual standing before me looks like he's aged a decade in weeks, hair prematurely graying, skin sallow, eyes bloodshot and sunken. His hands tremble as he clutches a worn leather briefcase. Dr. Levy, I say, rising to shake his hand. Please, have a seat. He flinches at the contact, then sits rigidly in the chair across from my desk. Up close, I can see dried blood crusted in his ear canal. Interesting. Thank you for seeing me, Director Stedman, he says, his voice hoarse. I understand your time is valuable, but what I've discovered cannot wait. I lean back slightly, projecting calm authority. Why don't you start at the beginning? The beginning. He laughs, a brittle sound with no humor. The beginning would take too long. I'll start with what matters. There is a monster walking among us, disguised as a hero. I maintain my neutral expression despite the familiar ring of these words. Over the years, I've heard similar claims from conspiracy theorists, religious zealots, and people with untreated mental health issues. But something about Levy's demeanor, the clinical precision beneath his obvious distress, gives me pause. A monster, I repeat evenly. Could you be more specific? Levy opens his briefcase with trembling fingers, removing a folder. His name, his real name, is Ryuman Sukuna. The King of Curses. The Honored One. He's existed for centuries across multiple dimensions, always with the same pattern, accumulating power, subjugating populations, indulging in cruelty for his own amusement. He slides the folder across my desk. In our world, he's calling himself Megami Fushiguro. Or simply Sukuna when operating as a hero. Now that's a name that gets my full attention. I open the folder, finding a meticulously organized collection of documents, news clippings about the new hero Sukuna. Surveillance photos of Megami Fushiguro, and what appear to be Levy's personal notes, some stained with what looks suspiciously like blood. And how did you come by this information, Dr. Levy? I ask, keeping my tone conversational while my mind races through implications. He hesitates, clearly struggling with how much to reveal. I have access to dimensional viewing technology. More advanced than anything publicly acknowledged. I've observed this entity across multiple realities, seen his true nature, documented his atrocities. I flip through the pages, noting the obsessive detail in Levy's observations. The man has clearly spent considerable time and resources on this investigation. Whether his conclusions are accurate or the product of deteriorating mental health remains to be seen. These are serious allegations, Doctor, I say, closing the folder. You're talking about someone who's been working alongside the teen team, who recently helped prevent the Flaxen invasion, who's currently assisting in preparations against potential extraterrestrial threats. It's all a ruse, Levy insists, leaning forward. A position he's cultivated to gain trust, to infiltrate Earth's defenses. I've seen him do this before, in other dimensions. He integrates himself, learns weaknesses, then strikes when least expected. I study Levy carefully. The man is terrified, genuinely convinced of what he's saying. But fear, however genuine, doesn't necessarily correlate with accuracy. Let's assume for a moment that what you're saying is true, I say, steepling my fingers. What evidence do you have beyond these dimensional observations? Something concrete that would stand up to scrutiny. Levy's expression falls. The nature of dimensional viewing makes conventional evidence collection impossible. I can't bring back physical samples or recordings. But the pattern is unmistakable across thousands of observations. Thousands. I raise an eyebrow. That's quite extensive research for a subject you discovered recently. The visions come without my control, he admits, his voice dropping. Day and night. I see through the eyes of my counterparts across dimensions. I experience what they experience. I've watched Sukuna slaughter entire villages, devour humans for pleasure, torture for amusement. I've felt the deaths of dozens of alternate versions of myself who dared to investigate him. Now we're getting to it. Not dimensional viewing technology, but some kind of psychic phenomenon. The blood in his ears, the premature aging, the tremors, all consistent with untreated chinic manifestation. Have you considered seeking medical evaluation for these experiences, Dr. Levy? I ask carefully. His eyes flash with anger. I'm not delusional, Director. I know how this sounds. But the threat is real, and imminent. He's positioning himself at the center of Earth's defense network, working with the teen team, consulting with the Guardians, even influencing Omni-Man somehow. That last point catches my attention. The shift in Nolan Grayson's behavior has been one of my primary concerns these past weeks. The Viltrumite's sudden confession about his original mission, his apparent change of heart, his willingness to provide information about his people's weaknesses, all of it centered around his interaction with Sukuna in the Flaxen dimension. Tell me what you know about Sukuna's relationship with Omni-Man, I say, allowing a hint of genuine interest to enter my voice. Levy seizes on this opening. They fought in the Flaxen dimension. Not just against the Flaxens, but against each other. Somehow, Sukuna managed to defeat or at least stalemate Omni-Man, a being with powers that should make that impossible. And afterward, Omni-Man completely changed his behavior, abandoning his original mission. Which suggests what, exactly? I press. Control, Levy says immediately. Mind control, coercion, some form of supernatural dominance. The Sukuna I've observed across dimensions specializes in breaking wills, in making powerful beings serve him. He's done it to gods and demons alike. I consider this. The theory has a certain internal logic, but it contradicts my own observations. I've been monitoring the situation closely since Nolan's revelation. The interactions between him and Sukuna suggest partnership rather than domination, complex, sometimes tense, but with a mutual respect that seems genuine. Dr. Levy, I say after a moment, I appreciate you bringing these concerns to my attention. Rest assured, the GDA maintains comprehensive monitoring of all powered individuals operating within our jurisdiction, including Sukuna. Monitoring isn't enough, Levy insists, desperation creeping into his voice. He needs to be contained, studied, neutralized before he can implement whatever plan he's developing. I have resources, knowledge of countermeasures that could be effective against him. What kind of countermeasures? I ask, my internal alarms ringing louder. Levy hesitates again, clearly weighing how much to reveal. There are entities with power that can match his. Beings from dimensions beyond our conventional understanding that could be temporarily summoned, controlled. And there it is. Not just chinic disturbance, but potential summoning rituals. The combination raises this from disturbed individual with unusual theories to active security threat. I see, I say, keeping my expression neutral while I activate the silent alert under my desk with a subtle movement. And you've researched these entities thoroughly. As thoroughly as possible given the circumstances, Levy replies, not noticing the slight shift in the conversation. The risks are significant, but containable. Certainly less than the risk of allowing Sukuna to continue operating freely. Of course, I agree smoothly. Would you be willing to share this research with our specialists? The GDA has considerable resources in unconventional threat assessment. Levy seems to relax slightly, taking my apparent interest as acceptance of his theories. Yes, absolutely. I've compiled extensive notes on the necessary procedures, though some components are difficult to source through conventional channels. 2 GDA security officers appear silently at the door behind Levy, standard procedure for the alert I triggered. They wait for my signal, professionally invisible. Dr. Levy, I say, leaning forward slightly, I want to be completely transparent with you. The situation you're describing is complex, with significant security implications. I'd like to have our specialists review your findings in detail, if you're amenable. Yes, of course, he says eagerly, missing the careful phrasing. Whatever it takes to address this threat. I nod to the security officers, who step forward. These agents will escort you to our research division, where you can brief our team directly. Levy turns, startled by the officer's appearance. His expression shifts from surprise to understanding to betrayal in rapid succession. You don't believe me, he says flatly. I believe you're experiencing something genuine, I reply carefully. Whether that experience accurately reflects reality is what our specialists will help determine. By the time your specialists finish their evaluation, it could be too late, Levy warns, his voice hardening. Sukuna isn't just another powered individual, Director. He's an existential threat with centuries of experience manipulating systems exactly like yours. Perhaps, I acknowledge, rising from my desk. But proper procedure must be followed, especially when dealing with potentially world-ending threats. I'm sure you understand. Levy stands reluctantly, clutching his briefcase. You're making a mistake, Director Stedman. One that could cost billions of lives. That's always a possibility in my line of work, I reply evenly. Gentlemen, please ensure Dr. Levy receives our full cooperation and attention. As the security officers escort Levy from my office, I activate my secure terminal, typing a series of commands that will initiate enhanced monitoring of the physicist's activities and associates. His dimensional research credentials are legitimate, but his mental state is clearly compromised. The combination of advanced scientific knowledge and apparent psychotic break makes him a person of significant interest. More importantly, his fixation on Sukuna requires immediate attention. Not because I believe his claims about ancient multidimensional monsters, though I've seen enough in this job to rule nothing out completely, but because Sukuna has become the linchpin in our preparations against the Viltrumite threat. Once my security protocols are in place, I access the classified files on Sukuna/Megami Fushiguro. The dossier is substantial despite his relatively recent emergence, psychological assessments, power analyses, surveillance reports, relationship mappings. My people are nothing if not thorough. What emerges is a profile more complex and nuanced than Levy's simplistic monster narrative. Sukuna is undoubtedly dangerous, his abilities place him among the most powerful beings on the planet, capable of harming even Viltrumites. His tactical mind is equally formidable, perhaps more so. But the pattern of his actions tells a different story than Levy's dimensional nightmares. Sukuna has consistently used his abilities to protect civilians, has integrated effectively with both the Teen Team and the Guardians, and most critically, has somehow convinced Nolan Grayson to abandon his conquest mission and ally with Earth. The last point cannot be overstated. Without Sukuna's intervention in the Flaxen dimension, Earth would likely be facing Viltrumite conquest within months, with no warning and no preparation. Instead, we now have insider knowledge of Viltrumite weaknesses, tactical vulnerabilities, and time to develop countermeasures. All because of Sukuna. I close the file and lean back in my chair, considering the broader strategic picture. The Viltrumite threat represents the most significant existential risk Earth has faced in recorded history. An empire of superpowered conquerors with millennia of experience subjugating planets, now potentially turning their attention to us. Our only meaningful advantages are Nolan's defection and Sukuna's abilities. Without either, our chances of survival drop from unlikely but possible to virtually non-existent. Which means that regardless of Sukuna's true nature or past, whether he's exactly what he appears to be or something more complicated, he is currently indispensable to Earth's defense. I activate my secure communication line to the containment facility where Levy is being evaluated. This is Stedman, I say when the connection establishes. I want Dr. Levy completely neutralized as a potential threat. Full cognitive assessment, 24-hour monitoring, and absolute restriction of access to any materials that could be used in summoning rituals or dimensional experiments. Deploy a Class 3 containment protocol. I pause, considering the dimensional implications. Additionally, I want his home and laboratory searched immediately. Confiscate anything related to dimensional travel, summoning rituals, demonology, or mystical practices of any kind. Leave nothing. If he's figured out how to access other dimensions, we cannot risk him escaping our custody through such means. Understood, sir, the facility director responds. Security level. Maximum. Consider him a Lambda-class threat, potentially catastrophic if his abilities are verified. I want dimensional dampeners installed in his containment cell and a full psychic suppression field if we have one available. He is to have no access to writing implements, electronic devices, or any materials that could be used to create summoning circles or ritualistic symbols. I lean forward, my voice hardening. Let me be absolutely clear, under no circumstances is Dr. Levy to become a threat to Sukuna or our defense preparations. If he has the dimensional viewing capabilities he claims, that makes him both valuable and extremely dangerous. Treat him accordingly. Yes, sir. Full containment protocols activated. We'll begin the search and seizure operation immediately. Good. And I want hourly updates on his status and anything you find at his residence or laboratory. Anything with symbols, ancient languages, or references to interdimensional entities gets flagged for my personal review. Of course, Director. We'll handle this with utmost priority. I end the call and turn to the window, looking out over the city skyline as evening approaches. Somewhere out there, Sukuna is patrolling with the team, or training with Mark Grayson, or consulting with Eve on quantum weapons development. Is he truly what he appears to be, a powerful ally with unique abilities? Or is he something else entirely, playing a longer, deeper game than anyone suspects? The pragmatic answer is that it doesn't matter, not yet, not with the Viltrumite threat looming. If Sukuna is our best chance against that threat, then his past, his true nature, his ultimate intentions all become secondary concerns. I've made similar calculations throughout my career. Alliances with questionable entities, cooperation with individuals whose moral compasses point in directions I'd rather not examine too closely. The greater good sometimes requires uncomfortable bedfellows. I make a note to increase surveillance on Sukuna, discreetly, without interfering with his current activities or relationships. If Levy's claims have any validity, we'll need early warning. But for now, Sukuna remains our most valuable asset in the coming conflict. The intercom buzzes, interrupting my thoughts. Sir, the Guardians are requesting an update on the quantum destabilizer project. The Immortal is particularly insistent. Tell them it's progressing on schedule, I reply. I'll have a full briefing ready for tomorrow's meeting. Another half-truth in a career built on them. The project is indeed progressing, but the technical challenges are proving more significant than anticipated. Eve and Sukuna are making breakthroughs, but weaponizing quantum disruption against Viltrumite physiology while ensuring it doesn't affect Mark Grayson is an engineering problem of unprecedented complexity. I return to my desk and pull up the latest progress report from their lab. The technical details are beyond my expertise, but the bottom line is clear, they're making progress, but not quickly enough. If the Viltrumites discover Nolan's defection and send an investigation team before the weapons are ready. My secure phone rings, the direct line used only by a select few individuals. The caller ID shows Grayson, N. Stedman. I answer. We need to talk. Nolan's voice comes through, tense and controlled. Not over the phone. The usual place, 1 hour. He disconnects before I can respond. Typical Viltrumite directness. The usual place is a secure meeting facility 20 miles outside the city, designed specifically for conversations that require absolute privacy. Nolan and I have met there several times since his revelation, discussing Viltrumite weaknesses and defense strategies away from potential observation. I gather my materials and head for the garage. As I drive through the evening traffic, my thoughts return to Levy and his warnings about Sukuna. The man's terror seemed genuine, his conviction absolute. And yet, in 27 years at the GDA, I've learned that absolute conviction is often inversely proportional to accuracy. The most dangerous threats rarely announce themselves with convenient warnings. They emerge quietly, building strength in the shadows until it's too late to stop them. If Sukuna is truly the monster Levy believes, he's playing an extraordinarily long and patient game. He's had multiple opportunities to cause catastrophic damage, to eliminate Earth's defenders when they were vulnerable, and has instead consistently acted to protect and strengthen our position. More importantly, he's effectively leading our preparation efforts, coordinating between the team, the Guardians, and Nolan himself. His tactical insights have proven invaluable, his ability to bridge the gap between human and Viltrumite perspectives unique. The simple truth, again, is that we need him. Whatever he may or may not be, whatever his ultimate intentions, right now he represents Earth's best hope against the coming storm. As I approach the meeting facility, I make my decision. Levy will receive the best care we can provide, his claims will be thoroughly investigated, but Sukuna will remain a central figure in our defense preparations. If evidence emerges to support Levy's warnings, we'll address that situation when it arises. Until then, pragmatism dictates our course. And pragmatism says we work with the allies we have, not the perfect allies we might wish for. The facility comes into view, an unremarkable warehouse surrounded by empty land, its true nature hidden beneath layers of mundane appearance. I can already see Nolan waiting outside, his imposing figure unmistakable even at a distance. Whatever he wants to discuss, it's urgent enough to call an immediate meeting. Which means our timeline may be accelerating. I park and step out into the cool evening air, straightening my tie. Time to get back to work. The fate of the world won't wait for philosophical debates about the nature of our allies. In my line of work, results are what matter. And right now, Sukuna is delivering results no one else can match. That's good enough for me. Chapter 28, Belonging. The subterranean training facility beneath the Grayson house hummed with energy, the reinforced walls vibrating slightly with the power contained within. Mahoraga stood in the center of the room, its imposing figure perfectly still as it studied Mark Grayson, who hovered a few feet away, uncertainty evident in his posture. Just stay there, Megami instructed Mark from the observation area. Let it examine you. This won't hurt. You sure about that? Mark asked, eyeing the massive Shikigami warily. It looks like it could tear me in half without even trying. It could, Megami confirmed matter-of-factly. But it won't. Not unless I command it. The Divine General Mahoraga, now fully under Megami's control after their battle in the Flaxen Dimension, was a sight to behold. Standing over 8 feet tall, its muscular humanoid form radiated power, while the large wheel balanced above its head rotated slowly, processing information. What exactly is it doing? Mark asked as Mahoraga circled him, its blank face revealing nothing. Learning, Megami replied, watching the interaction. Mahoraga's primary ability is adaptation. It can understand and counter any phenomenon it experiences. Right now, it's studying your Viltrumite physiology. To do what with that information? Mark's voice carried a hint of concern. To see if certain aspects can be replicated, Megami explained. Specifically, I'm interested in your cellular structure, the smart atoms that give Viltrumites their durability and strength. Mark nodded, relaxing slightly. Dad mentioned you were looking into countermeasures against Viltrumites. I guess this is part of that. Yes and no, Megami said. Understanding Viltrumite physiology helps us develop weapons against them, certainly. But I'm more interested in whether Mahoraga can adapt itself to incorporate similar properties. And whether it can incorporate those very same properties to my own atoms. You want to make it stronger? Mark sounded surprised. Isn't it already pretty much unstoppable? Megami's lips curved in a slight smile. Nothing is unstoppable. Everything has limits. The key to victory is expanding those limits while exploiting your opponents. Mahoraga had completed its circuit around Mark and now stood before him, its wheel spinning faster. With surprising gentleness for such a massive being, it reached out and touched Mark's arm, its fingers pressing against his skin as if testing its resistance. Does it talk? Mark asked, trying not to flinch at the contact. No, Megami replied. At least, not in any conventional sense. It communicates through action and adaptation. After a moment, Mahoraga stepped back and moved to a small desk in the corner of the training room. There, it picked up a pen with surprising dexterity and began writing in a leather-bound journal Megami had provided. What's it doing now? Mark asked, watching with fascination. Documenting its findings, Megami explained. Mahoraga's adaptations reset each time it's dismissed and resummoned. By having it record what it learns, we maintain continuity of knowledge. Smart, Mark acknowledged. So it's like building a database on Viltrumite physiology. Essentially. The adaptation process for something as complex as smart atoms is particularly demanding on my energy reserves. This method is more efficient than starting from scratch each time. Mahoraga continued writing for several minutes, its massive hand somehow managing the delicate task with precision. When it finished, it closed the journal and returned to the center of the room, standing at attention as if awaiting further instructions. Megami nodded, satisfied. That's enough for today. He made a gesture with his hand, and Mahoraga dissolved into shadow. Mark let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That thing is intense. Even when it's just standing there, it feels like being watched by something old. An accurate assessment, Megami said, walking over to retrieve the journal. He flipped through the pages, scanning the intricate diagrams and notes written in a script that seemed to shift and change as he read it. Interesting. It's made significant progress understanding the quantum-level interactions of your cellular structure. Is that good or bad for me? Mark asked with a nervous laugh. Potentially both, Megami replied honestly. Understanding Viltrumite physiology helps us develop defenses against your people, but it also gives us insights that could benefit you personally. Like what? Like how to accelerate your healing, how to maximize your strength output, how to better resist certain types of attacks. Megami closed the journal. Knowledge is never inherently good or bad. It's application that determines its value. The sound of the facility's security door opening interrupted their conversation. Both turned to see Cecil Stedman entering, his expression as unreadable as always behind his glasses. Mr. Fushiguro, Cecil greeted him formally. Mr. Grayson. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Just finished, Megami replied, subtly sliding the journal into a drawer. The GDA director didn't need to know about his findings, let alone Mahoraga, not yet, perhaps not ever. The Shikigami represented an ace that Megami preferred to keep hidden. Good timing then, Cecil said, approaching with measured steps. I have some news that might interest you, Mr. Fushiguro. Megami raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Your probation situation, Cecil continued. It's been adjusted. Effective immediately, all remaining terms of your juvenile probation have been waived. You're a free man, so to speak. Mark grinned, clapping Megami on the shoulder. That's great news. Megami studied Cecil's face, looking for the catch. May I ask what prompted this sudden generosity from the justice system? Let's just say that having a superhero on probation creates certain administrative complications, Cecil replied smoothly. The judge agreed that your service as Sukuna more than fulfills any remaining community service obligations. I see, Megami said, maintaining his neutral expression despite his internal suspicion. This had Cecil's fingerprints all over it, the man rarely did anything without multiple layers of purpose. There's more, Cecil continued. The Global Defense Agency has established a stipend program for active heroes working directly on planetary defense initiatives. As a key contributor to our Viltrumite countermeasures research, you qualify for substantial financial support. Financial support, Megami repeated flatly. Your uncle works too many hours at the hospital, Cecil said, his tone softening slightly. Our analysis suggests his overtime is primarily motivated by financial need rather than professional dedication. This arrangement would allow him to maintain a healthier work-life balance while ensuring your household remains financially stable. Megami felt a flicker of genuine surprise. He had indeed mentioned his uncle's excessive work schedule to Cecil during a previous briefing, but he hadn't expected the director to act on it so promptly. That's thoughtful, Megami acknowledged carefully. Merely practical, Cecil countered. We need you focused on defense preparations, not concerned about domestic finances. Mark looked between them, then excused himself. I should probably head upstairs. Mom's expecting me to help with dinner. He nodded to Cecil. Director. After Mark left, Cecil's demeanor shifted subtly, becoming even more businesslike, if that were possible. There's another matter we need to discuss, he said once they were alone. Your uncle. What about him? Megami asked, instantly alert. He doesn't know about your extracurricular activities, Cecil stated. This creates a security vulnerability. If he discovers your identity through unofficial channels, it could compromise operational security. My uncle has no reason to suspect anything, Megami countered. I've been careful. Perhaps, Cecil conceded. But as your involvement with planetary defense deepens, maintaining this deception becomes increasingly difficult. The GDA recommends a controlled disclosure. Megami frowned. You want me to tell him I'm Sukuna? We want to facilitate that disclosure in a secure, supported environment, Cecil clarified. With GDA personnel present to answer questions, provide context, and ensure he understands the confidentiality requirements. Megami considered this. Uncle Kenji finding out about his activities was inevitable at some point. A controlled disclosure under GDA supervision would be preferable to Kenji discovering the truth during a crisis. When? He asked finally. Tomorrow afternoon, Cecil replied. We've already arranged for him to have the day off. A GDA representative will accompany you to your residence for the conversation. Megami nodded slowly. Very well. Cecil studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. There's one more thing. We've detected unusual energy signatures near your apartment building last night. Nothing conclusive, but the pattern suggests someone may be taking an interest in your civilian identity. What kind of energy signatures? Megami asked sharply. Interdimensional fluctuations, Cecil said. Similar to those recorded during the Flaxen invasion, but on a much smaller scale. We've increased surveillance in the area as a precaution. Megami processed this information, his mind already calculating possibilities. Interdimensional energy could indicate many things, most of them potentially problematic. Thank you for the warning, he said finally. Cecil nodded. A car will pick you up at noon tomorrow for the meeting with your uncle. Until then, maintain normal patterns. He turned to leave, then paused. And Mr. Fushiguro? Congratulations on completing your probation. Your rehabilitation has been remarkable. After Cecil departed, Megami retrieved Mahoraga's journal from the drawer, flipping through the complex diagrams and notes once more. The Divine General's insights into Viltrumite physiology were fascinating, and potentially game-changing for their defense preparations. But his mind kept returning to Cecil's warning about interdimensional energy signatures. Someone or something was taking an interest in Megami Fushiguro. The question was, did they know about Sukuna his superhero identity, or was this related to something else entirely? Either way, it warranted investigation. But first, he needed to prepare for tomorrow's conversation with Uncle Kenji, a discussion he'd been both anticipating and dreading since arriving in this world. The Fushiguro apartment was exactly as Megami had left it that morning, modest, neat, with the lingering scent of the coffee Uncle Kenji had brewed before his shift. Now, sitting on the couch beside his uncle, with GDA agent Maria Col occupying the armchair across from them, Megami felt an unfamiliar tension in his stomach. Mr. Fushiguro, Agent Col began, her tone professional but gentle, thank you for meeting with us today. I understand this is unexpected. Uncle Kenji looked between them, concern evident in his tired eyes. Is Megami in some kind of trouble? Has something happened with his probation? Quite the opposite, Agent Col assured him with a small smile. Your nephew's probation has been officially terminated, with all remaining obligations considered fulfilled. Relief washed over Kenji's face. That's wonderful news. But, why is a government agent delivering it? Ms. Chen usually handles Megami's case. This isn't about probation, Uncle, Megami said quietly. It's about something else. Something I've been involved with. Kenji's expression shifted immediately to concern. Megami, if you've gotten mixed up in something. It's nothing illegal, Megami interrupted. Actually, it's the opposite. He exchanged a glance with Agent Col, who nodded encouragingly. Mr. Fushiguro, she said, are you familiar with the hero known as Sukuna? Kenji blinked, momentarily confused by the change in subject. The new one who works with the teen team? I've seen him on the news. He helped during the Flaxen invasion, right? Yes, Agent Col confirmed. He's been instrumental in planetary defense efforts over the past few months. What does this have to do with Megami? Kenji asked, still not making the connection. Megami took a deep breath. Uncle Kenji. I'm Sukuna. The words hung in the air between them. Kenji stared at his nephew, his expression cycling through confusion, disbelief, and then dawning realization. But that's not possible, he said finally. Sukuna has powers. He can do things that are. He trailed off, studying Megami's face more intently. Can you really? Instead of answering verbally, Megami extended his hand toward the coffee table. Dismantle, he said softly. A thin line appeared across the surface of the wooden table, a perfect cut that separated it into two equal pieces that shifted slightly but remained in place. Kenji's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Finally, he managed, how long? A few months, Megami replied. The abilities manifested suddenly. I've been working with the teen team and other heroes since then. All those nights you said you were studying at the library, Kenji murmured. The unexplained absences. The injuries you tried to hide. He looked up sharply. You were out there fighting, what? Criminals? Aliens? Both, Megami acknowledged. Among other threats. Agent COL interjected smoothly. Your nephew has become a valued asset in Earth's defense network, Mr. Fushiguro. His unique abilities and tactical insights have proven invaluable, particularly during the recent Flaxen invasion. Kenji ran a hand through his graying hair, still processing. And the probation? The community service. He continued fulfilling those obligations while also serving as Sukuna, Agent COL explained. Which is why the judicial system has now recognized that his heroic service more than satisfies any remaining requirements. I see. Kenji was quiet for a moment, then turned to Megami. Why didn't you tell me? The question was simple, but loaded with emotion that caught Megami off guard. There was no accusation in Kenji's tone, only hurt and concern. To protect you, Megami replied honestly. The fewer people who knew, the safer you would be. Safe, Kenji repeated with a sad smile. While you were out there risking your life. He shook his head. I'm a nurse, Megami. I've treated victims of violence. I've seen what happens in the aftermath of these superhero battles. The thought of you being in that kind of danger. I'm not ordinary, Megami reminded him. My abilities provide significant protection. No one is invulnerable, Kenji countered, years of emergency room experience evident in his voice. Not even Omni-Man, from what I've seen. Agent COL cleared her throat. Mr. Fushiguro, I understand your concerns. But please know that your nephew operates with substantial support and resources. The Global Defense Agency monitors all hero activities and provides immediate assistance when needed. Kenji looked at her, his expression hardening slightly. And why is the government involved in this? Why are you here for this conversation? Security protocols, she replied smoothly. When a hero's civilian identity is disclosed to family members, we provide support and guidance to ensure both parties understand the implications and responsibilities. Responsibilities, Kenji echoed. You mean keeping his secret? Among other things, Agent COL confirmed. Knowledge of a hero's civilian identity represents a significant security vulnerability, for both the hero and their loved ones. Kenji turned back to Megami, studying him with new eyes. All this time, I thought you were finally finding your way after everything that happened. Getting your life back on track. But you were becoming something else entirely. Megami felt an unexpected tightness in his chest at the mixture of pride and sorrow in his uncle's expression. I am on track, he said quietly. Just not the track we imagined. Kenji reached out suddenly, pulling Megami into a tight embrace. I'm proud of you, he whispered. Terrified for you, but proud. The gesture caught Megami completely off guard. Physical displays of affection were foreign to him, especially in his life as Sukuna, where touch had been either clinical or in battle, never comforting. He remained stiff for a moment before awkwardly returning the embrace. When Kenji pulled back, his eyes were damp. Your parents would be proud too, you know. Your father always said you were destined for something extraordinary. The mention of parents sent a strange pang through Megami. Though he had come to understand that this was indeed his third life. That he had been Megami all along, just as he had once been Sukuna and someone else before that. The emotional connection to these family memories still felt distant, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. Yet the genuine love in Kenji's eyes, the unconditional acceptance despite the shocking revelation, it stirred something within him that felt almost like guilt. As Sukuna, he had never known such acceptance. His own mother had feared him from birth, seeing in her child something unnatural, something to be feared rather than loved. His grandmother, the immortal Tenjin, her star plasma vessel having been his grandmother, had viewed him not as a child to be nurtured but as the son of heaven, a being with responsibilities to guide humanity's advancement. He had rejected that path, of course. Why should he guide and elevate those who had shunned him, feared him, called him demon since his first breath? Instead, he had chosen subjugation, domination, the imposition of his will upon a world that had offered him nothing but fear and expectation. And here was this man, this simple, ordinary human, offering unconditional love to him. No expectations of greatness, no fear of his power, just concern for his safety and pride in his choices. There's more, Agent COL said, interrupting Megami's unexpected introspection. As Mr. Fushijiro's involvement with planetary defense efforts increases, his financial needs are being addressed through a GDA stipend program. Kenji blinked, shifting mental gears. Financial needs. In simple terms, she continued, Megami will be receiving compensation for his work as Sukuna. Enough that you no longer need to work excessive overtime shifts at the hospital. Understanding dawned on Kenji's face as he turned to Megami. You did this? Arranged financial support so I wouldn't have to work so much. Megami, still processing his own unexpected emotional response, simply nodded. Kenji smiled, though his eyes remained concerned. Always looking out for others, even while carrying such a burden yourself. You're so much like your father. The comparison stirred something deep within Megami, memories of his father in this life, still hazy and incomplete, but undeniably his. It felt strange to connect with these memories that were simultaneously his and yet felt like they belonged to someone else. In his life as Sukuna, he had taken what he wanted without regard for those he harmed. Why should this be different? Yet it was. Somehow, it was. There are some forms to sign, Agent COL said, producing a tablet from her briefcase. Standard non-disclosure agreements, emergency contact authorizations, that sort of thing. As Kenji reviewed the documents, occasionally asking questions that Agent COL answered with practiced efficiency, Megami found himself watching his uncle with a strange mixture of emotions he couldn't quite identify. This man had welcomed him without question, had worked himself to exhaustion to provide for him, had worried about him and cared for him without any expectation of return, even before his remembrance. When he was still but a delinquent who only brought trouble and a bad reputation. It was so unlike virtually anything Sukuna had experienced in his long existence. The only one who could possibly be compared to this would be Urum. His most loyal follower. The girl who he found and raised as a portable fridge and cook. In essence, now remembering her, and their relationship, he realizes that he indeed did in his own way care about her, akin to perhaps the way a father would care for one's daughter. Though perhaps that is his new way of viewing all things, clouding his previous feelings towards her. He has changed quite substantially since his loss and remembrance of his original life. One last thing, Agent COL said as Kenji finished signing the forms. The GDA will be installing enhanced security measures in your apartment, discreet ones that won't disrupt your daily life. Standard protocol for families of active heroes. Kenji nodded, then turned to Megami. I still have 1,000 questions, but I suppose they can wait until Agent COL has finished her official business. Actually, Megami said, I think I'd like to answer those questions now, he stated, glancing at COL. She nodded. Of course. Be at your own leisure. My role here is primarily supportive. This is a family matter at its core. As they settled in for what would undoubtedly be a long conversation, Megami found himself experiencing something entirely new, a desire to share, to explain, to connect with this man who had shown him nothing but kindness. Not for strategic advantage. Not for manipulation. Simply because it felt right. It was still disconcerting. Unsettling. Still foreign despite everything that happened, for it simply could not dwarf the decades of existence as the lone king who stood atop the mountains, whose hands could reach the heavens and shatter the earth. Yet as he began answering Kenji's questions, carefully edited versions of the truth, but more honest than he might have been before, Megami realized he was experiencing something he had not known in decades. Belonging. Not as a king feared by subjects. Not as a curse dreaded by sorcerers. But as family. The concept was so alien that he almost couldn't process it. Yet as Kenji listened with rapt attention, asking thoughtful questions and expressing genuine concern rather than fear of his abilities, Sukuna found himself warming to this unfamiliar dynamic. Perhaps, he thought as he demonstrated a small, controlled application of cursed energy at Kenji's request, this was what he had been missing all along. Not just in this life, but in his previous one as well. Someone who saw him, truly saw him past his strength, and accepted him anyway. It was a dangerous thought. Attachment was vulnerability. Caring made one predictable, exploitable. And yet, when Kenji smiled at him with pride untainted by fear, Megami couldn't help but think that perhaps some vulnerabilities were worth the risk. Chapter 29, She. How? This is ridiculous, Rexplode muttered, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall of the GDA's largest conference room. We're preparing for an alien invasion, and Stedman wants us to play Trust Falls and share our feelings. Kate, currently in triplicate, rolled her eyes at him from across the room where she was helping arrange chairs in a circle. Would it kill you to be a team player for once? It might, Rex shot back. I'm allergic to forced bonding activities. Megami observed the exchange silently from his position near the doorway. The entire teen team and the Guardians of the Globe had been summoned for what Cecil termed a mandatory team integration exercise, a concept that clearly appealed to some more than others. The Immortal stood talking quietly with War Woman and Darkwing, his eyes occasionally sweeping the room with the practiced assessment of someone who had led teams across centuries. Green Ghost and Martian Man were examining the refreshment table, while Red Rush zipped around the room, seemingly unable to stay still for more than a few seconds. This is so awkward, Mark whispered, sidling up next to Megami. Dad's been avoiding the Guardians since his big confession. Now they're all stuck in the same room together. Indeed, Nolan Grayson stood somewhat apart from the others, his imposing figure drawing occasional wary glances from the heroes he had once planned to eliminate. The tension was palpable, despite the weeks that had passed since his revelation about the Viltrumite threat. Cecil knows what he's doing, Megami replied quietly. If we're going to defend Earth effectively, the teams need to function as a cohesive unit. After all, I was done in the very same way, the working together of the strong to defeat the strongest. Mark sighed. Yeah, I get that. But couldn't we just, I don't know, fight some bad guys together? That's how teams bond in the movies. Life isn't a movie, Mark, Megami said, his tone dry but not unkind. Unfortunately. The door opened and Cecil Stedman entered, followed by a young man Megami recognized as Robot. Thank you all for coming, Cecil began, moving to the center of the room. I know some of you have reservations about this exercise, but our research indicates that team cohesion is directly correlated with operational effectiveness. We get it, Cecil, the immortal said, his ancient voice carrying easily across the room. Skip the sales pitch and tell us what we're doing here. Cecil adjusted his glasses, unperturbed by the interruption. Today's activities will focus on 3 key areas: communication, trust, and knowledge integration. You will be working in mixed teams, members from both the Guardians and the Teen Team together to complete a series of challenges. A collective groan rose from several participants, Rex's being the loudest. Participation is mandatory, Cecil continued, his tone making it clear this wasn't negotiable. And yes, Mr. Splode, that includes you. Eve, who had been quietly conversing with Shrinking Ray near the windows, caught Megami's eye and offered a small smile. He acknowledged it with a slight nod, aware of the intense focus in her gaze even at this distance. Her fixation had only grown in recent weeks, becoming increasingly difficult to manage without directly addressing it. The first exercise, Cecil announced, is simple information exchange. You'll pair up one Guardian with one Teen Team member. And spend 15 minutes learning about each other's abilities, backgrounds, and tactical approaches. He began reading off assigned pairs from a tablet. The Immortal and Rex Splode. War Woman and Adam Eve. Darkwing and Robot. Green Ghost and Shrinking Ray. Martian Man and Duplicate. Red Rush and Invincible. He paused, looking up. And Omni-Man and Sukuna. The room fell silent as the implications of the last pairing registered. Pairing Nolan with Megami was either a stroke of strategic brilliance or a potential disaster, depending on one's perspective. The two most powerful individuals present, both with complex histories and agendas, forced to directly engage with each other. Well, in a sense. Since they have at least been able to communicate decently since the battle. It is still sometimes awkward. You have designated areas around the facility, Cecil continued, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Locations are on your communicators. You have 15 minutes, starting now. As the pairs reluctantly dispersed, Nolan approached Megami with measured steps. It seems we're partners for this exercise, he said, his tone neutral but his eyes watchful. So it seems, Megami replied, equally measured. Shall we? They made their way to a small conference room on the east side of the facility, neither speaking until the door closed behind them. I suspect this pairing wasn't random, Nolan said, taking a seat at the small table. Megami remained standing, preferring the tactical advantage of mobility. Cecil doesn't do random. He's testing our dynamic. Or ensuring we have an opportunity to align our stories before presenting them to the larger group, Nolan suggested. We haven't spoken privately since our return from the Flaxen Dimension. We haven't needed to, Megami said. Our arrangement has been clear. Nolan studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Has it? I sometimes wonder if we truly understand each other, Sukuna. The use of his hero name rather than his civilian identity was deliberate, a subtle reminder of the public persona they both maintained. Understanding isn't necessary for cooperation, Megami replied. Only aligned interests. And are our interests still aligned? Nolan asked, leaning forward slightly. You've integrated yourself remarkably well into Earth's defense network. The Guardians respect your abilities, the Teen Team follows your tactical guidance, and my son considers you his closest confidant. The observation carried a hint of accusation, or perhaps concern. It was difficult to tell with Nolan. Is that a problem? Megami asked directly. Nolan's lips curved in a slight smile. Not at all. In fact, it's impressive. In a few short months, you've positioned yourself as indispensable. A valuable skill. You would know, Megami countered. You spent 20 years doing the same. A moment of silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken implications. We should probably discuss our abilities, Nolan said finally, changing the subject. For the exercise. Megami nodded, accepting the shift. What would you like to know that you haven't already observed? The limits of your energy manipulation, Nolan replied without hesitation. In the Flaxen Dimension, you demonstrated capabilities beyond what you've shown the teams here. I'm curious about the discrepancy. Strategic reserve, Megami said simply. I never show everything I'm capable of. I imagine you follow a similar approach. Nolan inclined his head, acknowledging the point. Wise. Though it raises the question of what else you might be concealing. We all have our secrets, Megami replied. Even from allies. Indeed. Nolan's gaze was penetrating. Those secrets between allies can become problematic when lives are at stake. Megami met his gaze steadily. Then perhaps we should address the most relevant one. Have you received any communication from Viltrum since our return? The question was direct, perhaps even dangerous, but necessary. If the Viltrumite Empire had already detected Nolan's defection, their timeline for preparation would need to accelerate dramatically. No, Nolan answered after a moment. But that doesn't mean they aren't aware of my changed status. Communication across such distances isn't instantaneous, even for Viltrumites. How much time do we really have? Megami pressed. Nolan's expression grew grim. Less than I initially estimated. 3 months, perhaps 4. No more than that. The quantum destabilizer won't be ready in that time frame, Megami noted. Eve and Ray have made progress, but the targeting system remains problematic. Then we need alternatives, Nolan said. Other weapons, other strategies. Megami nodded. I'm working on several. Including one that might interest you particularly. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Oh. Mahoraga's study of Viltrumite physiology has yielded some unexpected insights, Megami explained. The smart atoms that give your species its durability might be replicable through certain applications of cursed energy. Nolan's interest was immediately apparent. You believe you can grant Viltrumite-like durability to others? Not exactly, Megami clarified. But I might be able to develop techniques that mimic certain aspects of it. Enough to give our defenders a fighting chance against your people. Fascinating, Nolan murmured. Though I wonder why you haven't shared this possibility with Cecil or the others. It's theoretical, Megami replied. And as you noted, some secrets are best kept until they're no longer theoretical. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Cecil entered without waiting for a response, his expression carefully neutral. Time's up, he announced. Everyone is reconvening in the main conference room for the next phase. As they followed Cecil back, Nolan spoke quietly enough that only Megami could hear. This conversation isn't finished. I didn't expect it to be, Megami replied. He's still choosing a more formal tone compared to before the confrontation. Still attempting to maintain distance from one you don't fully trust, I see, Sukuna thought to himself. The main conference room had been rearranged during their absence. The chairs now formed a complete circle, and a holographic projector had been set up in the center. Take your seats, please, Cecil instructed as the pairs filtered back in. For this next exercise, each pair will present what they've learned about their partner to the group. Rex groaned audibly. Seriously? We're doing show and tell now. Consider it tactical information sharing, Cecil replied smoothly. In a crisis situation, knowing your allies' capabilities could mean the difference between success and failure. The presentations began with the Immortal and Rex, an unlikely pairing that had clearly spent most of their 15 minutes in barely civil disagreement. Their presentation was terse, focusing on basic ability descriptions without any personal insights. Warwoman and Eve followed, their rapport noticeably warmer. Eve spoke enthusiastically about Warwoman's centuries of combat experience in her collection of mystical weapons, while Warwoman praised Eve's molecular manipulation abilities and scientific mind. As the presentations continued, Megami observed the group dynamics with interest. Despite the initial reluctance, information was being exchanged, connections were forming, and the tension in the room was gradually easing. Cecil's strategy, though heavy-handed, was proving effective. When it came time for Nolan and Megami to present, the room fell silent again, all eyes turning to the two most powerful individuals present. Nolan spoke first, his deep voice carrying easily. Sukuna possesses energy manipulation abilities unlike anything I've encountered in my centuries of experience. His primary techniques dismantle and cleave can cut through virtually any material, including Viltrumite flesh. He continued with a clinical assessment of Megami's demonstrated capabilities, careful to mention only what had been shown publicly. His tactical mind is equally impressive. He analyzes situations and adapts strategies with remarkable efficiency. When it was Megami's turn, he maintained a similar tone. Omni-Man's Viltrumite physiology grants him strength, speed, and durability far beyond human capabilities. His centuries of combat experience make him both a formidable opponent and a valuable ally. He continued with details about Viltrumite weaknesses that Nolan had already shared with the group. The specific sound frequencies that disrupted their inner ear function, their vulnerability to certain toxins, the limitations of their healing abilities when facing massive trauma. As they concluded, Megami noted the calculating look in Cecil's eyes. The director was assessing not just what they said, but what they didn't say, the careful boundaries both maintained even in this supposedly open exchange. Thank you all, Cecil said when the final pair had finished. This brings us to our last exercise for today, practical application. He activated the holographic projector, displaying a complex three-dimensional map of what appeared to be a military installation. This is a simulation of a potential Viltrumite incursion scenario, he explained. You will be divided into 3 mixed teams, each assigned to defend a different sector of the installation. Your objective is to repel the invaders while minimizing civilian casualties and infrastructure damage. The teams were quickly assigned, deliberately separating the most powerful members to create balanced units. Megami found himself grouped with the Immortal, Green Ghost, Rex, and Kate. The simulation begins in 5 minutes, Cecil announced. Use that time to develop your initial strategy. As the teams huddled in different corners of the room, Rex immediately took charge of their group. All right, I say we take an aggressive approach. Hit them hard before they can establish a foothold. The Immortal shook his head. Viltrumites are strongest in direct confrontation. We need to be more strategic. Sukuna, Green Ghost said, turning to Megami. You've fought a Viltrumite. What's your assessment? All eyes turned to him, and Megami felt a momentary satisfaction at being deferred to despite Rex's attempt at leadership. He allowed the fool his shine simply to avoid the annoyance of its brightness. Though sometimes, times like this, that brightness does have its uses. The Immortal is right, he said. Direct confrontation plays to their strengths. We need to separate them, use terrain to our advantage, and focus on coordinated attacks rather than individual heroics. Rex frowned but didn't argue. Fine. What's the plan then? Megami moved to the holographic display, examining their assigned sector. We have 3 primary entry points to defend. I suggest we position as follows: the Immortal and I will take the main entrance, as we have the best chance of temporarily holding off a Viltrumite if necessary. Green Ghost, you'll cover the east entrance. Your intangibility gives you mobility advantages in that more confined space. Rex and Kate, you'll handle the west entrance, which has the most civilians. He continued, outlining specific tactics for each position and contingencies for various scenarios. The others listened attentively, even Rex grudgingly acknowledging the soundness of the approach. As the simulation began, the teams were directed to separate rooms where advanced VR systems would create the scenario. The technology was impressive. Haptic feedback suits provided realistic sensations of movement and impact, while visuals were projected directly onto specialized contact lenses. The simulation itself was brutally realistic. 3 Viltrumites modeled after Nolan but with distinct appearances attacked simultaneously at different entry points. The AI controlling them incorporated everything Nolan had shared about Viltrumite tactics, making them formidable opponents even in this virtual environment. Megami found himself working alongside the Immortal with surprising efficiency. The ancient hero's millennia of combat experience complemented Megami's tactical precision, allowing them to coordinate attacks against their Viltrumite opponent with minimal verbal communication. On your left. The Immortal called as the simulated Viltrumite attempted to flank them. Megami responded instantly, sending a wave of cutting force that forced the alien to change course, directly into the Immortal's fist. Across their sector, Rex and Kate were working with similar coordination, Rex's explosive projectiles hurting civilians away from danger zones while Kate's duplicates provided evacuation assistance. Green Ghost, at her position, was using her intangibility to confuse and disorient her opponent, phasing through walls to lead the Viltrumite away from populated areas. The simulation lasted 30 intense minutes, during which all 3 teams were pushed to their limits. When it finally ended, they emerged from their respective rooms sweating and breathing hard, despite the fact that no real physical exertion had occurred. Impressive performance, Cecil said as they gathered again in the main conference room. Particularly from Team 3. Megami's group exchanged looks of surprise. They had been so focused on their own scenario that they hadn't been aware of how the others were faring. The objective wasn't to win against the Viltrumites, Cecil explained. That would be unrealistic given the parameters. The goal was effective coordination and civilian protection. Team 3 achieved a 97% civilian survival rate, the highest of any group. Rex couldn't help a smug smile. Told you we should go aggressive. Actually, Cecil countered, the data shows your team's success was primarily due to Sukuna's tactical approach and your group's adherence to it. The coordinated defense strategy minimized civilian exposure while maximizing your combined effectiveness against the threat. The Immortal nodded, giving Megami a look of genuine respect. The kid knows what he's doing. His approach was sound. Coming from someone who had led armies across centuries, the acknowledgement carried weight. Megami inclined his head slightly in acceptance of the compliment. This concludes today's formal exercises, Cecil announced. However, I strongly encourage you all to continue these interactions informally. The cafeteria has been prepared with refreshments, and the training facilities are available for those who wish to practice together. As the group began to disperse, some heading toward the cafeteria while others formed smaller conversation clusters, Eve made her way directly to Megami. That was impressive, she said, her eyes bright with that now familiar intensity. The way you coordinated with the Immortal, it was like you'd been fighting together for years. Adaptability is essential in combat, Megami replied neutrally, aware of Mark approaching from his left. Dude, you guys crushed it. Mark said enthusiastically. Our team got our butts kicked. Dad kept trying to take on all 3 Viltrumites himself. A flawed strategy, Megami observed. Yeah, well, try telling him that, Mark sighed. Hey, a bunch of us are heading to the cafeteria. You coming? Before Megami could respond, Eve interjected. Actually, I was hoping to discuss some new findings from the quantum destabilizer tests with Sukuna. It might help with the targeting issues we've been facing. Mark looked between them, a knowing smile forming. Sure, science stuff. Got it. Catch you guys later then. As he walked away, Eve turned back to Megami, a hint of triumph in her expression. I really do have new findings to discuss, but they can wait if you'd prefer to join the others. Megami considered his options. The social interaction in the cafeteria held little appeal, but allowing Eve more one-on-one time might further encourage her growing fixation. On the other hand, the quantum destabilizer project was crucial to their defense preparations. Let's discuss your findings, he decided. But in the lab, not here. Eve nodded, clearly pleased. The lab it is. The GDA research lab was Eve's domain, a space where her brilliance shone without restraint. As they entered, Megami noted the organized chaos that characterized her workspace, holographic displays showing molecular structures. Equipment humming, and notebooks filled with her precise handwriting scattered across multiple surfaces. Sorry about the mess, Eve said, though her tone suggested she wasn't sorry at all. I've been running simulations around the clock. Megami moved to the central workstation where a 3-dimensional model of what appeared to be the quantum destabilizer rotated slowly above a projection pad. Your findings, he prompted. Eve's eyes lit up as she approached the display, her fingers moving through the hologram to expand certain sections. I've been working on the targeting problem from a different angle. Instead of trying to make the weapon avoid specific DNA markers, which is proving nearly impossible given Mark's hybrid genetics, I've been exploring selective activation parameters. She manipulated the display, highlighting a component near the weapon's core. The destabilizer doesn't have to discriminate at the targeting stage if we build in a molecular recognition filter at the activation stage. Megami studied the design, genuinely interested despite himself. You're suggesting the weapon would fire indiscriminately but only activate against specific molecular structures. Exactly. Eve's enthusiasm was palpable as she moved closer to him, her shoulder nearly touching his as she adjusted the display. The energy discharge would pass harmlessly through non-Viltrumite tissue but destabilize when it encounters their unique cellular density. Clever, Megami acknowledged. Have you tested this approach? Simulations only so far, Eve admitted, turning to face him. Their proximity was suddenly apparent, but she didn't step back. We need more data on Viltrumite molecular structure to refine the parameters. I was hoping you might have insights from your encounters. Megami considered the request. The information gained from Mahoraga's study of Mark and his confrontation with Nolan could indeed prove valuable to Eve's research. Yet sharing everything might reveal more about his own intentions than he was comfortable disclosing. I have some observations that might help, he said finally. Though they're based on direct combat experience rather than scientific analysis. Eve nodded eagerly. That's still valuable. Sometimes empirical data is more useful than theoretical models. She moved to a nearby desk, clearing space among the papers. Let me grab my notes and we can compare findings. As she busied herself organizing her materials, Megami found himself studying her with unexpected interest. Her dedication to the project was impressive, her scientific mind approaching problems from angles others might miss. There was an intensity to her focus that reminded him, in some ways, of his own single-mindedness when pursuing jujutsu. Here we go, Eve said, returning with a tablet and several notebooks. So, what did you notice about Viltrumite physiology during your fight with Omni-Man? Anything about how his cells responded to your energy-based attacks? Megami shared carefully selected observations, how his dismantle bypassed certain aspects of Viltrumite durability in ways that could perhaps be replicated. The way Nolan's healing factor responded to different types of injuries, the apparent density variations in different parts of his anatomy. Eve took rapid notes, occasionally interrupting with questions that demonstrated her sharp understanding of both physics and biology. As they worked, Megami noticed her gradually relaxing, her formal scientist persona giving way to something more natural. You know, she said during a brief pause, this is the first time we've really collaborated without me having to drag information out of you. Her tone was light, almost teasing. It's nice. Megami raised an eyebrow slightly. The circumstances are different. This project has clear strategic value. Eve rolled her eyes. Right, because everything has to have strategic value with you. She set down her tablet, leaning against the desk. Would it kill you to admit you might actually enjoy working together? The directness of her question caught him slightly off guard. I find our collaboration productive, he allowed. Wow, high praise from the great Sukuna, Eve said with a laugh. I'll take it. There was something disarming about her in this moment, the professional scientist and obsessive observer temporarily set aside, revealing just Eve. Intelligent, perceptive, and surprisingly easy to talk to when not fixated on unraveling his every secret. You're different here, Megami observed. More human, Eve suggested when he didn't finish. Yet, well, the lab is my space. I don't have to be Adam Eve here, or even the teen team's resident science genius. I can just be me. Megami nodded, understanding the sentiment more than she might realize. Everyone wore masks, some literal, some metaphorical. The freedom to set those aside, even briefly, was rare. So, Eve continued, her tone deliberately casual as she turned back to the holographic display, what about you? Do you have a space where you can just be you? I'm always myself, Megami replied, though he knew it wasn't entirely true. Even now, with his 3 lives integrated, he maintained careful boundaries between his various personas. Eve shot him a skeptical look. Right. Because the guy who barely speaks during team meetings and the tactical mastermind who just led a perfect defense simulation and the guy who sometimes talks like he's from another century are all the same person. Her perception was uncomfortably accurate. People contain multitudes, he said simply. Walt Whitman, Eve noted with a smile. See? That's what I mean. 1 minute you're all tactical assessment and the next you're quoting 19th century poetry. You're a walking contradiction, Megami Fushiguro. The use of his civilian name in this context, casual, familiar, should have irritated him. Instead, he found himself surprisingly unbothered by it. Perhaps apparent contradictions are what make people interesting, he replied. Eve's smile widened. Now that's something we can agree on. She turned back to the hologram, making a few adjustments. Speaking of interesting contradictions, I've been thinking about our dinner a few weeks ago. Megami tensed slightly, wary of where this might be heading. You were more open then, she continued. More present. I've still been wondering what changed. Nothing changed, Megami said carefully. The context was different. Eve turned to face him fully. Was it? Or did you just let your guard down for once, and then regret it afterward? The directness of her question was jarring, but also refreshing after weeks of dancing around the growing tension between them. Perhaps both, he admitted after a moment. Eve nodded, seeming satisfied with even this small acknowledgement. Well, for what it's worth, I liked that version of you. The one who gets excited about good food and isn't afraid to speak his mind. Megami studied her, reassessing. Her fixation was still evident in the intensity of her gaze, but there was also something genuine in her words, an appreciation for who he was, not just fascination with what he could do. For the first time, he considered that perhaps his resistance to her interest wasn't entirely warranted. Was Eve's attention really so different from Mark's friendship or Kenji's familial affection? Different in nature, certainly, but perhaps not in sincerity. The realization was uncomfortable but difficult to dismiss. If he could accept friendship and family connections in this new life, why did he so reflexively reject the possibility of other types of relationships? The answer, of course, was Yorozu. Her obsession, her devotion that had transcended reason, it had been useful at times, but ultimately hollow. A connection based on power and fear rather than genuine understanding. But Eve wasn't Yorozu. Her interest, while intense, stemmed from curiosity and genuine appreciation rather than blind worship. She challenged him, questioned him, saw him as a person, obsessed with or not, rather than a deity to be revered. The quantum destabilizer, Megami said, deliberately redirecting the conversation. How soon can you implement these modifications? Eve allowed the change of subject, though her knowing smile suggested she recognized the evasion. With the data you've provided? Maybe 2 weeks for a prototype, another month for testing. Faster if Ray can help with the fabrication. That's within our timeline, Megami noted. Assuming Nolan's assessment is accurate. And if it isn't? Eve asked. If they come sooner. Then we adapt, Megami replied simply. As we always have. Eve nodded, turning back to her notes. I should get these calculations started while they're fresh in my mind. But... She hesitated, then continued with unusual directness, maybe we could grab dinner again sometime? To discuss the progress, of course. Megami considered the invitation. The strategic value of continuing their collaboration was clear. The weapon development was crucial to Earth's defense. But he found himself considering other factors as well, the engaging quality of her mind, the comfort of conversation with someone who saw beyond his carefully constructed facades. Perhaps it wouldn't be so terrible to explore this potential connection further. Not with the intensity Eve might hope for, perhaps, but with an openness he hadn't allowed himself previously. He'd need to be careful though, he himself was quite possessive when he considered something his, it would be in ways that would make Yorozu and Eve's obsessions trivial in comparison. Perhaps, he began, but stopped abruptly. A sensation washed over him, a familiar energy signature that he hadn't felt since his arrival in this world. Cold, precise, and unmistakable in its nature. Cursed energy, but not his own. Megami? Eve asked, concern replacing her earlier confidence. What's wrong? He was already moving toward the door, his body responding before his mind could fully process the implications. I need to go. Something's happened. What? Wait. Eve called after him. At least tell me what's going on. I'll contact you later, he said, not slowing his pace. This is important. He was out of the lab and moving through the GDA facility at a speed that drew startled looks from personnel he passed. The moment he reached the exterior, he abandoned all pretense of normal human movement, channeling cursed energy to enhance his speed to its maximum. The energy signature was coming from the outskirts of the city, near an abandoned industrial area. As he raced toward it, his mind cycled through possibilities, each more unlikely than the last. It couldn't be what he thought. It was impossible. And yet, the signature was unmistakable. As distinctive to him as his own reflection, a cursed energy he had known intimately for decades in another life. He arrived at the source, a derelict warehouse with broken windows and graffiti-covered walls. The area was deserted, the only sound the distant hum of highway traffic and the soft whistle of wind through the damaged building. Megami approached cautiously, every sense heightened, cursed energy ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. He pushed open the rusted door, its hinges protesting with a metallic groan. The interior was dim, dust motes dancing in the few shafts of late afternoon sunlight that penetrated the broken roof. At the center of the vast empty space stood a figure, slender, female, dressed in traditional Japanese clothing that looked wildly out of place in this modern, abandoned setting. She turned as he entered, her face as familiar to him as his own despite the time that had passed since he had last seen it. Her eyes widened in recognition, a mixture of disbelief and joy spreading across her features. Sukuna-sama, Urum called out, her voice carrying the same reverent tone he remembered from 1,000 years ago. I have found you at last. Chapter 30, Reunion. Time seemed to stand still in the abandoned warehouse as Sukuna stared at the figure before him. Urum, his faithful servant, his personal chef, the closest thing to family he had known in his centuries as the king of curses, stood just meters away, as real and tangible as the dusty floor beneath his feet. Urum, he said, his voice betraying more emotion than he would normally allow. How is this possible? She took a hesitant step forward, her traditional kimono rustling softly in the silence of the warehouse. Her eyes never left his face, drinking in his features as if afraid he might disappear at any moment. Sukuna-sama, she repeated, her voice trembling slightly. It is truly you. I was not certain the ritual would work. Sukuna approached her slowly, his senses alert for any sign of deception or danger. But there was none, this was undeniably Urum, her cursed energy signature as familiar to him as his own. The cold, precise aura that had always complemented his fiery power perfectly. Explain, he commanded, though his tone lacked the harshness it might once have carried. How did you find me? How did you cross between worlds? Urum immediately knelt in a formal position, head bowed in respect, a gesture that seemed both archaic and deeply personal in this abandoned modern setting. Forgive my presumption in seeking you out, Sukuna-sama, she began, her voice steadying as she fell into the familiar rhythm of reporting to her master. After your disappearance, when Fushiguro regained control of his body before the battle with Gojo Satoru, I fled. Sukuna's expression darkened at the mention of Gojo, his final battle, the one he had been preparing for, only to have it snatched away. He was still somewhat bitter about not being able to kill the Six Eyes. Continue, he said, moving to sit on a broken concrete pillar, gesturing for Urum to rise. She did so, though she remained standing at a respectful distance. I sought out Kenjaku, believing she might know what had happened to you. We collaborated, researching ways to locate you. Kenjaku, Sukuna repeated, a hint of disdain in his voice. Always interfering, always scheming. What did she want in return? Knowledge, Urum replied simply. Information about you that only I possessed. Your techniques, your binding vows, your preferences. Sukuna nodded. That sounded like Kenjaku, forever collecting data, storing it away for some future machination. And what did you discover? That you were not dead, Urum said, a flash of fierce loyalty in her eyes. We refused to believe it, and the evidence supported our conviction. Your essence had not dispersed as it would have in death. It had transferred. Moved beyond our realm entirely. And so you followed, Sukuna concluded, studying her with new interest. How? Urum hesitated, and for the first time, a flicker of apprehension crossed her face. I devised a method. A binding vow of unprecedented scale. Explain, Sukuna commanded again, leaning forward slightly. I used your remaining finger as an anchor, she began, her voice steady despite her obvious concern about his reaction. The last fragment of your original body that remained in our world. With it, I could establish a connection to your essence, wherever it had gone. Sukuna's eyes narrowed. A finger alone would not provide sufficient connection for interdimensional travel. What else? Urum's hands clasped tightly before her. I sacrificed items of significance. Cursed tools of immense value. The Kamutoke being among them. At this, Sukuna's expression darkened visibly. The Kamutoke, his cursed tool, one of his two favored weapons that he used to bring the Void Generals and the Fujiwara clan to their knees alongside the entire army of sorcerers of the Heian era. It had been lost till Yorozu recreated it upon her death, a foolish notion of love from her, attempting to kindle some feeling of affection and remembrance towards her when using it in the future, despite him being her killer. You destroyed the Kamutoke. His voice was dangerously quiet. Urum immediately prostrated herself, forehead touching the dusty floor. Forgive me, Sukuna-sama. I know it was precious to you, but I deemed finding you more important than preserving any artifact, no matter its value. I will accept any punishment you deem appropriate. For a moment, Sukuna remained silent, his face unreadable as he considered her words. In his previous life, such presumption might have been met with immediate, terrible consequences. The Urum he had known would have expected nothing less. But he was not that Sukuna anymore, not entirely. And besides this, he never expected to regain Kamutoke or Hiten anyway, without recreating them himself. Rise, Urum, he said finally, his tone softer than she would have expected. The Kamutoke was merely an object. Valuable, yes, but replaceable. Continue your explanation. Surprise flickered across her features as she straightened, clearly having expected a harsher response. Even with the finger and the sacrificed tools, the vow required more. Something of true value. And what did you offer? Sukuna asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Urum met his gaze directly. My ability to make binding vows. A heavy silence fell between them as Sukuna processed this revelation. The sacrifice of one's ability to make binding vows was not merely giving up a technique or capability, it was severing a fundamental connection to the very fabric of jujutsu itself. You sacrificed your connection to the binding vow system, to find me? He asked, unable to fully mask his astonishment. Yes, Sukuna-sama, she replied simply, as if the decision had been obvious. It was the only offering significant enough to power the vow I needed. Sukuna rose from his seat, pacing the dusty floor as he considered the implications. A memory surfaced, one from centuries ago, when he had first explained binding vows to a young Urum. Flashback. The forest clearing was silent except for the soft sound of flowing water from a nearby stream. Sukuna sat cross-legged on a flat stone, watching as his young servant practiced the technique he had just taught her. Again, he commanded, observing as Urum attempted to channel her cursed energy in the way he had demonstrated. Your control is improving, but your understanding is still lacking. The girl, for she was little more than that then, despite her already formidable abilities, paused, frustration evident in her usually composed features. Forgive me, Sukuna-sama, she said, bowing her head. I do not understand why the binding vow requires such specific terms. Sukuna's lips curved in a rare smile that held actual warmth. Because, Urum, binding vows operate on principles of value and exchange. What is valuable differs from person to person. He gestured to the stream. To a man dying of thirst in the desert, that water would be worth his most prized possession. To us, it is merely convenient. Urum nodded slowly. So the same sacrifice might yield different results depending on who makes it. Results when it comes to value, Sukuna confirmed. This is why binding vows are particularly useful to the strong. What might be precious to an average sorcerer could be worthless to one such as myself, for the standard is based on what is precious to the average person. He demonstrated by casually slicing his palm, letting blood drip onto the stone. Foremost, blood represents life, vitality, a significant sacrifice. For me, it is merely fluid, easily replenished. Thus, a blood sacrifice yields me greater returns for lesser cost. Urum's eyes widened with understanding. Then the most powerful binding vows would require sacrificing something truly irreplaceable. Yes, Sukuna agreed. The ultimate binding vow would be to sacrifice one's very ability to make binding vows, to sever one's connection to the system itself. Have you ever attempted such a vow, Sukuna-sama? Urum asked, her curiosity overcoming her usual reserve. Sukuna's expression darkened momentarily. Once. I failed. Failed. Urum echoed, clearly surprised that her master would admit to any failure. Heaven will not sever its connection with its son, Sukuna said cryptically. Binding vows are, at their core, a connection to the divine order, to the very rules that govern cursed energy. And well, let's just say my relationship with that order is complicated. The memory faded as Sukuna returned his attention to the present, to Urum kneeling before him in an abandoned warehouse in a world far from their own. You succeeded where I failed, he said quietly. Heaven refused to sever its connection with me, yet you managed to sever yours. Perhaps because I was never connected to heaven in the same way, Urum replied. I was not born as the son of heaven, merely a servant who learned to manipulate cursed energy through dedication and your guidance. Sukuna nodded slowly. And the vow brought you here, to this specific world, this specific location. The vow brought me to you, Sukuna-sama, Urum clarified. Wherever you might be. I had no knowledge of what awaited me, whether it would be death, another realm, or something else entirely. She looked around the warehouse, taking in the unfamiliar architecture and materials. I still do not fully understand where we are. This world, it is strange. The energy here feels different, the very air tastes wrong. We are in another dimension entirely, Sukuna explained. One where jujutsu does not exist as we knew it. Instead, there are superheroes and aliens, beings with powers derived from different sources altogether. Urum's expression remained composed, though her eyes widened slightly. And you have integrated into this world. I have, Sukuna confirmed. Though not by choice initially. I awoke here in this body, still Megami Fushijiro's form, but in this world, it is truly mine. All my lives are one, my existence as the king of curses, and now this. He studied her reaction carefully. Much has changed, Urum. I have changed. I see that, Sukuna-sama, she said softly, her perceptiveness as sharp as ever. There is a different quality to your cursed energy. Less driven by destruction, more integrated. And you speak differently as well. Sukuna found himself appreciating her insight. Urum had always been more than just a servant, she had been a witness to his existence, someone who truly knew him across his life. This world faces a threat, he continued. Aliens called Viltrumites, with physical powers that rival or exceed even the strongest cursed spirits. I have aligned myself with this world's defenders. Urum's expression remained neutral, though something flickered in her eyes, surprise, perhaps, or curiosity. You fight alongside others? As an equal. As a leader, in many ways, Sukuna corrected. Though yes, I work with them rather than simply commanding them. He paused, considering how much to reveal. I have found connections here. People of value. I understand, Urum said, though her tone suggested she was still processing this significant change in her master's approach. What would you have me do, Sukuna-sama? How may I serve you in this new world? The question hung between them, simple on the surface, but layered with meaning. In asking how she might serve, Urum was reaffirming her dedication to him, but also acknowledging that her role might need to change given his own transformation. Sukuna considered her carefully. Urum's abilities had always been formidable, her ice manipulation, her combat skills, her strategic mind. She could be a valuable asset in the coming conflict with the Viltrumites. But more than that, she represented a connection to his past that was both comforting and complicated. She knew him as he had been, the king of curses, feared and revered. She had served that version of him faithfully for centuries. Could she adapt to what he had become? For now, he said finally, you will remain hidden. This world has systems for detecting and monitoring powered individuals. Your arrival has likely already triggered alarms. He moved closer to her, his expression softening slightly. I need to understand how your abilities function in this world, how your cursed energy interacts with the physics here. And I need to prepare others for your presence. Urum nodded immediately. As you wish, Sukuna-sama. I will remain concealed until you determine it is appropriate for me to emerge. And Urum, he added, his tone shifting to something almost gentle, thank you. For finding me. For the sacrifices you made. The words seemed to catch her off guard. In all their time together, expressions of gratitude from Sukuna had been exceedingly rare. Her composure slipped momentarily, revealing genuine emotion beneath. I would have searched forever, Sukuna-sama, she said simply. For as long as it took. Sukuna nodded, acknowledging her loyalty without further comment. There is much to discuss, but not here. This location is too exposed. He considered his options. Taking her to his apartment was too risky, Uncle Kenji might return unexpectedly. The GDA facilities were obviously out of the question. The Grayson house had too many variables with Nolan's enhanced senses. I know a place, he decided. An abandoned construction site I've been using for training. It's isolated and unlikely to draw attention. Urum rose gracefully to her feet. Lead the way, Sukuna-sama. As they prepared to depart, Sukuna found himself in an unfamiliar position, explaining his new world to someone who had known him in his old one. The irony wasn't lost on him. For centuries, he had been the one constant in Urum's existence, her master, her purpose, her guiding force. Now, in this strange new reality, he would need to help her find her place just as he had found his. The thought was oddly satisfying. Perhaps having someone who truly knew him, who had witnessed his worst and remained loyal nonetheless, would make navigating this complex new life somewhat easier. Or perhaps it would complicate everything beyond measure. Either way, the King of Curses had regained his most faithful servant. The person who he considered his own kin, and that is all that mattered at the moment. Chapter 31, Gift for the Fallen. The abandoned construction site offered a semblance of privacy, the skeletal framework of unfinished buildings providing cover from prying eyes. Yet even here, amidst the concrete and twisted metal, Sukuna couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The GDA's surveillance network was comprehensive, and he had little doubt that Cecil Stedman was monitoring his every move. For now, however, the immediate priority was Urum. As they sat in the familiar alcove of the unfinished basement, Sukuna activated his communicator, accessing a secure GDA database with the skills he had acquired over the past few months. I need to create a background for you, he explained, his fingers flying across the touch screen. Something that will allow you to exist in this world without drawing unwanted attention. Urum watched him with quiet curiosity, her head tilted slightly as she observed this display of modern technology. What are you doing, Sukuna-sama? Fabricating a new identity, he replied, his attention focused on the screen. This world, just like the modern world we both woke into in our previous world, relies heavily on documentation, birth certificates, social security numbers, driver's licenses. Without these, you'll be an anomaly, easily detected by authorities. He located a suitable candidate in the database, a woman who had died in infancy, leaving behind a clean slate with no existing records. This will do, he murmured, downloading the information and preparing to alter it to fit Urum's needs. Is that permitted? Urum asked, a hint of concern entering her voice. Will it not bring unwanted attention from those in power? Sukuna's lips curved into a sardonic smile. I don't ask for permission, Urum. I simply take what is needed. And as for attention, that is easily managed. He spent the next hour meticulously crafting Urum's new identity, drawing on his knowledge of human systems and his acquired hacking skills to create a persona that was both believable and untraceable. Date of birth, social security number, educational records, employment history, all were carefully fabricated and inserted into the appropriate databases, creating a digital footprint that would withstand casual scrutiny. There, he said finally, leaning back with satisfaction. You are now Tsukumo Aoi, a freelance chef with a passion for traditional Japanese cuisine. You have a small apartment in the city center, a clean criminal record, and a history of paying your taxes on time. He turned the tablet toward Urum, displaying a photograph he had generated using advanced AI software, a stylized image that captured her likeness while subtly altering her features to align with her new identity. Urum studied the image with detached curiosity. Aoi Tsukumo, she repeated, testing the name on her tongue. Does this persona please you, Sukuna-sama? It's functional, Sukuna replied. It will allow you to exist without drawing attention. But that's just a tool. What matters is who you truly are, and your loyalty to me. That will never change, Urum assured him, her eyes meeting his with unwavering devotion. Satisfied, Sukuna closed the tablet and set it aside. There's still the matter of your cursed energy. It's unlike anything that exists in this world. Its presence will be detectable to those who know what to look for. And you believe there are others who can sense such things? Urum asked, her expression sharpening. Sukuna nodded. I do. I can sense them, though they are far from here. It is of no concern to me, however. He paused, considering his options. For now, you will suppress your cursed energy as much as possible. I will teach you methods to blend it with the background radiation of this world, to make it less noticeable. I will learn quickly, Urum promised. I have no doubt, Sukuna replied, a hint of warmth entering his voice. As he began explaining the principles of energy suppression, a new sensation washed over him, a faint but unmistakable trace of divine energy. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but familiar enough to make him pause mid-sentence. What is it, Sukuna-sama? Urum asked, sensing the change in his demeanor. Something unexpected, he murmured, rising to his feet. A gift, perhaps. From an unlikely source. He closed his eyes, focusing on the source of the energy, a point in the sky directly above them. A connection to heaven, the same force that had prevented him from sacrificing his ability to make binding vows centuries ago. The energy was faint, almost hesitant, but undeniably present. It carried a message, not in words, but in a feeling, an impression. Guidance. Acceptance. Approval. Sukuna opened his eyes, a mixture of surprise and something akin to amusement on his face. It seems heaven has decided to do a favor for its fallen son, he said to Urum. What do you mean, Sukuna-sama? The new identity I created for you, Sukuna explained. It has been blessed. Enhanced. It will withstand scrutiny far better than I initially believed possible. He accessed the GDA database again, pulling up Urum's newly created profile. The information was the same as before, but there was now a subtle layer of protection, a divine seal that masked any inconsistencies and deflected any attempts to tamper with the data. It seems your new identity has been verified at the highest levels, Sukuna murmured, a hint of wry amusement in his voice. No one will question who you are, where you came from, or what you are doing here. You are now, officially, Aoi Tsukumo. Urum's eyes widened slightly. By whose power, Sukuna-sama? By the power of heaven itself, Sukuna replied, and for the first time in centuries, he found himself smiling at something not entirely of his own making. It seems even the divine have their uses, he added, mostly to himself. He set down the tablet and turned his attention to Urum, studying her with a critical eye. Now that she had a legitimate identity, the next step was to integrate her into this new world. You'll need to familiarize yourself with modern customs and technology, he said. Learn to use a computer, a smartphone, a credit card. Observe how people interact, how they dress, how they speak. I will learn quickly, Sukuna-sama, Urum assured him. I have no doubt, Sukuna replied. And while you're doing that, I'll be working on a more pressing problem. He turned away, pacing the dusty floor as he considered the implications of this unexpected divine intervention. Why would heaven, which had seemingly abandoned him centuries ago, suddenly take an interest in his affairs? It had a second son after all, Satoru Gojo. Both of them having been born under celestial phenomenon. Satoru Gojo, shifting the balance of the world, the cloudless sky lit with bright stars, a sensation of pressure engulfing all of Japan upon his birth, as was what he read from the documents Kenjaku provided. It was a contrast to his birth phenomenon. Rather than something beautiful, his was destructive. The cursed energy of the entire nation boiled upon his first breath, upon his first cry the rivers burned, sorcerers and civilians alike died. A demon he was called. Ironic, for he was the first, heaven's first attempt at providing guidance towards sorcerers, as was what his grandmother Tenjin told him. Rejection, hatred, and revulsion towards their supposed guide. Their savior from the evils of curses. Sukuna scoffed at the thought. He had defied that purpose. Guidance towards those weaklings who only knew to show him hate? Ridiculous. Though still, beyond it all one must wonder and question, why the aid? Why aid him despite his rebellion to his purpose? Sukuna turned back to Urum, a new thought occurring to him. The divine intervention was indeed unprecedented, heaven did not simply bestow favors without cause or invocation. Urum, he said, his voice taking on a more formal tone, tell me the exact wording of your binding vow. The precise terms you used to sever your connection to the binding vow system. Urum straightened, her expression solemn as she recalled the ritual that had brought her across dimensions. Of course, Sukuna-sama. She closed her eyes, reciting from memory, I, Urum, faithful servant to Ryuman Sukuna, the honored one, first son of heaven, do hereby relinquish my connection to the binding vow system that governs all jujutsu. I surrender this fundamental right so that I may follow my master beyond the boundaries of our world, wherever his essence may have traveled. By heaven's witness and by the authority granted to those who serve its firstborn, I claim passage to Sukuna-sama's side, that I may continue my service as was ordained when first I pledged myself to him. Sukuna's eyes narrowed as he processed her words. By heaven's witness, he repeated softly. And by the authority granted to those who serve its firstborn. Yes, Sukuna-sama, Urum confirmed. I invoked your status as heaven's firstborn to strengthen the vow. Was that presumptuous of me? No, Sukuna said, a hint of amusement in his voice. It was clever. Perhaps more clever than you realized. He paced the room again, the pieces falling into place. You invoked heaven directly in your vow. You claimed authority through your service to me, to the first son. And heaven, responded. I don't understand, Sukuna-sama, Urum admitted, her brow furrowing slightly. Heaven does not interfere in mortal affairs without invitation, the vow system akin to a hand of it being called upon, Sukuna explained. It cannot otherwise act directly. Your binding vow created such a channel, not just to find me, but to establish your place at my side. He gestured to the tablet displaying her new identity. The protection now surrounding your fabricated identity isn't my doing, nor is it merely digital. It's divine sanction. Heaven has acknowledged your right to be here, with me. Urum's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Then my vow, it continues to function even though I surrendered my ability to make binding vows. In a manner of speaking, Sukuna nodded. The vow itself is complete, you found me, as you intended. But the invocation of heaven's witness created an ongoing recognition of your status. A divine acknowledgement that you belong at my side. He studied her with renewed interest. You may have surrendered your ability to make binding vows, Urum, but in doing so, you gained something perhaps more valuable, heaven's recognition of your service to its firstborn son. Urum bowed her head, humbled by the implications. I sought only to find you, Sukuna-sama. Any other consequence was unintended. Intended or not, it works in our favor, Sukuna replied. Your presence here now has divine sanction. Even those who might sense something unusual about your existence in this world will find their suspicions diverted. He fell silent for a moment, contemplating this unexpected development. Heaven, which had turned from him when he rejected his purpose as its guide, had now indirectly aided his faithful servant. Perhaps not for his sake, but for hers, for the devotion she had shown in following her ordained path when he himself had abandoned his. The irony is not lost on me, he murmured, more to himself than to Urum. Heaven aids the servant while continuing to ignore the son. Sukuna-sama. Urum questioned softly. He waved away her concern. It's nothing. A reflection on old grievances that matter little now. He returned his attention to the practical matters at hand. We should continue with your integration. There is much to teach you about this world and how to navigate it. As they resumed their discussion of modern customs and technology, Sukuna found himself contemplating the complex web of divine intervention, personal choice, and cosmic balance that had brought them to this point. Heaven may have abandoned him when he rejected his purpose, but it had not forgotten him, nor, apparently, those who remained faithful to him despite his fall. A gift for the fallen son's most loyal servant. Perhaps even a message to the son himself. Sukuna dismissed the thought. Divine intentions were irrelevant. What mattered was that Urum was here, her presence legitimized beyond what he could have arranged himself. Another piece on the board as he prepared for the coming conflict with the Viltrumites. And perhaps, though he would scarcely admit it even to himself, a welcome reminder of a time when he was not just powerful, but truly revered. Chapter 32, Tension. The Grayson household buzzed with unusual activity. Debbie moved about the kitchen with excited energy, arranging platters and checking the dining room table for the third time. Mark leaned against the doorframe, watching his mother's preparations with amusement. "Mom, it's just dinner with Megami and his friend," he said. "Not a state dinner with the president." Debbie paused, smoothing her apron. I know. But it's the first time Megami's ever brought a friend here. I want to make a good impression." Mark smiled. "I think that ship sailed when he found out Dad was planning to conquer Earth." "Mark." Debbie scolded, though there was no real heat in it. They had all grown accustomed to the strange new reality of their family situation over the past months. Nolan entered from his study, eyebrow raised at the elaborate preparations. "Debbie, I think you've outdone yourself." "I just want everything to be perfect," she replied. "Megami's become important to this family. If his friend is important to him, then..." The doorbell rang, interrupting her explanation. Mark pushed off from the doorframe. "I'll get it." He opened the door to find Megami standing beside a slender Japanese woman with striking features and an air of composed dignity. She wore a simple but elegant black dress that somehow made her look both modern and timeless. "Hey," Mark greeted, stepping aside. "Come in. Mom's been cooking all day." "This is Tsukumo," Megami said as they entered, his tone casual but with an underlying formality that Mark had come to recognize as his friend shifting into a more public persona. "She's a chef I've been hiring to prepare meals for me occasionally." Tsukumo bowed slightly, her movements precise and graceful. "It is a pleasure to meet Megami-san's friends," she said, her accent noticeable but her English clear. "Thank you for inviting me to your home." Mark led them to the living room where Nolan and Debbie waited. The introductions continued, with Debbie warmly welcoming Tsukumo while Nolan studied her with that penetrating gaze he reserved for new variables in his environment. "A chef?" Nolan inquired, his tone conversational but his eyes watchful. "That's an interesting profession." "I specialize in traditional Japanese cuisine," Tsukumo replied with perfect composure. "Megami-san appreciates authentic flavors that are difficult to find in this city." "Tsukumo is being modest," Megami interjected. "Her food rivals the best I've ever tasted." Coming from Megami, whose appreciation for culinary excellence was well known among his friends, this was high praise indeed. Debbie's eyes lit up with interest. "I'd love to hear about these cooking techniques," she said, gesturing toward the kitchen. "Would you mind if I asked for some tips while we finish preparing dinner?" "It would be my honor," Tsukumo replied with another small bow. As the women moved toward the kitchen, Mark noticed something curious. The way Megami's eyes followed Tsukumo, not with the interest of someone attracted to her, but with something more complex. Something almost protective. "So," Nolan said once they were alone, "how did you meet your chef friend?" Megami's expression remained neutral. "I found her restaurant online. After tasting her food, I arranged for private cooking services." "Convenient," Nolan observed. "And she just happened to be available whenever you needed her." "Good food is worth arranging one's schedule around," Megami replied smoothly. Mark glanced between them, sensing the subtle tension. "Dad, what's with the third degree? Megami's allowed to have friends outside the team." Nolan's expression softened slightly. "Of course. I'm merely curious about someone new entering our circle, given our unique situation." From the kitchen, the sound of Debbie's delighted laughter floated through the house. Whatever Tsukumo had shared with her had clearly made an impression. "She seems nice," Mark offered, trying to break the tension. "And if she cooks as well as you say, maybe we should hire her for family dinners sometimes." "Perhaps," Megami agreed, though something in his tone suggested he found the idea unlikely. Mark hesitated before adding in a lower voice, "Eve is going to lose her mind when she finds out about this, you know." Megami's expression remained carefully neutral. "Why would Eve have any reaction to my hiring a chef?" "Come on," Mark said with a knowing look. "You've seen how she gets about you. She practically scans anyone who comes within 10 feet of you with those molecular vision eyes of hers." "Eve's interest is scientific," Megami replied dismissively. Mark snorted. "Yeah, and Dad's just a regular science writer." Dinner itself was a curious blend of Debbie's home cooking and elements that Tsukumo had clearly influenced the presentation more artful, certain flavors more pronounced. Throughout the meal, Mark observed the dynamic between Megami and Tsukumo with growing interest. They didn't interact like new acquaintances. There was a familiarity in their exchanges, a shorthand in their communication that suggested a much longer association than Megami had implied. Tsukumo anticipated Megami's preferences without being told, serving him precisely what he wanted before he could ask. More telling was how Megami behaved around her, slightly less guarded than usual, his responses less measured. As if her presence allowed him to relax a fraction of his perpetual vigilance. "Tsukumo," Nolan said during a lull in the conversation, "Megami mentioned you're a freelance chef. Have you been in that line of work long?" "Several years," she replied smoothly. "I trained in Japan before coming to America to expand my culinary horizons." "And what brought you to this particular city?" Nolan pressed, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. Tsukumo met his gaze without hesitation. "Opportunity. There are few authentic Japanese chefs here, which creates demand for my skills." "Lucky for Megami," Debbie interjected with a warm smile. "Finding food that reminds you of home must be comforting." "Indeed," Tsukumo agreed, her eyes briefly meeting Megami's. Familiar tastes can ground us, even in unfamiliar surroundings. The conversation shifted to other topics: school, current events, the ongoing preparations for what everyone present knew was coming but avoided naming directly. Throughout it all, Mark continued his observation, increasingly certain that there was more to Tsukumo than Megami was revealing. After dinner, as they moved to the living room for coffee, Mark managed to catch Megami alone for a moment in the hallway. So, you want to tell me the real story? He asked quietly. Megami raised an eyebrow. About Tsukumo, Mark said. You two have known each other a lot longer than you're letting on. For a moment, Megami seemed to consider his options. Then, with a slight nod, he acknowledged the truth of Mark's observation. She's an old friend, he admitted. Someone I knew, before. I trust her completely. Why the secrecy then? Mark asked, genuinely curious rather than accusatory. Simplicity, Megami replied. The fewer complications in our current situation, the better. Mark studied his friend, recognizing there was still more being left unsaid. But he also understood Megami well enough by now to know when not to push. She seems cool, he said instead. And Mom's practically adopted her already. Though seriously, he added, lowering his voice, Eve is going to freak. You know how she gets about you. She's been doing that weird molecular scan thing on you every time we mention any woman in the same sentence as your name. Between you and me, Mark stated, his last words becoming a whisper. I think she's checking whether you know. Mark began, making a ring with 2 fingers and a single finger near it, released it with anyone. Megami's expression remained impassive, but a flicker of annoyance crossed his features at Mark's crude gesture. Eve's personal concerns are irrelevant to our mission, he replied coolly. And I'd suggest focusing on more pressing matters than juvenile speculation about others' private lives. Mark raised his hands defensively. Hey, I'm just giving you a heads up. You know how Eve gets when she's interested in something. Or someone. So-called scientific curiosity and all that. Before Megami could respond, they were interrupted by Debbie calling them back to the living room. The rest of the evening passed without incident, though Mark continued to observe the curious dynamic between Megami and Tsukumo with growing fascination. Later that week, Megami returned to his apartment after a particularly grueling training session with the teen team. His muscles ached pleasantly from exertion, a reminder of progress made in their preparations for the coming Viltrumite threat. The apartment was quiet, Uncle Kenji having gone out with friends from the hospital, a rare social evening made possible by his reduced work schedule. The financial support from the GDA had transformed his uncle's life, allowing him time for friendships and hobbies long neglected during years of overtime shifts. Megami moved through the darkened apartment with practiced ease, making his way to the kitchen. The light from the refrigerator illuminated Urum, who stood at the counter preparing what appeared to be a late dinner. You sensed my approach, Megami observed, not surprised by her presence. They had established this routine over the past week, Urum arriving to prepare meals when Uncle Kenji was absent. Of course, Sukuna-sama, she replied, her movements precise as she arranged sliced fish on a plate. Your energy signature is unmistakable, even when suppressed. Megami nodded, taking a seat at the kitchen island to watch her work. There was something again oddly comforting about having her hear, a connection to his past life that, despite its complications, felt like a form of continuity in this strange new existence. The Graysons were impressed by you when I introduced you, he commented, accepting a cup of tea she had prepared in anticipation of his arrival. Urum inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. The mother is kind. The son is observant. The father. She paused, considering her words carefully. The father carries power and suspicion in equal measure. An accurate assessment, Megami agreed. Nolan Grayson is not easily deceived. Yet he accepted my presence, Urum noted, arranging vegetables with artistic precision. For now, Megami replied. His focus remains on the larger threat to Earth. A chef, even one with unusual energy, is a minor concern by comparison. The doorbell rang, interrupting their conversation. Megami tensed slightly. They weren't expecting visitors, and Uncle Kenji had his own keys. Remain here, he instructed Urum, rising from his seat. He moved to the door with cautious steps, extending his senses to identify the visitor. The familiar signature of molecular energy confirmed his suspicion before he even reached the entrance. Eve. He opened the door to find her standing in the hallway, a tablet clutched in one hand and a determined expression on her face. Eve, he greeted her, keeping his tone neutral. This is unexpected. Sorry to drop by unannounced, she said, though her expression suggested she wasn't particularly sorry. But I've made a breakthrough with the quantum destabilizer targeting system. I thought you'd want to see it right away. She was already moving past him into the apartment before he could respond, her steps purposeful as she headed toward the living room. I've managed to isolate the specific molecular signature that differentiates Viltrumite cellular structure from human, she continued, activating her tablet. If we modify the resonance frequency to... She stopped abruptly as she sensed another presence in the apartment. Her head turned toward the kitchen, where Urum stood in the doorway, her posture composed but alert. The atmosphere shifted instantly, a palpable tension filling the space between the two women. Oh, Eve said, her voice carefully controlled. I didn't realize you had company. Megami moved to stand between them, his expression revealing nothing of his internal calculations. Eve, this is Tsukumo Aoi, he introduced formally. She's a chef I've hired to prepare authentic Japanese cuisine. A chef, Eve repeated, her eyes briefly flashing pink as she instinctively activated her powers. How Convenient. Urum bowed slightly, her face a perfect mask of polite deference. It is a pleasure to meet Megami-san's colleague. Eve's smile didn't reach her eyes. Colleague? I think we're a bit more than that. She moved closer to Megami, casually placing her hand on his arm. Megami and I have been working closely together for months now. We've developed quite the connection. Urum's expression remained impassive, though her eyes tracked Eve's hand on Megami's arm. I've been helping Megami refine his abilities, Eve continued, not removing her hand. We spend hours together in the lab. Just the two of us. It's quite intimate work. Eve, Megami said, his tone carrying a subtle warning as he gently but firmly removed her hand from his arm. Tsukumo has prepared dinner. Perhaps you'd like to continue our discussion over a meal. Eve's eyes narrowed slightly at the rebuff, but she recovered quickly. Actually, I brought dinner for us. She gestured to a bag by the door that Megami hadn't noticed earlier. I thought we could go over the data while we ate. Just us. How thoughtful, Urum commented, her voice perfectly neutral. However, I have already prepared Megami-san's favorite dishes. Perhaps another time. Eve turned to face Urum fully, her stance subtly shifting to one of challenge. I'm sure your cooking is lovely, but Megami and I have important work to discuss. Time-sensitive matters that can't wait. The quantum destabilizer, Megami interjected smoothly. You mentioned a breakthrough. Yes, Eve said, activating her tablet again, though her attention remained partially on Urum. I've made significant progress on the targeting system. Something I wanted to share with you first, before the others. She emphasized the last words, a clear message of privileged status. Perhaps I should leave you to your discussion, Urum offered, though she made no move to actually depart. No need, Eve replied with false sweetness. I'm sure you can continue your cooking, while Megami and I work. We're used to focusing despite distractions. She moved to the living room couch, deliberately setting her tablet on the coffee table and arranging herself comfortably, as if staking a claim to the space. Megami, I need your input on these calibration parameters. Megami glanced between the two women, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. Tsukumo, please continue with dinner preparations. Eve and I will review her findings in the meantime. Urum bowed slightly. Of course, Megami-san. As Urum returned to the kitchen, Eve patted the space beside her on the couch. These calculations are quite detailed. You'll need to sit close to see properly. Megami chose the adjacent armchair instead, maintaining a professional distance. I can see perfectly well from here. Eve's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. As you wish. She began her presentation, her voice carrying just loud enough to ensure it would reach the kitchen. As I was saying, I've been working on this non-stop. Barely sleeping, really. But it's worth it when we make progress together. For the next 20 minutes, Eve outlined her findings, her explanation scientifically sound but peppered with unnecessary slightly loud personal references. Remember when we discussed this late in the lab last week, and that approach you suggested during our dinner really paid off. Megami listened attentively, offering insights and suggestions where appropriate, all while acutely aware of the emotional undercurrents swirling beneath the scientific discussion. When Eve finally concluded her presentation, she closed her tablet with a decisive snap. So, what do you think? With these modifications, we could have a functional prototype within a week. Your work is impressive, Megami acknowledged genuinely. The targeting solution is elegant. Eve's expression softened slightly at the praise, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Thank you. I've been working on it non-stop since our last session. A delicate cough from the kitchen doorway drew their attention. Urum stood there, her posture respectful. Forgive the interruption, but dinner is prepared, Megami-san. Should I set a place for your guest as well? Before Megami could respond, Eve rose from the couch, moving to stand close beside him. Actually, I think Megami and I should continue this discussion at my lab. We have equipment there that would help visualize these calculations better. She turned to him, her expression a mixture of determination and possessiveness. Don't you agree? The discussion can continue here, Megami replied evenly. The data is comprehensive, and your explanation was clear. Eve's smile became fixed. But the prototype components are at the lab. We could make actual progress tonight if we went there now. The hour is late, Megami observed. And we both need to maintain our strength for tomorrow's training session. Eve hesitated, clearly weighing her options. Then, with visible reluctance, she nodded. You're right, of course. Efficiency requires proper rest. She gathered her tablet, her movements precise and controlled. I should go, then. Let you enjoy your dinner. She walked to the door with Megami following, then paused in the entryway. Oh, I almost forgot. Cecil wants us to run a joint simulation tomorrow with the Guardians. He specifically requested that you and I work together on the tactical approach. Her voice carried just enough to ensure Urum would hear. We make such an effective team, after all. I'll be at the facility at the usual time, Megami confirmed. Eve smiled, reaching out to straighten an imaginary wrinkle on his shirt collar. Perfect. I'll be waiting. She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a more intimate level. She's not just a chef to you, is she? Megami met her gaze steadily. Tsukumo is exactly what I said she is. No one is ever exactly what they seem, Megami, Eve replied, her eyes searching his. Not even you. She stepped back, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. Especially not you. We all contain multitudes, Megami replied, using the phrase that had become something of a refrain between them. Some more than others, Eve responded with a pointed look toward the kitchen. She stepped into the hallway, then turned back one last time. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't be late. With that parting instruction, she departed, leaving Megami standing in the doorway, watching her retreating figure with a mixture of concern and resignation. When he returned to the kitchen, Urum was arranging their meal with her usual precision, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts. She is perceptive, Urum observed quietly, placing a perfectly arranged plate before him. And possessive. Reminds me of someone. Yorozu's name was unspoken between them. Megami sat, appreciating the artistry of the presentation. Eve is complicated. She sees you clearly, Urum continued, taking her own seat across from him. Or at least, she believes she does. She senses your true nature, even if she cannot name it. Eve sees patterns where others see only chaos, Megami acknowledged. It makes her valuable as an ally, but also potentially problematic. And is more than an ally. Urum asked, her tone carefully neutral as she poured tea. Megami paused, considering the question. That remains to be seen. Though perhaps not for long, since he himself has begun to consider what it would be like to accept her advances. They ate in companionable silence for a while, the familiar flavors of Urum's cooking bringing a sense of continuity that transcended worlds and lifetimes. She will return, Urum said finally. Her curiosity and her possessiveness will drive her to seek answers. I know, Megami replied. And when she does, we'll be prepared. As you wish, Sukuna-sama, Urum said with a slight bow of her head. As they continued their meal, Megami found himself contemplating the growing complications in his carefully constructed life. Eve's perception, Urum's presence, the approaching Viltrumite threat, all variables in an increasingly complex equation. But complexity, like the flavors in a well-prepared dish, could be appreciated for its own sake. And as the greatest sorcerer he knew well, true mastery came not from avoiding complications, but from turning them to one's advantage. Chapter 33, Love. 3 weeks passed in a blur of preparation and tension. The Quantum Destabilizer project had entered its final testing phase, the Guardians and Team had established joint training protocols, and Earth's defenses were steadily strengthening against the coming Viltrumite threat. Yet amid this global crisis, a more personal tension had been building to breaking point. Eve stood in her laboratory, staring at the molecular simulation before her without really seeing it. Her mind was elsewhere, replaying the same patterns that had consumed her thoughts for weeks. Megami and Tsukumo. Every interaction she'd observed between them carried an intimacy that drove her to distraction. The way they communicated without words, the way Tsukumo anticipated Megami's needs before he expressed them, the way his usual guardedness softened slightly in her presence. It wasn't romantic, Eve had analyzed their body language enough to determine that much. But it was something. Something deep and established. Something that excluded her completely. And it was driving her mad. She'd started tracking their movements obsessively, creating complex algorithms to predict where they might appear together, manufacturing reasons to be present whenever they met. Her lab notebooks, once filled with elegant scientific formulas, now contained pages of observations about their interactions, precise timestamps, duration of eye contact, frequency of proximity. Simulation complete, the computer announced, startling her from her thoughts. Eve blinked, forcing her attention back to the task at hand. The Quantum Destabilizer's targeting system had successfully discriminated between Viltrumite and human cellular structures in all 500 test scenarios. Under normal circumstances, this achievement would have filled her with triumph. Instead, she felt only a hollow satisfaction, her thoughts immediately turning to sharing the news with Megami. Would he be impressed? Would this finally be enough to break through his careful distance? She ran her fingers over the simulation results, imagining his reaction. Would his eyes light up with that rare spark of genuine interest? Would he offer one of those rare, precious compliments that she collected and replayed in her mind during sleepless nights? The laboratory door slid open behind her, and Eve turned, her heart rate accelerating as she recognized Megami's energy signature before she even saw him. She'd become attuned to it over the months, could sense his presence from across a crowded room, could distinguish the subtle variations that indicated his mood or level of energy expenditure. Your message said the final simulations were complete, he said, moving to examine the data displayed across her screens. Yes, Eve confirmed, unable to keep a hint of pride from her voice. Perfect discrimination across all test scenarios. The prototype is ready for physical testing. She watched him intently, cataloging every micro-expression, every subtle shift in his posture. Her enhanced perception, normally focused on molecular structures, had been repurposed to study him with scientific precision. Megami nodded, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts as he studied the results. Impressive work. Cecil will be pleased. Cecil, Eve repeated, a bitter edge entering her voice. Is that all you can think about? Pleasing Cecil? Preparing for the Viltrumites. Megami turned to her, one eyebrow raised slightly. Isn't that what we've been working toward? Earth's defense. Yes, but Eve stopped, frustrated by her inability to articulate what she really wanted to say. She turned away, her hands clenching at her sides. Never mind. I'll inform Cecil that the targeting system is ready for implementation. She moved to send the message, but Megami's voice stopped her. Something's bothering you, he observed. Not a question, but a statement of fact. Eve laughed, the sound brittle even to her own ears. You think? She turned back to face him, weeks of frustration finally boiling over. 3 weeks, Megami. 3 weeks of you avoiding being alone with me. 3 weeks of bringing her to every team gathering. 3 weeks of watching you two communicate in some private language no one else understands. Megami's expression remained carefully neutral. Tsukumo is. Don't, Eve interrupted, raising a hand. Don't tell me she's just a chef. Don't insult my intelligence that way. She stepped closer to him, her eyes glowing faintly pink as her emotions affected her molecular control. What I want to know is why. Why won't you give us a chance? Is there something wrong with me? The raw vulnerability in her voice seemed to catch Megami off guard. For a moment, his careful mask slipped, revealing something almost like confusion beneath. There's nothing wrong with you, Eve, he said finally, his tone softer than usual. Then why, she pressed, moving closer still. Why won't you accept what's between us? Why won't you love me like I love you? The words hung in the air between them, Eve's declaration finally spoken aloud after months of growing feelings. Her heart pounded in her chest, fear and hope warring within her as she waited for his response. Megami studied her for a long moment, his red eyes unreadable. Why do you think you love me, Eve? He asked finally, his voice carefully neutral. The question caught her off guard. What do you mean, why? How can you ask that after everything we've been through together? Humor me, he replied, his gaze never leaving hers. What is it about me that inspires such devotion? Eve's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed with determination. If he wanted reasons, she would give him reasons. You're brilliant, she began, her voice gaining strength. Your mind works in ways that challenge me, that make me think differently. You see patterns others miss, connections that elude everyone else. She began pacing, her hands moving expressively as she continued. You're powerful but controlled. I've watched you in battle, the precision, the economy of movement, the absolute mastery over your abilities. It's beautiful. Like watching the perfect chemical reaction, where every element behaves exactly as it should. Megami remained silent, watching her with that intense focus that always made her feel simultaneously exposed and exhilarated. You appreciate beauty, she continued. Not just superficial beauty, but true artistry. The way you respond to exceptional food, to elegant solutions, to perfect execution, it reveals a depth most people lack. I've catalogued every instance where your expression changes when tasting something extraordinary, did you know that? The slight relaxation around your eyes, the almost imperceptible nod of appreciation. She paused, realizing she might have revealed too much about her observations, but unable to stop now that the floodgates had opened. And you see me, she said, her voice dropping lower, more intense. Really see me. Not just Adam Eve the hero, or the science prodigy, but me. You challenge me, you respect my mind, you treat me as an equal. Her eyes began to glow brighter with emotion. Do you have any idea what that means to me? To be truly seen? My parents never saw me, not really. They saw a project, an achievement to boast about. Our daughter, the prodigy, they'd say to their colleagues. But they never asked what I wanted, what I dreamed about. The bitterness in her voice was palpable now. When my powers manifested, they were terrified, not for me, but of me. Of what I might do to their precious reputation if word got out. Control yourself, Samantha, they'd say. Don't draw attention. As if my entire existence was an inconvenience to their academic careers. She laughed, a hollow sound. And then when I couldn't hide it anymore, when my best friend betrayed me and told everyone about my abilities, they didn't comfort me. They were angry that I'd allowed myself to be discovered. We moved 3 times because of it, and each time, they made it clear that it was my fault, my burden to bear. Eve's hands clenched at her sides, pink energy crackling around her fingers. Even when I joined the teen team, it wasn't about me. It was about my powers, my usefulness. Rex sees me as a tool, a convenient molecular manipulator to complement his explosions. Kate sees me as a competitor. The others see the scientist, the problem solver, the team member. Her voice broke slightly. But you, from that first day in the museum, when I froze and you didn't, you never judged me. You understood my fear without me having to explain it. You saw my weakness and didn't use it against me. She took a step closer, her eyes searching his. And then in the lab, working together, you treated my mind as valuable, not just my powers. You listened to my theories, challenged my assumptions, pushed me to think beyond conventional models. Do you know how rare that is? To be valued for your mind rather than what you can do for others. Eve's expression intensified, a fervent light entering her eyes. I've studied you, Megami. Every movement, every word, every reaction. I know when you are holding back in training, I can see the precise moment you decide to restrain your true capabilities. I know which foods make your pupils dilate slightly with pleasure. I know that you sleep an average of 4.3 hours per night based on the subtle variations in your energy signature throughout the day. She was breathing faster now, her control slipping as she continued her confession. I've analyzed the molecular composition of every woman who approaches you, looking for weaknesses, for flaws. I've created simulations of potential scenarios where we might be separated, developing countermeasures for each one. I've even calculated the optimal molecular structure for our potential offspring, though I know that's premature. Eve stopped suddenly, seemingly shocked by her own admission, but then her expression hardened with resolve. And yes, I know how that sounds. I know it's not normal. But neither are we, Megami. Neither are you. You're extraordinary, and ordinary measures of devotion would be insufficient. She took another step closer, close enough now that she could feel the heat radiating from his body. And then there's this connection between us. This resonance. I can feel it on a molecular level, the way our energies interact, complement each other. Don't tell me you don't feel it too. Megami remained silent for several heartbeats, his expression unreadable. Then, to Eve's surprise, he sighed, a small sound that nevertheless carried weight. I feel something, he acknowledged finally. But Eve, I'm not. He paused, seeming to struggle with his words, a rarity for someone usually so precise in his speech. I'm not familiar with this kind of connection. Eve's brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Despite my experience with women, he continued carefully, and Eve's expression darkened visibly at the reminder of his past lovers, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to reach out and erase the very memory of them from existence. I have no experience with the emotional aspects of such relationships. The admission seemed to cost him something, a vulnerability he rarely displayed. Connections are difficult for me. Always have been. Eve's expression softened, hope rekindling in her chest. That's all? That's why you've been keeping me at a distance? Because you're not used to emotional connections. She moved closer, emboldened by his admission. Megami, that's not a reason to avoid trying. It's a reason to start. We can learn together. Her eyes gleamed with a fervent light once more. I can teach you, guide you. I've studied human relationships extensively, analyzed the chemical and neurological components of emotional bonding. I understand the theoretical framework perfectly. It's not that simple, he countered, though something in his tone had shifted. I'm not, like other people, Eve. The way I think, the way I feel. It's different. I know that, she insisted, a desperate edge entering her voice. That's part of why she stopped, took a breath, then continued more carefully. That's part of what draws me to you. You're unlike anyone I've ever met. She reached out, hesitantly placing her hand on his arm. Just give us a chance. That's all I'm asking. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I need you, Megami. I've calculated all possible scenarios for my future, and every optimal outcome includes you. Every single one. Megami looked down at her hand, then back to her face. Something shifted in his expression, the careful neutrality giving way to something more primal, more intense. In a fluid motion that caught Eve completely by surprise, he reversed their positions, pinning her against the laboratory wall. His hands gripped her wrists, holding them firmly but not painfully above her head, his body close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him. Do you truly understand what you're asking for, Eve? He asked, his voice lower, rougher than she'd ever heard it. I don't date as you might understand it. I don't share. I don't compromise on what I consider mine. His eyes held hers, intense and unblinking. And I am not above removing obstacles that displease me. Permanently. The thinly veiled threat should have frightened her. Instead, Eve felt a shiver of excitement run down her spine, her pupils dilating as she stared back at him. This was the true Megami, the primal force she had glimpsed beneath his controlled exterior, the power she had sensed lurking behind his careful mask. Good, she whispered, her voice husky with desire. Because I feel the same way. Why do you think I've been scanning every woman who comes near you? Why do you think I've been watching Tsukumo like a hawk? I don't share either, Megami. A smile spread across her face, not her usual scientific curiosity, but something darker, more possessive. I've wanted you since I first saw what you could do. Since I first realized how your mind works. You're mine. Whether you've accepted it yet or not. Her eyes glowed with an almost feverish intensity. Do you know I've mapped the molecular structure of every inch of the lab where you've stood? That I can recreate your energy signature in my simulations with 99.8% accuracy? That I've calculated precisely how much force it would take to disassemble someone at the molecular level if they tried to take you from me. For a moment, they remained frozen in that tableau, predator and predator, each recognizing something of themselves in the other. Then Megami's lips curved into a smile that made Eve's heart race. Perhaps we understand each other better than I thought, he murmured. Before she could respond, his mouth claimed hers in a kiss that was nothing like the tentative first explorations of new lovers. This was possession, dominance, acclaiming, and Eve responded with equal fervor, her body arching against his as she returned the kiss with a passion that matched his own. Her hands, still pinned above her head, strained against his grip, not to escape, but to touch him, to claim him as he was claiming her. He released her wrists, and immediately her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as the kiss deepened. His hands moved to her waist, then lower, lifting her effortlessly as she wrapped her legs around him. The laboratory equipment around them trembled slightly as Eve's molecular control wavered under the onslaught of sensation. Beakers cracked, computer screens flickered, and the molecular simulation she'd been working on earlier dissolved into random patterns as her powers responded to her emotional state. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Eve's eyes were glowing pink with power and desire. My apartment, she gasped. Now. Megami's eyes held a gleam that sent another shiver down her spine. Now, he agreed, his voice a command rather than an acknowledgement. As they left the laboratory, Eve couldn't help the triumphant smile that spread across her face. She had finally broken through his defenses, finally claimed what she had known was hers from the moment she truly saw him. And if his possessiveness matched her own, if his darkness complemented hers, well, that only made the victory sweeter. After all, what was love if not the perfect molecular bond between complementary elements? Between souls? And they were nothing if not perfectly matched in their obsession. She'd been right all along, they were meant for each other, designed to fit together with atomic precision. All the data, all her observations and calculations, had led to this inevitable conclusion. Megami Fushiguro belonged to her now. And she would sooner tear apart the very fabric of reality than let anyone take him away. Chapter 34, Joy. Morning light filtered through the half-drawn curtains of Eve's apartment, casting soft golden patterns across the rumpled sheets. Eve lay on her side, watching Megami's profile as he stared at the ceiling, his expression thoughtful in the aftermath of their night together. Her body ached pleasantly, a physical reminder of the hours they'd spent exploring each other with an intensity that had surprised even her. For someone who claimed limited experience with emotional connections, Megami had demonstrated remarkable proficiency in other areas. What? Megami asked without turning his head, somehow sensing her scrutiny. Nothing, Eve replied, unable to keep a smile from her face. Just enjoying the view. This drew his attention, one eyebrow raising slightly as he turned to face her. The view. She confirmed, tracing a finger along his bare shoulder. It's a good one. You're staring, he pointed out, though there was amusement rather than criticism in his tone. Eve grinned unapologetically. Can you blame me? Besides, you started it with that thing you did around midnight. Which thing specifically? Megami asked, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. You know exactly which thing, she replied, feeling her cheeks warm at the memory. The one that made me knock over the lamp. Ah, he nodded sagely. That thing. Don't look so smug, Eve chided, poking his chest. I seem to recall you nearly falling off the bed when I did that twist with my... I was repositioning for optimal leverage, he interrupted, though a slight darkening of his cheeks betrayed him. She was quite unique compared to his previous women. Eve laughed, the sound bright and unrestrained. Is that what we're calling it now? Would you prefer strategic realignment? He asked with mock seriousness. I'd prefer coffee, she replied, nestling closer against his side. But that requires movement, and I'm way too comfortable right now. Megami's arm came around her, his hand tracing idle patterns along her spine. Movement is inefficient when the current position is optimal. Look at you, using my own logic against me, Eve said, delighted. I'm rubbing off on you already. A concerning development, he deadpanned. Eve smacked his chest lightly. Rude. For that, you're definitely making the coffee. Am I? Consider it your punishment for sass. Megami's chest rumbled with a quiet laugh. I thought you were the one who broke the lamp. That was your fault and you know it, she countered, propping herself up on one elbow to look at him properly. You can't just do that, and expect me to maintain control of all my faculties. Noted for future reference, he replied, his expression serious but his eyes betraying his amusement. Eve sighed dramatically. Fine. I suppose I can be magnanimous in victory and make the coffee myself. She sat up, stretching languidly, aware of his eyes on her. Besides, you'd probably make it too strong anyway. Victory. Megami echoed, watching as she pulled on his discarded shirt. She confirmed with a smug smile. I got you into my bed, didn't I? After months of careful planning and execution. Careful planning, he repeated flatly. Oh please, Eve said, heading toward the kitchen. Like you didn't notice me creating increasingly flimsy excuses to be alone with you? The emergency lab consultations? The coincidental patrol route overlaps. From the kitchen came the sounds of coffee preparation and what suspiciously sounded like humming, a behavior Megami had never observed from Eve before. Your subtlety could use refinement, he called out, sitting up against the headboard. Says the man who spent 3 weeks avoiding being alone with me, Eve called back. Real mature approach there. I was being cautious, Megami defended. You were being ridiculous, Eve corrected, returning with 2 steaming mugs. Here. Black, no sugar, just like your soul. She handed him one mug and settled back beside him with her own, which was considerably lighter in color from added cream. How did you know my coffee preference? Megami asked, taking a sip. It was, annoyingly, perfect. I pay attention, Eve replied simply. Unlike some people who pretend not to notice when a girl is practically throwing herself at them. I noticed, Megami said quietly. And yet you kept bringing Tsukumo to every team gathering, Eve pointed out, though there was no real heat in her voice. Megami tensed slightly beside her, but she continued before he could respond. Speaking of Tsukumo, she said, keeping her tone deliberately casual. She's not just a chef, and you two aren't romantically involved. It wasn't a question. Megami met her gaze steadily. No, we're not romantically involved. But she's not just a chef, Eve pressed. No, he acknowledged after a moment. She's not. Eve nodded, having confirmed what she'd already deduced. And there's a lot of context I'm missing, things about her, about you, that you're not telling me. Megami studied her face, as if weighing how much to reveal. Yes, he said finally. There is. Eve considered this, then surprised him by settling back against his chest. Okay. Okay, he echoed, clearly having expected a different reaction. She confirmed. I've watched you two enough to know she's important to you, but not in a way that threatens this. She gestured between them. There's no romantic spark there, no matter how much it drove me crazy seeing you two together. She tilted her head to look up at him. I needed to know everything about you to make you mine. But I trust that you won't cheat on me, so I'm okay with not knowing all your secrets. For now. For now, he repeated, his arm coming around her shoulders, his hand finding its way to her breast, fingers tracing idle patterns that made her breath catch. You're surprisingly accepting, he observed, his touch becoming more deliberate, drawing a soft moan from her. I'm practical, Eve managed to reply, her body arching slightly into his touch. And I've got what I wanted most. The rest can wait. And what was it you wanted most? He asked, his voice dropping to that lower register that made her pulse quicken. You, she said simply. Just you. Megami's lips curved into that rare, genuine smile that always made her heart skip a beat. Practical indeed, he murmured, his fingers continuing their exploration. And beautiful. And intelligent. And powerful. His touch became even more, making coherent thought increasingly difficult. I see no reason to seek other women for pleasure when you are of a higher quality than all of them. The matter-of-fact compliment, delivered in his typical straightforward tone even as his hands were doing things that made her gasp, was so perfectly him that Eve couldn't help but laugh, a sound that quickly transformed into another moan. That's, quite the compliment, she managed to say between increasingly ragged breaths. It's an accurate assessment, he replied, his smile being in a way that sent shivers down her spine. Wait, she gasped, placing a hand on his chest. Your coffee will get cold. I don't care about the coffee, Megami murmured against her neck. I spent good money on those beans, Eve protested weakly, her resolve already crumbling as his touch became more insistent. I'll buy you more, he promised, his lips finding that spot behind her ear that made her forget all about coffee, morning schedules, or anything else beyond the sensation of his hands on her skin. Further conversation was temporarily suspended. You're going to be late for training with Mark, Eve observed later, watching as Megami gathered his scattered clothing from around her bedroom. Mark will survive, he replied, pulling on his shirt. He'll ask questions, she warned, stretching languidly across the bed. Mark always asks questions, Megami countered. Usually the wrong ones. Eve laughed. He's not as oblivious as you think. He's been making those annoying suggestive eyebrow wiggles whenever we're in the same room for weeks now. Mark's eyebrows are his own problem, Megami stated, locating his second sock under the bed. What will you tell him? Eve asked, genuinely curious. Megami straightened, fully dressed now, and regarded her with that penetrating gaze that had first captivated her attention. The truth. That my personal relationships are none of his business. That'll only make him more curious, Eve pointed out. Mark's curiosity is also his own problem. Eve sat up, pulling the sheet around her. And what about the others? Rex will be insufferable once he figures it out. Rex is perpetually insufferable, Megami observed dryly. This changes nothing. Cecil will want to update his relationship matrices for the team. Cecil can update whatever he wants. It won't affect our work. Eve tilted her head, studying him. You're very calm about all this. Megami approached the bed, leaning down until his face was level with hers. Should I not be? Most people have more concerns about workplace relationships, she explained. Team dynamics, professional boundaries, that sort of thing. Most people, Megami replied, his voice dropping to that lower tone again that made her pulse quicken, again. Don't have what we have. And what's that? Eve asked, her breath catching. A mutual understanding that anyone who interferes will face consequences, he stated simply, before kissing her with an intensity that left her momentarily breathless. When he pulled back, Eve couldn't help but smile. I've thought about what I'd do to anyone who tried to come between us, she admitted. It's not very heroic. Of course you have, Megami replied, the corner of his mouth twitching in what might have been amusement. I would expect nothing less. He straightened, heading for the door. I'll see you at the facility later. Cecil wants to review the quantum destabilizer prototype. I'll be there, Eve promised. Maybe we can sneak away early, for coffee. Coffee, Megami repeated, his expression deadpan but his eyes holding a promise that sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. Well, among other things, she amended with a grin. After the door closed behind him, Eve flopped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling with an uncharacteristically giddy smile. She'd done it. She'd actually done it. Samantha Eve Wilkins, known to the world as Adam Eve, had successfully captured the most fascinating, complex, powerful being she'd ever encountered. A bubble of pure joy rose within her, completely at odds with her usual controlled demeanor. She bounced up from the bed, spinning in a circle in the middle of her bedroom, arms outstretched. He's mine, she whispered to the empty apartment, then louder, he's mine. She jumped onto her bed, bouncing like an excited child, all pretense of sophisticated composure abandoned in her private celebration. The pillows went flying as she leaped from the bed to her dresser, performing an impromptu victory dance that would have shocked her teammates had they witnessed it. Mine, 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 she sang, twirling around her bedroom, pink energy swirling around her in response to her joy, lifting small objects into the air in a miniature celebration. She caught sight of herself in the mirror, hair disheveled, wearing nothing but Megami's discarded t-shirt, face flushed with happiness, and burst into delighted laughter. Look at you, she told her reflection, pointing accusingly. The brilliant Adam Eve, dancing around like a teenager after her first kiss. Her reflection offered no response beyond her own giddy smile. But he's worth it, she continued, hugging herself tightly. He's absolutely worth it. She flopped back onto her bed, staring up at the ceiling with a dreamy expression that would have been unrecognizable to her teammates. Gone was the analytical scientist, the tactical asset, the controlled hero replaced by a woman simply, completely happy. He's mine, she whispered again, hugging a pillow to her chest and inhaling the lingering scent of him. All mine. She rolled over, burying her face in the pillow to muffle a squeal of delight that would have mortified her if anyone had heard it. For all her powers, all her intelligence, all her careful planning, there was something wonderfully, perfectly human about this moment of pure joy. Tomorrow, she would return to being the brilliant, controlled Atom Eve, the molecular manipulator, the tactical asset, the scientific mind. She would help prepare Earth's defenses, would continue her research, would maintain her professional demeanor. But today, just for now, she would celebrate her victory the way any woman might, with ridiculous dancing, private smiles and the lingering sensation of belonging to someone who, more importantly than anything, belonged to her. Chapter 35, Compass. Mark's POV. I used to think being a superhero would be simpler. Bad guys do bad things, you stop them, everyone goes home happy. Black and white, good and evil, heroes and villains. Then my dad turned out to be an alien conqueror who slaughtered billions across the galaxy. And I still love him. That's the thing they don't tell you about morality, it gets complicated when it's personal. When the villain is someone you care about, someone who's tucked you in at night and taught you to throw a baseball and made your mom laugh that special way that lights up her whole face. I'm thinking about this as I fly over the city on my regular patrol route, the wind rushing past my mask, the familiar weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. 3 months since Dad's confession. 3 months of preparation for a war most of Earth doesn't even know is coming. 3 months of wondering what kind of person I am, that I can know what my father has done and still want him in my life. My communicator buzzes, bringing me back to the present. All clear in the financial district, I report automatically. Roger that, Invincible, the GDA operator responds. Continue your patrol route. I bank left, heading toward the industrial sector. The evening sky is painted in shades of orange and purple, the city lights just beginning to flicker on below. It's beautiful from up here. Peaceful. Hard to believe it might all be gone soon if we can't stop the Viltrumites. As I fly over an abandoned rail yard, something catches my eye. Graffiti on the side of a warehouse, fresh enough that the paint still glistens in the fading light. It's not the graffiti itself that makes me pause, it's what it spells out. Invinci. The word is unfinished, as if the writer was interrupted. I descend cautiously, landing in the empty yard. The warehouse looms dark and silent, but I can sense I'm not alone. I know you're there, I call out, my voice echoing slightly in the open space. Show yourself. A figure emerges from the shadows, tall, muscular, with distinctive tribal tattoos covering his face and arms. I recognize him immediately. Titan, I say, tensing slightly. You're the guy from that robbery a while back. Good memory, kid, he replies, his deep voice carrying across the yard. I need your help. I don't move closer, remembering Megami's lessons about maintaining tactical advantage. Why would I help you? Last I checked, you were a criminal. Because sometimes the line between criminal and victim gets blurred, Titan says, stepping fully into the light. Machine Head is destroying this city from the inside out. Drugs, weapons, human trafficking, nothing's off limits to him. And you're what? A concerned citizen. I can't keep the skepticism from my voice. I'm a father, Titan replies, his expression hardening. With a daughter who deserves better than to grow up in Machine Head's world. I study him, trying to read his intentions. Megami's warned me repeatedly about manipulation, about how easily people can use your own heroic instincts against you. Why me? I ask. Why not go to the Guardians? Or the police? The police are in Machine Head's pocket, Titan says bitterly. And the Guardians don't bother with street-level problems like this. But you're new. Not part of the system yet. His words trigger a memory, a conversation with Megami from a few weeks ago. Flashback. We were sitting on the roof of my house after a particularly grueling training session. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the yard below. My muscles ached from the hours of combat practice, but it was a good kind of pain, the kind that meant progress. Something's bothering you, Megami observed, his eyes fixed on the horizon. I sighed, pulling my knees up to my chest. Just thinking about my dad. Ah. A single syllable, loaded with understanding. He's killed people, Megami. Lots of people. Entire civilizations. I picked at a loose shingle. And I still love him. What does that make me? Megami was quiet for a long moment before responding. It makes you human. Is that supposed to make me feel better? I asked, a bitter edge to my voice. It's not supposed to make you feel anything, he replied. It's simply a fact. Humans compartmentalize. They separate their personal feelings from objective reality. But isn't that wrong? I pressed. Shouldn't I hate him for what he's done? Megami turned to look at me then, his expression unreadable. Do you want to hate him? No, I admitted. But maybe I should. Should, Megami repeated, a hint of disdain in his voice. Who determines what you should feel? People? The world? Some civilization's abstract conception of justice? I didn't have an answer for that. I'll tell you my perspective, he continued after a moment. I care about what brings me pleasure and what brings me displeasure. I care about who I want to care about, and I hate who I want to hate. The opinions of the world mean nothing to me. He gestured toward the city spread out below us. Out there, they have their rules, their judgments, their ideas of good and evil. But those are just their own constructs, useful for maintaining order, perhaps, but not binding on the individual soul. So what? Nothing matters. There's no right or wrong. I challenged. I didn't say that, Megami corrected. I said I choose what matters to me. I choose what is right and wrong to me. I'll always do what I want, whether others consider it evil or good, so long as it brings me pleasure. He turned to me, his red eyes intense in the fading light. Your father has done terrible things. This is fact. You love him anyway. This is also fact. Both can exist simultaneously without contradiction. That sounds selfish, I said, though without judgment. Perhaps, he acknowledged. But isn't your love for your father selfish as well? You choose to love him despite knowing what he's done, because that love brings you comfort. Because a world where you hate your father is less pleasant than one where you love him. His words hit me like a physical blow, cutting through my confusion with brutal clarity. So what should I do? I asked, feeling suddenly very young. Whatever you want, Megami replied simply. But own your choice. If you choose to love your father, do so without guilt or apology. If you choose to reject him, do so with the same conviction. But don't pretend your choice is dictated by anything other than your own desires. We sat in silence as darkness fell, his words echoing in my mind. For the first time since Dad's confession, I felt the weight of confusion lifting slightly. Not because Megami had absolved me of responsibility, but because he'd forced me to confront the truth of my own feelings. I loved my father. I chose to love my father. And maybe that was okay. You still with me, kid? Titan's voice breaks through my memory. I refocus on the present, on the man standing before me, waiting for my decision. What exactly do you want me to do? I ask, more cautiously than I might have before those lessons. Help me take down Machine Head, Titan says. He's got an operation running tonight. If we hit him there, we can put a serious dent in his organization. I consider his request, weighing it against everything I've learned over the past months. The old Mark would have jumped at the chance to help, eager to prove himself, to do good without question. But I'm not that Mark anymore. Still, something about Titan's situation resonates with me. A father trying to create a better world for his child, isn't that what I want my own father to be? Isn't that the version of Nolan Grayson I'm fighting to believe in? And beyond that, there's something appealing about taking action outside the carefully controlled GDA operations, the endless training sessions and preparation meetings. This is real heroism, immediate and tangible. The world needs to change. Not like the Viltrumite Empire wants, through conquest and subjugation, but through something more directed. More intelligent. In my mind, I see a better world led not by bureaucrats or alien conquerors, but by people who actually understand power. People like Sukuna, like my dad when he's not being an idiot about his mission, like Eve with her brilliant mind, like Mom with her unwavering moral compass. People who care about those they choose to care about, and who have the strength to protect them. And right now, I'm not liking this machine head guy. All right, I say finally. I'll help you. But we do this my way. No unnecessary casualties, no collateral damage. Titan nods, relief evident in his posture. Thank you. You won't regret this. I better not, I reply, my voice hard. When and where? Tomorrow night. I'll mark the location the same way I did here. He gestures to the unfinished graffiti. Be ready for a fight. I'm always ready, I tell him, and I mean it. Between Dad's training and Megami's tactical lessons, I'm not the same inexperienced hero I was when I started. Titan melts back into the shadows, leaving me alone in the abandoned rail yard. I take to the sky again, resuming my patrol route while my mind processes what just happened. I should probably tell someone about this. Dad, or Megami, or Cecil. That would be the responsible thing to do. But something holds me back. A desire to prove myself, perhaps. Or maybe just the simple pleasure of making my own decision, independent of the complex web of alliances and preparations that have dominated my life recently. Besides, it's just one night. One criminal operation. How complicated could it get? The next evening finds me hovering above an industrial complex on the city's outskirts, waiting for Titan to appear. The buildings below are dark and seemingly abandoned, perfect for illegal operations. You came, Titan's voice comes from behind me, and I turn to see him climbing onto the roof where I've landed. Good. What's the plan? I ask, all business. Machine Head's operation is in that building, he points to a warehouse at the center of the complex. He's got his enforcers inside, along with a shipment of weapons coming in from overseas. We hit hard, hit fast, and get out. How many enforcers? A dozen, maybe more. Nothing we can't handle. I nod, scanning the area. Something feels off about this setup, but I can't quite put my finger on what. Still, I've committed to this course of action. Lead the way, I tell Titan. We approach the warehouse cautiously, Titan moving with surprising stealth for someone his size. Through a skylight, I can see activity below, men moving crates, others standing guard with advanced-looking weapons. That's not street-level hardware, I whisper, noting the military-grade equipment. Those are high-tech weapons. Machine Head deals in everything, Titan replies grimly. Ready. Before I can answer, he smashes through the skylight, dropping into the warehouse with a roar. So much for the element of surprise. I follow immediately, landing beside him as the warehouse erupts into chaos. Guards scramble for weapons, shouting orders and warnings. Titan. A voice cuts through the commotion, and I turn to see a man seated behind a massive desk at the far end of the warehouse. His head is encased in what looks like a computer terminal, screens and circuitry where a face should be. Machine head. You're more foolish than I thought, the digitized voice continues. And you've brought a child to your execution. It ends tonight, Machine head, Titan growls, advancing toward the desk. Machine head laughs, the sound distorted through his electronic interface. I think not. I've been expecting you, Titan. And I've prepared accordingly. A door opens at the side of the warehouse, and a massive figure steps through, at least 7 feet tall, white-furred, with a mane like a lion and the build of a professional bodybuilder. He's wearing battle armor adorned with weapons and what look like trophies. Allow me to introduce my newest associate, Machine Head says, satisfaction evident even through his electronic voice. Battle Beast. The alien warrior surveys the warehouse with contemptuous eyes, his gaze finally settling on me. Is this all? He rumbles, his voice deep and accented. I was promised worthy opponents. You'll find I'm plenty worthy, I say, dropping into a fighting stance. Battle Beast's eyes narrow, assessing me more carefully. Perhaps. Your stance suggests training. Good. It has been too long since I've had a challenge. He moves with shocking speed for his size, crossing the distance between us in a blur. I barely have time to raise my arms in defense before his fist connects with my chest, sending me crashing through the warehouse wall and into the yard beyond. Pain explodes through my body, real pain, the kind I've rarely felt since gaining my powers. I struggle to my feet, spitting blood. Battle Beast follows me through the hole in the wall, ignoring Titan completely. You are stronger than you look, young one, he observes. Good. A warrior's death should be earned. I launch myself at him, putting all my Viltrumite strength behind the punch. It connects solidly with his jaw, snapping his head back, but he only grins, revealing sharp fangs. Better, he growls. But not enough. What follows is the most brutal fight of my life. I use every technique Dad and Megami have taught me, every ounce of strength and speed I possess. I land solid hits that would cripple ordinary opponents. Battle Beast barely seems to notice. His counterattacks are devastating, precise, powerful, and seemingly endless. Each blow feels like being hit by a freight train, each block I manage sends shockwaves of pain up my arms. Through the haze of combat, I dimly register Titan fighting Machine Head's other enforcers, holding his own but clearly outmatched in numbers. I've made a terrible mistake coming here. This isn't a simple criminal takedown, it's something else entirely. And I'm in way over my head. A particularly vicious strike catches me in the ribs, and I hear something crack. I stagger, momentarily stunned by the pain, and Battle Beast seizes the opportunity. His massive hand closes around my throat, lifting me off the ground. You fought well, he says, almost respectfully. But not well enough. Still, you have earned a clean death. He draws back his other hand, now holding a wicked-looking blade that seems to pulse with energy. I struggle against his grip, but my strength is fading, my vision darkening at the edges. This is it. This is how I die. Not fighting Viltrumites to save Earth, but in some warehouse brawl I never should have gotten involved in. I think of Mom, of Dad, of Eve, and Megami. Of all the things I'll never get to say to them. Battle Beast's arm tenses, the blade beginning its deadly arc toward my heart. And then, impossibly, a sudden shockwave of wind explodes against my face and the blade stops. Not because Battle Beast has shown mercy, but because someone has caught his wrist in mid-strike. Through my dimming vision, I see a familiar figure standing beside us, holding Battle Beast's arm with apparent ease. I think, Megami says, his voice colder than I've ever heard it, that you should reconsider your current course of action. Battle Beast's eyes widen in genuine, delighted surprise, not at the intervention itself, but at the fact that someone has stopped his strike. Who are you? He demands, releasing me to face this new threat. I collapse to the ground, gasping for air, as Megami steps between me and Battle Beast. I am Sukuna, he says simply. And you're touching what is mine. The last thing I see before consciousness slips away is Megami's form silhouetted against the warehouse lights, cursed energy swirling around him like a crimson aura as he faces the alien warrior. And despite the pain, despite my failure, I feel a strange sense of security. Because I know that whatever happens next, this guy is the one who should be afraid. Chapter 36, Battle Between Beasts. The warehouse district fell silent as two titans faced each other, locked in a moment of deadly tension. Battle Beast's massive arm remained suspended in mid-strike, his wrist caught in Sukuna's grip. The alien warrior's eyes widened slightly, not in fear, but in genuine surprise that someone had managed to intercept his killing blow. Sukuna's fingers tightened around Battle Beast's wrist, cursed energy flowing through the point of contact. In that fraction of a second, as his flesh touched the alien warrior's, he activated his technique. Cleave. Battle Beast's instincts, honed across countless battlefields on innumerable worlds, screamed danger. He wrenched backward with explosive force, but not before Sukuna's technique took effect. The invisible cutting force sliced clean through flesh, bone, and armor, severing Battle Beast's hand at the wrist. For a moment, the severed appendage remained suspended in air, still clutching the pulsing blade, before both clattered to the ground in a spray of alien blood. Battle Beast stared at his stump, purple blood flowing freely from the perfectly smooth cut. Then, to Sukuna's mild surprise, the warrior threw back his head and laughed, a booming sound of genuine delight. What manner of ability is this? Battle Beast rumbled, examining his wound with fascination rather than concern. Clean through armor designed to withstand plasma weapons. Interesting. Sukuna positioned himself between the alien and Mark's prone form, his expression cold and calculating. The cursed energy around him swirled like crimson mist, responding to his focused intent. Battle Beast's mane bristled as he regarded Sukuna with newfound respect. Sukuna, was it? At last, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Despite the confidence in his stance, Sukuna felt a flicker of wariness. Battle Beast's reputation was known even to him from Mark's stories, a warrior who traveled the universe seeking worthy challenges, who had slaughtered entire armies for sport. The rival of Thrag, the Grand Regent of the Viltrumites, the one currently hailed as the strongest in the universe. He himself was far from that level as his soul was still only partially integrated with his body. The alien's physical capabilities far exceeded his own current limitations. This would not be a battle won through direct confrontation. It would require every trick, every technique, every ounce of tactical insight he possessed. Before Sukuna could respond, Battle Beast moved, crossing the distance between them with shocking speed for a being of his size. His remaining hand shot out, massive fingers closing around Sukuna's face before he could fully react. Let us take this somewhere more appropriate, Battle Beast growled, his voice vibrating with anticipation. With a single powerful motion, he hurled Sukuna through the warehouse wall and followed immediately after, carrying their battle away from Mark and into the city beyond. Sukuna crashed through 3 buildings before managing to control his trajectory, cursed energy cushioning his impact as he slammed into the side of an office tower. Glass and concrete exploded outward, raining down on the street below. Civilians scattered, screaming in terror as the battle erupted in their midst. My baby! Where's my baby? A woman shrieked as debris crashed around her, separating her from her child. Everyone get back, a security guard shouted, desperately trying to establish order as chaos erupted. Battle Beast landed in the street, creating a crater in the asphalt. He reached behind his back, drawing a massive mace from his arsenal of weapons. Show me more of your power, he demanded, swinging the weapon experimentally. That cutting ability. I wish to experience it again. Sukuna dropped to the street, landing in a crouch. Above his head, a glowing white wheel materialized, Mahoraga's wheel, spinning slowly and emitting a metallic hum that cut through the chaos of screaming civilians and car alarms. As you wish, Sukuna replied, his voice carrying that ancient quality that had once made sorcerers tremble. He extended his hand, cursed energy gathering at his fingertips. Dismantle. The technique shot forward, a precise line of force aimed directly at Battle Beast's throat. The alien warrior moved with uncanny speed, tilting his head just enough for the attack to miss its target, though it sliced cleanly through a lamppost behind him. The metal pole crashed down, crushing a fleeing businessman beneath its weight. Too direct, Battle Beast observed, already charging forward. Too predictable. The mace swung in a devastating arc. Sukuna melted into shadow at the last possible moment, the weapon passing through empty darkness to crush a parked car into scrap metal. The vehicle's gas tank ruptured, sending a fireball into the air that engulfed a nearby bus stop where terrified civilians had taken shelter. Their screams cut short as flames consumed them. Sukuna reformed behind Battle Beast, hands already moving through the motions of another technique. Sacred Flame. Fire erupted from his palm, not as an arrow this time but as a wave that engulfed the alien warrior. Battle Beast roared, not in pain but in exhilaration, as the supernatural flames licked at his fur and armor. Yes, he bellowed, turning within the inferno to face Sukuna. This is what I seek. True combat. With shocking disregard for the flames still clinging to his body, Battle Beast charged through the fire, his mace swinging in a horizontal arc that would have decapitated Sukuna had he not ducked beneath it. Even so, the backswing caught him in the ribs, the impact sending him crashing through the front of a department store. Glass and mannequins shattered around him as he tumbled through displays of clothing and electronics. Oh God, there are people in there, a woman cried from across the street, watching in horror as the storefront collapsed. Inside, shoppers who had been browsing moments before found themselves trapped in a nightmare. A young cashier, barely 20, was impaled by a shard of glass the size of a sword. Her co-worker, frozen in shock, was crushed beneath falling ceiling tiles seconds later. Reversed curse technique activated automatically within Sukuna, healing the 3 broken ribs and punctured lung before he'd even stopped moving. Still, the pain was intense, a reminder of the vast difference in physical capability between them. Civilians screamed and fled as Battle Beast stalked into the store, his massive frame silhouetted against the street lights outside. The flames had burnt away patches of his fur, revealing scorched skin beneath, but he seemed entirely unbothered by the injury. You heal quickly, he observed, kicking aside a broken display case. Good. It would be disappointing if you fell too soon. Sukuna rose to his feet, the wheel above his head spinning faster now, its metallic sound intensifying. The technique was working, Mahoraga's adaptation process was analyzing Battle Beast's capabilities with each exchange, each blow. But he needed more time. 10 Shadows technique, Divine Dogs. Shadow pooled at his feet, then erupted upward, forming into 2 massive canine shapes that lunged toward Battle Beast. The alien warrior met them head-on, his mace swinging through the first dog with enough force to temporarily disperse its shadowy form. The second latched onto his arm, teeth sinking into flesh. Battle Beast laughed, grabbing the Shikigami by its neck and ripping it away, taking a chunk of his own flesh with it. Constructs of shadow, he said, crushing the dog in his massive hand until it died. Clever. But insubstantial against true strength. Sukuna used the momentary distraction to launch another attack, this time combining techniques in a way he hadn't attempted before in this world. Dismantle, area expansion. Something similar to a domain, yet not exactly. An area where without the aid of a barrier he forces his technique, though not in the way of a true barrierless domain expansion. The technique expanded outward in a circular pattern, slicing through everything in its path, display cases, structural supports, and finally, Battle Beast himself. The alien roared as multiple cuts appeared across his body, his armor splitting in several places to reveal bloody fur beneath. The department store's remaining support columns were also sliced through, causing the upper floors to collapse in a cacophony of screams and crashing debris. A family of 4 who had been hiding in the children's clothing section were crushed instantly. An elderly security guard, who had been helping customers evacuate, was bisected at the waist, his dying eyes registering confusion more than pain. For the first time, genuine pain registered on Battle Beast's face, but it was quickly replaced by something more disturbing, increased excitement. Yes, he bellowed, blood spraying from his wounds as he charged forward again. This is what I have traveled galaxies to find. His speed increased, his attacks becoming more precise, more deadly. Sukuna found himself on the defensive, using shadows to dodge, reversed curse technique to heal, and precise applications of cursed energy to deflect what blows he could. The battle spilled back onto the street, then into neighboring buildings, then across rooftops. Everywhere they went, destruction followed, concrete pulverized, steel bent, glass shattered. A mother clutching her infant son tried to escape down an alley, only to be crushed beneath falling masonry as Battle Beast hurled Sukuna through a load-bearing wall. A school bus driver, attempting to evacuate a group of children from a nearby museum field trip, watched in horror as Battle Beast's mace, thrown with casual force, tore through the vehicle's engine block, causing it to explode in a fireball that consumed all inside. Civilian casualties mounted as structures collapsed, though Sukuna made efforts to direct the fight away from populated areas when possible. From above, the scene must have looked apocalyptic, 2 beings of incredible power carving a path of devastation through the city's eastern district. The wheel above Sukuna's head spun continuously, its glow intensifying with each exchange, each adaptation to Battle Beast's fighting style and physical capabilities. But the process was taking too long, and Sukuna was reaching his limits. A particularly vicious strike caught him off guard, Battle Beast's fist connecting with his chest with enough force to send him crashing through the roof of a parking garage. He plummeted through multiple concrete levels before slamming into the ground floor, creating a crater in the foundation. The impact crushed several vehicles, their occupants killed instantly, people who had thought themselves safe taking shelter in the solid structure. Blood filled Sukuna's mouth as he struggled to rise, reversed curse technique working overtime to repair the extensive damage. His vision blurred, focusing just in time to see Battle Beast descending through the hole he'd created, landing with earth-shaking force nearby. You fight well, the alien warrior acknowledged, approaching with measured steps. But you lack the raw physical power to match me. A pity. Your abilities are fascinating. Sukuna spat blood, forcing himself to his feet despite the protests of his partially healed body. The wheel above his head spun frantically now, its metallic sound almost deafening in the enclosed space. I'm not finished yet, he said, his voice steady despite his condition. Sukuna. The shout came from above, and both combatants looked up to see Eve hovering at the edge of the destroyed roof, Mark beside her. The young Viltrumite looked battered but conscious, clearly healed enough by Eve's powers to rejoin the fight. Stay back. Sukuna commanded, his voice carrying an authority neither had heard before, the voice of a king accustomed to absolute obedience. This is not your battle. The hell it isn't. Mark shouted back, preparing to descend. He nearly killed me. And he will kill you if you interfere, Sukuna replied coldly. Stay back. Before either could respond, a new figure appeared beside them, Tsukumo, her traditional clothing fluttering in the night breeze. You heard my master, she said, her voice carrying a chill that matched her powers. This is not for you. With a single breath, she exhaled a cloud of freezing air that crystallized around Mark and Eve, encasing them in a shell of ice that held them immobile but unharmed. Tsukumo. Eve's muffled voice came through the ice. What are you doing? Protecting you, she replied simply, before turning her attention to the battle below. Battle Beast had watched this exchange with mild interest, but his focus remained on Sukuna. Your companions wish to join our dance, he observed. Admirable, but unnecessary. This is between warriors. Agreed, Sukuna replied as he rose, and mildly stretched his neck, gathering his strength for what he knew must come next. The battle resumed with renewed intensity, both combatants pushing beyond normal limits. Sukuna utilized every technique at his disposal, dismantle, cleave, news lightning, sacred flame, in combinations designed to keep Battle Beast off balance. But the alien warrior was relentless, shrugging off injuries that would have killed lesser beings instantly, adapting his own fighting style to counter Sukuna's techniques with frightening speed. A group of paramedics, attempting to reach victims trapped in earlier devastation, were caught in the crossfire. News lightning, deflected by Battle Beast's mace, struck their ambulance, electrocuting all inside. Their deaths were mercifully quick compared to those still trapped in collapsed buildings, slowly suffocating under tons of concrete and steel. By now, others had arrived at the scene. Nolan Grayson hovered in the air nearby, watching the battle with intense focus but making no move to intervene. He had received the same command from Sukuna, to stay back, to not interfere, and despite his enormous power, he respected the warrior's right to his own battle. The fight had reached a critical point. Sukuna, despite his remarkable healing abilities, was approaching his limits. Battle Beast, though wounded in dozens of places, showed no signs of fatigue or weakness. In a desperate gambit, Sukuna gathered his remaining cursed energy, focusing it into a single, concentrated attack. Sacred Flame, Arrow. The fiery projectile shot from his palm with blinding speed, its trajectory perfectly calculated to strike Battle Beast's chest. The alien warrior saw it coming but, perhaps out of curiosity or arrogance, made no attempt to dodge. The arrow struck him directly in the center of his chest, erupting into an inferno that engulfed his upper body. For a moment, it seemed the attack might have succeeded where others had failed. Then Battle Beast laughed, the sound echoing through the flames that surrounded him. Fire that burns hot as the very stars themselves, he rumbled, clearly impressed despite himself. A worthy technique. With terrifying determination, he charged through the flames, his mace raised for a killing blow. The weapon connected with Sukuna's left side with immense force, shattering bone and tearing flesh. Sukuna's arm was torn completely from his body, blood spraying in an arc as he was blasted backward, crashing through yet another wall and into an open area beyond, the central plaza of a shopping complex, mercifully evacuated during the battle. He landed in a broken heap, his consciousness flickering as reversed curse technique struggled to cope with the massive trauma. The severed arm lay several meters away, cursed energy still swirling around it like dying embers. Battle Beast landed at the edge of the new crater, watching as Sukuna somehow forced himself to rise once more, blood pouring from the ragged wound where his arm had been. The wheel above Sukuna's head had reached a fever pitch of rotation, its glow now blindingly bright, its metallic sound resonating through the destroyed plaza. Enough, Sukuna said, his voice somehow steady despite his grievous injuries. I have what I need. With his remaining hand, he made a gesture of summoning, his blood spattering the ground in a crimson arc. 10 Shadows Technique, 8th Form, Divine General Mahoraga. The air behind him shimmered, then tore open as a massive figure emerged, its muscular form dwarfing even Battle Beast's impressive physique. The same wheel that had been spinning above Sukuna's head now adorned Mahoraga's, and upon its hand, it held an enormous executioner's blade. Battle Beast's eyes widened in genuine appreciation. Another construct? This one seems more substantial. Not a construct, Sukuna corrected, blood still flowing from his wound despite his healing abilities. A Divine General. My Divine General. He turned slightly, addressing the massive Shikigami. Mahoraga, aid me in this battle in the way you deem best fit. Destroy this opponent. What happened next occurred so quickly that even those with enhanced perception barely registered the movement. Mahoraga, rather than attacking Battle Beast, moved with impossible speed, not toward the alien warrior, but toward Sukuna himself. The executioner's blade flashed once in the dying sunlight, then plunged forward, piercing through Sukuna's back and erupting from his chest in a spray of blood and shattered bone. Time seemed to freeze as the blade protruded from Sukuna's chest, dripping with his blood. His eyes widened in genuine shock, an expression rarely seen on his face. From above, having broken away from their prison earlier, Eve and Mark screamed in horror as they drew closer. Megami. No. The wheel above Mahoraga's head continued to spin, casting its cold light over the scene as Sukuna's blood pooled on the ground beneath him, spreading in a widening circle of crimson. Mahoraga ripped out the blade as Sukuna stumbled. The last thing the king saw before he fell face first into his own blood was a murderous expression on Battle Beast's face. Soon after there was only darkness. Chapter 37, Awakening. Eve's scream tore through the air as she descended, like a comet, a streak of pink energy cutting through the smoke-filled air to land beside Sukuna's fallen form. The impact of her landing cracked the already damaged concrete, sending ripples through the devastated plaza. No, 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 she chanted, her voice breaking as she gathered him into her arms, cradling his head in her lap. Her hands trembled violently as they moved across his body, searching for any sign that the wound wasn't as fatal as it appeared. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. The executioner's blade had vanished, but the wound remained, a gaping hole through his chest, blood pooling beneath him in an ever-widening circle. The blood spread across the broken concrete, seeping into cracks. Megami, please, she whispered, tears streaming down her face as she pressed her hands to the wound, pink energy flowing from her fingertips in a desperate attempt to repair the damage. Please don't leave me. Not now. Not when we finally got together. Not when I finally found someone who understands me, who sees me for who I really am. His eyes remained open but unfocused, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth in a thin, steady stream. The wheel that had spun above his head throughout the battle had disappeared, leaving only the massive form of Mahoraga standing impassively nearby, its own wheel still spinning with that eerie metallic sound that seemed to cut through the chaos around them. You can't die, Eve insisted, her voice rising in pitch as her powers surged, molecules around them beginning to destabilize as her control wavered. Small objects, pieces of debris, dust, fragments of glass, began to float upward as her powers began to get out of control. I won't let you die. Do you hear me? I won't. We have too much left to do together. Too much life to live. Mark landed beside her, his face pale with shock, his costume torn and bloodied from his earlier encounter with Battle Beast. He himself was in disbelief. His best friend, the one he considered his brother, was dead. Yet as he was taught by him, he knew he would be a failure of both friend and student to lose his cool right now. He had to be strong, had to think clearly, had to remember the lessons in control that Sukuna had drilled into him. Eve, I don't think he began, his voice catching in his throat as he took in the full extent of Sukuna's injury. Shut up, she snarled, not looking away from Sukuna's face, her fingers desperately tracing over his features as if memorizing them. He's not going to die. He can't. He's mine. Mine. The last word emerged as a scream, and with it, something seemed to break inside her. Pink energy erupted from her body in pulsating waves, the ground beneath them cracking as her powers surged beyond their normal constraints. The concrete split open in jagged lines radiating outward from where she knelt, as if the earth itself was responding to her grief. Mark backed away, eyes wide with alarm as he felt the air around them begin to vibrate with molecular instability. Eve, you need to calm down. Calm down. She looked up at him, and Mark recoiled at the sight of her eyes, no longer merely glowing pink but blazing with unnatural light that seemed to pierce through him. The intensity of her gaze was physically painful, like staring directly into a sun that had somehow turned magenta. He's dying. The only person who ever truly saw me, who understood me, who belonged to me. And you want me to calm down? How dare you? Her voice carried a new quality, an echo that seemed to vibrate through the very molecules of the air. He was the only one who accepted me completely, she continued, her voice breaking with emotion. Not just my powers, not just my brain, but all of me, even the parts I tried to hide from everyone else. He knew I watched him, that I studied him, that I wanted to understand everything about him, and he didn't run. He didn't think I was crazy. He thought I was worthy. Her attention returned to Sukuna, her hands trembling as she stroked his face, leaving trails in the blood and dust that marred his features. Wake up, she pleaded, her voice cracking as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Please wake up. I need you. I need you more than anything. More than air. More than life itself. Please, Megami, please don't leave me alone again. Battle Beast watched from a distance, his head tilted in curiosity at this display of emotion. His own wounds, the severed hand, the multiple cuts across his body, the burns from Sukuna's flame, seemed forgotten as he observed the scene with the interest of a being who had witnessed countless deaths across innumerable worlds. The warrior has fallen, he observed, a pity. He fought well. Better than most I have encountered in recent centuries. Eve's head snapped up at his words, her expression contorting with a rage so pure, so primal, that it transformed her features into something barely recognizable as human. Her skin seemed to glow from within, pink energy suffusing every cell of her body. You, she hissed, rising slowly to her feet, Sukuna's body gently lowered to the ground with a tenderness that contrasted sharply with the violence emanating from her. You did this. The pink energy surrounding her intensified, becoming almost blinding in its brilliance. Her feet lifted from the ground as she began to float, her hair whipping around her face in a wind that seemed to affect nothing else in the vicinity. The air around her shimmered as molecules responded to her unconscious commands, reality itself seeming to warp in response to her grief and fury. Eve. Mark called out in alarm, sensing the dangerous shift in her powers, a fundamental change in how her abilities were manifesting. Don't do this. You can't beat him. He's too strong, he'll kill you too. But Eve wasn't listening. Something had truly changed within her, internal limiters, subconsciously maintained her entire life, were crumbling under the weight of her despair and rage. The mental barriers that had always regulated her molecular manipulation, keeping it within safe parameters, were dissolving like sugar in boiling water. A world without him, she whispered, her voice eerily calm yet somehow still echoing despite the chaos swirling around her, doesn't deserve to exist. The pink energy expanded outward in a shockwave that rippled through the devastated landscape, pulverizing concrete and warping steel wherever it touched. The few remaining intact windows for blocks around shattered simultaneously, raining glass down on the streets below. Battle Beast narrowed his eyes, recognizing the threat, and moved with surprising speed to avoid the blast, his massive form blurring as he leapt clear of the energy wave. If I can't have him, Eve continued, rising higher into the air, her form beginning to lose definition as her body became akin to pure living energy, then no one gets to be happy. No one gets to live. Buildings began to crumble as she extended her powers. A nearby office tower groaned, its structural integrity compromised as the very atoms that composed it began to vibrate at Eve's will. The very air seemed to vibrate with the force of her grief, creating a high-pitched whine that made those in the vicinity cover their ears in pain. Eve, stop! Mark shouted, flying up to try to reach her, pushing against the waves of energy that buffeted him like a physical force. This isn't what Megami would want. He wouldn't want you to destroy everything in his name. You don't know what he would want, she screamed back, a pulse of energy knocking Mark backward with enough force to send him crashing through a partially collapsed wall. None of you knew him like I did. None of you saw him like I did. None of you loved him like I did. Her voice rose to an almost inhuman pitch, the sound distorting as it got out of her mouth. He was mine. Mine to watch, mine to study, mine to love. And now he's gone, and it's all your fault. This last accusation seemed directed at the world itself, at the universe that had allowed Sukuna to be taken from her. Her attention turned to Mahoraga, still standing motionless beside Sukuna's body, its wheel continuing its eerie rotation. And you, she snarled, her face contorting with renewed rage, his own creation. You betrayed him. You were supposed to protect him, to fight for him, and instead you killed him. She lashed out with a concentrated beam of energy, focusing all her power into a single, devastating attack attempting to disintegrate the Divine General at the molecular level. The beam struck Mahoraga directly in the center of its massive chest, the impact creating a blinding flash of light and a concussive force that shook the ground. But to Eve's shock and mounting fury, when the light faded, Mahoraga stood unharmed. The energy had dissipated harmlessly against the Shikigami's body, the wheel above its head spinning faster as if in response to the attack, adapting to it in real time. Why won't you die? She screamed, redoubling her attack, pouring more of her power into the beam until it widened to engulf Mahoraga completely. Why won't everything just die? Her voice cracked with the force of her desperation, the sound carrying for miles as her powers continued to escalate beyond anything she had ever manifested before. Her form was now a towering pillar of pink light visible across the city, a beacon of destruction and despair that seemed to reach toward the heavens themselves. Civilians who had survived the initial battle now fled in renewed terror as buildings began to collapse under the strain of her rage. Emergency vehicles attempting to reach the area found roads buckled and impassable, the very infrastructure of the city warping under Eve's unconscious influence. A universe without him, she declared, her voice amplified by her powers until it resonated through the bones of everyone within miles, has no right to continue. If I can't have my happiness, I'll erase everything. Every molecule, every atom, every particle, I'll tear it all apart until nothing remains but darkness. Her power continued to grow and grow and grow, the pink energy now pulsing with a rhythm like a heartbeat, her heartbeat, accelerated by grief and rage. I studied him for months, she continued, her voice carrying that eerie resonance that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the mind. I catalogued every movement, every expression, every word. I calculated the molecular composition of his skin, the precise rhythm of his heartbeat, the exact shade of his eyes. I knew him better than anyone ever could. And now he's gone, and the world keeps turning as if he never existed. As her rage reached its peak, something unexpected happened. A presence materialized behind her, warm, solid, and unmistakably familiar. Arms wrapped around her from behind, not two, but four, embracing her with gentle strength that somehow contained her despite the maelstrom of power she had become. Eve froze, her attack faltering as shock coursed through her system like an electric current. The pink energy surrounding her flickered, momentarily dimming as her concentration broke. That's enough, Eve, a voice murmured in her ear, Sukuna's voice, but different somehow. Deeper, more resonant, carrying an authority that seemed so him. It was a voice that commanded not just attention but obedience, that spoke with the weight of divine right behind each word. This world may be flawed, the voice continued, but it's still ours. And I'm not ready to let it end just yet. Slowly, disbelievingly, she turned within the embrace, her powers receding enough to allow her to perceive clearly. The being holding her was Sukuna, yet transformed in ways that defied her understanding. His body was whole, but changed, taller, more powerfully built, with intricate patterns covering his skin like living tattoos, more evident and clearer than his original ones. Most striking were his eyes, not two, but four, arranged in two vertical pairs on his face, all gazing at her with warmth. They seemed to see through her, past her physical form to her very soul. You're alive, she whispered, her voice small and fragile with hope. More than alive, he replied, his forearms still holding her securely. Reborn. As Eve stared in wonder, Sukuna glanced down at his own transformed body, a flicker of surprise and satisfaction crossing his features. His movements carried a new fluidity, a perfect integration of power and control that made his previous form seem like a rough draft by comparison. Mahoraga didn't betray me, he explained, it saved me. In its wisdom, it recognized that my soul and body were still not fully integrated, that at my current strength, I could never defeat Battle Beast. He flexed his forearms experimentally, cursed energy swirling around them with newfound intensity, the crimson aura deeper and more vibrant than before. So it forced the integration, completing what began months ago when I first awakened my abilities. My soul and body are now in perfect balance, what was fractured is whole, what was divided is united. Eve's powers began to recede further, the pink glow dimming as her shock and relief overwhelmed her rage. The buildings around them stopped crumbling, the air ceased its vibration, and reality itself seemed to stabilize in response to her calming emotions. You're different, she managed, reaching up to touch his face with trembling fingers, tracing the markings that adorned his skin. Not just physically, but everything about you feels different. More complete. I am what I was always meant to be, Sukuna replied. He leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss that sent waves of energy cascading through her body, a sensation that went beyond physical pleasure to something more fundamental, as if her very molecules were singing in response to his touch. Eve felt her own form changing in response, her molecules rearranging subtly, growing taller, stronger, her body adapting to complement his transformed state. The changes weren't just superficial, she could feel her powers expanding, deepening, becoming more integrated with her consciousness. When they separated, Eve looked down at herself in wonder. Her costume remained intact, still covering her entire body, but she had evolved. She felt stronger, more stable, more in control of her molecular manipulation than she had ever been before. What did you do to me? She asked, not in accusation but in amazement. I didn't do anything, Sukuna replied, his expression softening as he gazed at her. Your powers responded to mine, your powers perhaps recognizing something kindred in my transformation. Sukuna gazed around at the devastation, then up at the sky, his expression one of wonder as he experienced the world through his transformed senses. Everything is so clear now, he murmured, his voice carrying a note of genuine awe. Every sound, every scent, every particle of energy in the air. I can feel the world in ways I never could before. He extended one hand, cursed energy flowing around it with effortless precision. Mahoraga didn't just integrate my soul, it adapted my very essence, incorporating what it learned from Battle Beast. My atoms are now smart atoms, like those of a Viltrumite, responding to my will, enhancing my strength and durability beyond even what I previously imagined. The world is clear to me now. His attention turned to Battle Beast, who had been watching this transformation with growing excitement. His remaining hand flexed eagerly, and a grin spread across his bestial features, the expression of a predator scenting worthy prey. At last, Battle Beast rumbled, his fangs bared in a savage grin that contained no fear, only anticipation. A true test of my skills. Show me what you've become. Sukuna descended slowly until he hovered only a bit above Battle Beast, his forearms relaxed at his sides but cursed energy swirling around him. The two warriors regarded each other with mutual respect, apex predators recognizing each other's lethal potential. Before, I was merely playing at being what I was, Sukuna stated, a shadow of my former self, trapped between worlds, between identities. Now, I am more than I ever was. His four eyes narrowed slightly, studying Battle Beast. The question, Beast, is whether you are prepared to face the consequences of what you've awakened. Few who have roused my true nature have lived to speak of it. Battle Beast's grin widened, bloodlust and joy mingling in his expression as he rolled his massive shoulders, loosening muscles in preparation for combat. I have traveled across galaxies seeking worthy opponents, he declared, his voice rumbling with anticipation. I have slaughtered armies and challenged gods, fought the champions of 1,000 worlds and found them wanting. There is no consequence I fear more than the emptiness of victory without struggle, the hollow triumph over unworthy foes. He retrieved his mace from the rubble, twirling it with ease despite missing a hand, it not affecting the balance of his body at all. Come then, Sukuna. Show me the full extent of your rebirth. Let us write a battle in blood and bone that will be remembered across the stars. Sukuna's lips curved into a smile that hadn't been seen in this world before, the smile of a predator confident in its absolute dominance, of a king surveying his domain. It was an expression that had once made armies tremble, that had heralded the fall of dynasties. As you wish, he replied, cursed energy gathering around his four hands, but remember, Beast, you asked for this. When the pain becomes too much to bear, when you beg for the mercy of death, remember that this was your choice. Above, Eve and Mark watched in awe, joined now by Nolan and Urum, carried by Nolan, who hovered nearby, all of them sensing that they were about to witness something unprecedented. Battle Beast crouched, muscles tensing for his charge. Our battle will be glorious, he roared, the sound echoing across the devastated landscape. Sukuna's four eyes narrowed. Our battle will be brief, he replied, his voice carrying absolute certainty. And with that, they moved towards each other, Battle Beast jumping towards Sukuna, who charged downward with flight. The King of Curses and the Beast of the Stars, meeting in a combat that would be remembered long after the dust had settled and the blood had dried. Chapter 38, The King of Curses. The air crackled with energy as Sukuna and Battle Beast collided at the center of the devastated plaza. The impact generated a shockwave that pulverized the remaining concrete, sending debris flying in all directions and forcing the onlookers to shield themselves. Battle Beast's mace swung in a devastating arc, its spiked head trailing blue energy as it cut through the air. Sukuna, moving with newfound speed that matched the alien warriors, caught the weapon between two of his four hands, the impact sending tremors through his transformed body. Interesting, Sukuna observed, his four eyes narrowing as he analyzed the weapon. Your mace channels energy with technology. Primitive, but effective. Battle Beast's response was a savage grin as he twisted the weapon, attempting to wrench it free. A warrior's tools are extensions of his will. Mine has tasted the blood of champions across 100 worlds. Then allow me to introduce it to something new, Sukuna replied. Cursed energy flowed from his hands into the mace, traveling up its length to Battle Beast's grip. The alien warrior's eyes widened as the energy reached him, attempting to slice through his flesh from within. With a roar of pain and surprise, Battle Beast released the weapon, leaping backward to create distance. Blood dripped from his remaining hand where the cursed energy had begun to cut through his palm. Dismantle, Sukuna explained casually, tossing the mace aside. My energy can cut through anything it touches, from the outside or within. Battle Beast flexed his injured hand, his expression one of fascination rather than fear. A worthy technique. But a true warrior relies on more than a single approach. He charged forward again, this time empty-handed but moving with even greater speed. His massive body blurred as he closed the distance, feinting left before striking with a devastating right hook aimed at Sukuna's head. Sukuna didn't dodge. Instead, he met the punch directly with one of his own, their fists colliding with enough force to create a visible distortion in the air around them. The ground beneath their feet cracked further, spiderweb fissures racing outward from the point of impact. For the first time, Battle Beast's expression registered surprise. His punch, which had shattered mountains and moons, even planets, had been matched perfectly. Impossible, he muttered, his eyes narrowing. Your strength has evolved, Sukuna finished for him. My atoms now respond to my will, much like a Viltrumite's. But with a crucial difference. Before Battle Beast could respond, Sukuna unleashed a flurry of strikes with all four arms, each moving with precision that belied their devastating power. The alien warrior blocked what he could, his forearms taking impacts that would have killed anyone else with their mere wind pressure, but several blows still broke through his defense. Blood sprayed from Battle Beast's muzzle as Sukuna's fist connected with his jaw, sending him staggering backward. Another strike to his ribs produced a sickening crack, and a third to his knee nearly buckled the joint. Battle Beast recovered quickly, his combat experience evident in how swiftly he adapted his stance to compensate for his injuries. He wiped blood from his muzzle, his eyes gleaming with renewed excitement. At last, he growled, a challenge worthy of my full attention. He reached behind his back, drawing a curved blade that hummed with the same blue energy as his mace. Let us see if your new form can withstand Thoktian steel. The blade moved in a blur as Battle Beast attacked again, the weapon trailing energy that seemed to cut through the very air itself. Sukuna weaved between the strikes, his 4 eyes tracking the blade's path with perfect clarity. When he saw an opening, he struck, not at Battle Beast, but at the space between them. Dismantle. The air itself seemed to split, an invisible force racing toward Battle Beast. The alien warrior sensed the danger and attempted to dodge, but the technique caught his side, opening a deep gash that immediately began to pour purple blood. Battle Beast glanced down at the wound, then back at Sukuna, his expression calculating. You cut without touching. A technique that bypasses conventional defense. One of many, Sukuna replied, his forearms moving in complex patterns as he gathered cursed energy. Something in Sukuna's stance, in the way the air began to warp around him, triggered Battle Beast's primal survival instincts. In all his centuries of combat across countless worlds, he had developed an almost supernatural ability to sense lethal intent. 2 of Sukuna's hands made an maiden sign. What he sensed now sent a chill through his battle-hardened body. Death. Absolute, unavoidable death if he remained within range of whatever Sukuna was preparing. Domain EXP Sukuna began, but before he could complete the utterance, Battle Beast was already moving. With explosive speed, the alien warrior launched himself backward, putting hundreds upon hundreds of meters between them in a single bound. The concrete shattered beneath his feet from the force of his departure, creating a small crater where he had stood. If I had remained there 1 moment longer, I would have ceased to exist, Battle Beast thought, his warrior's instincts screaming warnings louder than he had ever experienced. Whatever technique he was about to unleash, it would have meant certain death. Sukuna's eyes widened slightly in surprise, the domain he had been about to manifest dissipating as his concentration was broken by Battle Beast's unexpected retreat. Impressive instincts, Sukuna acknowledged, his forearms lowering slightly. Few beings can sense the danger of my domain expansion before it manifests. Battle Beast stood at the far end of the devastated plaza, his chest heaving not from exertion but from the primal fear he had just experienced, a sensation foreign to a warrior who had faced the most terrifying opponents the universe had to offer. Your technique, Battle Beast called across the distance, it carries the scent of annihilation. A weapon that leaves no possibility of survival. Perceptive, Sukuna replied, a cold smile spreading across his face. My domain expansion creates a space where my techniques are guaranteed to hit, with no possibility of evasion. Within that domain, cleave would adjust to your durability, ensuring a fatal cut regardless of your physical resilience. Sukuna explained to strengthen his technique. Battle Beast's eyes narrowed, reassessing his opponent with newfound wariness. A technique that bypasses all defense, truly, you are a worthy adversary. Instead of charging back into close combat, Battle Beast reached behind his back, producing a compact device that expanded into what appeared to be a high-tech bow. A blue energy arrow materialized as he drew back the string, the projectile humming with the same power as his other weapons. Let us see how you fare against attacks from a distance, he called, releasing the arrow with perfect form. The energy projectile streaked toward Sukuna with incredible speed, leaving a trail of blue light in its wake. Rather than dodge, Sukuna raised one hand, cursed energy forming a barrier before him. The arrow struck the barrier and detonated, creating an explosion that momentarily obscured Sukuna from view. When the smoke cleared, he stood unharmed, though the ground around him had been cratered by the blast. Ranged combat, Sukuna observed, is a sound strategy against an opponent whose close quarters techniques proved lethal. But he vanished from sight, reappearing instantly behind Battle Beast, his newfound speed allowing for movement that bordered on teleportation. It assumes your opponent is limited to the same constraints. Battle Beast's instincts saved him once again. He spun with shocking speed, his blade intercepting Sukuna's strike mere millimeters from his spine. The clash of cursed energy against the blue energy of the alien weapon created a localized shockwave that shattered nearby debris. Your speed has increased dramatically, Battle Beast noted, disengaging to create distance once more. Your transformation has enhanced all aspects of your being. Indeed, Sukuna confirmed, his forearms moving in a complex pattern as he gathered cursed energy once more. And you have yet to witness the full extent of my capabilities. He extended all 4 hands, cursed energy gathering at his fingertips. Sacred flame. Instead of a single arrow, 4 streams of supernatural fire erupted from his hands, converging on Battle Beast from different angles. The alien warrior attempted to dodge, but the flames adjusted their trajectory, tracking him with unnatural precision. When they struck, the effect was catastrophic. The sacred flame engulfed Battle Beast completely, burning with an intensity that melted the asphalt beneath his feet. The flames weren't just hot, they were conceptual, burning the very essence of their target rather than merely its physical form. Battle Beast roared in genuine pain for the first time in the battle, his fur charring and his armor beginning to melt under the supernatural heat. With a desperate swing of his blade, he created a shockwave that temporarily dispersed the flames, giving him a moment to recover. Fire that burns the soul itself, he gasped, his breathing labored. Truly, magnificent. Sukuna didn't allow him time to recuperate. He closed the distance in an instant, all 4 arms moving in a coordinated attack that left no angle for defense. Battle Beast blocked what he could, but for each strike he stopped, 2 more connected. The alien warrior's legendary durability was being pushed to its limits. Bones cracked under the relentless assault, armor splintered, and blood flowed freely from dozens of wounds. Yet still, Battle Beast fought on, his every movement speaking to centuries of combat experience. Each time Sukuna believed he had gained the upper hand, the alien warrior would reveal another technique, another weapon, another strategy. From a hidden compartment in his armor, Battle Beast produced a pair of energy daggers, their edges glowing with the same blue light as his other weapons. These he wielded with surprising dexterity despite his injuries, forcing Sukuna to adjust his approach. Your arsenal seems endless, Sukuna observed, evading a slash that would have opened his throat. A warrior must be prepared for any challenge, Battle Beast replied, his movements becoming more fluid as he found his rhythm with the new weapons. Reliance on a single approach leads to defeat. The daggers hummed as they cut through the air, leaving trails of energy that lingered for seconds after each swing. When one managed to graze Sukuna's arm, he felt a burning sensation unlike conventional wounds, the energy was attempting to disrupt his cursed energy pathways. Interesting, Sukuna thought, analyzing the sensation. The weapons are designed to target energy systems, likely effective against various powered beings across the galaxy. Your weapons are designed to disrupt energy flow, he stated, shifting his strategy to keep more distance. Clever. But ultimately futile against me. He extended one hand, focusing cursed energy into a precise point. Dismantle. The technique shot forward, invisible but devastating. Battle Beast attempted to block with one of his daggers, but the cursed energy sliced through the weapon as if it were paper, continuing on to cut deeply into his forearm. The alien warrior grunted in pain but didn't retreat. Instead, he hurled his remaining dagger directly at Sukuna's face, forcing him to dodge and creating an opening for a follow-up attack. Battle Beast capitalized immediately, closing the distance and delivering a powerful headbutt that connected solidly with Sukuna's face. The impact was enough to momentarily daze even his enhanced form, blood trickling from his nose as he staggered backward. First blood from your new form, Battle Beast observed with satisfaction. A worthy achievement. Sukuna wiped the blood away, his four eyes narrowing. Still, gaze upon your form, the king began as he gestured with his hand at Battle Beast's injuries, all that for a simple bleeding nose. Worth it, Battle Beast stated with a teeth-filled grin. The patterns on Sukuna's skin began to glow with an inner light, cursed energy flowing through the markings like blood through veins. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, denser, as if reality itself was being compressed by his power. You fought well, Beast, Sukuna acknowledged suddenly, his voice taking on a resonant quality that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the mind. Few have pushed me to access my full potential. For that, you have my respect. He raised all four arms, the cursed energy surrounding them intensifying until it was almost blinding. But this battle ends now. Battle Beast sensed the shift in power, his warrior's instincts warning him of imminent danger. Yet instead of retreating, he grinned, baring his blood-stained fangs in a display of pure battle lust. Show me your true power, he roared, bracing himself for whatever was to come. Let this be a death worthy of song. Sukuna's response was another technique he hadn't used since his rebirth, not even since his awakening within the brat. Dismantle, maximum. The technique manifested not as a single cutting force, but as thousands, invisible lines that crisscrossed the entire battlefield in a three-dimensional grid of destruction. Unlike his domain, which guaranteed hits this could be dodged, but that was easier said than done. Battle Beast of course still attempted to dodge, his legendary reflexes pushing his battered body to its absolute limit. He managed to avoid some of the cutting lines, but the sheer number made complete evasion impossible. The effect was catastrophic. Hundreds of cuts appeared across Battle Beast's body simultaneously, each deeper and more precise than conventional weapons could achieve. Armor shattered, flesh parted, and even bone was sliced through with surgical precision. Purple blood erupted from the alien warrior's body in a fine mist as the technique ran its course, leaving him standing in a pool of his own vital fluids. For a moment, he remained upright through sheer force of will, his eyes still burning with the joy of combat despite his grievous injuries. Then, slowly, he collapsed to his knees, his remaining weapons falling from nerveless fingers. Magnificent, he gasped, blood bubbling from his lips with each word. Truly, magnificent. Sukuna approached the fallen warrior, his four eyes studying Battle Beast with a mixture of respect and clinical assessment. The alien's injuries were beyond recovery, even his legendary constitution couldn't survive such comprehensive damage. You fought well, Sukuna acknowledged, standing before the kneeling warrior. Few have ever pushed me to such lengths. Battle Beast looked up, meeting Sukuna's gaze without fear. And you, have given me what I sought for centuries. A battle worthy of my skills. A defeat, without dishonor. Blood continued to pool beneath him, his life ebbing away with each passing second. Yet his expression remained one of satisfaction rather than despair. I have, one request, Battle Beast managed, his voice growing weaker. Grant me, a warrior's death. Clean. Final. By your hand. Sukuna considered the request, then nodded. In this moment, he recognized Battle Beast not as an enemy, but as a worthy opponent, one deserving of respect in his final moments. Very well, he said, gathering cursed energy into his hand. Few have earned such consideration from me. Consider it recognition of your skill. Battle Beast straightened as much as his broken body would allow, presenting his chest. My name is Thok, son of Zor. Remember it. I will remember, Sukuna promised, his hand poised for the final strike. Your name will not be forgotten, Thok, son of Zor. With perfect precision, Sukuna delivered a clean, merciful death, his hand passing through Battle Beast's chest to crush his heart instantly. The alien warrior's eyes remained open, a smile of satisfaction on his face as life left his body. As Battle Beast, Thok, collapsed forward, Sukuna caught him, lowering his massive form to the ground with a respect few would have expected from the King of Curses. Rest well, warrior, Sukuna said quietly. Your quest has ended. He straightened, turning to face the observers who had watched the combat from a safe distance. Eve descended immediately, rushing to his side with a mixture of awe and concern on her face. Are you hurt? She asked, her eyes scanning his transformed body for injuries. Nothing significant, Sukuna replied, the glow fading from the markings on his skin as he relaxed from his combat stance. He was a worthy opponent. Mark landed nearby, his expression a mixture of relief and disbelief as he surveyed the devastation around them. That was... I don't even have words for what that was. Nolan descended more cautiously, Urum still in his arms. His expression was one of careful assessment as he studied Sukuna's transformed state. You've changed, he observed simply, setting Urum down gently. More than just physically. Yes, Sukuna agreed, flexing his forearms experimentally. The integration is complete now. Body and soul in perfect harmony. Urum approached, bowing deeply before him. Sukuna-sama, she said, her voice carrying a note of reverence. You have returned to your true glory. Sukuna nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to the fallen form of Battle Beast. He deserves a proper burial. By warrior's custom. I'll handle it, Nolan offered, surprising everyone with the gesture. I recognize his kind. There are specific rites that should be observed. Sukuna studied Nolan for a moment, then nodded. Very well. As Nolan moved to collect Battle Beast's body, Sukuna turned his attention to the city around them. The devastation was extensive, multiple blocks reduced to rubble, infrastructure destroyed, casualties likely in the hundreds if not thousands. The city has suffered greatly, he observed, his four eyes taking in the full scope of destruction. This battle has cost many innocent lives. It wasn't your fault, Eve said quickly, placing a hand on one of his arms. Battle Beast attacked first. You were just defending yourself, defending all of us. As emergency vehicles began to approach the scene, sirens wailing in the distance, Sukuna's transformation he understood remained stable, his forearms, marked skin, and extra eyes now apparently permanent features of his new form. He will need to test out later whether he can change back, but for now that was an unimportant matter for truly the King of Curses had returned, his glory once more realized. We should leave before authorities arrive, Sukuna said, his four eyes scanning the approaching emergency vehicles. There will be questions ones I am not in the mood to answer. But as he turned to depart, something strange caught his attention. A subtle vibration in the air, a distortion in the fabric of reality that his heightened senses could perceive but not immediately identify. Wait, he commanded, raising one hand. Something's wrong. The others paused, looking around in confusion. I don't see anything, Mark said, scanning the area. It's not something to see, Sukuna replied, his four eyes narrowing. It's something to feel. The world itself is shifting. Eve's curiosity immediately engaged. What do you mean? Are you detecting some kind of dimensional anomaly? Before Sukuna could respond, the distortion intensified. The air began to waver, like heat rising from hot asphalt, but across the entire visible spectrum. Buildings in the distance seemed to bend and twist, their outlines becoming fluid rather than solid. What the hell? Mark whispered, now able to perceive the effect as it strengthened. Nolan set Battle Beast's body down carefully, his expression hardening with concern. This isn't natural. Something is happening to the very fabric of reality. The distortion continued to intensify, spreading across the sky like ripples in a pond. The blue expanse above them began to take on a reflective quality, as if the sky itself had become a vast mirror. Sukuna-sama, Urum whispered, moving closer to her master, her voice tight with apprehension. This feeling, it's not of this world. No, Sukuna agreed, his four eyes fixed on the distorting sky. It's not. With a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the sky cracked. Fissures spread across the mirrored surface, fragmenting the reflection of the world below into countless shards. Then, with a final catastrophic crack, the sky broke apart completely. The fragments dissolved into nothingness, revealing swirling green light behind them. The emerald radiance poured through the broken sky, washing over the city in pulsating waves that seemed to bend and twist everything they touched. Everyone down! Sukuna shouted, pulling Eve and Urum against him protectively as the green light enveloped them all. And then, there was only the light, consuming everything in its path, erasing the boundaries between what was and what would be. Chapter 39, The War Begins. Earlier. In a reinforced cell deep beneath the Global Defense Agency headquarters, Angstrom Levy thrashed against his restraints. His skin glistened with sweat, his eyes darting wildly as if tracking unseen horrors. No, 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 he muttered, his voice hoarse from hours of screaming. It's happening. He's changing. Evolving. Becoming what he was always meant to be. The monitoring equipment surrounding his bed recorded his elevated heart rate, his spiking brain activity, the strange dimensional energy fluctuations that emanated from his body in waves. Through the observation window, two GDA scientists watched with clinical detachment, making notes on tablets as they observed their subjects' deterioration. Subjects' episodes are increasing in frequency and intensity, Dr. Wilson, the older researcher noted. This is the third major event in the past hour. Stedman wants a full report by morning, Dr. Chen replied, adjusting her glasses. He thinks there might be a connection between Levy's condition and the battle happening downtown. You mean the one with that four-armed guy? Wilson asked. The footage is all over social media already. Some kind of monster fight in the business district. That's the one, Chen confirmed. Stedman thinks Levy's dimensional abilities might be reacting to whatever's happening there. Inside the cell, Levy's consciousness was far from his physical body. His mind floated through the multiverse, tethered to countless alternate versions of himself, experiencing their realities in disjointed fragments. And in that moment, across the dimensional barrier, he felt it, a surge of power so distinctive, so terrifying, that it sent shivers through every iteration of angstrom levy across the multiverse. Sukuna, he whispered, the name itself seeming to draw blood from his lips. The king of curses. He's awakened. Fully awakened. In his mind's eye, he saw it, the transformation, the 4 arms, the marked skin, the multiple eyes. The true form of the demon who had haunted his dimensional visions for weeks. No, 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 Levy repeated, his restraints creaking as he strained against them. Not here. Not in my world. The monitors began to beat more rapidly as his heart rate accelerated, his blood pressure spiking to dangerous levels. He's going into distress, Chen said, reaching for the emergency button. Wait, Wilson cautioned, grabbing her wrist. Stedman's orders were explicit. No intervention unless his vitals indicate imminent death. He wants to see how far these episodes go. This is inhumane, Chen protested, pulling her hand away. Look at him. He's suffering. Science isn't always pretty, Wilson replied coldly. Besides, after what he tried to do with those summoning rituals. He's lucky he's not in a regular prison. Inside Levy's fractured mind, memories that weren't his own flooded through him, experiences of alternate Levies who had encountered Sukuna across the multiverse. A laboratory in ruins, equipment shattered, papers scattered across blood-soaked floors. Sukuna standing amid the destruction, holding aloft the severed head of Angstrom Levy, 4 eyes gleaming with amusement. You thought to study me, the demon laughed in the memory. To categorize me? I am beyond your comprehension, little scientist. No, Levy moaned, his body convulsing. A suburban home, once peaceful, now a charnel house. Sukuna seated at the dining table, consuming human flesh with deliberate appreciation while an alternate Levy, bound and forced to watch, screams as his family is devoured piece by piece. The love you hold for them seasons the meat, Sukuna observed in the memory, tearing flesh from bone with elegant precision. Your despair is the perfect accompaniment to their flavor. Stop, please, Levy begged, tears streaming down his face. A young woman, a daughter he never had but an alternate Levy cherished, violated by the demon while her father watches, unable to look away, unable to help, unable to die despite his desperate pleas. This is the price of curiosity, Sukuna explained calmly in the memory. You sought to understand the king of curses. Now you understand, everything you love belongs to me. Enough. Levy screamed, his voice cracking with the force of his desperation. The scientists jumped as the monitoring equipment suddenly malfunctioned, screens flickering with static before displaying incomprehensible data. What the hell? Wilson muttered, backing away from the window. I'm calling Stedman, Chen decided, reaching for her phone. This is beyond our clearance level. Look. Wilson pointed at Levy through the observation window. He's glowing. Inside the cell, Levy had gone eerily still, his eyes open but unseeing, fixed on the ceiling. His lips moved in a silent chant, words from a language that had no business being spoken by human tongues. Azeroth Metrian Zinthos, he whispered, his voice taking on a resonant quality that seemed to echo despite the room's soundproofing. Kleta Barada Nikto. Ashnazg Durbachaluk. He didn't understand what he was saying, but something from deep within was guiding his tongue, and Levy in his desperation, knew nothing but to follow it. I need to stop him, Levy muttered, his voice shifting between lucidity and madness. Before he becomes what I've seen. Before he does to this world what he's done to so many others. The green glow intensified, casting eerie shadows across the cell. The restraints holding Levy began to smoke, the metal heating to a dull red where it touched his skin. I need help, he realized, his fractured mind racing through possibilities. I need myself. With a sudden clarity that cut through his madness, Levy reached out with his dimensional awareness, something he had recently been able to consciously do. Searching across the multiverse for a specific version of himself, one he had glimpsed before, one with resources, with power, with an army at his disposal. In another reality, another Angstrom Levy, scarred, deformed, his brain partially exposed through a cracked skull, paused in his plotting. This Levy had been gathering various versions of Invincible to execute his revenge against Mark Grayson, using them to destroy the hero's reputation. Times Square is in ruins, he asked, addressing the alternate Invincibles gathered in his warehouse headquarters. Yeah, it's dust, Mohawk Mark replied with a dismissive shrug, leaning against a support beam. Just like you wanted. Made a real show of it too, made sure plenty of cameras caught Invincible destroying public property. His costume was similar to the original Mark's, but with a spiked hairstyle and more aggressive design elements. His attitude matched his appearance, cocky, aggressive, with a perpetual sneer. Don't act like you didn't enjoy it, Mustache Mark commented, cleaning blood from his gloves. This older, grizzled version with facial hair and battle scars had seen more combat than most of his counterparts. You were laughing the whole time. Of course I enjoyed it, Mohawk Mark shot back. Doesn't mean I care about Levy's stupid revenge fantasy. The hospital evacuation went perfectly too, Astronaut Mark reported, his costume modified with elements of space gear. More strategic than the others, he approached their arrangement with Levy as a military operation. Everyone saw Invincible endangering patients. The media's having a field day. Good, the scarred Levy nodded, observing the chaos on multiple monitors. And the mayor's office. Left enough evidence to frame the original for corruption, Sinister Mark replied, his costume darker with black accents where the original had blue, with a cape. His voice carried a permanent undertone of cruelty. His reputation is being systematically destroyed, Just as you promised would happen. And once it is, Viltrumite Mark added, a version who had embraced his alien heritage more fully, with the costume incorporating elements of Viltrumite battle armor, you'll hold up your end of the bargain? Access to the realities we each requested. That was our deal, Levy confirmed, his attention still on the monitors. You help me destroy Mark Grayson's life, and I'll... He stopped abruptly, a strange sensation washing over him. What is this? The scarred Levy murmured, feeling an intrusion into his consciousness. Who dares? Something wrong, brain case? Mohawk Mark asked with mock concern. Having another episode. Silence. Levy snapped, concentrating on the mental intrusion. Or what? Sinister Mark challenged, stepping forward. You'll send us home? Good luck finding more willing pawns for your pathetic revenge scheme. I said silence. Levy repeated, his exposed brain beginning to glow green. Someone is contacting me. Another version of myself. The assembled Invincibles exchanged glances, unnerved by the green glow but not particularly concerned for Levy himself. Great, another you, Mustache Mark grumbled. Because one wasn't annoying enough. Is this going to delay our payment? Viltrumite Mark demanded, his eyes narrowing. I have a worlds to conquer back home. The only reason I am here is because this opens up the potential for even more. And I have a Cecil Stedman to kill, Sinister Mark added. Everyone shut up and let him concentrate, Astronaut Mark ordered, his tactical mind recognizing the potential significance. This could be important. Levy ignored them all, focusing on the mental contact. Who are you? He demanded silently. What do you want? Help me, a voice projected across the dimensional barrier. Our worlds are in danger. Sukuna has awakened. Sukuna. Levy muttered aloud, sorting through his vast knowledge of the multiverse. I know no such being. The King of Curses, the imprisoned Levy explained, his mental voice tinged with desperation. A demon from ancient Japan who devours worlds. He exists across multiple dimensions, always different yet always the same. Always hungry. Always cruel. And why should I care about your problem? The scarred Levy demanded. I have my own vengeance to complete. He's talking to himself again, Mohawk Mark stage whispered to the others. Just what we need, our meal ticket going even more insane. Shut up, Astronaut Mark hissed. Whatever's happening, it's affecting his powers. Look at his head. Indeed, the scarred Levy's exposed brain was now pulsing with green energy, the same color that had characterized his dimensional powers before his injury. Because if he isn't stopped, there will be no vengeance for either of us, the imprisoned Levy insisted. No worlds left to conquer. Nothing but ash and bone and his laughter echoing across the void. This Sukuna, Levy said aloud, what exactly is he capable of? Who the hell is Sukuna? Sinister Mark demanded. Are you making deals with other dimensions now? I think another version of him is warning him about some kind of threat, Astronaut Mark explained, watching Levy carefully. Some kind of enemy. Great, Viltrumite Mark sneered. Just what we need. More complications. Show me, Levy commanded his alternate self. Show me this threat. The imprisoned Levy opened his mind fully, sharing the horrific visions that had plagued him for weeks, the destruction, the death, the casual cruelty of a being who viewed humans as nothing more than toys to be broken or food to be consumed. The scarred Levy recoiled physically, staggering back against his control console as the images flooded his mind. What's happening to him? Mustache Mark asked, not out of concern but pragmatic self-interest. If he dies, how do we get back to our worlds? He's not dying, Astronaut Mark observed. He's receiving information. Psychically, it seems. This is beyond anything I've encountered, Levy gasped, addressing the Invincibles. A being of immense power. A destroyer of worlds. Sounds like our kind of challenge, Mohawk Mark said with a grin. Point us at him. We'll take care of it. For the right price, of course. It's not that simple, Levy replied, sweat beading on his malformed brow. This entity, this Sukuna, he exists across multiple realities. And now he's fully manifested in my counterpart's world. Yes, the imprisoned Levy pleaded. Free me first, then together we can direct your Invincibles against Sukuna. Before he grows too powerful to stop. The scarred Levy hesitated, sensing something off about this request. You're not telling me everything, he accused aloud. What aren't you saying? He's definitely losing it, Sinister Mark said to the others. Maybe we should consider finding another dimensional traveler to get us home. Good luck with that, Viltrumite Mark replied dryly. They don't exactly grow on trees. We need him functional, Astronaut Mark insisted. At least until he fulfills his end of our bargain. In his cell, the imprisoned Levy's expression twisted with frustration. The restraints around his wrists and ankles had begun to melt, the metal dripping onto the floor in glowing pools. There's no time, he shouted aloud. He's fully awakened now. We must act immediately. Outside the cell, alarms began to blare as the facility's sensors detected the rising energy levels. We need to evacuate, Chen insisted, grabbing Wilson's arm. Whatever's happening in there, it's beyond our control now. But the data, Wilson protested. Screw the data. Chen snapped, dragging him toward the exit. I'm not dying for Stedman's obsession with this guy. Inside the cell, Levy's body had begun to levitate several inches above the examination table, the last of his restraints giving way as the metal melted completely. If you won't help willingly, he snarled, addressing his alternate self across the dimensional divide, then I'll take control by force. In his headquarters, the scarred Levy staggered as he felt a foreign consciousness attempting to seize control of his mind, his powers, his carefully gathered army of alternate invincibles. You dare, he growled, fighting back against the intrusion. You would steal from yourself. I would save everyone. The imprisoned Levy countered, pushing harder. Even if it means sacrificing you. What's happening to him now? Mustache Mark demanded, watching as Levy clutched his exposed brain, green energy pulsing more intensely. Looks like a psychic attack, Astronaut Mark assessed. Another version of him is trying to take control. Of what? Him. Mohawk Mark scoffed. They can have him. No, you idiot, Viltrumite Mark growled. Of his powers. Of us. Of everything. Sinister Mark's eyes narrowed. Nobody controls me. Not Levy, not some other Levy, not anyone. He's trying to take control of my powers, Levy gasped, confirming Viltrumite Mark's assessment. Of all of you. Like hell he is, Mohawk Mark snarled, stepping forward aggressively. We're not anyone's puppets. Who is this other you? Astronaut Mark demanded, his tactical mind seeking information. What does he want with us? He's from a dimension where this Sukuna exists, Levy explained, still fighting the mental battle. He wants to use you, to fight it. A real fight instead of this reputation-destroying nonsense. Sinister Mark considered, a cruel smile spreading across his face. That actually sounds more interesting. No. Levy's voice rose in panic. He's hiding something. This isn't just about fighting some demon. There's more he isn't telling me. When is there not? Viltrumite Mark replied dismissively. You dimensional travelers are all the same. Always with your schemes and half-truths. Maybe we should hear what this other Levy has to offer, Mustache Mark suggested pragmatically. Might be a better deal than what we've got here. You would betray our arrangement? Levy demanded, still struggling against the mental invasion. Betray implies loyalty, Astronaut Mark pointed out coldly. We have a business arrangement, nothing more. If your counterpart offers better terms. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Levy shouted, blood now trickling from his eyes and ears as he fought the mental battle. This entity, this Sukuna, he's beyond anything you've faced before. We've heard that before, Mohawk Mark yawned theatrically. Everyone thinks their big bad is the biggest and baddest. When we're the baddest of them all. The two versions of Angstrom Levy, connected across dimensional barriers, engaged in a mental battle for supremacy. Their consciousnesses intertwined, memories flooding between them, powers merging and separating in chaotic pulses. In the GDA cell, Levy's body began to rotate slowly in midair, the green glow surrounding him intensifying until the observation window cracked from the pressure. Evacuate the building, a security officer shouted over the intercom. Unknown dimensional event in progress. This is not a drill. Scientists and agents fled through the corridors as the facility began to shake, structural supports groaning under dimensional stresses they were never designed to withstand. Meanwhile, across the multiverse, other entities began to notice the disturbance. The barriers between realities, normally solid and impermeable, were thinning as the two levies fought for control. In a ruined Tokyo, standing amid the devastation of what had once been Shibuya, a figure paused in his slaughter. Ryman Sukuna, possessing the body of Yuji Itadori but with 15 of his 20 fingers consumed, tilted his head as if listening to a distant sound. Interesting, he murmured, his split pupil eyes narrowing as he perceived a rift forming in reality itself. A door opening where no door should be. Around him, the remains of Shibuya smoldered, buildings collapsed, streets cratered, bodies strewn across the landscape. The strongest sorcerers of the modern era had tried to stop him and failed. Only Fushiguro had escaped, taking the remaining fingers with him. How convenient, Sukuna remarked, observing the dimensional rift that had appeared before him. I was just wondering where my next entertainment might come from. He approached the rift, cursed energy swirling around him as he examined the phenomenon. Through the distortion, he could see glimpses of another world, a modern city, not unlike Tokyo, but different in subtle ways. A new playground, he decided, a cruel smile spreading across Yuji's face, twisted by Sukuna's control. How thoughtful of someone to provide it. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the dimensional anomaly, drawn by instinct and curiosity, as well as a feeling that this will aid him to control the brat more thoroughly somehow. In another reality, in ancient Japan during the Heian era, a different Sukuna, this one in his original body, four-armed and marked with patterns that signified his divine lineage, paused in the act of consuming a defeated sorcerer's heart. A summoning, he wondered aloud, dropping the partially eaten organ as he sensed the dimensional disturbance. Know something more interesting. His court of terrified subjects prostrated themselves as he rose from his throne of human bones, cursed energy swirling around him like a crimson aura. My lord, a brave courtier ventured, forehead pressed to the blood-soaked floor. What troubles you? Nothing troubles the king of curses, Sukuna replied, his four eyes fixed on the rift that had appeared in his throne room. But something intrigues me. He approached the dimensional tier, studying the images visible through it, a modern world, with strange structures of glass and steel, machines that moved without horses, people dressed in unfamiliar garments. A new realm to conquer, he mused, a smile spreading across his face. How delightful! Great lord, the courtier pleaded, the conquest of our own land is not yet complete. The northern sorcerers still resist your divine rule. Sukuna turned, fixing the man with a cold stare. Are you presuming to advise me? And no, Divine One, the courtier stammered, pressing himself flatter against the floor. Merely, observing. Then observe this, Sukuna replied, gesturing casually. The man's body erupted in blood as invisible cutting forces sliced him into perfect cubes of flesh and bone. The consequence of wasting my time with obvious statements. He turned back to the rift, his interest rekindled. A new world, he repeated. And something familiar waiting there. How curious. Without further hesitation, he stepped through the dimensional tier, leaving his court in stunned silence. And in yet another reality, in modern Tokyo, a third Sukuna stood over the broken body of Satoru Gojo, the most powerful sorcerer of the modern era. Victory was his at last, his rivalry with the Six Eyes Bearer finally concluded. Was that all? Sukuna asked the corpse at his feet, disappointment evident in his tone. After all that talk, all that anticipation, this is how our battle ends? With you broken and me unsatisfied. He kicked Gojo's body, sending it rolling across the destroyed landscape of what had once been Tokyo Jujutsu High. The school was now nothing but rubble, the barrier that had protected it for generations shattered by their battle. What now, he mused, sensing the dimensional rift forming nearby. Another challenger so soon? Or something more entertaining? He approached the tier in reality, curious despite his post-victory melancholy. Through it, he could see another world, similar to his own in some ways, yet different in others. A parallel reality, he observed, his interest growing. How fascinating. And there's something there, something like me, yet not me. The prospect of meeting another version of himself, perhaps one who might provide a greater challenge than Gojo had ultimately offered, was too intriguing to resist. This has potential, he decided, stepping toward the rift. At the very least, it should relieve my boredom. Back in the headquarters of the Scarred Levy, the mental battle had reached its climax. Both versions of Angstrom Levy were exhausted, their powers strained to the breaking point as they fought for control. Stop this madness, the Scarred Levy shouted, blood trickling from his nose and ears. You're tearing apart the multiverse itself. Better that than allowing Sukuna to devour it world by world. The imprisoned Levy countered. Look. Look what's happening because of your resistance. Through their shared consciousness, both levies became aware of the consequences of their struggle. The dimensional barriers were failing, not just between their two worlds, but across multiple realities. And through those failing barriers, things were beginning to move. Something's happening to the monitors, Astronaut Mark announced, pointing at the screens that had been showing their various destructive activities across cities. The images were now distorting, showing strange green rifts opening in the sky. What the hell is that? Mohawk Mark demanded, leaning closer to one of the screens. Are those portals? Not just portals, Viltrumite Mark observed, his enhanced vision allowing him to see details the others missed. Something's coming through them. Multiple somethings. This is your fault, Sinister Mark accused Levy. You and your dimensional meddling. Not just his fault, Mustache Mark corrected, watching the dimensional energy surrounding Levy grow more chaotic. Looks like both versions of him are causing this. Fighting each other instead of working together. Typical, Viltrumite Mark sneered. Self-destruction through self-obsession. What have you done? The Scarred Levy whispered in horror, addressing his alternate self. In his cell, the imprisoned Levy began to laugh, the sound high and broken. Not just me. Us. We've done this together. We've opened the way. The green glow surrounding him expanded explosively, shattering the reinforced walls of his cell and spreading throughout the GDA facility. Scientists, agents, and security personnel fled in terror as the building itself began to warp and twist under the influence of dimensional energies. And soon it poured through all and engulfed the worlds. The war begins. The War of Invincibles and Kings. Chapter 40, Double. The imperial throne room of Viltrum stood silent and imposing, its vast marble expanse designed to humble even the mightiest warriors who entered its hallowed space. Grand Regent Thrag sat upon the massive throne, his muscular form draped in the traditional red cape of Viltrumite leadership, his expression as impassive as carved stone. The silence was broken by the sound of footsteps, confident, measured, familiar. Too familiar. Thrag's eyes narrowed as he observed the figure approaching across the polished floor. The newcomer was identical to himself in every physical aspect, the same impressive height, the same powerful build, the same regal bearing that commanded respect and fear in equal measure. The same face that had overseen the execution of thousands who had failed the Viltrumite Empire. The doppelganger stopped at the base of the throne's dais, standing tall but not challenging. There was no need for introductions or explanations, both beings understood the situation with the clarity that came from being the most tactically brilliant mind in the known universe. You are me, Throne Thrag stated, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. It wasn't a question. And you are me, the standing Thrag confirmed, his identical voice carrying the same authoritative tone. From another timeline. Another universe. Throne Thrag's fingers tightened imperceptibly on the armrests of his seat, the only outward sign of his inner tension. The dimensional barriers have collapsed. Our realities have merged. Temporarily, Standing Thrag added, his analytical mind already processing the implications. Such mergers cannot sustain themselves naturally. The universes will either separate again. Or perhaps one will consume the other, Throne Thrag finished. Creating a singular reality where only one version of each entity can exist. A moment of silence passed between them as both considered the ancient legends, stories passed down through Viltrumite history of beings who traversed dimensions, consuming their alternate selves to gain power beyond measure. The old texts speak of demons and spirits, standing Thrag said, his eyes never leaving his counterparts. Entities that could devour the flesh and souls of their duplicates across realities, gaining not just additional strength, but multiplied power. Throne Thrag nodded. Their essence combining rather than merely adding together. Another silence, heavier than the first. We have always avoided such methods, standing Thrag observed. An unspoken agreement across the realities. The risk of failure would leave our respective empires vulnerable, Throne Thrag agreed. And the practical challenges of ruling across dimensional barriers made the prospect inefficient. But circumstances have changed, standing Thrag noted, his voice taking on a subtle edge. The barriers fell without our intervention. The opportunity has presented itself without the associated risks. Throne Thrag's grip tightened further on his throne, the sound of cracking marble filling the chamber as his fingers crushed the ornate armrest to powder. I assume you already understand how this will end, he said, rising to his full height, his cape billowing behind him. Only one Thrag can rule. Only one empire can exist. Only one universe will remain when this is done, standing Thrag agreed, his muscles tensing in preparation. No more words were necessary. Two identical minds had reached the same conclusion simultaneously, as they always had, as they always would. They moved with the blinding speed that had made Thrag legendary among even Viltrumites, covering the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Their fists connected with catastrophic force, the impact generating a shockwave that shattered the throne room's massive windows and cracked its ancient columns. The battle for the title of Emperor of the Universe had begun. The green light faded gradually, revealing a changed landscape. Where once had been the devastated remains of a business district now stood an intact cityscape, similar but subtly different, as if someone had rebuilt everything with slight variations from the original design. Sukuna was the first to recover, his four eyes blinking as they adjusted to the altered reality. What happened? Mark groaned, pushing himself up from the ground where he'd fallen during the dimensional shift. Where are we? Not where, Sukuna corrected, his enhanced senses already analyzing their surroundings. When? Or rather, which? Eve stood beside him, her own transformed body still radiating pink energy as she scanned their environment at the molecular level. The dimensional structure has been compromised, she reported, her scientific mind immediately focusing on the problem. We're experiencing a reality merger. A what? Mark asked, helping Urum to her feet. The ice manipulator seemed disoriented but unharmed. Multiple universes collapsing into one another, Eve explained, her eyes glowing as she continued her analysis. Similar to parallel dimensions but with slight variations in events, decisions, outcomes. So this is, still our city? Mark questioned, looking around at the unfamiliar yet familiar landscape. Yes and no, Sukuna replied, his forearms flexing experimentally to ensure his powers remained intact. It's the same city, but from a different timeline. One where our battle with Battle Beast either never happened or happened differently. That's not possible, Mark said, shaking his head in disbelief. Look, I've watched enough sci-fi movies and anime and read enough manga to at least think about dimensional travel being real, sure, but merging entire universes. And yet here we are, Sukuna observed dryly. The evidence suggests otherwise. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching flight, the distinctive whoosh of someone moving at superhuman speed through the air. All four turned to face the newcomer, instinctively forming a defensive formation. Two figures descended from the sky, one in a familiar black and blue costume, the other radiating pink energy. Mark and Eve, but not their Mark and Eve. Another one, the descending Mark shouted, his expression hardening as he accelerated toward them. Levy's getting desperate if he's sending them in groups now. Before anyone could respond, this alternate Mark slammed into their Mark with devastating force, sending both crashing through a nearby building. Mark. Eve, our Eve, cried out, her powers flaring in response to the threat. The alternate Eve hovered above, her hands already glowing with molecular energy. I don't know what game Levy's playing, she called down, but it ends now. Sukuna stepped forward, his four eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. We are not your enemies, he stated, his voice carrying that unmistakable authority. There has been a dimensional merger. We are from another reality. Yeah, right, alternate Eve scoffed, unleashing a blast of pink energy. That's exactly what the last batch of duplicates said before they started killing civilians. Sukuna deflected the energy blast with a casual wave of cursed energy, his patience visibly thinning. Enough. This misunderstanding is becoming tedious. Inside the damaged building, the two Marks grappled with each other, evenly matched in strength and speed. They crashed through walls and support beams, bringing down chunks of ceiling around them. I don't know what Levy told you, alternate Mark growled, landing a solid punch to his counterpart's jaw, but I'm not letting you ruin my life. I don't even know who Levy is, our Mark shouted back, retaliating with a kick that sent his doppelganger flying backward. We were fighting Battle Beast when everything went green. Outside, the situation was escalating as alternate Eve attempted to restrain Urum with molecular bonds, only to find her constructs shattered by precise applications of ice. Sukuna-sama, Urum called, her voice calm despite the chaos, shall I neutralize this opponent? No, Sukuna replied, watching the aerial battle with calculated interest. They are not our enemies. Merely confused. Our Eve had taken to the air, engaging her counterpart in a dazzling display of pink energy that lit up the sky like fireworks. The two molecular manipulators circled each other, testing defenses, probing for weaknesses. You're good, alternate Eve admitted, creating a shield to block an energy pulse. This is new though, with Angstrom sending duplicates of me as well. I don't know who this Angstrom is, but I'm not working for anyone, Eve retorted, her enhanced powers allowing for more complex molecular manipulations than her counterpart had ever displayed. I'm simply you from another reality. A better reality, apparently. The two marks burst from the building, still locked in combat, their costumes torn and bloodied from their exchange. Enough. Sukuna's voice thundered across the battlefield, carrying enough power to momentarily freeze everyone in place. Cursed energy radiated from him in palpable waves, his four eyes glowing with inner light. This pointless conflict solves nothing, he continued, his tone brooking no argument. We are not working for whoever your enemy is. We are versions of yourselves from another timeline, brought here by whatever caused the dimensional merger. Alternate Mark hovered cautiously, blood trickling from a split lip. How do we know you're not just another of Levy's tricks? He's been sending alternate versions of me to destroy my reputation for weeks now. Because we have no idea who this Levy person is, there Mark replied, wiping blood from his nose. We were in the middle of a battle with an alien warrior named Battle Beast when everything went green. Next thing we knew, we were here. Battle Beast, alternate Mark's expression shifted from hostility to confusion. The alien gladiator who worked for Machine Head. He is more than that, at least he was in our world more than that. Don't really know about yours there Mark said. He nearly killed me before Megami stepped in. Alternate Eve descended slowly, her powers still at the ready but her aggression diminished. And who exactly is Megami? This, four-armed guy I'm guessing. Sukuna inclined his head slightly. I am Megami Fushiguro. Also known as Sukuna, one people call hero in this world. That doesn't explain why we should trust you, alternate Mark said, though his stance had relaxed somewhat. We've been dealing with dimensional incursions for days now. All of them hostile. If we were working for your enemy, Sukuna observed calmly, we would have continued the attack rather than attempting to explain ourselves. Logic suggests we are telling the truth. Eve drifted closer to Sukuna, her body radiating pink energy. Look, I understand your caution. But we're as confused as you are about what's happening. We just want to figure this out and return things to how they're supposed to be. Alternate Eve studied Eve, noting the differences in her appearance and energy signature. You're different from me. Enhanced somehow. Recent development, there Eve replied with a small smile. Evolutionary adaptation, you might say. Alternate Mark and Eve exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. Fine, alternate Mark said finally. Let's say we believe you're not working with Levy. We still need to figure out what happened and how to fix this, dimensional merger, you called it, dot. Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere more secure, Nolan suggested, descending from above. The Global Defense Agency might have resources to help us understand what's happening. The Guardians will also be useful. Dad. Alternate Mark called out in shock, his body tensing as he hovered in midair. Beside him, alternate Eve immediately shifted into a combat stance, pink energy flaring around her. You're working with Omni-Man? Alternate Eve demanded, her voice tight with anger and fear. He's supposed to be off-world. Nolan raised an eyebrow, noting their hostile reaction. Interesting. My relationship with you appears to differ significantly in your reality. Differ? You tried to kill me. Alternate Mark shouted as he realized this one wasn't his father, though still too frustrated to not vent, his fists clenching. You murdered the Guardians of the Globe. Mark's expression fell, his tone becoming somber. Oh, so Megami didn't stop Dad in your world. Stop him? Also, back up, I know he introduced himself, but that was too short, so, again who the hell is Megami? And how could he possibly stop him? Alternate Mark demanded, pointing at Nolan. His father beat him to near death, to him, his father when not holding back was an unstoppable force of destruction. Mark pointed with his thumb to Sukuna. He's my best friend. In our world, he confronted my dad in the Flaxen Dimension and well, changed things. Prevented a whole lot of murder and mayhem. Alternate Mark stared at Sukuna with disbelief. You stopped Omni-Man? How is that even possible? It's a long story, Sukuna replied simply, his four eyes surveying the cityscape. One better told in a secure location. The Global Defense Agency would be the logical choice, as Nolan suggested. Alternate Mark hesitated, exchanging another glance with his Eve. The GDA isn't exactly friendly territory for me right now. Cecil and I aren't on good terms. Like, restraining order not good terms. Nevertheless, they have resources we need, Nolan stated. And if dimensional barriers are collapsing, we need all the help we can get. After a moment of tense silence, alternate Mark nodded reluctantly. Fine. But I'm watching you, he added, pointing at Nolan. All of you. The group took to the air, flying toward the GDA headquarters visible in the distance. As they flew, Eve drifted closer to alternate Eve, studying her with scientific curiosity that bordered on uncomfortable staring. So, Eve asked suddenly, are you single? Alternate Eve nearly dropped altitude in surprise, her concentration breaking momentarily. What? Why would you ask that? Just curious about differences between our timelines, Eve replied with a too casual shrug that fooled absolutely no one. No, I'm not single, alternate Eve answered, confusion evident in her voice. Mark and I are together. Eve's face lit up with a smile that was just a little too bright, like someone had replaced her normal expression with a 1000-watt bulb. Oh, that's wonderful. Mark, overhearing the exchange, shook his head with a small smile. Your Yandere side is showing, Eve. My what? Eve asked, at the exact same moment that alternate Eve and alternate Mark both exclaimed, her what? You know, Mark explained, gesturing dramatically, the whole I will track your molecular signature across time and space thing. The IVE catalogued every breath you've taken for the last 6 months of session. The if anyone else looks at you I will rearrange their atoms into a modern art installation possessiveness towards megamy. That whole deal. Eve's smile turned dangerous, though it never left her face. Mark, if you don't shut up right now, I'll molecularly rearrange your vocal cords into a pretty bow tie. Then I'll use them to tie your shoelaces together. While you're flying. Megamy. Alternate Eve asked, looking between Eve and Sukuna with wide eyes. You're with him? The four-armed guy with the extra set of eyes who looks like he stepped out of a horror movie. Eve and I are in a relationship, Sukuna confirmed, a recent development, but a significant one. Mark raised his hands in a defensive position, though his smile remained. Hey, I think it's great. Terrifying, but great. Like watching a volcano erupt from a safe distance. Except there is no safe distance. I'm not terrifying, Eve protested, though her eyes glowed slightly brighter with the statement, making her look like a pink lighthouse beacon. You literally threatened to destroy the universe when you thought he died, Mark pointed out. You were going to unmake reality because you were sad. That's not normal breakup behavior. That's not even normal my goldfish died behavior. That was an emotional moment, Eve defended, pink energy flaring briefly around her like an agitated aura. Besides, he's fine now. Better than fine, magnificent really. She added, her gaze softening as it landed on Sukuna's transformed form, a look that somehow managed to be both adorable and deeply unsettling. Alternate Mark and Eve exchanged bewildered glances, clearly struggling to process this strange dynamic from their counterparts. Your world is different, alternate Mark finally said, the understatement hanging in the air like a lead balloon as they approached the GDA headquarters. Different is one word for it, alternate Eve muttered. Completely insane is another.